Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. In this harsh world, packed with dungeons full of bloodthirsty beasts, only the strongest survive. But our MC, Kim Hyun-bak, has overpowered magic abilities. He can tame mobs inside dungeons and clear other floors with their help, without even straining. But it wasn't always like that. Back then, he was afraid to leave the house and trembled at every rustle. Everything changed when a portal appeared in his apartment, trapping the guy inside with no way out. He had to go inside and start exploring that place. But goblins immediately got him, trying to beat him to death with blunt clubs. He spent several days on the brink of life and death. He was scared, thought he was doomed. But one day he accidentally stumbled upon a themed site with guides and player discussions, his only ray of hope. He received a message about a joint dungeon run, and Hyun-bak thought he was finally saved. But the next day, no players gathered. He was left alone again. Then he decided to go into the dungeon by himself. He defeated all the goblins, pushing himself to the limit, and stopped, resting after the fight, not even believing that he survived. He cut his finger, preparing another risky experiment. He begged for it to work again and pushed his power through the blood. A magic seal appeared on a dead goblin, showing the attempt had taken hold. The goblin rose beside him, no longer hostile. He realized in disbelief that the taming had worked. Blue energy linked him to the goblin, confirming the bond. Yet even as he succeeded, a strange dizziness kept building inside him. The world swayed around him while the goblins watched in confusion. He remembers that by then he was the only explorer left alive. He had tried to hide from that truth and begged strangers for help, but nothing changed. The replies he received were cruel mockery rather than rescue. That humiliation finally hardened into anger and resolve. He decided that if he refused to remain trapped forever, he would have to clear the dungeon alone. With that decision made, he turned to his phone to understand what he could actually do. He focused on identifying his abilities before taking another step. The dungeon app showed he had mana and control suited to a mage type, along with unusually high luck. By combining mana and control, he discovered a taming skill that could turn monsters into subordinates. He tested it on one goblin, then managed to tame another as well. But the effort quickly pushed him to his limit and left him suffering mana exhaustion. He could barely breathe as the drain hit him all at once. Looking at his own hand and the goblin beside him, he realized how fragile his control still was. When he glanced toward the deeper tunnel, fear returned immediately. Even his tamed goblins seemed to want to retreat from whatever lay ahead. He tried to order them to help him move, forcing himself to keep going. Then a sound came from the apartment's side of the door. He staggered toward it, telling himself he had to recover quickly. Before he could finish thinking, another noise made him freeze. Sunlight spilled in from the apartment, reminding him how close normal life still seemed and how unreachable it really was. Through the dungeon site, he had learned one crucial fact that now haunted him. Magic users were extremely rare, yet they were essential in any proper group raid. That truth became unbearable when he looked at the raid status and saw he was alone. He lashed out in frustration, hating himself for not acting sooner. He wondered whether he could have fought beside the others if he had gotten himself together earlier. The memory of the call to combine forces only deepened his regret. He realized that if he had left his room and joined them, things might have been different. Now he was left shaking in the doorway with only his goblins behind him. The goblins could only stare, unable to understand his breakdown. Time kept passing anyway, and the system coldly recorded that he had already spent 3 days on the raid while lying asleep in the hallway. He eventually collapsed there with his club still beside him. A sudden sound jolted him awake. He grabbed his club at once, expecting another attack. He rushed to the door, ready to fight whatever had come through. When he found no enemy waiting, he briefly wondered if he had imagined it. Then another sound confirmed something real had arrived. He opened the door carefully and found resistance from the other side. When he yanked it open, a package slid through while his goblins flinched back in alarm. The box landed on the dungeon floor, absurdly ordinary in the middle of the cave. Its label showed it was addressed to him from someone calling himself Magician President, and it contained a book on basic mana theory. Elsewhere, the sender calmly confirmed that his gift had reached the dungeon entrance. His subordinate asked if he had really sent out another expensive package, and the old man admitted that he had. He explained that he was making an investment in the future, because most trapped explorers would die within a year but some still had room to grow. The subordinate protested that spending money on such slim odds made no sense, but the old man brushed it off as a small expense for the day. When reminded that those small expenses had already added up to nearly $1 million, he remained unmoved. He acknowledged the cost and kept reviewing desperate pleas from trapped people. To him, people were worth investing in more than anything else. He believed that if even a tiny fraction of them grew stronger, helping them in their darkest moment would still be worthwhile. His subordinate understood the logic but still felt it was an extravagant gamble. The old man accepted that difference, and only told him to learn to think further ahead. Left to himself, he quietly wondered what this latest investment would become. Back in the dungeon, Kim stared at the sender's name and tried to make sense of it. Inside the box he found a note explaining that the sender had read his plea, recognized how desperate his situation was, and bought the books with his own money. The message simply wished that the books would help him. Kim immediately suspects it might be a scam, especially after seeing warnings online about fake copies of the same expensive book. Even so, he starts checking the volume carefully, caught between suspicion and the possibility that someone may have truly reached out to save him. A mysterious magic book proves genuine when its label burns away in his hands, leaving him stunned. The messages that led him to it convince him someone truly sent him real magical knowledge and pushed him toward revenge. Moved by the sender's kindness, he silently vows not to forget the person who helped him. While his goblin minions sleep nearby, he settles into studying in earnest. The book teaches that moving mana requires calculation and mental imagery, not simple instinct. He immediately regrets never studying harder, because the theory gives him a headache. Even so, he manages to cast a first circle spell in 30 minutes, far faster than he could a few days earlier. Encouraged by that progress, he decides more practice will make him faster still. His training is cut short by the dungeon timer warning that he will be penalized if he does not enter soon. Accepting that he has no choice, he heads back into the dungeon with his goblins. Inside the cave, he cautiously scouts ahead with his small entourage. He sends the goblins charging first to test what lies deeper in the tunnel. The rush turns chaotic, but he keeps control of the situation. By slapping a prepared taming circle onto another goblin, he adds one more servant to his side. Checking his mana, he realizes he still has plenty left after the capture. Thinking he can afford another attempt, he looks farther in and notices a new kind of enemy. He discovers a group of skeletons and immediately recognizes them as a different class of monster. Instead of retreating, he wonders whether skeletons can also be tamed. The idea seems useful, but he quickly realizes skeletons have no blood, unlike goblins. Since his taming method requires both his blood and the monsters, the usual approach should not work. Watching one skeleton up close confirms the obvious problem. There is no blood to use. Still unwilling to waste such potentially valuable monsters, he searches for another solution. Their status screens reveal why he wants them so badly. Each skeleton possesses specialized talents like swordsmanship, magic, crafting, and even accounting. He realizes skeletons are far more useful than goblins because they come with real skills. Deciding to worry about the method later, he has his goblins help corner the skeletons first. Once one is restrained, he is left with the harder question of how to tame it. The advice he has seen about magic being mostly intuition suddenly becomes the only lead he has. With no better option, he chooses to trust instinct and try a rough imitation of goblin taming. He places the taming circle on the skeleton and begins the process as if it were a goblin. Instead of blood exchange, he slowly feeds mana into the bound skeleton. The skeleton reacts as the mana starts taking hold. The change continues, suggesting the improvised method is actually working. When a blue light appears inside the skeleton, he realizes his gamble succeeded. He celebrates trusting intuition, until the effort suddenly drains him. His status confirms the reason. Maintaining a skeleton costs far more mana than maintaining a goblin. Unable to keep exploring with his mana so low, he decides to withdraw for now. Back home, he inspects the newly tamed skeleton and learns it is female with unusually high magical and dexterous potential. That detail makes him awkwardly realize the skeleton was once a woman. He decides that if she is staying with him, she deserves a name. He names the skeleton Christina, formally giving her an identity. The moment the name is accepted, a deeper change stirs within her. The dungeon system records the naming as a significant event in his ongoing raid. That night, Christina silently watches over him while he sleeps. Something in her awakens further as the blue light in her eyes sharpens. Elsewhere in the dungeon, a human party is shown struggling against overwhelming danger. A knight, rogue, mage, and priest face a sinister threat far beyond them. A monstrous shadow crushes the party, establishing the dungeon as far deadlier than he has yet seen. The priestess is left broken and terrified. Her death begins to strip away her humanity. Only a twitching skeletal hand remains to show what she is becoming. By morning, Christina has changed enough to move and act on her own. He wakes to noise and groggily wonders what is causing such a commotion. Seeing a skeleton in his room shocks him before he remembers he brought her home. He realizes the frightening figure is simply Christina after yesterday's taming. When she keeps rattling around, he nervously asks what is wrong with her. To his horror, the skeleton answers with a cheerful greeting. Christina addresses him as master and proudly reveals that she can speak. She quickly explains that she is only producing sound through mana and cannot sustain it for long. She credits him for this change, saying that being given a name restored part of her past life memories and even her ability to talk. Stunned, he asks her to explain everything more clearly. He can hardly believe that a skeleton under his control can use mana, speak, and feel emotions. Christina insists that the cause of all of it is the name he gave her. When he dismisses that as trivial, she reacts with fierce conviction. To her, a name is not a label but the core of a person's identity. He backs down at once, realizing he touched a painful nerve. Christina apologizes and explains that for beings whose names were taken, the issue is deeply important. She confirms that he understood correctly. Many dungeon creatures are being stripped of their names. She describes them as people who lost their egos and souls and were reduced to the lowest monsters in the dungeon. When he asks whether she knows who stole her name, she admits she does not. Too many of her memories are still missing for her to know the culprit. What she does remember clearly is the terror of existing in that hollow state. As he listens, he begins to feel her fear as if it is passing directly into him. That emotional link makes him realize something truly dreadful must exist deeper in the dungeon. He wonders whether he can ever survive against a horror capable of doing this to people. The thought pushes him into anger and panic. He lashes out at the dungeon itself for dragging him into a nightmare he never chose. What terrifies him most is the idea that even death may not free his soul. Christina responds by taking his hand and promising to do everything in her power to keep him alive. She gently tells him not to be so afraid. Even the goblins gather around as if joining in that reassurance. Their loyalty leaves him momentarily speechless. He finally accepts their support and entrusts himself to them. Once he calms down, he asks Christina to share whatever memories she has recovered. She tries to begin recounting her past, but the memory is still too fragmented to form a clear story. Her own confusion shows that the restored memories remain incomplete. She resorts to gestures and mana-assisted communication to keep explaining. Christina reassures him again that she is only speaking through mana and means no harm. He correctly guesses that the strain on her voice is simply mana exhaustion. Since she cannot keep talking for long, he decides they should wait until her mana recovers. That pause gives him time to look at her with fresh curiosity. He notices modern headphones among his things. Soon he finds the bizarre sight of a skeleton happily using a computer and listening to audio lessons. Checking her status, he sees that naming her greatly improved nearly all of her abilities and added new talents. Although she still lacks a language skill, her magic-related stats and support abilities have risen sharply. Seeing her magic aptitude, he decides she may be the perfect teacher for his own training. He starts imagining a future party where armored skeletons hold the front line while he and Christina cast from the rear. That vision becomes his first real plan for surviving the dungeon. He also realizes that if Christina is going to help this much, she deserves better equipment than a cheap setup. Another day passes, and the raid timer continues counting down while he rests and prepares. When he asks Christina for a favor, she immediately offers herself without hesitation. He confirms that she truly was a magician in her previous life. Having verified that, he finally states what he wants. He asks her to teach him magic, and she gladly agrees. Her knowledge proves extraordinary, giving him practical explanations the book never made easy. She helps him understand the text, teaches him how to gather mana and arrange magic circles, and even adapts modern tools like printers to help. She also explains why he still cannot form a magic circle on his own. His mind has not matured enough for it yet. Within a week, he learns a great deal, though not enough to reach his original goal before re-entering the dungeon. The dungeon penalty forces him to go back in earlier than he wanted. Even so, the bounty money from dungeon kills gives him a small but real means to survive in the outside world. He bitterly jokes that this world is generous enough to pay him while still condemning him to hell. Back in the dungeon, he finds the goblins still as unruly as ever. Christina asks him to tame as many goblins as possible during this expedition. He follows her lead and gathers a sizable group under his control. Once she says the number is sufficient, he asks what she intends to do with them. Christina says she has something she wants to verify first. She makes clear that the test concerns her own condition, not his. She reminds him of the earlier attempt to gather mana before leaving home. Although her magic array worked and she gathered plenty of mana, her own mana reserves never increased at all. When he asks whether that failure is tied to her nature, she confirms it is. Without warning, she seizes a goblin to demonstrate. The goblin is too shocked to resist. Dark energy erupts from Christina as she begins draining the goblin's life force. The goblin rapidly withers under the absorption. He recoils in alarm, but quickly understands what she is showing him. Christina explains that she is undead. Because she is already dead, she craves life more desperately than the living do. That is why ordinary mana gathering does nothing for her. For undead to become stronger, they must absorb the life force of other beings. The truth visibly disturbs her as much as it does him. He realizes this path belongs to monsters, not humans. And because Christina hates that reality more than anyone, her willingness to prove it only hurts more. He sees in that pain the proof that she has truly become a monster against her will. Remembering her vow to do anything for his survival, he stops her self-reproach. He gives her a direct order to grow stronger, even if that means killing. He tells her to place the blame for every atrocity on him, because it will be done under his command. His willingness to bear that burden leaves her shaken. Christina calls him a good person, which only confuses him. He denies any nobility in himself and admits he is simply making peace with whatever he must do to survive. Then, embarrassed by the sentiment, he brusquely orders her to absorb the rest of the goblins. Trying to lighten the mood, he jokes that at least she is not a zombie. Christina pauses, surprised that he does not know the difference. She explains that skeletons are fully dead, while zombies are only partly dead and therefore strengthened differently. Unlike skeletons, zombies must literally chew and eat their victims to gain power, which horrifies him. He blurts out that he is very grateful she is a skeleton after all. After absorbing the goblins, Christina reports that her stats have risen dramatically. But the gains taper off near the end, suggesting goblins are already too weak to help her much further. He concludes they will need stronger prey if she is to keep growing. Before they can discuss it further, one goblin senses enemies nearby and warns them. The goblins surge forward toward the new threat, eager for battle. Christina steps in front of him and asks to handle the danger herself. When the hooded skeleton asks whether Chris can manage alone, the young man is caught off guard by the sudden handoff. Chris tells him to stay back and watch, taking control despite the danger. She unleashes a spell called Magic Arrow, drawing on her remaining power to protect him. A rain of magical arrows surges toward the charging goblins and cuts off their advance. The goblins realize too late that they are walking into a trap. The spell tears through the front ranks and knocks the attackers down in clusters. More arrows pin the rest in place, buying them a brief opening. But the effort drains Chris badly, and Hyunbak immediately tells her to rest while he takes over. He orders his tamed goblins to pursue the fleeing enemies while he holds the line himself. The surviving goblins circle back instead of breaking, forcing him into close combat. A club swings toward him as the melee closes in. The goblins press from multiple sides, trying to overwhelm him with numbers. He counters with brutal swings of his own and starts dropping them one after another. Even as one goblin attacks, another hesitates at how quickly the tide is turning. Hyunbak smashes through the pressure with raw force and a shield bash. He keeps spinning through the mob, refusing to let them surround him. His fear hardens into determination as he commits fully to the fight. A heavy blow caves in another goblin and breaks their momentum. Seeing their losses mount, some goblins finally try to run. Hyunbak refuses to let them escape and orders the chase to continue until every last one is caught. By the end, the cave floor is covered with goblin corpses, proving he survived by sheer stubbornness. He stands alone among the bodies, exhausted and battered after barely winning. When his weapon finally slips from his hand, the reality of how close he came hits him. He realizes his entire force of tamed goblins has been wiped out, and that he is suddenly defenseless again. Then he understands the enemy retreat was never fear at all but a lure into a larger ambush. He panics over the same problem repeating forever, wondering if he must keep rebuilding disposable forces. His frustration boils over, and Chris quietly watches him unravel. She checks on him once he has vented, bringing him back from the edge. Chris urges him not to grieve too deeply over the dead goblins. She reminds him they were goblins who would have needed to be dealt with eventually, framing their loss as unavoidable. With the battle over, she insists they return so he can be healed, and he reluctantly accepts her judgment. He decides he cannot afford to be shaken by every setback and tells Chris they are going back. Back home, Chris begins treating his injuries directly. A healing spell flows from her hand and starts restoring the damage to his body. He is startled to learn she can still use a first circle recovery spell called Rapid Minor Healing. Chris explains that becoming undead did not take that magic from her, and Hyunbak is stunned when all his wounds truly close. Once he is safe, Chris shifts to strategy and warns that stronger enemies will make proper protective gear essential. He agrees in principle, but his savings are too limited to solve the problem easily. They calculate that even basic armor would nearly drain him, and anything suitable for clearing the dungeon properly would cost far more. Chris tells him not to worry about money because she has found another way to raise it. Her plan is to post useful spell information on the tip forum, where popular posts can earn money. When he worries about giving away magical knowledge, she assures him the spells are minor enough to share safely. He decides even low-circle magic from a real magician should still be valuable, and resolves to try everything available. He entrusts the posting to Chris, and she eagerly takes on the task. The gamble pays off immediately, and his dungeon account jumps to over 51,000. Hyunbak is stunned when Chris casually calls that amount modest, and starts talking about relocating their base. She explains that moving is possible through the dungeon system if they pay the fee and spend half a day inside before returning. She also reveals that the forum reward will effectively pay him the same amount again the next day because the post ranked first. Chris adds that she even negotiated to have the full reward sent at once instead of over months, deepening the mystery around her connections. He accepts her advice to move somewhere with more people nearby, and she promises to handle the details. 4 days later, the relocation is complete. Hyunbak arrives at a much larger home with 4 rooms, a separate living room and kitchen, and a full-year lease already secured. The place is decent enough, but he quickly senses there is a catch. From the balcony he discovers the catch is absurdly direct. A dungeon sits practically outside his front door. He is baffled by how the move itself worked and starts connecting it to the mysterious admins Chris mentioned. That thought sparks a desperate hope that if the admins can be reached, they might know how he can escape this world entirely. Chris notices his wavering resolve before he can sink too far into it. She snaps him back to reality, and reminds him that surviving here depends on clearing the dungeon, not dreaming about escape. Even after being called out, he cannot let go of the possibility that a way out might still exist. Chris presses harder, asking what he would do if escape only led to something worse and whether he would keep running forever. Her challenge forces him to confront that fleeing has never improved anything. He falls silent, then starts laughing at himself as the truth sinks in. He clenches his fist and turns that frustration into resolve. Staring at the barrier before him, he realizes the thing he wants most is not escape but the power to seize his own freedom. He tries to break through that boundary with his bare hand, convinced freedom is right in front of him. Instead he only bloodies himself, and Chris watches as he finally chooses a different answer. He swears that no matter what it takes, he will clear the dungeon and survive on his own terms. That decision triggers a violent surge of energy from within him. Mana erupts through his body so suddenly that Chris has to shield herself from the blast. She immediately recognizes that something fundamental has changed in him as his mana begins to move. Hyunbak stares at his glowing hand in disbelief, unable to understand what just happened. Without hesitation, he grabs a weapon, eager to test whether this change is real. His first strike lands with far more force than before, confirming that something inside him has awakened. Soon after, he enters the dungeon again in proper armor, and with a real mace, no longer the same desperate novice. Feeling the difference in his own body, he senses that his power has undeniably risen. The mana continues to circulate through him, and Chris tells him not to interfere with the process. She explains that he overcame his anger and despair and forged a firmer resolve. Because of that mental growth, the mana inside him finally began moving on its own. He is amazed that a change in mindset alone could cause such a transformation. Chris answers that this is exactly how magic works and declares that he can now truly call himself a magician. Hyunbak realizes the turbulent sphere near his heart is a genuine circle, the foundation of a mage. With that first circle formed, Chris tells him he has become much stronger. He briefly credits his own talent, but even he knows better equipment helped a great deal. Chris agrees wholeheartedly and praises the value of being overprepared, especially with their new armor and weaponry. Their banter turns light for a moment as Hyunbak teases her for picking up strange internet slang. Back in the dungeon, they return to the next step of their plan, replacing the goblin force they lost. This time the target is a pair of skeletons whose skills make them far more useful as long-term subordinates. Hyunbak channels mana into a taming spell while Chris oversees the process. The spell succeeds, and the two skeletons become his new servants. He gives them the names Castle and Kai, hoping a name will anchor them more firmly. Even after naming them, Chris keeps them restrained because newly revived undead cannot yet be trusted. When Hyunbak questions the caution, she warns that they may not be calm and rational the way she is. She explains that the memories of dying and existing as undead are horrifying enough to drive most of them unstable. So they lock the two skeletons away and wait for their memories to return. When the time comes, Hyunbak opens the closet to see whether they have recovered. The doors part, and the tension spikes instantly. One of the skeletons lunges out screaming, proving Chris was right to be careful. Hyunbak panics and recoils while the sudden attack nearly turns the test into a disaster. The two skeletons thrash wildly on the floor, still trapped between instinct and reason. Chris restrains one and concludes that it has indeed regained enough memory to react as a person again. Hyunbak notices they seem to understand speech and wonders why they still cannot answer him. Chris explains that ordinary skeletons lack vocal cords and that her ability to speak is an unusual exception. She congratulates them on receiving a second chance at existence. The newly awakened skeletons fall silent, listening rather than attacking. Chris tells them that although they once lost even their names, they recovered fragments of their former lives because their master named them anew. Hyunbak is caught off guard when she starts presenting him as the center of their salvation. Chris bluntly reframes the situation by declaring that their master is their savior. To Hyunbak's disbelief, the claim visibly reaches them and changes their attitude. Chris goes further, saying this world too is under invasion and that Hyunbak now stands in the middle of that crisis. She argues that if he survives, they may avoid losing themselves again and perhaps accomplish what they failed to do in life. Then she demands that they swear their lives to him, and Hyunbak nervously goes along with the ceremony. Chris herself makes the first vow, pledging undying loyalty to him in the name he gave her. With Chris committed, the pressure shifts to the two new skeletons. Chris warns them that refusal will mean immediate destruction, leaving no room for hesitation. Faced with that choice, they finally yield. They begin their oath by invoking their souls and the new names Hyunbak bestowed on them. One adds a condition that they will help him as long as he helps fulfill his revenge, revealing that fragments of his old purpose remain. Even so, both swear loyalty to the master who named them, and the bond takes hold. Hyunbak feels the connection settle and realizes the pact is real. Chris welcomes them as comrades, and they formally place themselves under Castle and Kai's shared command structure. Their personalities emerge immediately, with one still obsessed with revenge while the other speaks with knightly restraint. Chris notes that their strengthened bond now lets them communicate without spending mana, which will make command far easier. Hyunbak asks each of them to explain their goals so he can understand the people now tied to him. Castle admits his memories are incomplete, but one thing remains clear to him. He was once a mercenary, and his surviving purpose is to find the man who killed him and repay blood with blood. Kai remembers belonging to a family that possessed a treasured heirloom. When his older brother entered a dungeon and vanished, that family treasure disappeared with him. Kai, once a knight, says his goal is to recover that lost heirloom and return it. Chris then states her own name plainly. She was a magician before and wants to surpass the magical power she had in her previous life. When the attention turns to him, Hyunbak is suddenly the only one without a grand mission. He introduces himself simply, and says his goal is just to survive. He admits that after already coming close to death once, survival is no small thing to him. The memory of being hunted and helpless still defines him more than any dream of glory. Even in bed, that terror lingers and leaves him shaken, so he asks them honestly to help him live, making survival his only true request. The three undead fall silent as they weigh that answer. Instead of scorning him, they accept his honesty and decide that wanting to live is reason enough to follow. Relieved, Hyunbak welcomes them all as partners and commits to working together. Soon after, Castle throws himself into battle with reckless enthusiasm. He carves through goblins in sweeping arcs, showing why a former mercenary is far deadlier than a tamed monster. His aggression is so intense that even his allies have to keep an eye on him. When Kai drops in to support him, Chris immediately orders him to stop Castle from charging too far ahead. Castle ignores caution and keeps attacking with manic delight. Kai answers with disciplined sword strikes, cutting down enemies while controlling the battlefield around Castle. Chris nearly gets clipped in the chaos and yells at Castle for how close that was. Hyunbak laughs that having a true vanguard is wonderful, and Chris reminds him that this protection should free him to study while they fight. With competent undead companions leading the way, their dungeon exploration speeds up dramatically. That efficiency carries them to the boss room far sooner than Hyunbak expected. Reviewing earlier challengers' information, he confirms the room should contain 1 goblin fighter and 20 goblins. Castle dismisses the warning as trivial and urges the group to hunt the boss immediately, while Kai counters that carelessness is death. They learn the goblin dungeon may contain a boss monster, making it far more dangerous than a routine hunt. Because the old dungeon post might be unreliable and his own death would end everything, Hyunbak decides to retreat and prepare first. Back home, Chris calls for attention as the group regathers around Hyunbak. He checks Chris's updated Explorer data to see how much stronger she has become. Her growth is substantial, and the skeletons marvel at a world where strength can be measured so precisely. The other two immediately crowd in and ask to have their own progress evaluated as well. Kessel's status shows he has improved and gained combat-oriented potential. Kai's status also reveals major growth, along with a notable leadership talent. After confirming both skeletons have advanced, Hyunbak is reminded to inspect his own status too. He hesitates, bracing himself before looking at his own numbers. His level turns out to be the highest in the group, with unusual talents that favor magic control and luck. Even so, he judges their strength insufficient and insists they need more preparation before risking the boss. The skeletons agree, and Chris reveals the key item she wants next: mana crystal dust. Hyunbak discovers the material is extremely expensive, far beyond what he expected. Chris still asks for a full kilogram, arguing the current discount makes it a bargain despite the huge total cost. Hyunbak protests that even discounted, the price exceeds all of his savings. Chris calmly points out that the site allows installment payments, removing his last excuse. Trusting her judgment that the purchase is essential, Hyunbak reluctantly agrees. A few hours later, the mana crystal dust arrives, confirming their investment is now real. Chris announces she will shut herself away to craft an item, leaving the others to keep hunting without her for now. Once she disappears into her room, the remaining 3 decide to spend the time raising their levels. Training resumes immediately as Hyunbak cuts down another skeleton enemy in the dungeon. The kill is clean and routine, showing how much easier these fights have become. After hundreds of kills with no promising recruits appearing, they start wondering whether their earlier luck has run out. Kessel bluntly argues that luck matters more than anything else in life. That makes Hyunbak remember his fortune talent, which may be tied to his unusual streaks of luck. He explains that the talent supposedly activates in desperate situations, and the others find that ominous rather than reassuring. Hyunbak asks why that would be a problem. He is told of a rumor that luck always balances itself, so good fortune invites bad fortune later. By that logic, a talent that grants luck in crises could mean misfortune follows him the rest of the time, perhaps even explaining their poor recruiting luck. The skeletons think that theory fits surprisingly well. Kai even suggests meeting them may have happened during one of Hyunbak's lucky periods, which he takes as a touching thought. The 2 skeletons enthusiastically embrace that explanation, leaving Hyunbak flustered by their affection. Kessel tries to ask for Hyunbak's opinion, only to realize his master is too embarrassed to answer properly. Mistaking his blush for injury, the skeletons worry that he is still hurt from the goblins. When they finally return home, they find Chris collapsed from overwork near her room. After she recovers enough to greet them, Hyunbak asks whether her preparations are complete. Chris admits they are not, sounding drained and frustrated by the setbacks. She explains that the item itself should have been simple to produce. What enrages her is that she failed 3 times out of 5 despite that simplicity. She had been lying down only to cool off after that string of failures. Hyunbak jokes that she was simply unlucky. That joke immediately makes Chris wonder whether her bad results were caused by Hyunbak's fortune talent balancing itself out. The others catch on at once, and Hyunbak realizes he has accidentally exposed his own suspicion. Kessel eagerly spells out the theory for Chris. Chris refuses to blame Hyunbak and insists the failures were her own responsibility. Still, Hyunbak notes that if her failed attempts counted as his share of bad luck, then at least the misfortune may have been spent harmlessly. With her temper cooled, Chris decides to return to work and finish the project. She keeps the item's identity secret, promising only that Hyunbak will be pleased with it. Curiosity gets the better of Hyunbak and the 2 skeletons, and they silently agree to sneak a look. The 3 creep toward Chris's room, hoping to spy on her progress. Before they can, Chris catches them instantly and calls out their idleness. She coldly orders them back to the dungeon instead of wasting time snooping, and they retreat at once. All 3 are left shaken by how terrifying she can be when angered. Back in the living room, Kai tries to soothe the mood by making coffee. He carefully brings the drink out as a small act of support. While waiting, Hyunbak realizes Chris has been shut inside for an unusually long time. 3 full days have passed since she last emerged, and he starts worrying that things may not be going well. The others remind him that peeking only earned them Chris's wrath, so the best help now is patience. Hyunbak accepts that Chris is capable and tries to trust her judgment. At that moment, Chris finally appears and asks whether they were looking for her. Hyunbak hurriedly wipes his face and asks the only thing that matters now, whether she is finished. Chris makes him wait a beat, savoring the moment. Then she proudly reveals that the project is finally complete. The finished product is a spell card, a concept unfamiliar to Hyunbak. Chris explains that it is a card engraved with a magic array. Once mana is poured into it, and the spell is visualized with an incantation, even someone without natural casting ability can use magic through it. The cards also shorten casting time and let the user wield spells up to 2 circles above their normal level. Hyunbak is impressed by how intricate the card's design is. Chris explains that in her old world spell books were standard because cards were too small and difficult to make by hand. Hyunbak realizes the amount of concentration required must have been enormous. Chris credits this world's precise technology for making the work possible. By digitizing the magic array once, she could resize it freely and mass-produce the pattern. That let her print as many copies as she wanted, though some came out defective. Her earlier failures were not in drawing the arrays but in the next stage of production. She had to process the printed arrays with mana crystal dust to turn them into real spell cards, a step that still required manual work. In the end she produces 20 cards, mostly first circle with a few second circle ones, and explains she kept the circles low because higher spells consume too much mana. Chris privately laments her own limits, frustrated that she could not make stronger cards yet. Kai and Kessel immediately ask whether she made anything for them too. She apologizes that the materials were only enough for the spell cards, but promises to craft proper equipment for them later. With the cards ready, Hyunbak decides it is time to push everyone to the level cap of the first floor, and then challenge the dungeon again. 16 days later, the party returns to the dungeon entrance fully prepared. All 4 have reached level 12, the highest they can attain on the first floor. Chris confirms the spell cards are packed and ready for battle. Hyunbak rallies the team and places special trust in Kai, whose role will be crucial. Kai accepts that responsibility with fierce determination to repay that trust through victory. Hyunbak opens the dungeon doors, and the team advances inside together. They enter a vast chamber of ruined pillars, immediately sensing the scale of the battlefield. The goblins notice the intruders at once. A goblin fighter lets out the alarm, summoning the whole room to attack. The horde surges forward in a frenzy. Their bloodlust spreads through the crowd as the charge builds. Hyunbak is stunned to see far more goblins than the old information had suggested. He realizes their earlier caution saved them from walking into a massacre unprepared. Kai immediately takes command and orders a full assault before the goblins can overwhelm them. The enemy mass rushes in, committing everything to the first clash. At Kai's signal, Hyunbak and Chris activate their prepared spell cards and unleash Fire Bolt. The 2 casters trigger multiple cards at once, turning their preparation into instant firepower. A barrage of flaming bolts streaks into the charging goblins. The front ranks are engulfed in explosive fire. The blast tears apart the formation, killing many goblins and scattering the rest. Kai recognizes that Hyunbak and Chris have created the opening and shouts that they are providing cover fire. He orders the melee fighters to protect the casters and wipe out the surviving enemies while the goblins are disorganized. As Chris follows with magic arrow support, Hyunbak sees that putting Kai in command was the right decision. Kessel joins the assault with magically enhanced strikes. Kai tears into the goblins at close range, driving the attack with ruthless momentum. Kessel matches that ferocity, cutting through enemies while shouting for total extermination. In the middle of the slaughter, Kessel senses a stronger presence entering the fight. He smashes aside another goblin and turns toward the real threat. Kai shifts position as the battlefield focus changes. The goblin boss finally steps forward, radiating power far beyond the ordinary fighters. Kai charges the boss without hesitation, determined to bring it down himself. Their first collision is violent, proving the boss can meet Kai head-on. Kai presses in with sword and shield, trying to overpower the boss before it can settle into the fight. The boss answers with a devastating red slash, and Kai realizes too late how badly he needs heavier armor. Hyunbak promises that if they survive, he will buy Kai proper plate armor, and Kai takes that promise as fuel to keep going. As Kai and the boss lock into a deadly exchange, Kessel calls for Hyunbak to finish it with magic. Hyunbak and Chris switch to lightning, activating Spark through another spell card. Chris uses her undead body as a conduit to drive the electric attack directly into the melee, turning her nature into an advantage. The boss tries to escape the current, only to find Kessel already on him. Kessel grabs hold and refuses to let the boss break free. He commits completely, pinning the boss in place even as the electricity tears through both of them. When the light fades, the boss collapses at Kessel's feet. Kessel raises his sword in triumph, convinced they have won. Kai urges everyone to use that momentum and finish off the remaining goblins. Hyunbak keeps fighting and encourages the team not to relax yet. Chris reinforces that warning, telling them not to lower their guard until the very end. Even while exhausted, Hyunbak refuses to stand idle and keeps pushing the cleanup. At last, with the room seemingly cleared, he stops and realizes they have actually survived. Relief breaks through his exhaustion, and he celebrates their victory. A system notice confirms the first dungeon has been cleared, rewarding them with money and an F-rank item while warning them not to grow careless. Back at home, Hyunbak drags himself inside after the ordeal. He starts unwrapping his gear, too tired to keep standing in it. The hand wraps fall away as his body finally gives in to exhaustion. The others trail in behind him just as drained, and the victory high gives way to total fatigue. Hyunbak collapses on the floor, admitting he is completely spent. The three skeletons immediately gather around and channel energy into him. As they absorb the boss's power, Chris notes how much stronger they have become and realizes she can now make third circle spell cards. Hyunbak, barely conscious, just wants to lie there and rest a little longer. As he drifts off, something feels wrong. He suddenly notices the boss's corpse still moving, its eyes open and body not fully dead. Startled, he scrambles backward as the supposedly defeated boss twitches back to life. The others rush over in alarm, but Hyunbak insists he is fine while staring at the lingering threat. He bitterly realizes how reckless it was to nearly fall asleep in a dungeon before confirming the kill. Once the danger is truly over, he decides they should leave immediately. Checking the dungeon site, he notices a new option called Rapid Return Service that was not there before. The group suspects this convenient feature may be the reward for clearing the boss. Since it appears harmless, Hyunbak decides the quickest way to verify that is to press it. A door materializes directly in front of them inside the dungeon, taking everyone by surprise. Seeing the exit appear on demand, Hyunbak is amazed at how convenient the new return function is. Kim Hyunbak suddenly senses something impossible and freezes in alarm. His confusion deepens as he realizes the disturbance is not a normal attack or trap. Chris, the skeleton mage, is just as shaken, stunned by a phenomenon that should not exist. She tries to understand whether a dimensional link, materialization, or both have occurred, while Hyunbak can barely process what he is seeing. The other skeletons decide it is wiser not to interrupt Chris while her obsession with magic has taken over. When Hyunbak asks about going home, they tell him returning is impossible for now because they have to wait. They insist that leaving Chris alone until her curiosity is satisfied is the safest option for everyone. Having no better choice, Hyunbak reluctantly settles in to wait. The group stays put while Chris continues examining the mysterious door-like phenomenon. Hyunbak wakes up back in his room to someone asking whether he ordered something from the dungeon's site. He finds the three skeletons in his apartment, and denies having bought anything recently. One of the skeletons goes to check what arrived. A large package has been delivered to Hyunbak from Dungeon Express. As they gather around it, the skeletons warn him to be careful with an unknown sender. The sender turns out to be the magician president, and Hyunbak immediately realizes the package is probably safe. He opens the box at once. The skeletons crowd in with him, eager to see what the president sent. Inside is a set of chain mail and a letter from the magician president, who says he was pleased to see Hyunbak's advice posts become the top tip online. The letter also praises Hyunbak for steadily advancing through the dungeon. Because solo dungeon clearing is so dangerous, the president explains that he is sending equipment to help him survive. Chris recognizes the chain mail as expensive high-grade gear with automatic repair and cleaning enchantments. The letter ends with the president hoping they can meet in person someday. Touched by the gift, Hyunbak sincerely thanks him. Chris points out that the armor would have helped even more if it had arrived before the boss fight, and Hyunbak can only agree. Remembering the books and now the armor, Hyunbak starts wondering how he can repay the president's kindness. When Chris asks if he truly wants to return the favor, Hyunbak says yes because the president helped him when he was at his lowest. Since the president clearly does not need money, Hyunbak searches for some other meaningful gift. Chris suggests giving him a spell card instead. Hyunbak is surprised that such a valuable gift is even an option. Chris explains that spell cards were going to be sold eventually anyway, and giving one to a magician would be both useful and meaningful while also serving as training for Hyunbak. The mention of training instantly kills Hyunbak's enthusiasm. Chris declares that Hyunbak must now learn first circle magic and erase properly, reminding him that he is a magician too. She pushes to begin immediately, arguing that a handmade gift would mean more, while Hyunbak nearly faints from dread. He protests that he just returned from the dungeon and deserves at least a day of rest. Chris dismisses that excuse by claiming that for magicians, research and training count as rest. She drags him off for special instruction, while the other skeletons can only watch in sympathy. Elsewhere, Mark enters the magician president's office, only to find the president already amused before he even speaks. Mark awkwardly apologizes for barging in. The president's mood is so good that Mark asks whether something fortunate happened. The president reveals that the last surviving challenger from that dungeon is still alive and progressing, so he sent him chain mail. When Mark is shocked by the cost, the president tells him to look at the monitor. The top-rated tip post is Hyunbak's detailed warning about the limits of rapid minor healing, proving he is thoughtful as well as persistent. The president laughs at the strange turn of fate and becomes even more determined to support Hyunbak. He admits he now has very high expectations for that young man. Back in the dungeon, Hyunbak tests the gifted chain mail and feels its value immediately. Armed with better gear, he returns to the dungeon with Chris and the other skeletons. They decide to challenge the second floor next. The party advances cautiously into the deeper level. They light torches as they move into the dark passage. The second floor looks like another cave system, and their tamed goblins lead the way. At first glance, Hyunbak thinks it does not look much different from the first floor. Chris warns him not to get careless just because the layout is familiar, since the monsters should be stronger here. Before they can settle in, a heavier presence announces itself nearby. A large enemy force rushes them, and the skeletons blame Hyunbak for tempting fate with his words. Hyunbak is horrified to see that the new threat includes an orc. He immediately orders his allies to engage. Kai and Kessel charge forward to intercept the enemy wave. Hyunbak quickly realizes the situation is far worse than he expected. Even the goblins he had strengthened are being driven back by the enemy mob. A heavy club comes flying toward Kessel. Kessel blocks the blow with a shield, but the impact shows how overwhelming the orc's strength is. He is forced backward despite defending properly. Facing the orc head-on, Kessel admits the monster is every bit as powerful as it looks. Worse, more enemies keep pouring in behind it. Hyunbak sees another group arriving and realizes they are about to be surrounded. He orders Kai and Kessel to retreat on his signal while Chris prepares to act from the rear. Chris pulls out a spell card and calls for Hyunbak's help. She warns him that she is about to borrow some of his mana to activate it. The spell card begins drawing power from both of them at once. Hyunbak is shocked by how much mana is being drained from his body. At the critical moment, Chris gives the order for the front line to fall back. The enemies surge into the trap zone they just vacated. Using the borrowed mana, Chris unleashes a third circle fireball. The spell arcs overhead toward the clustered monsters. It crashes into the enemy formation and detonates with devastating force. The orc realizes too late that it has been caught in a lethal blast. Kai panics as the explosion's range proves larger than expected. The fireball engulfs the battlefield in a massive explosion. When the blast ends, Hyunbak is amazed by the sheer power of third circle magic. He marvels that the entire enemy group was wiped out in a single strike. His excitement vanishes when Chris suddenly collapses. She insists she is fine even as her body starts coming apart from exhaustion, terrifying Hyunbak. Chris explains that it is only mana exhaustion, though her skeletal body literally falling to pieces makes the explanation less comforting. Kai complains that the blast nearly destroyed him too, and with Kessel badly damaged, the party decides they must withdraw. Seeing even Kessel in rough shape, Hyunbak agrees that pressing on would be reckless. As they prepare to return, the skeletons gather up Chris's scattered parts while Hyunbak activates the return function. The party is transported safely back home. Back in the apartment, Hyunbak is left drained from the mana loss and checks on Kessel. Kai bluntly says Kessel will recover eventually because skeletons can regrow bones if necessary. The others argue over whose fault the disaster was until Hyunbak gives Kessel a reluctant apology, which still sounds half-hearted. In the end, Hyunbak is just relieved that everyone survived, even if all of their tamed goblins were lost. He asks Chris how she managed to have a fireball ready when she had never mentioned preparing one. Chris answers that she prepared it just in case, claiming magicians sometimes act on impulse. Hyunbak teases her that impulse is not a word that suits someone as calculating as Chris. She reminds him that the absurd door incident proved she can be irrational too, and he has to admit she has a point. The conversation turns practical as they assess the second floor and conclude that the goblins are only slightly stronger, while the orc is roughly on par with the goblin fighter but more dangerous because of its size and power. They decide that opening battles with magic would make future fights much easier, and Kai asks Hyunbak to buy equipment for the skeletons as well. Hyunbak points out that Kai originally refused equipment, but Kai says that was only because he was still adjusting to his body. Then Kessel reveals there is another reason they need gear. Because skeletons are too light, they cannot generate enough destructive force on their own, so equipment weight is necessary to bring out their power. Kai immediately starts boasting that with proper gear he could crush an orc barehanded. Hyunbak proposes another path to strength besides equipment, creating a nucleus. The skeletons are startled that he even remembers the term, while he admits he barely does. Chris scolds him for forgetting previous lessons and threatens even harsher instruction. She explains again that a nucleus is an undead equivalent of a heart, and destroying it means true death. Hyunbak wonders why they would deliberately create such a weakness, which makes Chris despair at how little he retained. Even so, their dungeon timer keeps ticking down while Chris continues lecturing him. Chris broadens the lesson to undead monsters in general. She explains that undead are troublesome because they do not tire or feel pain, making them hard to put down by ordinary means. Their true vulnerability is the nucleus hidden inside them. That is why she had taught Hyunbak to aim for likely nucleus locations such as the head or heart when fighting undead. When Hyunbak notes that the low-level undead he has seen had no nuclei, Chris explains that newly created weak undead do not form them yet. Only some undead develop nuclei over time and experience. But after today's danger, Chris decides they should strengthen themselves rather than merely observe. Hyunbak asks what benefit a nucleus gives if it also creates a fatal weak point. Chris says the advantages are far greater, because a nucleus allows the use of a circle and an aura sphere, the foundations of magic and swordsmanship. That makes Hyunbak ask how Chris has been casting magic all this time without a proper circle. She admits she has been storing mana directly in her bones, but it is inefficient and limiting. So Chris formally asks Hyunbak for permission to create nuclei for the skeletons, and he agrees once he hears how valuable the upgrade would be. The others immediately praise his decision. Hyunbak is ready to start at once. Chris shuts that down immediately because they lack the necessary materials. A nucleus must be made from something that can absorb mana, such as a special mineral, a monster heart, or a gem, and only gems are realistically available to them right now. When Hyunbak hears that purity matters and gems are required, he starts worrying about cost. He asks Chris how much money he currently has left. Chris says that after excluding finance funds, Hyunbak has a little under $30,000. To give him a reference point, Chris notes that even a 1-carat diamond ring costs around $4,000. Hyunbak asks how large a gem for a nucleus must be, only to learn it needs to be at least 5 centimeters across, which is far beyond his budget. Seeing his despair, Chris says there is still another way. She rushes off before explaining further. A moment later she returns with a prepared business plan. Chris launches into a formal presentation on how to fund nucleus creation. Hyunbak can only stare, wondering when she had time to prepare all this. Chris begins with the obvious problem. Gems are extremely expensive. Then she reveals the solution she has already devised for raising the money. Their plan is to mass-produce and sell spell cards. Chris argues that buyers gain a life-saving magical trump card while they gain nucleus funds, making the deal attractive for both sides. When Hyunbak worries about production costs, Chris shows that mana crystal dust is expensive but manageable. By using the dust efficiently, they can make about 100 cards per kilogram and still sell each card at a large profit. She presents the written details and urges Hyunbak to sign off on the plan, framing it as a major opportunity. The other skeletons can see that he is already being won over. Hyunbak's last concern is whether the cards are priced too high and might fail to sell. Kai dismisses that fear by reminding him that no price is too high compared with staying alive in a dungeon. Chris adds that dungeon explorers are paid according to danger, so expensive survival tools are justified, and Hyunbak hands over the signed approval. He then asks how they will actually handle sales. Chris reveals she has already negotiated with the dungeon site administrator and secured permission to sell the spell cards there. With the business side settled, they decide to start production immediately while limiting dungeon exploration until they are stronger. Hyunbak suggests they still enter the dungeon for a single controlled battle each time so they do not lose their edge. The group quickly finishes preparing the listing and production setup together. Once the spell cards go live, the first batch sells out immediately. With demand proven and money finally within reach, they move straight into full-scale spell card production. After exhausting himself over work and preparations, the young man collapses in despair, convinced he is being worked to death. He truly believes he might die from the pace he has been keeping. One of his skeleton servants gently tends to him and offers hot honey water, treating his suffering like the aftermath of hard labor. As he recovers, the skeleton cheerfully recalls how unexpectedly successful their latest venture was. The young man admits he was stunned that their spell cards sold out almost immediately. Even with production costs eating half the revenue, the amount of money they earn still feels enormous to him. Chris points out that they now finally have enough funds to start making nuclei, and the young man agrees in principle. Still desperate for a break, he bargains for 1 day of rest and only gets it on the condition that the house be cleaned first. Soon after, one skeleton proudly experiences the effect of a newly installed nucleus and feels mana overflowing through his body. The enhancement is so dramatic that he says it feels like being reborn. With the new nuclei in place, the skeletons conclude they should now be able to handle third circle magic much more easily. The young man is surprised that such an expensive upgrade can make such a huge difference without changing their outward appearance. Chris dryly reminds him that it had better matter, considering they spent $1.6 million on it. He explains that they cut costs by using artificial gems instead of natural ones, though each gem only holds about 70% of the mana. To compensate, Chris embedded 5 nuclei in himself for now and designed them to resonate with a future central nucleus, making the whole system stronger later. The young man realizes Chris had planned the upgrade path well in advance. Wanting to see the results, he lines the skeletons up and prepares to check their stats. Christina's status shows a major jump in magic power and improved overall potential. Kessel's status reveals a large increase as well, especially in physical durability and combat ability. Kai's numbers also rise sharply, confirming the nuclei strength in all 3 of them. While reviewing the data, the young man notices something unfamiliar in the magic power section. He realizes a new value has appeared there that was not present before. The skeletons crowd around to inspect the change with him. Chris concludes the new figure is being counted separately from talent, which likely means it is beneficial, though the nuclei may still cause further changes over time. Satisfied for now, the young man notes that their increased magic power should make dungeon raiding easier. Kessel immediately wants to head into the dungeon and test the upgrade in battle. Chris shuts that down at once, insisting they first confirm the nuclei are stable and safe, and the young man quickly backs off from taking the risk. Instead, they begin testing their new abilities in a controlled way. Kessel demonstrates a blade wrapped in energy, and asks whether his master saw what he just did. He explains that this technique is sword aura, something normally reserved for at least A-rank mercenaries. The young man is amazed that one of his skeletons can already use such an advanced martial skill. Kai dismisses the feat as only the beginning and prepares to show something even more impressive. He channels power into his weapon for a stronger demonstration. Kai unleashes the sword aura outward as a ranged slash, carving through the rock wall. The young man is thrilled to see that Kai can fire sword aura like a projectile. Not to be outdone, Kessel claims he can do the same. He launches his own ranged sword aura attack with confidence. But the moment after releasing it, he senses something is wrong. His attack detonates badly instead of ending cleanly. The young man starts praising Kessel just before the situation goes sideways. Kessel collapses into a heap of bones from the backlash. Embarrassed and alarmed, he admits he used too much mana and overdid it. The others remind him they had gathered plenty of mana before entering, so burning through it that fast is a serious warning sign. Chris explains that ranged sword aura consumes huge amounts of mana, unlike ordinary melee use, and Kai quietly lets Kessel take the blame. The young man realizes this is a dangerous complication they had not anticipated during their first dungeon outing in a while. Chris immediately starts thinking of a long-term fix, such as inscribing mana absorption arrays onto their nuclei, but the young man postpones that expensive idea until after more spell card sales. Deciding to retreat before things worsen, he asks for help carrying Kessel back. Chris warns that retreat may already be impossible. A pack of gnolls emerges, led by a larger, more menacing one. The young man instantly recognizes the monsters and panics because Kessel is out of commission. More gnolls pour in, turning the encounter into a dangerous ambush. As the young man starts to lose control, Chris tells him to calm down and prepares a spell. Chris casts Lightning Bolt. The spell rips through the gnolls and stuns the charging pack. Without wasting the opening, Chris begins another spell. He follows up with Ice Breath. The ground freezes over, locking the battlefield into a slick, immobilizing trap. With the enemies slowed and exposed, Chris calls for Kai to strike. Kai meets the gnoll leader head-on before it can reach them. He cuts the leader down in a single decisive blow. The young man is stunned by how quickly the crisis is resolved once his servants coordinate properly. After the battle, Chris addresses him directly. He warns that a magician who panics cannot use his abilities properly, and may die because of that weakness. The young man accepts the criticism and admits he failed to keep his composure. Kessel, still just a skull in his hands, tries to cheer him up instead of letting him spiral into self-blame. The others remind him that he was an ordinary person only a few months ago and is already growing at an astonishing rate, with loyal allies to cover his weaknesses. Reassured, he steadies himself and accepts that he does not have to face everything alone. He thanks Kessel, Kai, and Chris for protecting him. Then he asks them to keep looking after him from now on as well. Back home that night, he parts from them warmly and tells them they all did well. He finally heads to bed, physically and emotionally drained. As he settles in, he admits he is exhausted but content. Sleep takes him almost immediately. He finds himself in a strange empty place, and realizes he is dreaming. There is nothing around him but blank space beneath his feet. After wandering pointlessly, he concludes the place is just a dream with no meaning. Annoyed by the absurdity of it, he decides there is no point searching for an exit. He gives up on moving and waits for the dream to end on its own. Then a glow suddenly appears from within his chest. He notices the strange light and looks down in confusion. The glow intensifies until he realizes his mana is surging out of control. Mana begins pouring from him in overwhelming waves. He immediately senses that the situation is dangerous. The runaway mana keeps swelling instead of stopping. Terrified, he desperately orders it to stop. He physically tries to force the surge down with his own hands. Even that fails to halt the flow. He grits through the pain as the pressure keeps building. Finally, he reframes the problem and commands the mana as something that belongs to him and must obey him. The force begins responding to his will instead of rampaging freely. Inside him, the mana condenses around his heart in a violent transformation. He braces himself as the process reshapes his internal magic structure. In the middle of the pain, he realizes something fundamental is changing. Far away, faint voices call for him to wake up and snap out of it. Those pleas finally break through, and he jolts awake in terror. All three skeletons are gathered over him, relieved that he is conscious again. Still disoriented, he asks why they are all in his room, and they tell him something serious almost happened. Chris explains that he sensed an abnormal mana disturbance coming from the room and rushed in. When they checked on him, an extreme amount of mana was pouring out of his body, enough that he could have died from mana exhaustion if it had continued. The young man immediately suspects the dream and the mana rampage were connected. He recounts that in the dream his mana had gone berserk and asks whether Chris was the one who calmed it down. Chris says no, the mana stabilized on its own, though its flow is now much steadier than before. That leaves the young man wondering whether he himself somehow brought it under control. As he thinks back on the dream, a realization begins to form. He studies his own hands as if testing whether something inside him has changed. To confirm it, he casually casts Light. The spell activates even when he uses a different spoken word, proving the trigger is no longer tied to the exact incantation. He concludes that mana exists inside his body, and therefore should be his to command. From that insight, he understands that mana is something he can directly control rather than merely borrow through formulas. Chris immediately recognizes the significance of what he is saying. Mana begins swirling around the room in response to the young man's new control. Chris formally congratulates him on becoming a true magician. He reveals that the breakthrough was so profound that the young man skipped the second circle entirely, and reached the third circle at once. The skeletons celebrate the leap as a major milestone, while the young man is still trying to process it. Even as he accepts the congratulations, he cannot understand how he advanced so suddenly. Chris explains that magic is deeply tied to the mind, so explosive growth can happen when understanding suddenly deepens. He adds that enlightenment does not have to be dramatic and can simply mean learning something essential about oneself. Such enlightenment differs from person to person, and what helps one magician may be useless to another. Because magicians value the sharing of insight regardless of practical worth, Chris asks to hear exactly what realization led to this breakthrough. The young man agrees to explain, though he first jokes that he would prefer to eat before giving a lecture. After hearing the explanation, Chris concludes that combining the talent's control and blessing of mana lets him move mana directly, allowing him to cast any spell he has already completed without relying on the formal spell name. The downside is that forcing magic beyond his level still costs far more mana, but within his limits he may now have an edge even against a magician one circle above him. The young man is delighted that he can finally contribute real magical firepower to the group instead of just relying on the skeletons. Chris immediately turns that excitement into a new burden by declaring that he must now learn every spell he possibly can. He explains that this new ability grows stronger the more spells the young man masters. Before the young man can protest properly, Chris drags him straight into special training. The others watch him get hauled away again, resigned to the routine. Time passes, and the dungeon countdown continues while he undergoes intense special training with Chris. During training, he practices offensive magic like Fire Bolt until he can unleash it explosively. He also learns to fire Magic Arrow rapidly and on command. His spellcasting becomes so aggressive that even his companions wonder if the studying has driven him slightly mad. For him, though, the relentless training is strangely therapeutic and relieves his stress. After another successful session, the skeletons praise how much his skills have improved and urge him not to overdo it. Back home, he finally gets to relax and cool off after the training. But the skeletons are waiting with another development and tell him to check their stats. Expecting nothing difficult, he casually opens the status screen. What he sees shocks him. All three skeletons have now gained proper classes: Kessel as a skeleton warrior, Kai as a skeleton knight, and Chris as a skeleton mage. Their maximum levels and stats have increased as well, even though their talents remain unchanged. The skeletons are unsurprised, since they had already noticed their bodies changing. Kessel points out that the transformation is visible externally too. To prove it, they stand beside the young man and ask him to compare their sizes. He is stunned to realize they have grown much larger, with stronger and sturdier frames than before. The realization hits him harder when he notices the changes are not limited to just one of them. Chris says his own body has also changed internally, even if the difference is less obvious from the outside. The young man jokes weakly about Chris not getting taller, but still wants to know why all of this happened. When they say the cause is him, he can only stare in confusion. Chris explains that the young man's recent ascent to the third circle influenced all of his summoned skeletons. That means his own growth likely strengthens them as well, suggesting their evolution is tied directly to his advancement. They conclude that while the full extent of the evolution is still unclear, one thing is certain: master and servants have all grown stronger together, so exploring the dungeon should now become much easier. Chris shuts down Hyunbak's hope of resuming the dungeon raid immediately, judging that his magic still needs work. Hyunbak accepts the criticism and realizes he is not ready yet. Chris then reveals that the truth is the opposite of Hyunbak's self-doubt, because his growth as a magician has already become exceptional. The real delay is practical. Their newly enchanted gear will only be finished next week, so the expedition is postponed until then. Until the equipment arrives, Hyunbak is dragged back into more training despite his protests. A week later, Chris is pleased that the promised preparations have been completed. Kessel proudly unveils a full suit of plate armor made for frontline combat. He boasts that it should outperform ordinary armor by a wide margin. The first test proves his point, as strengthening magic lets the armor shrug off a goblin's heavy blow. He adds acceleration magic as well, turning the armored skeleton into a far faster attacker. The armor also has weight control and automatic self-repair, making it both adaptable and durable. The same philosophy was applied to the sword, whose edge is preserved through magical sharpening, reinforcement, and repair. The two skeleton retainers are delighted with their upgraded weapons and armor. Seeing their excitement, Chris reveals that he also prepared something special for Hyunbak. Hyunbak is caught off guard by the unexpected gift. What Chris made for him is not a robe but a practical enchanted coat. Chris explains that the coat is reinforced, self-repairing, lightened by magic, and fitted with spatially expanded pockets. Those pockets can carry a large amount without burdening Hyunbak. Hyunbak is impressed by how much magic Chris managed to pack into all of the equipment, even if it cost a fortune. The others immediately start testing the coat's storage capacity and overstuffing it with random items. Chris warns them that no matter how good the gear is, it is still consumable and may fail if the dungeon proves harsher than expected. Hyunbak agrees that lasting equipment would be ideal, especially since they cannot predict what lies ahead. Before the discussion drifts further, Kessel pushes to stop talking and start field testing. He rallies everyone to head out and prove the new gear in real combat. The other two are just as impatient and eager to return to the dungeon. Hyunbak agrees to continue the raid and use the deeper floors to test the equipment under real conditions. With the plan settled, the party gathers mana and prepares to depart. As they are about to leave, Hyunbak notices something odd inside his new coat pocket. He pulls out a cat plushie and is baffled that it somehow ended up in there. Kessel only laughs, confirming that he stuffed the pocket with far more than he should have. The group enters the dungeon again, now dressed and armed for a serious push. A pack of goblins rushes them almost immediately, and Kessel welcomes the fight. He charges ahead, thrilled to finally cut loose. Chris opens the battle by launching a fireball before Kessel can fully engage. The spell detonates in front of the enemy line with overwhelming force. The surviving goblin leader is blasted and scorched but not killed outright. He is left stunned, barely understanding what just happened. Kessel explodes in anger because Chris nearly killed him again with friendly fire. Chris insists this time was different, arguing that he attacked first on purpose rather than misjudging the spell. Kessel rejects that distinction, while Chris calmly claims the distance was safe enough. Hyunbak has to step in and beg them not to start fighting each other inside the dungeon. He points out that any survivors could call reinforcements, making the situation much worse. By the time he says it, the remaining monsters have already fled. Kessel still fumes and tries to pin the escape on Chris, who refuses to take responsibility. Even so, the raid continues, with time still ticking down on the dungeon clear. The party advances deeper while one of the skeletons checks the next passage. They discover that the fleeing goblins have gathered a much larger force, including beasts. Among them are wounded survivors from earlier encounters, proving the monsters have consolidated. Kai quietly confirms the enemy concentration from the entrance. He estimates that roughly 50 monsters have massed together in one place. Hyunbak decides that if they are all gathered, it is better to wipe them out in one battle. The monsters notice the party and begin surging toward them. Hyunbak and Chris immediately ready their staves and prepare a coordinated spell response. They unleash fireballs together, blasting into the charging mob. The explosions tear through the front ranks, but the smoke reveals that many enemies are still coming. A beast breaks through the blast zone and lunges straight at the party. Its attack closes the distance too quickly for a simple retreat. Hyunbak reacts by raising a hand instead of panicking. He uses psychokinesis to seize control of nearby weapons in midair. The floating blades answer his will and turn into a telekinetic barrage. He sends them sweeping across the battlefield, cutting into the advancing beasts. With the charge disrupted, Kessel declares it his turn to take over. He meets the beast head-on and drives his armored shoulder into it. The impact sends the creature reeling away from the group. Kai follows by drawing his sword and preparing a ranged slash. His attack slices through the air and strikes the beast before it can recover. The remaining goblins flinch at how quickly the frontline threat is dismantled. Some of the smaller monsters immediately try to run again. Hyunbak refuses to let them escape and casts Earth Spike to cut off their route. Stone erupts from the ground and seals the tunnel ahead of the fleeing goblins. Chris reinforces the trap by freezing the blocked path with Ice Bolt. The ice attack impales and locks down the monsters clustered near the exit. Hyunbak realizes their side has nearly finished its share of the battle and turns his attention to Kessel. Kessel answers that there is no need for help because he has already cleaned up his side as well. Kai confirms that he is done too, leaving the battlefield effectively won. Relieved, Hyunbak asks how everyone's new equipment held up under real combat. Kessel praises the armor enthusiastically and especially enjoys the horn design on it. He proudly notes that those horns have already claimed several enemies. Kai and Chris are equally satisfied, saying the sword and their strengthened bodies performed exactly as hoped. But once the celebration settles, the three skeletons agree there is still one problem. When Hyunbak asks what is wrong, they tell him their count is too low. He initially misunderstands until they clarify that they mean their side's head count. Hyunbak casually suggests that if numbers are the issue, they can simply increase them. Chris clearly has more to say about that idea, but decides the deeper discussion should wait until they return home. Back at the apartment, Chris takes Hyunbak aside for a private conversation. The other two respectfully withdraw, recognizing that this is a matter between master and disciple. Hyunbak is confused by the sudden formality, but Chris insists the matter is serious. Chris frames the talk as one between teacher and student and prepares to discuss Hyunbak's future as a magician. Hyunbak waits in silence, sensing the weight of what is coming. Chris asks him to sit, turning the room into a proper lesson rather than a casual chat. Hyunbak complies and braces himself. Chris reminds him that he has already been taught many kinds of magic and asks whether any felt especially natural. Hyunbak immediately understands the implication behind the question. He remembers how exhausting the broad training has been and why Chris insisted on it. Chris explains that a magician eventually chooses a school of magic, and broad proficiency is necessary before making that irreversible choice. He had pushed Hyunbak so hard because the decision would shape everything that follows. Chris confirms that Hyunbak has reached the point where he must choose his school. He also warns that Hyunbak should not simply copy his teacher's path, because their talents are different and Chris is not formally his instructor. After considering Hyunbak's abilities, Chris suspects the answer is already clear to him. Hyunbak admits he made his decision some time ago after thinking it through carefully. He steels himself before saying it aloud. Hyunbak chooses the school of necromancy. He declares that he will take an oath of mana to become a necromancer. Chris explains that necromancy centers on summoning undead and creating constructs and chimeras. It also deals in poisons, curses, and chemical reagents, making it a dark and specialized discipline. Although powerful enough to rank among the strongest offensive schools, necromancy is widely feared and reviled. Because of that stigma, Chris argues that Hyunbak should wait and learn more before binding himself to it. Hyunbak counters that once a mana oath is made, mana adapts to the chosen school, which is exactly why he wants to commit now. Chris confirms that this would make necromancy easier to learn but would also narrow Hyunbak's future options. He warns that other schools would become harder or even impossible for Hyunbak to use afterward. Hyunbak says he understands the cost, and has still made up his mind. Chris asks him to explain why he is willing to choose such a dangerous path. Hyunbak gives 2 reasons, starting with a strong instinct that necromancy is the path on which he can become truly powerful. He pauses to gather the second reason, which is more personal. That second reason is Chris, Kessel, and Kai themselves. Hyunbak feels that ending up with them was fate rather than coincidence. He believes learning necromancy will let him help them in return. At the same time, he believes staying beside them will help him grow stronger too. Chris notes that intuition and fate are not the sort of reasons a typical magician would give. Hyunbak laughs and reminds him that magicians sometimes have to move on impulse, which is exactly what he is doing. Chris accepts the sincerity of that answer but warns again that the road ahead will be harsh and isolating. Hyunbak acknowledges the danger and refuses to back down. He asks Chris to help him if he ever regrets the choice, loses his way, or comes close to doing something unforgivable. Before he can even finish asking, movement outside the room interrupts the solemn mood. Hyunbak realizes someone has been listening in. Kessel and Kai burst in to promise that they will keep him in line and give him honest counsel if he ever strays. Moved by Hyunbak's resolve, Chris finally stops trying to dissuade him and formally accepts his intent. As Hyunbak prepares himself, mana begins gathering around his body in response. He starts the oath by invoking mana and naming himself. He vows that he will walk the chosen path without turning away. He completes the declaration by naming that path as that of a necromancer. Chris senses the oath taking hold and watches closely. A burst of violet power ignites in Hyunbak's chest as the oath reshapes his mana. The dark energy spreads around him while the others witness the transformation. When it ends, Chris formally recognizes Hyunbak as a true necromancer and offers his sincere blessing for his future. Hyunbak immediately asks the practical next question of how to obtain necromancy spellbooks. Chris tells him they can be bought at the dungeon marketplace, so access is not the problem. The real problem is price, because even the first circle tome costs an enormous sum. The second circle tome is even more expensive, making advancement financially brutal. By the third circle, the cost becomes staggering enough to make Hyunbak doubt they can afford the path at all. The skeletons estimate they can probably manage the first 2 tomes, though Hyunbak can already imagine his bank account dying. Chris responds with mock gravity, as if unveiling profound wisdom. His grand philosophy is simply that people leave the world with nothing, so money exists to be spent. Hyunbak can only sigh at how unserious that advice sounds. Later, back in the dungeon, Hyunbak decides to test his new necromancy personally while the others cover him. He reaches for the bones around him as if drawing on a new instinct. Using his first necromantic command, he casts Raise Skeleton and Raise Skeleton Archer. The scattered bones answer his mana and begin assembling into undead servants. A whole line of newly raised skeletons rises before the party, proving that Hyunbak's new school suits him immediately. Even Chris is impressed, while Hyunbak realizes he may be able to summon even more. As they descend, the group realizes their summoned skeletons may vary in strength, and they hope the deeper floors are not guarded by monsters as overwhelming as the first floors. When fresh enemies appear, they decide this is the perfect chance to test the undead army properly. At his command, the skeletons rush forward and meet the charging beasts head-on. Even after taking arrows, the dire wolves still crash into the front line with ferocity. One skeleton grapples a wolf up close, buying the others time to strike. The undead counterattack from behind and tear through the wolf pack with coordinated blows. The fight ends far more easily than expected, leaving the young necromancer surprised by how effective his summons already are. He starts to think his new power is not merely usable but exceptional. His companions point out that with proper weapons, the skeletons could become even deadlier. They check his condition and confirm that maintaining the summons has not yet drained his mana. That leads to a major realization. He can sustain many undead at low cost, though stacking offensive magic on top may still become expensive. Encouraged, he decides to push all the way to the end, while his undead remind him that overconfidence can still get them killed. Time passes in the dungeon raid, and after months of progress he is still exploring, with the failure deadline drawing closer. Elsewhere, someone curses himself for missing another chance to obtain the valuable spell cards. A guild leader learns that none of his members managed to secure any cards either. He checks the trade listings and sees the cards are already being resold at inflated prices. Though disgusted that life-saving items are being scalped for profit, he is still forced to consider buying them. Then a new message arrives and instantly changes his mood. The contents shock him enough to make him freeze for a moment. He immediately orders a package connected to the dungeon entrance to be brought to him at once. Inside the box are stacks of the very spell cards everyone has been scrambling to buy. A letter reveals that the person he once helped has become the seller, and is repaying him with a gift of 100 cards after clearing the second floor. Seeing his long-shot kindness pay off, he entrusts future card purchases to his subordinate and decides to focus on researching the cards themselves. His subordinate asks to reserve enough cards for dungeon use in case of emergency. The guild leader agrees, but his mind is already moving toward a bigger goal, making spell cards himself instead of relying on others. Back in the dungeon, one of the undead bluntly proposes that they should sell even more cards while demand is high. The necromancer is caught off guard that this idea is coming up right after the latest sales round ended. He is told the market is already being flooded with counterfeits. For the moment, that only makes authentic cards more valuable because buyers are desperate for the real thing. But his advisor warns that competent imitators will eventually produce convincing copies. So the undead urge him to exploit the monopoly while it still exists. He accepts the logic, even if the naked greed behind it makes him uneasy. Putting business aside, the party resumes its advance deeper into the dungeon. They move carefully through the tunnels with the skeletons guarding him from the front. Using walkthrough information, he expects dire wolves and slimes on the 3rd floor and warns his fighters to watch for acid that could ruin their gear. One skeleton questions whether the walkthrough can be trusted at all, since earlier floors already differed from the reports. They recall that even the 2nd floor boss was much stronger than the guide had claimed. Soon they are forced into battle with a pack of orcs, and the skeletons meet them without hesitation. The orc boss begins gathering dark magic, revealing itself to be a magician as well as a brute. His mage companion judges the boss to be around 3rd circle strength, stronger than expected but still manageable. The orc tries to complete its spell before the undead can close in, but raw magical talent cannot save it from being an orc in melee range. The skeleton mage crushes the boss decisively before it can turn the fight. The necromancer jokes that he might have recruited it if it had been stronger, but in truth it never had a chance. After the victory, one of the skeletons notices something is wrong with the floor ahead. Monsters should already be appearing, yet the tunnels remain unnaturally empty, so they decide not to push forward blindly. None of them have sensed any life since entering this area, which makes the silence even more suspicious. Accepting the warning, he decides to send ghosts ahead to scout instead of risking the whole party. He summons a group of ghosts and prepares them for reconnaissance. He gives the ghosts their orders and sends them out in multiple directions. The ghosts fan out through the tunnels to search the floor. While they wait, the armored skeleton suggests the monsters may be hiding for an ambush, and everyone agrees they cannot relax just because they have grown stronger. As he thinks through the possibilities, his attention is drawn to something hidden deeper in the dungeon. He discovers a massive sealed door that clearly does not belong in an ordinary corridor. The moment he notices it, he realizes they may have found the true center of the floor. The whole party quickly gathers in front of the strange structure. Standing before it, they understand they have reached something far more serious than a normal encounter. The scouts confirm it is a boss room, and worse, a place where previous explorers were completely wiped out. A dark presence leaks from behind the door, confirming that something powerful waits inside. The armored skeleton identifies the boss as undead. Because they are undead themselves, the skeletons can sense its nature immediately, and they warn that undead bosses are dangerous whether weak or strong because they can easily snowball into overwhelming numbers. Even so, the necromancer wants to at least learn what kind of undead it is before retreating, though he is warned that a ghost scout might be detected. He sends a ghost in anyway, gambling that the information is worth the risk. The ghost slips through the boss room and begins searching among pillars and darkness. It presses deeper into the chamber, moving as quietly as possible. Then it senses an enormous shape lurking in the gloom. The outline resolves into a gigantic skeletal creature with wings and a long tail. The sight is so absurd that the necromancer physically recoils in disbelief. He collapses backward, horrified by what the ghost has shown him. Unable to accept it, he wonders why something like that could possibly exist in an F-rank dungeon. The vision reveals a dragon-shaped skeleton with a burning red eye. Back outside the room, the skeletons exchange uneasy looks as they wait for him to recover. He sits in stunned silence, clutching his head as the scale of the threat sinks in. At last his advisor presses him to explain exactly what he saw. Still shaken, he struggles to force the words out. When he finally says it was a dragon, the skeletons are jolted by the answer. His mage companion immediately starts thinking through what that could mean. The necromancer clarifies that it was not a living dragon, but a dragon made entirely of white bones, a bone dragon. That detail makes Chris realize it is not actually a true bone dragon at all. He explains that real dragons shape nature itself, and their elemental attributes are reflected in their bodies. A true white dragon would radiate freezing cold so intense that the entire room should have been covered in frost. Since the scout saw no ice or chill at all, that possibility can be ruled out. Chris concludes the boss is an undead imitation built from the bones of other creatures, a skeleton dragon rather than a genuine dragon species. The necromancer repeats the term, trying to grasp the distinction. Chris adds that skeleton dragons take a long time to fully form, so the one in the room is probably still incomplete, and that insight leads him to a broader theory. He introduces the law of dungeon capacity, the idea that a dungeon's rank limits the total level and number of monsters it can sustain. Using that framework, he explains that the dungeon cannot exceed its allotted monster load. That would mean the 3rd floor is empty because the unfinished skeleton dragon is consuming the entire floor's capacity, making it as strong as all the missing monsters combined, but still theoretically within the limits of an F-rank dungeon. The necromancer asks if that really means they still have a chance. Chris answers with absolute confidence that he will make sure they win and survive. He vows to do it not only for his master but for all of them. The necromancer realizes Chris is ultimately acting for his own sake too, but that only makes him seem more dependable. He thanks Chris warmly, and the other skeletons immediately protest at being overlooked despite standing beside him the whole time. From then on, they devote themselves to study and preparation instead of rushing the boss room. They continue individual training, and 3 months pass while they sharpen their abilities. When the time finally comes, the necromancer is nervous, but he reminds himself this is the last floor and that failure would let the dungeon spill monsters into the outside world. Knowing there will be no second chance, he rallies the group and leads them in for the decisive battle. He opens the boss room and commits them to the fight. The moment he enters, he senses something is wrong. The skeleton dragon has grown stronger during the months they spent preparing. Worse, the floor is now crawling with lesser skeletons, though he quickly judges that the situation is still within the range they had estimated. Chris calls out to him, ready to act the instant orders are given. The necromancer responds immediately and begins casting without hesitation. He raises a fresh wave of skeleton warriors from the battlefield to reinforce their side. He tries to hand battlefield command to Kai again, but the enemy interrupts before the order is finished. The skeleton dragon roars and sends its own undead surging forward, turning the chamber into a contest of command over the dead. He instantly realizes the dragon is trying to seize control of his skeletons. The two necromantic wills clash directly as the dragon's red domination presses against his purple command. Refusing to surrender his army, he pours everything into holding his claim over the skeletons. His barrier of control barely withstands the dragon's attempt to break through. The dragon drives its minions into a full assault while looming over the battlefield itself. Kai and Kessel answer the threat at once and prepare to meet the charge. The dragon reveals another danger when it activates the gem bombs they had planted in advance. A chain of expensive explosive gems detonates around it, and the skeletons gleefully hope the trap has finally crippled the monster. The blast tears through the chamber, but the dragon survives the explosion. Seeing the fight drag on and new enemies appear whenever the dragon is hurt, Chris warns that they need more skeletons and cannot afford a long battle. Kessel and Kai decide to push harder on the front line and buy the necromancer the time he needs. Kessel complains that the silver coating on his weapon is good against undead but prevents mana absorption, leaving him unable to replenish himself mid-fight. Kai tells him to stop whining and keep swinging, even as his own weapon starts failing under the strain. The punishment of the battle finally snaps Kai's weapon apart. Rather than retreat, he drives the broken remains into an enemy and keeps fighting with sheer stubbornness. The dragon grows visibly enraged as its resistance continues to be challenged. It retaliates with a violent burst that slams into the front line and batters Kai and Kessel. Seeing the pressure mounting, the necromancer unveils another prepared spell and summons clay golems. Several golems rise from the ground to serve as fresh shields and blunt the dragon's attacks. The dragon screams in fury at the new obstacle. The golems swarm it and physically pin down its movements. They keep piling onto it, forcing the dragon lower and lower. For a moment, the mass of clay succeeds in restraining the monster. The necromancer urgently calls to Chris, trusting him to finish the opening they created. Chris gathers a huge surge of blue mana, preparing a decisive spell. He commits himself fully and launches the attack. Chris casts Explosion directly into the trapped dragon. The chamber erupts in a second, even larger blast. Everyone waits through the smoke, desperate to know whether that was enough. When the dust clears, the dragon is still standing, but they believe its head nucleus must have been destroyed. The necromancer starts to believe they have finally won. Then another violent impact cuts that hope short, and Kessel is struck down. The necromancer freezes in shock at the sudden reversal. His companions shout at him to snap out of it before the battle is lost. He forces himself back to awareness. Looking up, he sees the dragon still alive and moving despite the damage. Chris realizes the truth. A skeleton dragon should never have existed in an F-rank dungeon, and that impossibility is exactly what makes it a stroke of fate for them. He explains that the original third-floor boss was actually an orc necromancer, not the dragon itself. That necromancer had been driven to the brink of death by earlier explorers. In desperation, it tried to create a skeleton dragon as a last resort. But the creature it made was too powerful for its creator to control. The orc necromancer lost command because the skeleton dragon exceeded it completely. Freed from control, the unstable dragon began devouring everything around it, including explorers, its own creator, and even the dungeon's strength as new monsters kept spawning. Because it was still incomplete and unstable, the skeleton dragon never formed a true head nucleus at all. A skeletal dragon begins to form out of hatred, fixating on the human it wants dead. Its murderous intent sharpens as the creature fully awakens and vows to kill him. The newly born bone dragon charges forward, no longer a hidden threat but an immediate one. Its glowing eye locks onto its target with lethal certainty. Kim Hyunbak realizes the situation has turned disastrous and freezes for a moment. Forcing himself to act, he orders Chris to prepare the strongest spell while the others buy time. But even as he gives the command, he knows his own mana is nearly exhausted from the last attack. Kessel, trapped and badly damaged, offers up his mana instead despite his frustration at being unable to move. Hyunbak accepts immediately, and Kessel tells him to take everything he has. Even after draining Kessel dry, Hyunbak realizes the borrowed power still is not enough. That leaves him with only one remaining option. He turns to the forbidden method of converting his own lifespan into mana. As the spell takes hold, he experiences the pain of sacrificing part of his life to keep fighting. The mana surges beyond what he has ever held, yet the cost leaves him feeling hollow. Chris notices the strain and worries for his master. Hyunbak hides the damage and insists that surviving today matters more than anything else. He refocuses the group on escaping alive, even as more enemies close in. Chris proves he can still fight and prepares to use the gems in his hand as weapons. A blast erupts among the mud creatures, buying the group a brief opening. The dragon emerges through the smoke, still unshaken and still hunting them. Hyunbak and his skeletons brace themselves as the battlefield clears around them. Chris warns Hyunbak that danger is coming from another direction. The dragon rushes in while the remaining mud monsters continue to press from behind. The dragon unleashes a charged attack, forcing the battle into a direct clash. Kessel recognizes the incoming breath attack and urgently tells Hyunbak to evade. Instead of fleeing, the group throws up a desperate barrier while the monsters surround them. The dragon crashes into the defense with overwhelming force. The impact detonates the barrier in a violent burst of light and shattered magic. Hyunbak barely shields himself as the explosion tears through the area. He is hurled across the ground, his staff broken and his allies scattered. Coughing blood, he refuses to accept dying here. Then he sees the remains of his companions strewn across the battlefield and understands how badly they were hit. The sight jolts him into panic and rage. He assesses the truth at once. The dragon is still strong, his body is failing, and none of his allies can keep fighting. Even so, he decides he must force one last chance into existence and uses psychokinesis to move. Knowing the attempt is reckless and likely to fail, he commits anyway because surrender would mean certain death. He drives himself forward with sheer desperation. As he reaches the dragon, he tries to impose domination over it through raw will. For a moment, man and dragon are isolated in a mental struggle for control. The dragon rejects him furiously, insisting that a human has no right to command a mighty dragon. Hyunbak counters by denying its pride, calling it only an imitation rather than the real thing. He turns that insult into an offer, arguing that even a fake can surpass the original if it submits to him. When the dragon scoffs at being challenged by a mere human, Hyunbak answers that humans exist to keep changing and surpassing limits. He promises that if the dragon joins him, it can grow beyond what it could ever become alone. Then he raises the stakes completely, declaring that if it refuses, they will die together under his rule. Still locked in that gamble, he hangs before the dragon with nothing left but conviction. He seizes the dragon by the head and forces the pact at point-blank range. The backlash throws him away the instant the struggle breaks. He falls helplessly toward the ground, spent and defenseless. At the last second, giant skeletal hands catch him and keep him alive. Realizing he survived, Hyunbak understands the gamble worked. The dragon's eyes change, showing that its state has fundamentally shifted. The raid is officially recorded as cleared after 329 days, and the impossible victory is confirmed. The dragon accepts the logic Hyunbak forced on it, and resolves to become strong despite being a fake. It vows to keep growing until it surpasses true dragons, but demands that Hyunbak keep his promise to help it do so. Elsewhere, attention turns to a secret support organization hidden inside an ordinary Gangnam office building. A staff member brings in a report on the cleared F-rank dungeon, treating it as a matter important enough for upper management. The executive immediately understands that an ordinary F-rank clear would not warrant such urgency. He is handed the full report, and told the details are too unusual to summarize quickly. When he sees how extensive the file is, he asks what could possibly have happened. The answer shocks him before he even finishes reading. He slams the report down, calling the contents unbelievable. What stuns him most is not that someone solo cleared a dungeon, but that a skeleton dragon appeared there and was tamed. The report identifies the tamer as Kim Hyunbak, a third-circle necromancer with unusually strong undead and a rare A-rank talent. The executive explodes over how such a valuable talent was neglected until now and orders everyone responsible disciplined while demanding proper support from this point on. Even as he gives the order, he realizes Hyunbak may resent being ignored until after proving his worth. Back in recovery, Hyunbak cannot stop thinking that although he lived, he was still decisively beaten. He replays the moment and knows that if the dragon had used its breath attack directly on him, he would have died. That realization leaves him bitter and angry at his own weakness. Chris reminds him that the outcome matters most. None of them actually died that day. He explains that Chris and Kai shielded Hyunbak from the dragon's necro breath. To survive the blast, they threw their skull nuclei out of the attack's range so their bodies could be destroyed without killing them. After Hyunbak woke up, Chris told him they had moved only one nucleus each as an emergency measure, and that narrow decision saved them. Chris urges him not to let regret poison him now that the danger has passed. Hyunbak accepts that the raid was still a major success, since no one died and he even gained Nidhogg. Nidhogg immediately corrects him, insisting it was not tamed by force but chose to allow the bond. Chris backs Hyunbak anyway, reminding the dragon that receiving a name gave it an ego and a path to grow stronger through its master. He also warns Nidhogg that, whatever its pride, it remains under Hyunbak's control in the end. Nidhogg clicks its tongue at that reminder but does not deny it. Instead, it threatens Hyunbak directly. If he breaks his promise to make it stronger than a real dragon, it will kill him and use him as a stepping stone. Hyunbak accepts the threat calmly, deciding to keep the promise if only to stay alive. Once his condition stabilizes, he starts looking forward to the short period of freedom granted as a reward for clearing the dungeon. Chris confirms that his free time will begin once he can safely leave the house, which should take about 15 days. Kessel and Kai drop by to tease him for already thinking about going outside, and he greets them warmly. They explain they are rotating shifts to watch over him, with Kessel just filling in for the others. Chris leaves to resume making spell cards and equipment, while Hyunbak recovers. Kessel also prepares to leave for his own plans, while Kai fusses over whether Hyunbak is still uncomfortable anywhere. Kai accepts Hyunbak's reassurance and finally relaxes. Time passes, and the day Hyunbak can finally leave arrives. He steps out of the house in ordinary clothes, thrilled to be outside again. He heads down through the building, savoring even the simple act of leaving home. The bright daylight at the exit feels overwhelming after so long indoors. When he reaches the street, the ordinary city itself feels new to him. He is delighted just to sightsee, while his companions excitedly experience the outside world through his senses. For the skeletons in Nidhogg, this unfamiliar world is fascinating, and they ask him to take in as much as possible for them. Hyunbak gladly agrees and spends the day wandering the city. He enjoys simple pleasures from scenic views to crowded night markets, treating normal life like a treasure. By evening, satisfied and holding a warm drink, he decides it is time to head back. His hidden companions protest playfully, clearly not ready for the outing to end. Hyunbak admits he had not planned to return so early either. But watching other people with their families and loved ones reminds him that everyone has somewhere they belong. He decides to go back to his own place, especially since they will soon be busy searching for a new house. On the way home, he takes a taxi through the city at night. The driver assumes he is just a tourist visiting Seoul, and Hyunbak goes along with it. The driver advises him to return early because the times have become dangerous and unsettling. He explains that dozens of people have recently vanished across the country, with only massive blood loss left behind, and Hyunbak immediately suspects monsters. His companions agree that monsters are a likely cause, but remind him that humans can be killers too. That possibility leaves Hyunbak silent and thoughtful. His companions ask what he intends to do if the disappearances really are connected to something dangerous. Hyunbak decides to do nothing unless it directly concerns him, admitting he is only an ordinary person with limited ability, and no desire to risk his life over uncertainty. Chris approves the caution, saying a magician must know his limits or die from reckless bravado. The driver's warning about pointless involvement reinforces that staying out of danger is often the wiser choice. Chris adds that Hyunbak now has a duty to survive and honor his pact rather than throw himself into meaningless risks. Hyunbak thinks over that advice in silence. In the end, he accepts their judgment and thanks them for supporting his decision. Later, back home, he opens a door inside the house. Behind it lies the dungeon passage still connected to his home. He sighs at how quickly his precious free time disappeared. Chris points out that time always feels short when it is spent well. The group has also spent the week searching for a better place to live, and the move is nearly complete. Hyunbak is pleased with the size of the new house and realizes it should finally have enough room to release Nidhogg properly. More importantly, the new house sits atop a Manhwa line, making it ideal for a magician. Chris is delighted that they acquired such a perfect magical location so cheaply. With the move settled, everyone's attention turns back to preparing for the next dungeon. While checking his phone with the others crowding around, Hyunbak notices that a new quest has arrived. The system orders all explorers who cleared the first dungeon to clear a slightly higher F+ dungeon within 400 days, warning that it will be more dangerous and brutal despite the small rank increase. The others initially treat the next dungeon as easy, happy that it is not yet an E-rank challenge. Hyunbak immediately rebukes that attitude and tells them they are getting careless. He reminds them that even the last dungeon produced Nidhogg, so something worse could easily appear in the next one. Kessel and Kai accept the warning and admit that overconfidence and carelessness are what get explorers killed. Chris also acknowledges that he had let his guard down without noticing. The others apologize sincerely for becoming too relaxed after their success. Hyunbak forgives them, tells them to take things more seriously, and declares that preparations for the second raid begin now. The story then shifts to another explorer in a far darker dungeon, already reduced to begging for help as everything collapses around him. Wounded and terrified, he stares at a horned monster and realizes he is facing death. He reflects that everything began when his house became linked to a dungeon, and that although he was once afraid, he managed to clear the first one with other explorers. That victory had still cost several allies their lives. Afterward, he and his surviving comrades were so moved by their shared survival that they decided to form a clan together. They dreamed of building the greatest guild in Korea and eventually the world. Now, bleeding in the dark, he realizes that dream has led him here instead. A monstrous horned beast looms over him as he crawls helplessly on the blood-stained floor. He wonders if this is truly the end. Then a hidden voice offers revenge against the man responsible for his ruin. The horned creature hushes him and reveals that it has already been watching Hyunbak carefully. It offers to take revenge if the wounded explorer will provide everything he knows about Hyunbak. After hearing about a roaming boss monster that can grow, the creature realizes the quest's warning was genuine and decides Hyunbak will be easy to eliminate with the right information. Back in the present, the second dungeon begins brutally as skeletons close in on a horned beast, while battle erupts at once. The beast lashes out in a savage charge, trying to break through the undead assault. Bones scatter under the impact, but the attack fails to stop the tide. The horned monster finds itself surrounded by advancing skeletons, and the new raid opens with the hunters already in control. A horned beast tears through the remaining skeletons as the fight in the cave reaches its end. The creature is hurled down hard, ending its resistance. Someone steps forward into the aftermath. The masked man calmly concludes that the one he was chasing has escaped. The wounded survivor realizes someone else has appeared and freezes in alarm. A warning comes too late as a far more terrifying monster descends behind the masked man. Instead of being caught off guard, the masked man answers with immediate force. The survivor can only stare, unable to understand what he is seeing. Dark magic and bones surge from the fallen beast, beginning a new summoning. The creature's skull ignites with unnatural power. Wings of bone and membrane unfold from the forming body. The survivor recognizes the summon as a dragon and is stunned by the scale of it. The masked man corrects him, explaining that this is not a true bone dragon but a weaker skeleton dragon. Even so, he makes clear that the creature has the potential to surpass a real dragon one day. He presents the helpless survivor as the dragon's first prey and orders Nidhogg to finish him. Then, crouching beside the main man, he points out that the victim is in no condition to resist. He offers a miracle in exchange for obedience, promising to restore the man's severed arm if they make a deal. He clarifies that this will not be charity, and asks what the man can offer in return. Driven by terror, the survivor begs for salvation and offers everything he has. The masked man names his price plainly, the man's soul as collateral. Later, the masked man returns to his normal life and clicks through his computer. He sees that the sale of legitimate spell cards has finally begun in earnest. At home, he and his skeletal companions gather around the screen to watch the results. One skeleton grumbles that even with his method and notes, the others still needed a month to reproduce the cards. The young man laughs it off, reminding him that those people have barely been learning magic for a year. His thoughts return to the cave, replaying the moment he offered to restore a severed arm through a soul contract. The injured man had first reacted with disbelief, unable to imagine such healing was possible. The masked negotiator insisted that it could be done, forcing the man to reconsider. Acknowledging the man's distrust, he decided to prove his claim instead of arguing further. He announced that he would settle the matter another way, leaving the victim uneasy. A restoration spell circle bloomed beneath the wounded man as the masked mage began casting. Magic condensed at the stump, rebuilding what had been lost. The injured man watched in shock as impossible healing unfolded before his eyes. His arm returned, and the sight shattered his last certainty about what was possible. Overwhelmed, he asked who this mysterious savior was, and the masked man chose the alias Wanhyo instead of his real name. The survivor repeats the name, trying to grasp who he has just met. With the proof complete, Wanhyo asks again whether the man is ready to sign a contract. This time the answer is immediate, as desperate voices rush to accept his terms. That day, Hyunbok secured 21 soul-backed contracts from survivors he had saved. He bound them to secrecy and demanded all mana crystals from their dungeon clear rewards. In return, he sent them a manual teaching spell card production. They would manufacture and sell the cards, taking only a commission while funneling the real gains back to him. He cheerfully frames the arrangement as effortless passive income, while his undead note that this sounds a lot like building followers after all. He admits he once wanted no followers, but has decided they are necessary protection. He explains that soul contracts are as binding as mana vows, letting him call on those people when needed while keeping the relationship hidden. One skeleton realizes this creates a secret master-servant network known only to the participants. Another excitedly compares him to the hidden masterminds from novels, embarrassing him. He denies the grand comparison while the skeletons keep teasing him anyway. Their joking is interrupted when his phone announces a new quest. Seeing the alert, he realizes the next dungeon has already opened. He hopes this run will proceed normally, without another irregular disaster. The new challenge is E-Rank Dungeon 1313, and despite a warning against complacency, he decides they are prepared even if irregularities appear. Inside the dungeon, the armored skeleton Kessel quickly grows frustrated from inactivity. After 30 minutes without a single monster, the party's impatience rises, especially because Kessel wants to test his new gear. The young man suddenly senses something and cuts the complaints short. He orders everyone to halt, and Kessel immediately perks up at the prospect of prey. The scout reports that the approaching presence is not monsters at all, but human explorers. He pinpoints them as a group of 19 dungeon explorers about 5 minutes away. Their equipment suggests they are experienced frontline fighters, many armed with crossbows. Asked how to respond, the young man reaches for his mask. He decides to meet them first, but orders everyone to stay ready for battle and to communicate only by telepathy from now on. His disguised party moves out to intercept the newcomers. The other group notices them and turns in surprise. Wanhyo appears before them flanked by his disguised undead companions, presenting a controlled and mysterious front. Their red-haired leader introduces himself as Kim Jung-hyuk and opens with friendly confidence. Wanhyo returns the greeting without revealing anything more than politeness. He gives the name Wanhyo, and Kim Jung-hyuk asks whether he has any other party members. Wanhyo claims he is alone, even while his disguised undead stand directly behind him. Kim Jung-hyuk immediately questions that obvious contradiction. Wanhyo smoothly explains that the figures behind him are undead he tamed in his first dungeon and has raised ever since. Kim Jung-hyuk reacts with exaggerated admiration at the unusual method. Behind the praise, he is clearly evaluating Wanhyo more seriously now that he knows how far skeleton raising has taken him. Kim Jung-hyuk invites Wanhyo to join forces, arguing that a magician with summons would benefit from protection in an E-rank dungeon. Wanhyo senses there is something off about the man making the offer. Kim Jung-hyuk keeps smiling and presses for a temporary alliance. Wanhyo accepts outwardly, deciding to stay close and observe. Kim Jung-hyuk welcomes him enthusiastically, pleased to have him under his wing. Wanhyo follows along as Kim Jung-hyuk offers to introduce him to the rest of the group. Kessel privately bristles at the whole exchange, already disliking the red-haired leader. Wanhyo is brought before the larger gathering of survivors and fighters. As Kim Jung-hyuk smiles for the crowd, Wanhyo judges him to be deeply unpleasant. The quest window updates to show that 16 people have already died, confirming the dungeon's danger. Back in the present, the young man reflects grimly on how many died in a single day. One of his skeletons notes that, given the survivor's actual ability, the death toll is not surprising. The young man agrees that the explorers were weaker than he expected from people who had already cleared 2 dungeons. He had assumed more competence, but their performance fell short. After seeing them struggle with even a modest fight, he concludes they are not worth relying on in battle. Chris points out that the people watching the quest window must be anxious, especially anyone connected to the dead. He adds that frightened survivors will naturally search for someone to cling to. That makes Kim Jung-hyuk's contact information a perfect lifeline for desperate people. Chris reports that Kim Jung-hyuk is already very active on the public forum and asks how they should respond. The young man realizes Chris has somehow taken his phone again, but the theft is beside the point. He agrees Kim Jung-hyuk cannot be ignored, because if he gathers the remaining survivors his influence will grow quickly. Kai bluntly admits that Kim Jung-hyuk bothers him on instinct alone. Kessel immediately backs that feeling with loud enthusiasm. He declares outright that he hates the man. The young man asks what exactly makes them distrust Kim Jung-hyuk so much. Kai can only list everything about him, from his face to his attitude, which amounts to simple dislike. But the orange-hooded skeleton insists there is a more concrete reason centered on Kim Jung-hyuk's own party members. While Kim Jung-hyuk was speaking kindly, those followers stayed unnaturally silent, and their smiles never reached their eyes. To Kai, those expressions looked unmistakably like hatred. Chris cautions that intuition alone is not proof and cannot justify action by itself. Kai refuses to dismiss instinct so easily. The young man mediates, saying intuition matters because people can hate for trivial reasons, but it still does not count as definite evidence. Kai then asks Chris whether she truly believes Kim Jung-hyuk is trustworthy. Chris answers no and says it would be best to eliminate him before he grows stronger, if they can. However, she insists they should only move once they have undeniable proof. She then reveals that such proof already exists, and that Kim Jung-hyuk has given them a clear reason to kill him. The young man braces himself and asks what that reason is. Chris lays out her case for why Kim Jung-hyuk must be eliminated. After hearing her explanation, the young man finds himself forced to agree. He resolves that Kim Jung-hyuk has to die before it is too late. Soon after, Kim Jung-hyuk posts a public message calling all survivors of the dungeon to gather in 3 days and unite for survival. The young man and 2 skeletons read the post as soon as it appears on the dungeon site. Kim Jung-hyuk's message stresses the 16 deaths, claims the dungeon is far harder than expected, and urges everyone to meet so they can form a common plan. The young man notes that the meeting is set for 3 days later. Chris sees that delay as useful rather than threatening. She decides they will use the time to prepare everything needed to eliminate Kim Jung-hyuk properly. The young man recognizes this ruthless thoroughness as exactly what he expects from Chris. Feeling her relentless will through magic, he is reminded why making an enemy of a magician is so dangerous. 3 days later, survivors gather in the dungeon at the coordinates Kim Jung-hyuk provided. Kim Jung-hyuk opens the meeting by confirming that everyone can hear him. Wanhyo and his disguised undead stand among the crowd as Kim Jung-hyuk begins. Kim Jung-hyuk thanks everyone for coming and immediately frames the E-rank dungeon as a crisis far beyond what they faced before. He claims that even though he entered fully prepared, the monsters were stronger than expected, and says only teamwork prevented casualties in his own group. He warns the crowd that the dungeon kills instantly the moment anyone lets down their guard. Then he shifts from fear to hope, arguing that others have cleared E-rank dungeons before, so they can too. He says their individual talents differ, but insists that if they unite he already has a way to bridge those gaps. After building that optimism, he turns to practical concerns and identifies money as the biggest obstacle. He points out that monster hunting is their livelihood, and dividing loot among a large alliance would reduce everyone's profits. He warns that once money and strong personalities collide, internal conflict could spiral out of control. He adds that without a leadership structure, even mediating those disputes would become impossible. With the crowd primed, he proposes creating a guild. He claims he learned that a guild system update is coming soon, making the idea timely and realistic. He further tempts them by saying a guild would increase monster profits by 30%, revealing that he wants more than mere cooperation. He formally repeats the proposal, now steering everyone toward a single organized power. Then he names himself as the future guild master. The declaration ripples through the crowd as people process his ambition. Murmurs spread among the gathered survivors. Kim Jung-hyuk explains that he deserves leadership because he gained a special power by strengthening his talent. The crowd is immediately shaken by the idea that talent growth can produce an entirely new superpower. He reveals his B-rank talent, subordinate control, which lets him command weaker or lower-ranked people, though not fully override their free will. He says the ability can at least stop weaker people's bodies for a moment, but fails on anyone stronger than him. Still, he boasts that relentless effort let him develop the talent far beyond its original limits. He unveils the result, a power that strengthens the talents of those under his rule. That promise shocks the audience, because talent enhancement sounds almost too valuable to be real. He names the power Blessing Under the Shade and says it raises a subordinate's talent by 1 full level if they contract under his banner. To make the offer irresistible, he calls someone forward and says he will demonstrate the effect immediately. He instructs the volunteer to simply agree to a contract with him, and the man complies. Kim Jung-hyuk announces that the volunteer is now his subordinate, and prepares to display his superpower to the entire crowd. A young explorer confirms through the system that his talent has truly advanced, and the sudden growth leaves him exhilarated. As he checks the upgrade from Robbery B to Robbery C, he realizes the contract-based power boost is real. The others quickly grasp the implications and begin believing this ability could make clearing the dungeon easy. Kim Jung-hyuk uses that excitement to argue that his power grows with status, so he should become guild master. He presents the bid as altruism, claiming he only wants to improve everyone's odds of survival and spread the benefit widely. But he also admits the hidden core of his ambition: anyone under his blessing becomes easier for him to dominate. To calm fears, he offers a safeguard and declares he will bind himself with a mana vow on the spot. The crowd is reminded that a mana vow is absolute, and breaking it means losing mana and dying under a backlash of surrounding mana. He seals the vow with mana, making the promise visibly binding. Jung-hyuk swears he will never give guild members unreasonable orders, using the vow to make himself appear trustworthy. That display wins the room, and many begin openly supporting him as a worthy guild master candidate. He thanks them warmly, pleased that his performance has worked. Privately, he decides the matter is settled and believes victory is already his. A sudden interruption cuts through his confidence. A masked magician named Wonhyo arrives with several strange companions and praises the guild proposal, while drawing everyone's attention. Wonhyo singles out Jung-hyuk's talent-boosting power as truly extraordinary. Jung-hyuk receives the praise eagerly, flattered that a skilled magician recognizes his value. Wonhyo politely asks permission to raise a question, and Jung-hyuk agrees without sensing the trap. Wonhyo restates Jung-hyuk's ability and confirms that his coercion strengthens under the blessing, though stronger minds can resist it. That answer makes Wonhyo focus on the word resist, as if it explains something important. He abruptly accuses Jung-hyuk of having caused the deaths of 16 people. The accusation shocks the gathered explorers and instantly changes the mood. Jung-hyuk tries to laugh it off, pretending the charge is absurd. Wonhyo clarifies that the dead were people Jung-hyuk tried to control, but who kept resisting his commands until they died. He presses further, implying the known 16 may not even be the full count. Jung-hyuk realizes he is facing someone dangerous enough to know his past. He loudly denies ever killing anyone and offers to make another mana vow to prove it. He swears under mana that he never personally killed other dungeon explorers, and the vow accepts his wording. Because the vow does not reject him, some onlookers begin doubting Wonhyo's accusation instead. Even Wonhyo's armored companion wants to rush in and kill Jung-hyuk, but Wonhyo restrains him and chooses to dismantle the lie carefully. Wonhyo calmly revises the accusation and says Jung-hyuk did not murder them directly. He states the truth more precisely. Jung-hyuk made 16 people kill one another. Then he twists the knife by mocking Jung-hyuk's euphemisms, saying he merely requested it. Wonhyo begins recounting the previous dungeon, where Jung-hyuk had been one of 28 explorers. He describes Jung-hyuk as an unremarkable man who became desperate to get ahead through whatever talent he had. That desperation led him to obtain Blessing Under the Shade, a power built on control. Wonhyo judges that the real problem was not the talent itself, but Jung-hyuk's rotten character. Using mana vows to lower suspicion, Jung-hyuk drew fellow explorers under his influence until the raid was nearly over. At the end, he forced the resistors to kill each other and made the compliant kill those who still refused him. So while he never struck the fatal blows himself, he undeniably orchestrated the murders. Jung-hyuk erupts in outrage and demands proof, trying to turn the crowd against his masked accuser. He attacks Wonhyo's credibility instead, claiming a man who hides his face has no right to accuse anyone. Wonhyo answers that he does have proof, though it may be hard for others to accept. Jung-hyuk regains some confidence, convinced the vanished dungeon left no bodies behind to expose him. He also reveals his backup plan by tightening control over the surviving members he already ensnared. One of the controlled survivors weakly tries to object, but the coercion still grips her. Even so, several survivors begin defending Jung-hyuk, insisting they lived because of him. Wonhyo pities them and promises he will free them soon. He activates a necromantic spell that lets him see and hear the dead. The spirits of the murdered explorers rise from the ground, dragged back by his magic. The dead gather around him, visibly enraged and desperate to be heard. Wonhyo finally identifies himself as a magician of the school of necromancy. The crowd reacts with alarm, unfamiliar with necromancy and frightened by what it implies. Wanhyo explains that necromancy covers many arts, including undead, curses, poisons, and other dark applications. He adds that his own specialty is the undead. Because of that specialty, he can perceive things ordinary people cannot, including the dead and their voices. He says the murdered explorers noticed him the moment he noticed them, and they have been pressing him to speak for them ever since. Jung-hyuk refuses to accept any of it and dismisses the ghosts as cheap sorcery meant to frame him. But one spirit's plea cuts through his shouting and unsettles him. The dead begin begging for release rather than revenge alone. One ghost cries out for his little sister to be freed from Jung-hyuk's control, exposing a personal bond among the victims and survivors. That plea reaches the purple-haired survivor and shakes her from blind obedience. Jung-hyuk panics and tries to reassert the narrative, claiming Wanhyo is only sabotaging him out of jealousy over the guild master position. Yet the survivor's support is already wavering, and their words no longer sound fully their own. The purple-haired woman breaks down and begs everyone to believe Jung-hyuk, but her desperation now feels coerced rather than sincere. Others around her begin noticing the wrongness in the controlled survivor's behavior. One of them finally voices the moral horror of what Jung-hyuk has done. The crowd turns on Jung-hyuk, demanding he come down, tell the truth, and stop trying to make them into puppets too. They order him to release the people he has enslaved. Their anger hardens into rejection, and they declare that someone who steals his teammates' freedom has no right to lead them. Jung-hyuk realizes his bid for power is collapsing and blames Wanhyo for ruining everything. Wanhyo becomes the focus of his hatred as the last obstacle between him and control. Jung-hyuk lunges to kill him before the crowd can fully turn. He commits openly to murder, dropping all pretense. Wanhyo remains calm as the attack closes in. His horned skeletal knight intercepts the strike and saves him. The armored undead counters with overwhelming speed, forcing Jung-hyuk back. Jung-hyuk rages at the reversal and curses Wanhyo. He bitterly points out the hypocrisy he sees, accusing Wanhyo of using puppets too. The skeletal knight presses him from above, keeping him pinned in a losing exchange. Desperate, Jung-hyuk orders his controlled followers to block the attack for him. The enthralled survivors respond immediately, proving the accusation true in the ugliest possible way. Jung-hyuk keeps shouting commands as if their lives are expendable. The knight crashes down on him again, refusing to let him reach Wanhyo. Jung-hyuk then orders his followers to attack the undead directly, treating them as disposable tools. The controlled survivors obey despite visible strain and fear. They rush into battle against the skeletons and armored undead under Jung-hyuk's command. The white-armored undead knight prepares to disable them, accepting that force may be necessary. Wanhyo immediately reins him in and insists the enthralled survivors are victims who must be subdued with minimal harm. The purple-haired woman clashes with the white knight, still driven forward against her will. The knight notes that her stability and strength have clearly risen under Jung-hyuk's talent-enhancing power. Jung-hyuk boasts that his empowered subordinates will crush a few skeletons. One of the controlled survivors is knocked through the air in the melee, showing the fight is far from one-sided. Wanhyo's hooded undead caster joins in with magic support. The purple-haired survivor is thrown aside, and Jung-hyuk sees his advantage slipping. He escalates again, activating a harsher version of Blessing under the shade to draw out their true strength. The purple-haired woman is struck by the new spell and forced into a more violent state. The controlled survivors enter a berserk condition, their bodies and minds pushed beyond normal limits. Jung-hyuk proudly explains that Berserker mode trades away life force for an instant surge in stats. He sends the berserk survivors back into battle, hoping the undead can no longer hold back against them. Their weapons blaze with red power as the enhancement takes hold. The empowered survivors begin matching the armored undead in direct combat. Wanhyo's side answers with magic, launching ice arrows to stop the berserk charge. The spell slams into the purple-haired woman, but even that does not fully stop the frenzy. Wanhyo observes that the stat increase is real, though something about it remains flawed. Jung-hyuk abandons the wider fight and rushes straight at Wanhyo, convinced his living pawns are superior to undead servants. He swings for the kill and taunts Wanhyo as if victory is finally in reach. Wanhyo meets the charge without panic and judges that Jung-hyuk has finally found an opponent he cannot bully. A massive skeletal force erupts upward behind Jung-hyuk before he can finish the attack. He realizes too late that Wanhyo has prepared something far beyond the skeletons already on the field. Terror replaces his fury as he looks up. A bone dragon manifests over him, shattering his confidence in an instant. Wanhyo follows by summoning more skeleton warriors to overwhelm the battlefield. The new skeletons swarm the berserk survivors and start pinning them down. The purple-haired woman is struck from behind and loses momentum. Within moments, Wanhyo's undead force subdues the controlled survivors without killing them. Seeing his pawns neutralized, Jung-hyuk finally understands he has lost. Wanhyo approaches him and remarks that the scheme had come dangerously close to succeeding. He adds that without his intervention, Jung-hyuk would have gotten away with everything and grown much stronger. As Wanhyo raises his staff to finish it, Jung-hyuk instantly drops to begging and claims he will stop. He pleads for mercy and tries to manipulate Wanhyo by insisting he is too good a person to kill. Wanhyo answers with a question, asking whether Jung-hyuk ever spared the people who begged him for their lives. Jung-hyuk lies reflexively and swears that he did. Wanhyo rejects the lie with cold certainty. He brings the staff down and executes Junghyuk in a single brutal strike. Blood spatters across Wonhyo's mask as the deed is done. Later, alone in a bathroom, Wonhyo retches from the shock of what he has done. He stares at himself in disbelief, shaken rather than triumphant. The reality settles in that he has killed a person. He cannot escape the vivid memory of the impact, the blood, and the physical horror of the death. His undead companions try to comfort him, praising him for enduring the confrontation. They insist he killed an evil man and saved many lives by doing so. Wonhyo still questions whether there might have been another way, such as isolating Junghyuk instead of killing him. What haunts him most is the thought that, in Junghyuk's place, he might not have been able to defend himself at all. He wonders whether even his companions support the killing only because they are bound to him as master. They remind him that their course had been agreed upon from the moment they made their mana vow, and that Junghyuk had to be removed before he built a far larger power base. They argue that sparing him would only have led to more victims and greater danger for all of them. Unable to bear more justification, Wonhyo cuts them off. He asks to be left alone for the rest of the day, needing silence more than reassurance. He walks away from his undead attendants and shuts himself in his room. The skeletons remain outside, worried but obedient. Alone at last, Wonhyo curls up and lets the weight of the act hit him fully. He lies on the bed in the dark, trying to steady himself. He admits that letting Junghyuk live might have meant his own death, and that killing him was necessary to survive. Even so, he refuses to excuse it, accepting that murder remains murder and that he has committed a sin. He resolves to carry the memory himself and never allow necessity to erase responsibility. He decides that his only atonement, as someone determined to survive at any cost, is to bear the burden consciously. Morning light breaks into the room, marking the end of that night of guilt. Wonhyo wakes slowly, still heavy with the memory. Then his skeleton companions burst in to celebrate that, through the ordeal, he has advanced to the fourth circle. Kim Hyun-bak is jolted by shocking news he did not expect to hear. His skeleton followers celebrate as if he has just advanced to the fourth circle and become even more worthy of their devotion. Still dazed, he demands an explanation for this sudden claim. Chris explains that the vow he made the previous night changed their mana, proving he has truly entered the fourth circle. Kim can barely believe that he really advanced. To confirm it for himself, he immediately checks his status. The numbers verify the breakthrough, and he sees that his level, magic power, and unused points have all risen. He wonders whether accepting responsibility for his crimes caused this mental growth, though the result brings him little comfort. His undead companions insist that whatever the cause, becoming stronger is unquestionably good news. Chris takes his hand to address him more seriously. She tells him that reaching the fourth circle so quickly is extraordinarily rare. In her eyes, this is an achievement he should be proud of. Kim accepts their praise and sincerely thanks them. He says he should probably get back to work now that he has advanced, but Chris tells him to rest because too much happened the day before. When she notes that this restraint is unlike him, Kim explains that the dungeon situation has become chaotic. According to the forum, the other explorers formed a guild after his departure, but because of the fallout from Kim Junghyuk's exposure, no clear leader emerged and distrust spread among them. Chris adds that the forum is now overflowing with talk about Kim himself. One post paints Wonhyo as a dangerous killer, arguing that the man who exposed a liar and tore out his soul could become a worse threat than the one he punished. Elsewhere, influential people dismiss the story about a necromancer controlling a skeleton dragon as attention-seeking nonsense. They reason that a skeleton dragon would be far too powerful for an E-rank dungeon and should require at least a sixth circle necromancer to summon. From that logic, they conclude the rumor cannot be true, but the older executive overturns that assumption and says such a necromancer may very well exist. He points out that many separate dungeon site posts repeat the same details, making the existence of Wonhyo hard to deny. He even considers the possibility that this hidden necromancer is already near the sixth circle. That possibility leaves his subordinate visibly shaken. The executive, however, treats the uncertainty as exciting and orders his man to stay focused on dungeon operations while he handles the rest. Pleased by that answer, he happily leaves the matter in his subordinate's hands. The subordinate formally accepts the assignment from the guild president. Back at home, Kim begins practical training with wooden swords. One of his skeletons attacks, forcing Kim to evade and test his reactions. The skeleton criticizes him for relying only on dodging instead of learning how to put down an opponent. Kim sharpens his focus and starts reading the fight more carefully. He realizes that after reaching the fourth circle, his memory, thought processing, and calculation speed have improved dramatically. That new mental speed lets him predict simple movements before they happen. Using that advantage, he counters decisively and feels as if he has become a completely different person. The skeleton is stunned by how quickly Kim has improved. Kim credits the change to Chris's explanation that mana has blessed his brain rather than simply strengthening his body. Kai backs that up by saying raw strength alone can only take someone so far. The other skeleton takes offense and turns the lesson into a petty argument. Kim has to physically restrain the offended skeleton before the bickering turns into a fight. Then he warns Kai not to start acting up too. At that moment, another skeleton reports that 13 more dungeon explorers have died. The news instantly kills the playful mood. Chris explains that the Explorers Guild, called Normals, was hastily formed and is still searching for Kim to recruit him. Kim refuses the idea, and his followers agree that someone already at the fourth circle has no need to cooperate with them. Even so, Kim admits he wants to resume work on the raid soon because the dungeon remains dangerous. Chris abruptly forbids it, and makes clear that he is not ready. She reminds him that this is the time to strengthen his foundation, not rush back into the dungeon. Kim says he never truly meant to charge in immediately, then asks why she came out if training and production were already done. Chris answers with theatrical suspense. She proudly announces that the blueprint for their new base has finally been completed. Elsewhere, Yoon Hana tosses in her sleep, trapped in another nightmare. In the dream, she begs for it to stop. She relives the moment Kim Jung-hyuk ordered her sister to kill their enemies. The nightmare turns bloody before her eyes. She screams in terror and wakes up. Breathing hard, she sits upright in bed, still shaken. She realizes she has had the same dream again. What haunts her most is that Kim Jung-hyuk is already dead, yet the memory still torments her. The dream continues in fragments, showing her sister being struck down. She remembers the masked necromancer's undead overwhelming the dungeon explorers. Her sister falls lifeless in that memory. Then she hears the necromancer confess that he killed Kim Jung-hyuk, and promise that Jung-hyuk's suffering is only beginning. That confession is what shocked her most. She also remembers someone desperately trying to stop the cruelty. In the chaos, the masked necromancer's forces pinned Jung-hyuk down. The necromancer coldly handed Jung-hyuk over for further punishment. As Jung-hyuk was beaten, the voices around Hana blamed her and screamed for his death. The sheer cruelty of the scene leaves her unable to understand what she is witnessing. Then she notices that in the memory she can move again, as if the paralysis has lifted. A gentle voice tells her the ordeal is over. Her dead sister appears before her, saying Hana is free now and that the suffering has ended. Hana breaks down at the sight of her sister again. She apologizes over and over, blaming herself for what happened. Her sister draws close to comfort her. She tells Hana that none of it was her fault, and that Hana will be able to go on living. Her final plea is simple: survive. As she fades away, she asks Hana to live for both of them. Hana wakes fully, still crying but no longer paralyzed by grief. She resolves that she cannot keep hiding at home and must become strong enough to stop such tragedies from happening again. That resolve carries into action as she throws herself into battle against monsters. She charges forward with sword and shield, taking the fight directly to the enemy. Driven by guilt and determination, she refuses to stop. Meanwhile, Kim asks Chris why they need to build a base at all. Chris explains that dungeons are appearing everywhere, and not all of them can be cleared. If a raid fails, the monsters remain inside and the explorers trapped there may lose their identities and become undead like them. Worse, abandoned dungeons can spill monsters into the homes of the explorers connected to them. Kim realizes that this likely explains the recent disappearances. He recalls reports of missing people and blood-soaked scenes and concludes monsters may already be responsible. Chris says that is exactly why they need a long-term shelter that everyone can use. Kim accepts the logic and asks when construction can begin. Chris says there is another urgent issue to settle first. Building a base will require enormous funds, but their spell card profits are already dropping. Copycat spell cards have improved enough to undercut their prices and eat into their market. So Chris proposes a new business, selling magic items instead. Kim worries that their methods could be leaked again and ruin that plan too. Chris reassures him that spell cards were only a money-making sideline, whereas magic items are her true specialty. She reveals that in life she was an enchanter and is fully confident in taking on imitators. Kim immediately approves the new direction. Chris happily informs him that this means he will also be learning enchantment. When he hesitates, she insists that making magic items is the best way to build his foundation. The next day, Kim's lessons in magic item creation begin under Chris's close supervision. He improves quickly with her guidance, though she punishes repeated mistakes without mercy. Her favorite punishment is forcing him to drink a supposedly healthy tonic. The concoction is so revolting that Kim can barely swallow it, tasting like every disgusting flavor imaginable at once. 3 months pass under this harsh training until Kim finally reaches his limit. When he tries to flee, Chris catches him and reminds him that he has forgotten his tonic. Kim would rather die than drink it again and begs for mercy. Before the torment can continue, another skeleton interrupts with urgent news. The moment they have been waiting for has arrived. The boss room of the E-rank dungeon has finally been found. The timing shows how long the raid has already dragged on. At the dungeon, members of Normals wait and realize the person they hoped would come probably will not. Hana says she never expected help from him anyway. She steals the group by declaring they will clear the boss room on their own. As guild master, Yoon Hana orders everyone to prepare to enter. She keeps her speech brief and tells her people not to die. Her determination lifts the morale of the gathered explorers. Then someone notices a new group approaching. Out of the darkness comes a mass of undead and summoned beings. At their center stands the masked necromancer Wanhyo with his elite summons. His army's sheer size immediately overwhelms the atmosphere around the waiting guild. By this point, more than 100 days have passed since Kim began the raid, and the first floor boss confrontation is finally at hand. Wanhyo greets the explorers as if meeting old acquaintances. His calm entrance and enormous force leave the others stunned that one man could command so many summons alone. Normals welcomes him respectfully and thanks him for coming. Hana introduces herself properly as the current guild master and explains that she was too shaken before to thank him then. She bows deeply and thanks him for avenging her older sister, promising to repay the debt someday. Won-hyo dismisses the gratitude and says he acted only because he had chosen Kim Jung-hyuk as his enemy. Hana accepts that answer without protest. She then proposes that they work together again to subjugate the boss monster for mutual benefit. When she starts to warn that even someone as strong as him has limits, Won-hyo cuts her off and makes clear he is not the one who should fear the fight. That confidence leaves Hana briefly speechless. Trying a different angle, she offers him compensation as if this were a formal collaboration. To prove her sincerity, she presents a case filled with cash and mana crystals. Her offer is $100,000, 5 low-grade mana crystals, and an additional bonus if the subjugation succeeds. Won-hyo's followers note that the crystals are worthwhile, though the cash means little to them now. Won-hyo asks what reward she has in mind if the boss is not merely subdued but fully cleared. Hana answers that he can take whatever item appears after the boss is defeated, no matter what it is. She raises the stakes further by pledging that she and the 5 deputies of normals will make a mana vow to honor any one request from him. Won-hyo considers the offer in silence. He accepts the collaboration, but only within practical limits now and in the future. Relieved, Hana thanks him and moves on to explain the subjugation plan they prepared. Her strategy is straightforward. Melee fighters will form the shield while ranged fighters become the spear. Because they do not know the boss's exact nature, they chose the simplest and most reliable formation. Won-hyo immediately discards that plan. Using his summons to scout, he reveals that the boss is a werewolf and that at least 100 additional monsters are waiting with it. Hana realizes that this changes everything and starts to grasp the danger. Won-hyo calmly tells her not to worry because he already has a way to deal with a werewolf boss. After revising their plan and finishing every preparation, the group finally opened the boss room. Inside, the raiders found not a single enemy but an organized monster force backed by the masked necromancer and his undead allies. The sight made them realize the battle would be far tougher than expected. Their fears were confirmed when waves of werewolves, warbulls, giant rats, and other beasts surged forward together. The werewolf boss opened the fight with a savage roar that drove the horde into attack. As the rats rushed first, the purple-haired leader immediately ordered the shield squad to meet them. The front line locked their shields together and formed a solid wall. Following the plan, the rear groups hurled prepared flasks over the shield wall to disrupt the charge. When the rats slammed into the line, the leader escalated and called for the fire teams to strike. Fireballs rained down among the smaller monsters and broke up their advance. The explosions gave the defenders their first real breathing room and proved the strategy could work. One of the warbulls was caught in the blast, but the larger monsters endured it. Even with flames around them, the warbulls kept charging straight through the destruction. Recognizing the bigger threat, the leader urgently asked Won-hyo to handle the warbulls. Won-hyo accepted at once and began drawing on necromantic power. He answered the charge by launching bone spears into the advancing warbulls. At the same time, the shield line was ordered to push forward and keep the monsters contained. The defenders followed with a volley of arrows and spells, thinning the front ranks. Success came so quickly that some of the fighters started believing they could have managed without outside help. That confidence vanished when a huge shadow suddenly moved above them. Something massive crossed the battlefield faster than anyone could react. A towering attack crashed down in a single stroke and split the field apart. The leader was stunned that one blow alone had changed the entire battle. In the opening, the warbulls and other heavy monsters broke through and charged the shaken defenders. The leader forced herself back into command, ordering everyone to hold the line and keep firing together. Another barrage of arrows and fire met the oncoming warbulls, but one of the larger beasts seized a rat and used it as cover. That improvised shield let the monster push through the bombardment. The defenders were horrified to see the enemy using its own dead to block their attacks. A black warbull smashed into the formation, sending fighters flying and breaking the line. With the defense collapsing, the leader abandoned formation fighting and ordered all units into melee, telling them to pair up and survive however they could. Even as they fought, she knew they could not win a drawn-out battle of attrition and began weighing retreat. Won-hyo made the decision for them by ordering everyone to fall back while his undead moved in to cover the withdrawal. The leader protested that ordinary skeletons would be wiped out almost instantly against this many monsters. Won-hyo refused to accept defeat and prepared a far stronger answer. His skeletons swarmed the warbulls and rats, buying a moment despite the danger. The monsters tore through the first ranks of undead without slowing. Then even more skeletons appeared at once, surrounding the enemy from every side. The sudden scale of Won-hyo's summoning left the leader in shock. He followed that display by calling forth an enormous skeletal dragon that dwarfed the battlefield. Won-hyo unleashed the dragon's necro breath at the clustered monsters. A torrent of dark power poured from the dragon and swallowed the enemy front. The blast detonated with overwhelming force. The leader could only stare as the attack erased everything in its path. She realized the monsters had not merely been defeated but almost completely annihilated. Yet the dragon's attack had not ended the fight, because the werewolf boss survived inside the devastation. The surviving boss burst through the dark energy instead of dying in it. The dragon's breath had carved a path of destruction, but one enemy still stood at the far end. Seeing that survival firsthand, the leader repeated in disbelief that the others had been erased while the boss endured. Wanhyo planted his staff and steadied himself after spending so much power. When the leader checked on him, he admitted he was still standing, though clearly exhausted. Even so, he declared the battle was not over and kept the skeletal dragon ready behind him. As the dust cleared, the surviving monsters regrouped around the werewolf boss. The werewolf boss emerged from the smoke enraged but still battle-ready. It answered the devastation with another furious roar. Then it launched itself toward Wanhyo and the others in a direct attempt to break their center. The leader immediately rallied the surviving fighters and ordered everyone back into position for a counterattack. She pushed the shield bearers and crossbowmen forward again and told them to fire freely. The ranged fighters obeyed and loosed another concentrated volley. This time the smaller rats were cut down in numbers. But the warbulls still pressed on through the losses, refusing to retreat. One warbull crashed into the shield wall with enough force to shake the entire formation. The defenders felt firsthand that the larger monsters possessed monstrous strength beyond what they could safely contain. Even some of Wanhyo's skeletons were smashed apart under the pressure. Still, the undead and fighters together managed to wound at least one warbull and keep it from overrunning them immediately. Wanhyo told the leader to focus on the giant rats while he personally held back the warbulls, despite the risk of exhausting his mana. That warning made her realize just how much he was already sacrificing. Before she could answer, the werewolf boss lunged straight for Wanhyo. Wanhyo caught the attack just in time and understood how close he had come to being killed. The clash drew blood and showed the boss was still deadly at close range. Wanhyo's undead companions moved in to shield him while the werewolf loomed over them. At the same moment, the white-robed caster prepared a lightning spell to support the defense. He called down lightning bolt with a focused burst of blue magic. The spell struck across the battlefield and slammed into the werewolf boss. The impact blasted the boss backward in a burst of electricity. For a moment, it looked as if the hit had seriously damaged the creature, but green regenerative energy immediately spread across its wounds. The healing continued so fast that the damage visibly closed before their eyes. Watching that recovery, Wanhyo acknowledged the boss's terrifying vitality. He also made clear that regeneration did not make the creature unbeatable. Wanhyo revealed that the earlier necro breath had consumed the skeletal dragon's mana instead of his own, and that he had pretended to be drained in order to lure the werewolf into attacking his side alone. With the trap set, he raised a hand to begin the finishing move. He sent Kai and Kessel forward to end the fight while the boss was isolated. The werewolf answered by charging at them head-on. Kai and the red-caped knight met the rush instead of retreating. The white-armored fighter struck first and carved into the werewolf as it passed. The red knight warned the beast not to lose focus and forced it to keep facing him. He followed with another slash that opened the werewolf further. Even wounded, the boss's flesh began healing almost immediately. It counterattacked savagely and drove the red knight back. The knight realized ordinary cuts were useless because the werewolf healed before he could finish the wound. The white-armored ally shouted the key insight. They had to aim for the throat. He told the red knight to keep the boss occupied long enough for a single decisive strike. The werewolf endured more blows as the two fighters forced it into position. Its footing slipped for an instant under the pressure. Even then, the creature tried to brace itself and recover while its healing continued. The red knight warned Kai to stay clear of the next exchange. The werewolf sensed the danger and sharpened its focus on him. The red knight unleashed a sweeping green attack that forced the boss to commit to a dodge. The werewolf slipped past the arc and tried to escape the trap. At that exact moment, the hooded caster announced that he had the opening. He invoked a golden binding spell and ordered the target to stop. Chains of light shot out and latched onto the werewolf's body. The restraints wrapped around its limbs and claws before it could break free. The boss was suddenly pinned in place by layered magical bindings. It strained violently against the chains, trying to tear them apart. The werewolf roared in fury as the restraints tightened around its neck and torso. The binding sealed its jaws and movement just enough to expose the kill point. The red knight mocked the trapped beast and rose for the final blow. He brought down a technique meant to sever the head in one stroke. The slash landed cleanly and the werewolf's head separated from its body. The boss finally died, its regeneration failing as blood and fragments spilled across the ground. When the corpse collapsed, a glowing blue stone dropped from the remains. Wanhyo immediately picked up the fallen crystal before anyone else could claim it. He explained that it was a moonstone, a mana crystal infused with the power of the moon, and that it was extremely valuable and useful to them. Nearby, the leader cried out as the last fighting still raged around her. A surviving warbull struck her and sent her reeling. She answered by driving her sword down into the monster and bringing it to the ground. Breathing hard, she forced herself back up despite the punishment she had taken. She ordered everyone to finish the remaining warbulls first and keep firing until the room was secure. As the tide turned completely, the surviving rats began fleeing and the defenders shouted that they could not let them escape. The white-robed caster moved to intercept the retreating monsters. He prepared another spell with calm precision. A fresh burst of magic cut down the escaping enemies and ended the last resistance. Watching the aftermath, the leader began to grasp just how extraordinary Wanhyo's undead forces really were. Wanhyo simply praised her effort and treated the victory as a completed task. He formally declared the dungeon subjugation finished and congratulated the group on clearing it. The exhausted survivors stared at him with a mix of relief, awe, and disbelief. Some of them cautiously asked whether the boss was truly dead. Others looked to one another, hardly trusting that the nightmare had actually ended. As the reality sank in, nervous smiles finally began to appear. Then the whole group erupted in celebration over surviving and clearing the boss room. The leader, overwhelmed with relief, smiled through tears. She told Wanhyo that the victory was only possible because of him. She thanked him sincerely, while he answered that he had only done what was necessary as a collaborator. Still wanting to keep ties with him, she asked how he intended to work with them from now on. Wanhyo replied that he would cooperate when needed, but he would continue walking his own path. With that boundary set, he prepared to leave with his undead companions. Before he went, the leader told him their team would challenge the second floor in 3 days and asked him to join them if he had time. He gave no promise beyond saying he would remember the invitation, and the record of the first floor boss subjugation was marked as a success on day 108. After he departed, the leader admitted to her people that he was far stronger than any of them had imagined. They agreed that even setting aside the skeletal dragon, the 3 undead companions who fought the werewolf were terrifyingly powerful on their own. The team concluded that partnering with Wanhyo had been the best decision they could have made. One survivor reflected that if Kim Jung-hyuk had still been alive, they might have ended up as Wanhyo's enemies instead, and the thought alone chilled him. The leader cut off the dark speculation and called everyone back to order. She told the exhausted survivors it was time to go home. Elsewhere, one of Wanhyo's skeletons examined the moonstone closely. Back at home, the human behind the mask asked Chris whether the crystal was really so remarkable that it had been chosen first among all the loot. Chris explained that in his world the moon was known as God's eyes illuminating the darkness. He added that whenever the moon turned red, the monsters of the Idea continent became far more violent, hinting at the moonstone's deeper significance. They explained that moonstones, saturated with moon power, were prized because their blue light could pacify monsters. The young man presses for a concrete example so he can understand how that power is actually used. Using the werewolf they just subdued as proof, the skeleton explains that moon-infused monsters possess vitality beyond ordinary creatures, which is why the beast endured so well. Kessel proudly reminds them he decapitated the werewolf to prevent any revival, and the others credit him for securing an easy victory. With the danger over, the discussion shifts from the hunt itself to what they should do with the moonstone they won. One skeleton proposes that the best use would be to make it someone's central nucleus, forcing the master to consider which of the 3 undead should receive it. As soon as the choice is framed that way, the group realizes the answer is already obvious. The other 2 immediately nominate Chris, making it clear they see her as the rightful recipient. Chris hesitates, unsure whether it is acceptable for the others to give up such a prize for her sake. The other 2 admit the moonstone never felt like it belonged to them anyway, so their support is sincere rather than reluctant. Accepting their intuition as enough, the master settles the matter and declares Chris the best person to use it. Overwhelmed by their trust, Chris gratefully accepts the chance they have handed her. She vows to justify everyone's faith by making full use of the gift. The others quietly share in her happiness, pleased that the decision has strengthened the group rather than dividing it. Eager to begin integrating the moonstone at once, Chris rushes off to process her new central nucleus and warns them not to expect her back soon. She disappears so quickly that the room is left abruptly empty behind her. The master can only laugh and accept that Chris will be out of sight for a while. 3 days later, while Chris remains occupied, the Normals Guild proceeds with its planned descent to the dungeon's 2nd floor. The endless staircase wears on the guild members, and some begin to doubt whether the descent will ever end. Their purple-haired leader reminds them that the 2nd floor will be far more dangerous than the first, so they must stay alert. She orders everyone to avoid carelessness and protect one another as they advance. To keep fear from taking over, she rallies them around a simple goal: survive and return alive. Even the terrain itself proves treacherous, with the long descent threatening to make exhausted members lose their footing. One tired member nearly slips, and the group is reminded that fatigue alone could get them killed before any monster appears. At last, a light appears ahead, signaling that the descent is finally ending. Their leader urges them onward but insists they maintain formation in case enemies are waiting at the exit. Strange sounds drift from the darkness beyond, hinting that the 2nd floor is unlike anything they expected. The party emerges cautiously, shielding themselves from the sudden brightness. Their leader freezes as the scene before her overturns every assumption she had about dungeons. The others are equally stunned, struggling to accept that such a world could exist underground at all. Instead of another cavern, they find a vast forest beneath an open sky, making the dungeon feel like an entire separate world. The leader voices the absurdity of it outright, unable to reconcile a sky with the idea of a dungeon. The guild gathers at the entrance in disbelief, realizing the 2nd floor is not a corridor but a wilderness. Elsewhere, the master studies reports on his phone, already treating this impossible development as a problem to analyze rather than marvel at. One of his skeletons asks whether the reports of a forest inside the dungeon can really be trusted, and the master decides they can. He concludes that a dungeon with an external environment must rank above the lowest class, and therefore carries greater risk than expected. With both skeletons leaning in for an answer, he prepares to explain what that means in practical terms. The 3 head to Chris's room, deciding they need her judgment before drawing conclusions. They show her the report that the guild successfully entered floor 2 and found a sky overhead, then ask for her assessment. Chris answers calmly that such dungeons were common on the Idea continent, so the phenomenon itself is not unusual to her. But she warns that the difference is still serious, because monsters there will be roughly twice as strong as those in ordinary dungeons. She further explains that this is a field-type dungeon, a single enormous environment rather than a simple vertical sequence of rooms. The master is startled to learn that what looked like a second floor is effectively one vast connected zone. Trying to make sense of it, he compares it to a dungeon whose remaining floors spread sideways instead of downward. Kessel confirms the idea and clarifies that all the floors are effectively merged into one giant field. Chris adds a more troubling detail. There is no separate boss chamber, so multiple bosses may roam freely through the area. That warning makes the danger feel immediate, because the guild could stumble into powerful roaming bosses in unfamiliar terrain at any time. Chris still frames the objective simply. The method has not changed, and the dungeon must still be cleared by hunting down the boss monsters. The master repeats her phrase that it is nothing much, though even he knows that is only true from her perspective. Satisfied that he understands enough, Chris returns to focusing on processing her new central nucleus. The door closes again, leaving the master and the other two to act without her for now. One skeleton asks what the master intends to do with this new information. He decides the situation is actually favorable, because if the dungeon is still fundamentally business as usual, he can exploit it. Rather than panic, he resolves to keep training, convinced this is the most important moment to grow stronger. His skeletons take comfort in that resolve and become even more certain that following him will lead them to victory. With the decision made, the group disperses again to their usual routines. The skeletons return to their own hobbies, treating the looming danger with an almost comically ordinary calm. After several more days, the master and his undead companions devise a new proposal and bring it to the Normals Guild. That proposal begins to take shape around a campfire as both sides discuss how to survive the field-type dungeon. The guild leaders and the master's side sit down together to work out a practical plan instead of gambling on repeated blind expeditions. Their meeting is interrupted by a message arriving, suggesting outside advice or pressure is still influencing the guild's choices. The message is from Wanhyo, drawing immediate attention because his opinion clearly carries weight. The purple-haired leader reveals that Wanhyo is not joining them directly, and has only sent a warning about the new dungeon. But she also learns he has submitted a separate proposal under different terms, complicating the negotiations. That phrase catches the others off guard, because it implies another path besides simple cooperation. The master's side turns out to be offering labor and expertise, with Kessel already barking orders as if the deal is settled. He drives the workers hard, arguing that sloppy construction will kill everyone later, so they must build properly now. Some guild members grumble that the promised help sounds suspiciously like menial labor, though they admit a stronghold would still be valuable. Kessel keeps the pressure on, convinced the living lack urgency, and need harsh discipline to prepare for real danger. Because the Normals Guild accepts the proposal, construction begins smoothly under the undead supervision. Wanhyo arrives in person as well, saying he came to check progress and gather mana more efficiently inside the dungeon. The purple-haired leader greets him and mentions that Kai will be arriving soon, which immediately draws his interest. Wanhyo leaves the site in Kessel's hands so he can go meet Kai himself. The agreement is formalized. In exchange for training the Normals Guild in combat and magic, the master's side gets a stronghold built on the dungeon's second floor, and the plan advances without resistance. Because Kessel and Kai have the most experience, they take charge of most field orders, with Kessel handling the work inside the stronghold. Kai oversees the outside work and, drawing on his past life as a knight, begins training some guild members specifically as scouts. As the stronghold develops, Kai returns from patrols to report directly to Wanhyo, who treats the operation like a military campaign. Wanhyo asks what new information the latest scouting run has uncovered. Kai reports that besides the large monkeys already known, they have identified red monkeys and axe beetles in the surrounding area. He explains that axe beetles are flying, man-sized carnivorous insects armed with axe-like horns, making them especially dangerous. Wanhyo immediately recognizes that such creatures could become a serious threat if encountered unprepared. Kai admits this is only the information from the stronghold's immediate vicinity, meaning they still know far too little about the wider field. Wanhyo orders him to keep gathering intelligence but not to push so hard that the scouts are lost in the process. At the same time, he personally drills the guild members, forcing them to harden their fundamentals. The trainees struggle to keep up, but Wanhyo refuses to let them settle for sloppy technique. He teaches that mastering the basics is a lifelong discipline, not something to rush past. Kessel reinforces the same lesson in sword practice, insisting that well-built skills are what will keep them alive. While everyone else trains or works, the master spends his time teaching magic, and in doing so he gains fresh insight that helps him advance his own fourth circle casting. As the group gradually adapts to life in the dungeon, some members choose to live inside the stronghold to absorb its abundant mana more directly. But the dungeon sky soon reminds them that comfort is an illusion when a huge flying creature passes overhead at night. The sight terrifies the residents, though some cling to the belief that Wanhyo's strength will protect them from anything that attacks. Others are less reassured and argue that if they are ambushed, even a powerful protector may not be enough, which is exactly why they are training. That fear erupts into panic when one resident is jolted awake by a sudden attack or alarm in the night. The frightened residents admit they still feel far too weak to survive the dungeon if something truly dangerous reaches them. Rumors of a mysterious monster spread, and the number of people willing to stay in the stronghold begins to shrink. But the master remains and devotes himself even more deeply to gathering mana and training magic. 80 days after construction began, that long preparation is abruptly tested. Kai orders an immediate retreat and tells everyone to run as far as they can, signaling that the scouts have encountered something beyond their ability to handle. As boulders crash down around them, the fleeing party realizes the attack is both deliberate and overwhelming. One scout looks up in horror, understanding too late that the enemy is controlling the battlefield from above. The falling rocks seal off their route and trap Kai, the purple-haired leader, and another scout in a killing zone. They stare at the blocked path in disbelief as escape suddenly becomes impossible. Then they sense a new presence behind them, confirming they have been herded rather than merely attacked. A red monkey reveals itself with a roar, turning the retreat into an ambush. More red monkeys appear from every side, surrounding the trapped trio and cutting off any easy escape. Their snarling advance makes it clear this is a coordinated hunt, not a random encounter. The human scout curses that they were discovered despite all their caution, realizing stealth alone was never enough. Kai immediately orders the two humans to break out and report everything to Wanhyle, choosing duty over his own safety. When they hesitate, he reminds them that a scout's job is to survive long enough to carry information back. He throws himself into the enemy line to create the opening they need. One monkey counters by spitting or launching a bamboo-like projectile, showing the monsters can fight with more than brute force. Kai is blasted backward by the barrage, proving the monkeys are stronger and more versatile than expected. Even as he tumbles, more projectiles rake the ground around him, trying to finish him before he can recover. Kai notices the pattern in time and realizes the enemy is coordinating ranged and melee attacks. A larger red monkey seizes the chance to rush him directly while he is still off balance. The impact crushes into Kai hard enough to crack his skull, but he refuses to go down. The monster keeps pressing, trying to smash him into the ground before the others can escape. Kai rises from the rubble despite the damage, his resolve intact even with one side of his face shattered. The giant red monkey bears down on him again, confident that sheer force will end the fight. Instead, a sudden blast erupts nearby and interrupts the assault. The red monkey reacts in surprise, realizing another threat has entered the battle. The purple-haired leader uses the opening to intercept a strike and keep the monster from crushing Kai outright. She strains under the impact, barely holding the attack back with her shield. The remaining scout shouts for her to move as he prepares a desperate counterattack. His shot lands cleanly enough to knock the attacking monkey away and buy them a moment. Kai thanks her for saving him and immediately tries to turn the brief reprieve into a joint escape plan. The human scout agrees, insisting they have trained too hard to become dead weight now and can still force a way through together. But another projectile tears through the air, showing the enemy is not giving them even a second to regroup. The monkeys surge again, with the larger red one driving the assault while the others close in behind it. The trio steels themselves as the entire pack charges, knowing they must stand and fight if they want any chance to live. The scout fires into the rush, trying to thin the front line before it reaches them. One monkey still gets through and lunges straight at him. The purple-haired leader hurls herself into the attack, knocking the scout clear at the cost of exposing herself. Kai cuts into the attackers at the same time, turning their desperate defense into a brief coordinated counter. Together they carve down several red monkeys, proving their training has made them far more capable than before. Then Kai spots another explosive projectile descending and realizes the enemy is changing tactics again. He warns the others that another bomb is incoming and braces for the blast. The explosion detonates among them, scattering dust and destroying their visibility. Kai understands at once that the monkeys are using smoke and chaos to split them apart and isolate targets. A larger, darker red monkey dives through the haze straight at Kai, trying to finish the most dangerous defender first. Kai meets the charge head-on, furious that the monster thinks it can pick them off so easily. He unleashes a flurry of sword strikes that tears through the attackers around him and halts their momentum. His blade bites deep into the large monkey, drawing blood and finally staggering it. The wounded beast realizes too late that Kai is far deadlier than the others. Kai completes the kill with a decisive slash, dropping the red monkey leader before it can recover. He turns to check on the others, expecting the pressure to ease now that the strongest red monkey is dead. Instead, he senses something far worse approaching and understands the battle is not over at all. A massive white-furred ape suddenly appears behind him, seizing him before he can react. The newcomer is identified as the white monkey, a roaming boss monster far above the red monkeys in threat. With terrifying ease, the white monkey grabs both humans at once and lifts them like toys, instantly overturning the fight Kai had just salvaged. Kai is left facing the boss alone as his companions are hurled aside, and the battle enters a far more desperate stage. Yoon lies battered and barely conscious as the crisis closes in around her. At her side, the skeletal knight realizes the danger is immediate. He stands over the fallen group, sword drawn, ready to hold the line alone. A white monkey boss monster surges forward, intent on finishing them. The skeleton faces the beast without retreat despite the overwhelming gap in strength. Even so, he hesitates for a moment, already prepared to sacrifice himself. He begins apologizing to his lord, believing he can no longer continue beside him. His master cuts him off and orders him to stop talking like that and get back up. The monkey attacks before the exchange can continue. Its blow drives toward the skeleton with crushing force. A sudden impact interrupts the strike at the last instant. The monkey is caught off guard by the unexpected interference. The masked necromancer reveals a summoned stone golem and uses it to shield his allies. The golem immediately counters with a heavy punch. The monkey is smashed away by the stone fist. The battlefield erupts with the force of the golem's attack. The necromancer arrives with his undead companions, reminding the skeleton not to give up before they all reach their goals. The masked man notices something else changing in the battlefield. The monkey recovers, and the newcomers recognize they are facing a far tougher enemy than expected. The beast grins, showing it is still confident and dangerous. The red-caped skeleton warns his master not to approach recklessly because they still do not understand the monster's abilities. The monkey throws back its head and unleashes a roar. That roar becomes a summoning call that shakes the entire area. The sound hits the group hard enough to stagger them. Something large begins moving through the forest in answer to the call. A monstrous paw lands nearby, confirming reinforcements have arrived. The hooded ally rushes to protect the others and tells the master to brace himself. 3 blood wolves emerge behind the monkey, turning one boss fight into a pack assault. They identify the arrivals as roaming boss monsters, including a twin-headed blood wolf, and realize a whole wave of bosses is converging on them. The hooded caster quickly uses healing magic to restore Yoon. Yoon begins to regain consciousness through the pain. She wakes in alarm as the battle rages around her. Chris steadies her, and Yoon is stunned that he is there at all. The masked necromancer apologizes for overworking everyone with patrols, then immediately refocuses them on defeating the bosses and returning alive. The group forms up behind the stone golem to face the monkey and wolves head-on. One blood wolf lunges first to break their formation. The stone golem intercepts it in midair with a clean counterpunch. The blow caves in the wolf's body. Its form bursts apart into red slime instead of flesh. The golem becomes coated in that strange liquefied remains. As more wolves close in, the red-caped skeleton mocks the enemy for becoming easier to cut now that it has shrunk into slime. He launches himself into the pack with a sweeping strike. His sword carves through multiple wolves at once, scattering their bodies. He realizes too late that the wolves are not dying normally and are behaving like slime creatures. The monkey seizes the golem's head, trying to overpower the party's main shield. At the same time, the monkey charges straight through the battlefield toward the group's rear. The masked necromancer urgently calls for Kessel to return and defend them. The monkey answers by unleashing a barrage of red energy slashes across the ground. The attack tears up the battlefield and forces everyone to scatter. The monkey plants its hand into the earth, preparing another move. It springs onto the golem's massive body to attack from above. The beast pauses, sensing resistance and searching for an opening. A gigantic earthen golem rises up beneath it, with a cage of bones protecting the people on top, and knocks the monkey flat. The others are astonished that their master can create a golem of that scale using a golem heart. He explains the giant golem burns mana rapidly and can only be maintained for about 20 minutes, so they must finish the enemies before then. Yoon suddenly notices something wrong with the giant golem's legs. Red matter is pushing out from inside the golem's body. The wolves' slime-like remains begin reforming within the debris of the golem. The necromancer realizes the wolves were mixed into the rubble by the bombardment, and orders Chris to counterattack with him. Chris reveals that the Moonstone has upgraded his central nucleus, and prepares a stronger summon. He raises a squad of skeleton mages from the earth. The masked necromancer is thrilled that Chris can now summon skeleton mages despite not belonging to necromancy, and recognizes this as the Moonstone's power. He entrusts command of the new skeletons to Kai, who eagerly accepts. Kai immediately raises another skeleton mage to expand their force. The skeleton mages charge down the giant golem's body to meet the reforming wolves. The white-robed skeleton and Kai strike in tandem, cutting into the slime wolves before they can fully recover. Their attacks sever the wolves into pieces and keep them from regrouping. The monkey watches this with growing frustration. It tries to hurl a massive boulder down on them to crush the resistance outright. Then it senses a new threat above and looks up in alarm. The monkey catches the falling stone and the giant golem's descending fist together, showing terrifying raw strength. At the same time, a red beam streaks toward the battlefield. A violent blast erupts, forcing the monkey to react instantly. The giant golem's strike slams down through the chaos. For a moment, the humans dare to hope the monkey has finally been defeated. That hope is immediately undercut as the others fear it may have survived again. The twin-headed blood wolf dives from above toward the bone cage protecting the group. Both heads gather a blazing red breath attack at once. The wolf unleashes a massive breath blast straight at the trapped group. The masked necromancer answers with bone prison, reinforcing their shelter against the incoming breath. The breath tears across the giant golem's body and the bone defenses with explosive force. The shockwave throws Yoon and another ally from their footing. The necromancer orders Chris and Kessel to handle the rest while he moves to save the falling civilians. Chris and Kessel leap after the people and catch them before they hit the ground. Meanwhile, the necromancer summons Nidhogg, a skeletal dragon, into the battle. The twin-headed wolf prepares another breath attack to overpower this new summon as well. Its red breath crashes down toward Nidhogg. Nidhogg angrily rejects the imitation and refuses to let a mere beast mimic a dragon's breath. Chris warns Nidhogg that this is no ordinary monster, and that reckless use of breath will be dangerous. The two breath attacks collide in a violent clash of red and purple power. Nidhogg's necrotic breath begins to overpower the wolf's attack. The dragon's power presses into the earth and holds the line. Chris sees that the clash is draining too much mana and urges a retreat before they are exhausted. Nidhogg refuses, driven by wounded pride and insisting that a dragon never loses. Chris grabs the control tether, trying to rein Nidhogg in. Through the link, Chris feels Nidhogg's emotions and realizes the dragon cannot even admit it is being pushed back. Seeing no other choice, Chris braces himself and commits to supporting the dragon directly. He pours all of his remaining mana into Nidhogg and demands to see what a real dragon can do. Empowered by Chris, Nidhogg unleashes a full necro breath. The twin-headed wolf answers with its own breath, refusing to yield. Dark necrotic force surges forward and engulfs the battlefield. Nidhogg's attack overwhelms the opposing blast and tears through the wolf. The recoil and mana drain slam Chris to the ground. He lies motionless, consciousness fading. The last of his strength slips away. Even as he blacks out, he forces one eye open to see the result. His vision dissolves into white from the blast and exhaustion. The world goes silent around him. Chris loses consciousness completely. The giant golem remains standing over his fallen body like a final guard. Later, voices call him back from the darkness and urge him to wake up. He opens his eyes to find his skeletal companions gathered around him in relief. Still weak, he asks what happened after he collapsed. They tell him he is suffering severe mana exhaustion and must rest before anything else. His first concern is whether Yoon and the guild executives survived. The white-robed skeleton assures him everyone is safe and has already returned home. Relieved, Chris reflects that he sent them on patrol to conserve mana for ghost summons, and that decision nearly led to disaster. His companions counter that the saved mana was exactly what allowed them to defeat the main bosses in time. Chris accepts that point, though he is still uneasy. He admits there was still a serious problem. Nidhogg's pride almost got everyone killed. The white-robed skeleton says there is another matter Chris needs to hear now that the battle is over. During the patrol with Yoon, they discovered a new kind of enemy. That enemy was a humanoid giant hiding in the forest. Chris is shocked by the revelation. They explain it was slightly larger than the white monkey and identified as the lowest class of giant, a wicked giant. The others warn him not to underestimate it just because it is the weakest giant class. Even the lowest giant is far stronger than ogres or trolls, highly resistant to magic, and intelligent enough to be especially troublesome. They conclude it may be the hardest opponent the group has faced so far. At the mention of a giant, Nidhogg stirs with immediate interest. The dragon declares that when the time comes, he alone will hunt the beast. He coldly orders the others to stay back and not interfere like before. Chris catches the insult and questions what Nidhogg means by interference. Nidhogg dismisses him, saying he will handle the giant himself, and that Chris should stop wasting time. The skeletons note that dragons and giants are natural enemies, which explains why Nidhogg reacted so strongly. They warn Chris that he cannot keep letting Nidhogg act entirely on his own. Now that Chris has grown stronger, they tell him he must start taming the dragon's behavior. Chris postpones that problem for the moment, and decides they should all go home and recover first. Elsewhere, a blood wolf report is marked off as completed. A hidden horn figure complains that the twin-headed blood wolf fell too quickly to be entertaining. Looking over multiple defeated creations in South Korea, the figure decides the promised top 20 targets have already been determined. Satisfied, the figure announces the next phase will begin. A roulette-like selection is set into motion to choose the next victim. When the result appears, the figure reacts with interest. The chosen target surprises them because they had wanted to save him for later. Instead, they decide to go after Chris first, calling him the most appetizing-looking prey. As time passes and danger grows less predictable, Hyunbok's group begins full preparations to subjugate the giant. Chris also starts practical preparations, working with materials and equipment. He carefully extracts and refines the red crystal core from the golem heart. Holding the completed core, he confirms the result of his own development work. The others recognize it as the golem heart Chris successfully created for himself. Wanhyo explains that the red core is useful for summoning a golem, and sustaining it by absorbing ambient mana, though each golem lasts for a different amount of time. He adds that creating a stable version took many failed attempts, and only now has he finally completed a usable one. The guild leader quietly takes in the value of what he has handed over and weighs what she still needs to say. Wanhyo waits in silence, already sensing that her thoughts have not ended with gratitude. He presses her to speak plainly about whatever remains unresolved between them. She begins by apologizing, admitting that the Normals Guild discussed their arrangement with Wanhyo and made a decision on their own. Their conclusion was that relying on his help would make raids easier now, but would eventually leave the guild unable to function without him. After witnessing the latest field boss battle, she became certain that even with all her training, those enemies were beyond what she alone could face. She admits that none of the Normals could have handled such bosses and reaffirms just how overwhelming Wanhyo's strength truly is. Wanhyo listens without interrupting, letting her finish the judgment she has reached. She says that realization forced her to choose a different path for the guild. The Normals Guild will stop raiding this dungeon altogether. The decision catches Wanhyo off guard despite how calmly he receives it. She explains that continuing like this would only create more casualties, so the guild must prioritize its own growth before ambition. Wanhyo starts to respond, testing whether this is truly the end she intends. Before he can object, she bows deeply again and apologizes for unilaterally ending their cooperation. She remains bent before him, accepting full responsibility for the break. Seeing her sincerity, Wanhyo's tension eases. He tells her he understands and acknowledges how heavily that decision must have weighed on them. He formally ends their partnership from that day onward, while still allowing the guild to keep using the stronghold freely. His generosity surprises her, and she asks if he truly means it. Wanhyo confirms that the stronghold was built for that very purpose and offers it without resentment. He parts from them with a sincere wish that they succeed on their own path. Relieved, she thanks him for everything he has done for the guild so far. They seal the separation with a final handshake rather than bitterness. Their alliance with the Normal's guild ends, but the narrator reflects that everyone was still pursuing the same goal of surviving the dungeon in the best way they could. Time passes in the E-Rank 1313 raid, and the story marks this turning point as the moment they parted from the Normal's guild. Later, Wanhyo's party reaches a hidden chamber buried deeper inside the dungeon. The group realizes they have found a dungeon hidden within the dungeon itself, and Wanhyo treats the discovery with dry amusement. One of his companions warns him to stay quiet because something inside is sleeping. Beyond the rocks, they spot a horned giant resting among lesser monsters, confirming a dangerous nest ahead. Rather than retreat, Wanhyo decides to begin immediately and summons Nidhogg. His companions are startled that he intends to confront the threat with so little hesitation. Wanhyo dismisses the giant as a low-class enemy and refuses help with what he sees as minor opposition. That contempt shocks the armored knight, who cannot believe Wanhyo just called the enemy small fry. Even so, the party falls in behind him, ready to act on his lead. Wanhyo orders them to prepare for battle while he takes point. The summoning portal tears open as Nidhogg answers his call. A skeletal dragon bursts out, instantly drawing the monster's attention. Nidhogg lands in front of the sleeping pack and jolts the giant awake. Before the monsters can organize, the dragon dives straight into them. The lesser monsters lunge in response, trying to swarm the intruder. Nidhogg cuts through the first line with a blinding rush. Its charge smashes goblins and ogres aside before they can mount a defense. One ogre tries to counterattack, but the dragon's momentum keeps tearing through the formation. The giant catches Nidhogg's skull in both hands and halts its advance by brute force. Wanhyo immediately orders his companions to scatter before the clash engulfs them too. As the front line breaks apart, Wanhyo and the knight move in to exploit the opening. The knight thinks Wanhyo is being reckless, charging so close to a fight this dangerous. Wanhyo leaves the lesser monsters to the party and declares that he will personally handle the giant. The horned giant meets that challenge with a confident grin. Nidhogg, equally offended, demands to know who the giant thinks he is belittling. The giant hurls the dragon away with raw strength. Nidhogg slams into the cliffside, showing that this opponent is far stronger than the usual fodder. The giant follows up with a sweeping strike that batters the dragon before it can recover. Nidhogg crashes to the ground, rattled and briefly pinned by the giant's pressure. Wanhyo answers by unleashing a dark spell directly into the dragon's skull. He commands Nidhogg to kill, flooding it with violent power aimed at the giant. The spell surges through the battlefield as a concentrated wave of black-purple force. The giant charges straight into that torrent instead of retreating from it. He slams down with enough force to shatter the ground and disrupt the attack. Even Nidhogg's eye flickers under the impact, showing the giant has broken its rhythm. Wanhyo realizes Nidhogg is in real danger and calls to it urgently. His companions are forced to hold off the surrounding monsters themselves while warning him to focus on the immediate threat. The knight agrees that Wanhyo must deal with his own chosen opponent, while the rest of them cover the field. The giant keeps hammering Nidhogg's head, refusing to let the dragon recover. He drives in another crushing blow, splintering bone under his fists. Boasting that no low-ranked monster can push him back, the giant overwhelms Nidhogg at close range. He batters the dragon's body apart with a relentless series of strikes. Laughing, he mocks Nidhogg as nothing more than a weakling. For the first time, the dragon shows genuine shock at being dominated so completely. The giant stands over the broken dragon and keeps repeating the insult, savoring his superiority. Nidhogg protests that it is a dragon, the strongest race, and cannot accept this humiliation. Wanhyo forces it to face the truth and asks whether it finally understands reality. He tells Nidhogg it is not a real dragon at all, only a counterfeit imitation, and the dragon furiously rejects that judgment. Driven by wounded pride, Nidhogg lunges back into the fight in a rage. The giant answers with another devastating punch that explodes against its skull. He keeps pummeling the dragon's face, each hit reinforcing the gap between its self-image and its actual strength. Nidhogg is smashed down again, unable to stop the beating. Wanhyo keeps attacking its delusion instead of comforting it, insisting that ego alone can never turn a fake into the real thing. The dragon's body breaks apart around the giant as the lesson lands harder than the blows. Fragments of Nidhogg scatter across the ground, leaving it nearly destroyed. The giant casually plants a foot beside the collapsed remains, certain the fight is over. He repeats the insult one last time, convinced he has proven Nidhogg worthless. The shattered dragon lies motionless, reduced to a pile of broken bone. From that ruin, Nidhogg turns its anger toward Kim Hyun-bak, accusing him of breaking his promise to make it stronger than a true dragon. It condemns him for failing to fulfill that promise and leaving it in this pathetic state. Wanhyo answers coldly that he did keep his promise, but Nidhogg itself did nothing except cling to arrogance and refuse its teammates. He says Nidhogg once had the potential to be his strongest card, but as long as it cannot sincerely regard the others as comrades, it will remain a fake and be left behind. Those words continue to echo through the battle as the rest of the party struggles against the surrounding monsters. The knight and priest hold the line together while Wanhyo's lesson reaches the dragon. The robed mage unleashes crackling blue magic to support the others and keep the monsters off them. That spell blasts through the enemies pressing the party, buying them breathing room. As it watches its companions fighting and growing together, Nidhogg finally understands what it lacked. Abandoning pride at last, it asks Wanhyo to teach it how to grow and become truly strong. The plea becomes desperate as the broken dragon begs for the path to real strength. Wanhyo smiles because this surrender of ego is exactly what he had been waiting for. Nidhogg begins pulling its broken body back together under a new resolve. The giant notices the change and loses his earlier confidence. The dragon rises again, larger and steadier, now facing the giant without delusion. Standing on its back, Wanhyo orders Nidhogg to eliminate their enemy. He explains that the spells he used are the very techniques Nidhogg must master, and that learning them all will raise its worth. Nidhogg accepts the teaching without resistance, and Wanhyo is briefly surprised by how readily it submits. That surprise turns into satisfaction as he sees the dragon has truly changed. With renewed trust between master and summon, Wanhyo sends Nidhogg charging at the giant again. The dragon surges forward with enough force to split the cliff face as it closes the distance. It crashes into the giant head-on and drives him back. The fight erupts into the air as Nidhogg launches the giant upward in a violent exchange. Bone shards and debris whirl around them as the dragon gains control of the battle. Nidhogg follows with a named attack, Death Bone Spear, diving like a living lance. The strike slams the giant into the ground with crushing force. Seeing the giant pinned, Nidhogg declares the battle finished. But the giant suddenly catches hold of a blazing weapon or force, revealing he still has one last counter. A massive explosion engulfs the area before anyone can react. The party watches the blast spread across the battlefield, unable to see whether Wanhyo survived. The knight starts to speak as if a long-awaited result has finally come. Then the smoke parts to reveal Wanhyo still standing atop Nidhogg, and the knight acknowledges that the dragon has at last become somewhat worthy of the name. Even the knight is taken aback by how completely the tide has turned. He shouts for Wanhyo to dodge, sensing a new danger before the others do. Wanhyo turns calmly, already aware that the threat is not coming from the giant anymore. Nidhogg shifts beneath him as both master and summon brace for something far worse. A violent impact crashes down from above and detonates the ground around them. The party rushes toward the blast, fearing Wanhyo has been struck. Instead they find a glowing pink cocoon-like mass, and the three companions close in warily. From inside, the giant's body is being remade rather than destroyed, and the party realizes the explosion triggered a transformation instead of a death. Wanhyo warns everyone that the surrounding energy has changed unnaturally, and the others ask what exactly he senses. He says something is definitely nearby and that whatever has been watching them all this time has finally revealed itself. The party instantly tightens formation around him, ready for an unseen superior presence. A new voice acknowledges their victory and says the spectacle was worth watching, even if the beginning was disappointing. A horned demon woman appears wrapped in red aura, confirming that a far stronger observer has descended into the battlefield. With predatory amusement, she asks where they should begin now that she has arrived in person. Wanhyo immediately recognizes the danger and tenses instead of provoking her. He orders everyone not to move, judging that offending this being would be suicidal. The demon notices their restraint and studies them with interest. She mocks their unusual caution, remarking that most intruders would already be questioning her or charging in. Wanhyo chooses diplomacy and asks if she would at least give them an explanation. She refuses outright, making it clear that answers are a privilege she does not intend to grant. The knight and mage can only fall silent under the pressure of her presence. Wanhyo repeats her own logic back to her, acknowledging that only the strong have the right to take what they want. Pleased, she tells him he understands his place and confirms that strength alone decides what one may claim. Because he humbled the fake dragon and exposed its weakness, she spares the group for now and even says she likes what he did. She explains that she despises arrogant children who overestimate themselves, making clear that Nidhogg's humiliation amused her. Wanhyo realizes from the way she singled out Nidhogg that she may be connected to an even greater power than he expected. Still toying with them, she says that since she has descended, she cannot simply leave without doing something. With a casual gesture, she begins to act. A green restorative power washes over Wanhyo, the mage, and Nidhogg, healing the damage they had taken. Wanhyo feels his body fully restored and his mana overflowing again, and he checks that everyone else has recovered as well. The demon then drops all pretense and invites them to fight her directly. Wary of the trap, Wanhyo asks if she means to fight them herself. She smiles and promises to hold back, challenging them to survive against her for just 5 minutes. Kim Hyun-bak realizes the enemy is testing them, but he decides they have no choice except to play along for now. He orders everyone to pour all available mana into one decisive strike from Nidhogg, while Kessel and Kai hold the line. His subordinates immediately accept their roles and prepare to obey. Before they can act, the horned devil woman mocks them and invites them to make the first move. She attacks first anyway, unleashing dark power straight into Nidhogg. Hyunbak urgently tells Chris to bless Nidhogg with every bit of mana he has. Nidhogg answers with Necro Breath, hurling a massive blast at her. She dismisses the attack as worthless and stops it with ease. Still unimpressed, she crushes through the assault and drives her power into Nidhogg instead. Nidhogg's body begins breaking apart under her casual counterattack. Hyunbak is shaken by how effortlessly she overwhelms his strongest weapon. He realizes she only moved a hand once, yet Nidhogg was nearly destroyed. The devil woman starts wondering whether she should simply kill them after all. Hyunbak forces himself to stay composed despite the terror. Even his allies admit the gap in power is absurd and question why such monsters are here at all. The devil appears beside Hyunbak and confirms that she truly is on an entirely different level, but says she came down for a reason. Refusing to give up, Hyunbak orders Nidhogg to attack once more. At the same time, the wounded wicked giant is sealed inside a pink barrier while Nidhogg moves to finish it. Hyunbak changes plans and tells Chris to switch to Corpse Explosion instead. Chris and Hyunbak immediately begin channeling the new spell together. Nidhogg dives toward the trapped giant as the explosive curse takes hold. The devil watches with interest instead of stopping them. The giant detonates in a huge blast that rocks the battlefield. Hyunbak and Chris brace themselves against the shockwave and dust. Hyunbak looks up, desperate to see whether his gamble worked. The giant's body is shattered, but the pink barrier fragments begin gathering again around it. Hyunbak realizes the barrier is reforming and that the enemy will recover if they hesitate. He orders Kai and Kessel to finish the giant before the barrier fully restores it, and Kai eagerly takes his turn. Kai launches himself straight at the cocoon giant from above. He drives his sword down through the reforming barrier with brute force. The barrier cracks under the impact. Kai smashes through and strikes the giant directly, telling Kai's allies to handle whatever comes next. Another knight gathers power for a follow-up attack. She releases a killing thrust of blue energy at the exposed giant. The attack pierces through the barrier remnants and into the giant. The giant finally bursts apart for good, scattering the pink shell and ending the threat. Hyunbak silently prays that his reading of the situation was correct. Then the devil woman suddenly appears right beside him, proving the real danger was never the giant. She asks why he focused on the wicked giant instead of her, and challenges him to explain how he planned to fight her. Hyunbak answers that a being as powerful as her should have needed some kind of medium to descend, and he suspected the dying giant was that anchor. She considers his reasoning with amusement. Her interest deepens when she admits he is unlike the others. She praises him for getting this far with weak tools and for correctly identifying the medium. Satisfied, she declares that the group has passed her test and spares their lives. Because he entertained her, she decides to give Hyunbak a reward. That reward is a chilling declaration that she is claiming him for herself. Hyunbak carefully asks what being claimed actually means. She explains that he will either become her prey or her subordinate. As she begins to leave, she says that since he passed her test, he deserves to know her name. She reveals herself as Gloria, a catastrophic demon dragon. With that introduction, Gloria departs and promises they will meet again, whether Hyunbak returns as prey or servant. Hyunbak is left repeating the title demon dragon and her name, trying to grasp what just happened. The dungeon is officially cleared, but the victory feels overshadowed by the threat Gloria left behind. Back in safety, Hyunbak exhales as the reality of surviving finally sinks in. He tells his undead companions that Gloria explicitly marked him as either future prey or subordinate. They warn him that if she meant it, the situation is dire because the next meeting will force a choice between opposition and submission. Hyunbak reflects that any being capable of invading the world through a dungeon is far beyond ordinary. He also realizes Gloria may not be the only such power trying to enter Earth. Worse, he concludes that these invading powers are likely scouting talented people in advance, either to recruit them or eliminate them. One of his servants asks what he intends to do now. Instead of answering immediately, Hyunbak asks his companions for their opinions. One urges him to fight because these beings are the same enemies who killed him, though he admits facing them head-on would be suicidal. The others remind Hyunbak that they are already dead, while he is still alive and only has one life to lose. Hyunbak says he cannot risk them recklessly, and one servant proposes staying with him only until he can exist independently if Hyunbak chooses Gloria's side. Another vows to follow Hyunbak to the end as a knight and vassal. Hyunbak is quietly moved by that loyalty. Even the mage says he will continue following Hyunbak, regardless of Chris's old enemy. He explains that revenge is secondary to his true goal of ascending to a higher level, and Hyunbak offers the best path toward that. Hyunbak notes that the answer is exactly what he would expect from a mage. He then asks Nidhogg what it wants. Nidhogg says it only wants to become more valuable than the original dragon, and any path that makes it stronger is acceptable. Another servant complains that he is the only one who has not been asked yet. He presses Hyunbak for the most important answer of all, what Hyunbak himself truly wants. Hyunbak admits he barely survived and has few options, but he knows life as Gloria's subordinate would never be easy. When asked if that means he will keep fighting, Hyunbak says that is his decision for now. He reasons that Gloria did not finalize him as a subordinate yet, so the choice remains open between fleeing and resisting. What he truly wants, however, is to grow stronger no matter the cost and eventually kill Gloria. His servant is thrilled by that resolve and promises full support. Still, the mage warns that Gloria is overwhelmingly stronger, even if he remains loyal for now. He bluntly admits that if Hyunbak faces Gloria without a chance of winning and his life is in danger, betrayal is possible. That possibility startles Hyunbak. He realizes that if he ever fights Gloria recklessly, Chris could turn against him and be forced under control as a tool rather than a trusted ally. That thought hardens his resolve to prepare carefully and preserve the trust that brought them this far. Their discussion is interrupted by the sudden sound of a doorbell. Hyunbak is shocked that the house is already connected to the outside world after the dungeon clear. He quickly realizes the stranger's identity matters more than the restored connection itself. Checking the intercom, he asks who is outside. A woman introduces herself as Kang Hyami and shows official identification. She says she is a manager from the administration, the agency that runs the dungeon site, and asks for a meeting. Hyunbak relaxes at first, assuming it is only routine business from the dungeon site. Then he and his companions are stunned by the revelation that the dungeon site is a real organization, and Hyunbak immediately wonders what it wants from him. Elsewhere, the news of the E-rank dungeon disaster throws officials into confusion. A superior demands to know what kind of monster appeared in an E-rank dungeon after 16 explorers died there. His subordinate reports that a few survived, including a prospect with an A-rank fortune talent. That survivor is identified as Kim Hyunbak. Instead of only verifying the incident, the superior decides they must contact Hyunbak first. He orders immediate contact with the prospect. Then he makes his real intention clear by demanding that Kim Hyunbak be recruited at once. Back at the house, Kang Hyami politely thanks Hyunbak for receiving her and repeats her affiliation with the administration. Hyunbak introduces himself and notes his surprise that the dungeon site is run by actual people. Hyami explains that the administration manages the site and oversees the transfer of ordered goods using the technology of higher beings, including explorer bank transactions. One of Hyunbak's undead immediately asks whether those higher beings are gods. He presses further, asking whether the administration can contact them when needed. Hyami forces herself to stay calm and answers that, while she lacks details, the working assumption is that those higher beings are both gods and devils. Hyunbak quietly absorbs that answer. He then cuts to the real issue and asks why she came to see him. Hayami explains that the administration can view Explorer data through the dungeon app and closely monitors anyone with A-rank talents or higher. Because an entire group of 16 prospects died in one E-rank dungeon, the administration considers the incident extremely serious. Hyunbak correctly concludes that she came for information about what happened. Hayami confirms that, but says her main purpose is to recruit him. Rather than reacting emotionally, Hyunbak immediately asks what her side can offer him. He makes clear that information has a price and that ordinary money will not be enough. Hayami is caught off guard by how directly he negotiates. She offers a special deal. If he shares information, the administration will separately sell him mana crystals from its private stock. She explains that the administration possesses rare mana crystals and other selected goods that never appear on the public site. Privately, Hyunbak and his mage realize those materials could let them begin projects they had been unable to attempt. The mage suspects the administration is hiding even more impossible to obtain resources and urges Hyunbak to demand better terms. So Hyunbak rejects the first offer and asks what else they can provide. Hayami challenges whether his information is truly worth that much. Hyunbak answers that the value of the information is his life itself. That claim leaves her with no easy reply. She excuses herself to consult someone higher up. While Hyunbak and his companions watch, she calls in a small change of circumstances. She receives instructions off to the side while Hyunbak waits. When she turns back, the mood has shifted. She tells Hyunbak that the CEO wants to speak with him personally. On the call, the administration director introduces himself and offers priority purchasing rights on magical herbs, metals, and mana crystals at retail price. Hyunbak counters immediately, saying he will sign only if they sell those goods to him at half price. The director protests that anything below 90% is unreasonable, and Hyunbak instantly raises his demand to 55%. The director tries to settle at 85%, but Hyunbak keeps pressing and drags the price down further. He continues the negotiation without hesitation, forcing the other side to chase him. When the director finally offers 75%, Hyunbak accepts the rate but extends the deal to a 3-year term, shocking him. The director objects that such a long discount would cost the administration too much. Hyunbak counters by offering not to leave the country during the contract period, turning his own future value into leverage. He points out that the administration clearly intends to recruit dungeon explorers before they emerge publicly, and if South Korea refuses his terms, other countries or guilds will not. That argument corners the director. The director yields to a 3-year contract, but demands that Hyunbak serve as a government-affiliated dungeon explorer during that time. Hyunbak refuses outright. He explains that working under the government would heavily restrict his movements and interfere with his own plans, and he has no intention of living by someone else's orders. The director backs down and revises the offer to a 2-year arrangement as an external employee in exchange for 70% pricing. Hyunbak clarifies that this means a mercenary role with the right to refuse missions, then adds his own condition that he will only accept one mandatory task for every 2 refusals. He also insists on receiving precise details for every request and reserves the right to reject anything unreasonable, even if it is technically obligatory. Pressed by the negotiation, the director agrees to those terms while privately admitting Hyunbak will be difficult to keep under control. Hyunbak accepts the contract and tells them to prepare the paperwork through Kam Hyami. After the call, his companions praise him for completely reversing the power balance and securing the materials they need. But the director adds one more requirement before everything is settled. Hyunbak must undergo a test. He explains that although the administration is government-backed and he has broad authority, rival factions inside it will challenge a contract arranged on his own. He already knows Hyunbak's abilities, but if his faction weakens, opponents will use other explorers to undermine him. He warns that the faction opposing him will make contracts of its own and try to restrict his power. Hearing that, Hyunbak realizes Gloria is no longer his only looming problem, because human politics may become another battlefield just as dangerous. Kim agrees to hear the offer and learns that to secure the contract, he must clear a sealed dungeon that was locked down after a failed raid. He is told those failed dungeons remain linked to the real world, so they are sealed to stop monsters from spilling out. Kim realizes that monsters are already escaping from such places, which is why the administration is desperate to recruit explorers like him. The administration warns that the test site is officially only F rank, but likely far more dangerous than a normal one, and asks whether he will accept. Before answering, Kim consults his undead companions about whether this contract is worth the risk. One advisor warns that getting involved could drag them into pointless political struggles between human factions. Another agrees that even mercenaries cannot always ignore the kingdom's interests. A third argues that they still need to grow stronger than they are now. He adds that the situation may be the greatest crisis they have faced so far. Kim weighs their advice in silence and reaches a decision. His thoughts turn to Gloria, reminding him how dangerous the larger threat truly is. That memory hardens his resolve. Kim accepts the test and asks to be taken to the dungeon immediately. That night, he is flown to the sealed site under heavy military guard. The soldiers waiting there make it clear the army is treating the dungeon as a serious national security matter. Kim arrives with his disguised undead companions and the administration's manager, drawing wary attention. The commanding officer asks if this unimpressive-looking outsider is really the one chosen for the job. Manager Kang Hyami formally identifies Kim Wonhyo as the external explorer assigned to clear the dungeon. The colonel openly doubts that someone like Kim could handle a dungeon overrun with those monsters. Kim offers no defense and lets the administration speak for him. Kang insists that Kim has repeatedly cleared similar dungeons and has already been approved by higher authorities, leaving the final call to the officer in charge. She reminds the colonel that his authority comes from above and that defying those orders would itself be a military offense. Forced to yield, the colonel warns that if anything goes wrong, the army will respond without hesitation. Kim's armored companion bristles at the insult and wonders if they should abandon the test altogether. The calmer knight treats the hostility as little more than military hazing and urges patience. The scale of the army's preparation shows they are ready to suppress the dungeon by force if needed. Armed troops and vehicles stand by as if expecting a battlefield rather than a test. Some soldiers mock Kim's masked group as costumed eccentrics instead of serious fighters. Their ridicule turns personal, dismissing Kim as a show-off playing hero. Kim ignores the taunts and stays focused on the mission. The group is led to the sealed entrance and told to wait, while the army prepares to open it. The colonel gives the order to unseal the dungeon. The massive outer barrier opens to reveal the hidden structure that contains the dungeon gate. Inside, a single door stands as the final seal between the world and the dungeon. The colonel coldly tells Kim that from here on, whatever happens is his problem. As the door opens, strange energy pours out and immediately puts everyone on edge. A pack of goblins surges out the moment the seal is broken. The monsters attack with feral aggression instead of hesitation. The colonel orders the entrance blocked and explosives prepared, prioritizing containment over Kim's safety. But the army quickly discovers the door cannot simply be shut again. The colonel scrambles to form a firing line and orders his men not to let any monster escape. The soldiers open fire and mow down the first wave of goblins. A goblin shaman answers with magic, raising a staff charged with fire. A blast of flames tears through the soldiers' line and instantly shifts the battle in the monster's favor. The troops panic as the fire spreads faster than they can evade it. Wounded men cry for help while the colonel tries to restore order and call for medics. The army's disciplined formation collapses under the magical assault. Kim calmly steps in and shields the colonel from the flames, revealing that he could have intervened at any time. He calls on Nidhogg, signaling that he is done watching the army flounder. The colonel looks up in shock as a dragon-like undead presence manifests above him. Kim orders his forces to wipe the monsters out. A gigantic skeletal hand crashes down and crushes the goblin attackers. At the same time, a powerful blue barrier seals the entrance area, cutting off the chaos from the outside. The colonel is left speechless by the scale of Kim's power. Kim treats the stunned officer with casual indifference, as if the matter is already settled. He tells the colonel he will return, making clear that the real work is only beginning. After roughly 30 hours, the test finally ends with Kim's side having subdued the dungeon. Kim reflects that compared with how badly he once struggled in F-rank dungeons, his growth has been extraordinary. With the test over, the story shifts back to the Dungeon Administration Management Center. Kim signs an external contract with the administration and hands over everything he knows about Gloria. The officials are shaken by the revelation that a being like Gloria exists and admit the threat is beyond what their own level can handle. They decide the information must be secretly shared with other nations because the crisis demands a global response. At the same time, they order quiet surveillance on Kim and his companions in case they become a threat themselves. A subordinate accepts those covert instructions without objection. Later, Kim reviews the administration's item catalog and sees that even high-grade mana crystals are staggeringly expensive. Chris explains that the administration is offering a wide range of mana materials at a discount, making the catalog more valuable than expected despite the prices. When Kim learns the prices were set by higher beings, he stops arguing about fairness and asks how much they should buy. Chris immediately wants to spend everything they have on supplies, while Kim is alarmed because their funds are already tight after moving. Kim can only stare as Chris's greed takes over. Their conversation is interrupted when part of the new base is suddenly damaged during construction work. Kim is startled by the destruction, only to hear an unapologetic explanation from below. Chris pops out through a hole and casually admits he caused it while engraving the magic array Kim requested. Kim forces a strained smile and reminds himself that the administration's test was not the only thing they accomplished during that time. He explains that they have moved into a new headquarters designed to serve as both home and operational base. The new fort includes separate labs, training space for his companions, and room to grow as a proper organization. Chris continues carving magical structures into the building as part of that setup. They have learned that an explorer's home eventually becomes linked to a dungeon, so Chris is engraving arrays to study and control that phenomenon. Using sword aura as a tool, Chris demonstrates that magic arrays can be carved directly into the structure itself. Those arrays are meant to gather data on exactly how the house-dungeon connection forms. Nidhogg even imitates the technique, helping with the work. Chris praises Nidhogg for learning sword aura just by observation, and Nidhogg accepts the compliment with satisfaction. Their work is interrupted when Kang Hyami arrives at the new base. She admires the place and notes how much effort Kim must have spent relocating. Kim reminds her that he already warned the administration he would use his remaining free time for himself, not for more official demands. Kang reveals that she came before that free period ends because the administration can predict what dungeon his house will connect to next. She explains that while the administration does not control the connection itself, it can forecast the destination in advance. This time, Kim will be linked to a D-rank dungeon alongside 35 administration-backed explorers. The dungeon is called Den of Paranoia, and she asks Kim to work with the incoming guild to clear it. More specifically, she wants him to protect those 35 explorers and ensure they survive. Kim listens without reacting emotionally. He politely refuses the request outright, catching Kang off guard. Kim explains that he is not strong enough to guarantee the safety of 35 strangers in an unfamiliar D-rank dungeon, and that being assigned as their protector would only create distrust and conflict. Kang accepts his reasoning instead of forcing the issue. She lowers the request and asks only that he gather information on the dungeon for the administration, which Kim agrees to do. Before leaving, she hands him the update notes for a newly restructured system. She explains that the system now includes an additional subquest tied to dungeon clearing, with contribution points as rewards. When Kim remarks that this could have been sent digitally, she admits that was not her real reason for coming. Kang says she wanted to say goodbye in person, leaving Kim confused by the sudden intimacy. She bows and sincerely wishes for his safe return from the D-rank dungeon. Kim answers that he expects to see her again, but only if he survives. Soon after, Kim enters the dark cavern of the named D-rank dungeon. He checks the dungeon information and learns that Den of Paranoia evolved from E-rank after hunting explorers, now holding 300 participants with a long time limit and substantial rewards. Seeing the huge participant count, Kim asks to inspect the details more closely. From the name alone, he suspects the dungeon's gimmick will be to make explorers distrust one another and turn on themselves. Before he can think further, a falling stalactite nearly crushes him, proving the dungeon attacks without warning. Shaken, Kim complains about the darkness, while his undead companions point out that only he is hindered by it. One knight suggests using the situation as training so Kim can learn to fight without relying on sight. Kim accepts the idea and asks how to begin. He is taught to lower his stance, sharpen his senses, and feel the movement of the air around him. The lesson continues with the advice to spread his mana outward and use it as an extension of his senses. Kim focuses inward and tries to let his mana compensate for what his eyes cannot provide. His mana begins to spread through the cave like a web touching every surface. He succeeds in feeling the terrain through that mana field, gaining a new way to perceive his surroundings. When he pushes the technique further, he suddenly senses Chris's furious emotional state from afar. Chris erupts in rage at the administration, convinced they cheated him. The reason is absurd but serious to him. He discovers that 24-hour free time vouchers can be bought with contribution points, and they are already sold out in limited quantities. Chris laments that if he had known earlier, he would have hoarded them in advance and turned them into an easy source of points. Even after calming down, he insists those points are still needed for defensive materials and for preparing a future central nucleus for Nidhogg. Chris explains that unlike the others, Nidhogg stores mana throughout his bones instead of in a single regulating core. When Kim asks what that means, Chris compares it to a dragon lacking a dragon heart, and says surpassing a real dragon will require even greater magical refinement. The idea is reinforced by the image of a true dragon heart as the key to overwhelming draconic power. Nidhogg immediately asks Chris to create such a central nucleus for him, but Chris warns that gaining one would also create a fatal weak point. Nidhogg dismisses the risk, saying he was always an imitation to begin with, and that a fake heart surpassing the real thing would only prove his worth. Kim realizes that ever since the battle with Gloria, Nidhogg has become more devoted and more obsessed with transcending dragonhood itself. Seeing that change, Chris decides Nidhogg is ready to learn something deeper. He explains that a dragon heart is, in simple terms, merely an extraordinarily high-quality mana crystal. What makes it special is not just the object itself, but the fact that it belongs to a dragon, a fundamentally exceptional being. Nidhogg accepts the lesson respectfully, showing a new seriousness that surprises the others. One companion starts to praise Nidhogg for finally acting like a proper teammate, only to realize Kai has suddenly vanished. The group panics and searches for him, fearing the dungeon may have taken him. Kai abruptly reappears from the darkness and startles everyone on purpose. He casually explains that he wandered off because the discussion was dragging and he wanted to scout ahead. Kai reports that he found evidence of explorers being ambushed by something. He clarifies that this was not a simple monster rush, but a more deliberate and strategic attack. Kim immediately understands the implication. The monsters here are using guerrilla tactics against humans. Following the traces, they find blood smeared along the cave walls. The trail leads them toward a bright opening deeper inside the dungeon. Beyond it lies a fortified settlement built inside the cavern. The place is clearly a human stronghold, but one already under the strain of fear and conflict. Inside, steel clashes as explorers fight one another instead of the monsters. Kim arrives to find multiple guilds in open combat, each side convinced the others betrayed them. One guild master accuses the others of attacking first, and refuses to listen. Another fires back that he was lured there by the first guild's own members, deepening the mutual suspicion. Even as monsters close in, the explorers remain trapped in paranoia and cannot unite. A more level-headed guild master realizes a highly intelligent monster is deliberately sowing chaos among the humans. At that moment, a female swordswoman spots the real culprit and attacks a troll-like monster that had been manipulating events from the shadows. She cuts the creature down in a single decisive strike. Its tamer is horrified, insisting the beast could never have attacked anyone without his command. Another guild master is left reeling because the monster they had been pursuing as the culprit was apparently not acting on its own at all. As the truth begins to emerge, the explorers realize the situation is far worse than a simple misunderstanding and that a monster may truly be orchestrating the entire conflict. As the guilds gather in one place, an unseen enemy sees the perfect chance to slaughter them all. A sudden tremor throws the crowded village into confusion before anyone understands what is happening. One of the survivors urgently calls for Lisiori to take command. Lisiori immediately moves to higher ground to identify the threat. The vice guild master of the Daehan guild lands on a rooftop and prepares to assess the battlefield. From above, she sees the village and the surrounding cliffs clearly enough to search for the source. What she finds horrifies her badly enough to freeze her for a moment. She snaps into command and orders everyone to form ranks for battle at once. The real danger reveals itself as a wave of green slime surging in from outside the village. The slime horde pours toward the settlement in overwhelming numbers. A young fighter rushes in to cut one down before it reaches the others. His attack backfires when the slime's acidic body melts his sword on contact. Nearby fighters are burned as well, and panic spreads as they realize normal melee is disastrous. The young man quickly warns everyone that the slime's bodies are corrosive and must be killed with fire instead. A demolition-focused guild immediately claims the job and prepares improvised incendiary bombs. They hurl the explosives into the advancing slimes while warning the front line to stay clear. The bombs arm in midair, buying the defenders a desperate moment of hope. The first blast erupts in a pillar of fire among the monsters. More explosions follow, turning the front of the village into a burning kill zone. The blasts also start collapsing nearby wooden structures, forcing the defenders to dodge falling debris. At the same time, a summoned elemental spirit is called forth to support the defense. Its ice magic locks part of the slime wave in place, giving the fighters a way to control the battlefield. Lisiori orders the bombardment to continue relentlessly and demands that every frozen slime be burned. The bombers agree and tell the front line to herd the monsters together for maximum effect. The melee fighters begin driving the surviving slimes into a single cluster. Even the larger monsters are forced back as the defenders compress the horde. The slimes try to flee the trap once they realize they are being cornered. The defenders cut off their escape routes and keep them boxed in. With the trap set, the bombers warn everyone to save themselves and prepare another volley. A massive chain of explosions engulfs the clustered slimes and much of the village around them. Watching the devastation, Lisiori notes the bomb guild's terrifying firepower and starts thinking about how they make it. That thought is interrupted when she senses a new change in the battle. A second wave arrives as masked riders on giant lizards charge toward the village. The young fighter realizes the slime attack may have been designed from the start to destroy the defenders' weapons. The elemental users are ordered to pour all their mana into the summoned spirit for one decisive counterattack. The spirit answers with a barrage of ice spears that tears through the incoming riders. The battered survivors refuse to break and steel themselves to keep fighting. They throw themselves into close combat against the lizard riders despite the odds. One fighter named Taeshik helps bring down an enemy rider with a sudden ranged strike. But the defenders quickly realize there are too many enemies left and too few usable weapons to hold out for long. Before the line collapses, a dark portal opens overhead and something new enters the battlefield. A surge of black-purple power crashes down, scattering the enemies below. A skeletal dragon and its rider intervene, telling the defenders to tend the wounded while they take over the fight. With that opening, the surviving guild members launch a renewed charge. The young fighter recognizes the Skeleton Legion and Bone Dragon from rumor and realizes who must have arrived. The feared necromancer Wanhyo appears atop the Bone Dragon, confirming the rumor. His forces immediately strike the enemy line from outside the village. The masked lizard riders finally show alarm at the new threat. Their leader orders an immediate retreat rather than risk annihilation. The defenders watch in disbelief as the monsters actually pull back. Relief sweeps through the village as people celebrate surviving and praise the necromancer who saved them. Instead of relaxing, the survivors begin fortifying the village, salvaging weapons, and treating the injured for the next attack. Someone tries to use the return service to escape the dungeon, but the system still refuses because monsters remain nearby. While others thank Wanhyo for rescuing them, Lee Seori notices the same system error and realizes the danger is not over. That fear is confirmed when more survivors report that guild members have been murdered even in places with no visible monsters. The repeated killings convince the group that their security problem is getting worse, not better. Wanhyo deduces that mimic monsters are hiding among the humans, which explains why the return service keeps failing. When asked how to identify them, he admits there is no current method unless they can obtain a mimic corpse to analyze. Even so, the survivors cling to the fact that understanding the cause means escape might still be possible. A bomber proposes a test: send small groups to isolated safe spots, and use the return service to see whether a mimic is among them. That plan raises a grim problem, because any successful test would leave a mimic behind with only a few people to face it. The group settles on rotating who stays behind and using the village as a recoverable base as long as returns remain possible. They move on to deciding which guilds will leave first, and which will remain exposed. Some of the younger survivors try to treat the decision lightly by suggesting rock, paper, scissors. Their casual attitude only highlights how little they grasp the stakes. A heavily armored skeleton named Kessel cuts in and rebukes them for treating survival like a game. The young fighter realizes Kessel is about to say something serious and listens. Pressed for his opinion, Wanhyo hesitates and lets Kessel speak instead. Kessel bluntly warns the rookies that if they keep raiding this dungeon as they have been, every one of them will die. The survivors bristle at the insult and demand to know whether he is simply calling them weak. Kessel acknowledges their raw strength but says they lack the focus, awareness, intensity, and ferocity needed for a dungeon this cunning. He reminds them that the dungeon master has been outplaying them repeatedly, and that only Wanhyo's intervention kept them from total extermination. Lee Seori angrily asks whether his answer is for them to hide and wait to die. Kessel shocks everyone by saying that, for now, that is exactly what they should do. He orders the human survivors to return home and wait, while Wanhyo's undead clear the dungeon themselves. Wanhyo is startled that Kessel makes such a sweeping decision without asking him first. But Kessel insists this is not empty bravado and asks his master to trust his judgment. He argues that the dungeon can be cleared without sacrificing the survivors, and that if anyone must be risked, it should be their master alone. Kessel even refuses any reward, presenting the plan as a straightforward solution. The young fighter asks Wanhyo whether such a thing is really possible. Wanhyo pauses, weighing the truth of it. He admits the issue is not whether it can be done, but that he must do it because the alternative is death for everyone. A system notice confirms that Kim Hyun-bak has chosen to attempt an independent clear of the den of paranoia. The village falls into an uneasy quiet as the new plan begins. Back inside, Kessel apologizes to Wanhyo for acting on his own authority. He explains that if they had continued the joint raid and accepted more help, resentment against Wanhyo would only have grown. From Kessel's view, losing some profit is still better than letting his master become indebted or mistrusted. Another undead companion counters that Wanhyo overthinks everything now and needed this lesson. He warns that even good intentions can create misunderstanding when they are pursued too calculatingly. The undead insist that this conflict will ultimately be useful experience for their master. Still, they formally apologize for acting without permission and for backing Kessel's decision. Wanhyo accepts that they acted for his sake and lets the offense pass. He forgives them this once but makes clear that acting independently again without telling him will not be tolerated. Kessel agrees in words, yet openly admits he would disobey again if he believed it necessary. His loyalty is absolute because he sees his own growth as tied directly to Wanhyo becoming stronger. Wanhyo can only accept that answer with quiet resolve. With the matter settled, he orders his undead forces to prepare for the next stage of the raid. Elsewhere in the dungeon, the enemy leader decides that if they can catch one particular man, the rest of the humans will become easy prey. The masked commander chooses to wait for Wanhyo to make the first move. That patience breaks when the enemy senses something unexpected approaching. Fire suddenly erupts through the cavern walls, announcing that Wanhyo has already struck first. Kessel gleefully reveals that he copied the bomber's method because he wanted to try it himself. The enemy base detonates in a massive blast before its defenders can react. From the village side, the survivors watch in shock as the hidden stronghold is obliterated. Wanhyo explains that destroying the boss's mana source is the only way to disrupt a D-rank dungeon boss, and that the dungeon's self-repair will drain enormous mana in the process. The human survivors can only laugh nervously at how far beyond them this strategy is. Their relief vanishes when a new threat rises in front of them. A gigantic stone golem forms from the village buildings, and Wanhyo immediately identifies it as a mimic disguised as a house. The survivors are stunned to learn that even the buildings themselves can be monsters. The golem slams into the ground and sends the nearby fighters scrambling for their lives. Far from panicking, Kessel is almost excited by the appearance of a larger opponent. At the same time, more lizard riders swarm the hidden battlefield where Wanhyo's undead are fighting. Kai, the holy-looking skeleton, answers the call to trigger the prepared traps. The enemy riders realize too late that they have ridden directly into the trap zone. The explosives detonate in a wall of fire that tears through the charging monsters. Back at the village, one survivor notices the traps have gone off successfully. Another snaps him back to the immediate fight, and he refocuses on the golem in front of them. In the blasted enemy camp, surviving riders lie broken and furious after the ambush. Their commander, battered but alive, refuses to accept defeat. Wanhyo answers by mounting his bone dragon and preparing to finish the enemy leader personally. He unleashes a necro breath blast straight at the commander. The commander survives the attack and mocks it as too weak to kill him. Then he calls his scattered remains back together, revealing a far stranger body than expected. The fallen riders and beasts begin dissolving into red slime instead of staying dead. Kessel realizes they are not simply melting but being drawn somewhere by a hidden force. The red slime streams into the bone dragon's maw as Wanhyo channels it inward. The gathered mass condenses into a single monstrous red core. Wanhyo recognizes that this confirms his suspicion about the kind of mimic they are facing. He identifies the boss as a slime-type doppelganger, an incomplete mimic lord ruling the den of paranoia. The doppelganger lunges at Wanhyo with the intent to swallow and consume him directly. Wanhyo warns Nidhogg not to underestimate it, because a doppelganger is far too dangerous to belong in a mere D-rank dungeon. The doppelganger surges again, and Wanhyo orders it burn down before it can fully stabilize. Another necro breath crashes into the slime mass in an attempt to erase it. Instead of dying, the creature adapts, reshaping part of itself under the pressure. A giant red fist forms from the slime and smashes into the bone dragon hard enough to stagger it. Wanhyo compares the blow to a far more terrifying opponent he has faced before and dismisses it as insignificant by comparison. Nidhogg answers with a sweeping counterstrike that slices through the slime body, but the absorbed doppelganger matter starts fusing with the dragon's bones, creating a new danger from within. As the dragon begins to lose stability and fall, Wanhyo calls for Kai and Kessel to act. They reveal they were already prepared for this contingency and move at once. Kessel and Kai dive down the cliff face and launch a coordinated attack on the slime below. Their assault turns the doppelganger into a boiling red mass and briefly disrupts its form. Arrows pierce the slime from above, adding ranged pressure to the trap. When the creature gives no immediate counterattack, the undead realize something is wrong. Kessel decides too late that the only smart move was to run, because the attack was a bait. A hidden volley of magic-charged arrows detonates inside the slime body. The delayed blast erupts around the undead, catching them off guard and ruining their timing. At that critical moment, the hooded mage skeleton casts a paralyzing curse to pin the village golem in place. The survivor sees the opening and rush to bring the immobilized golem down before it can move again. Even with the golem trapped, the young fighter can only ask what they are supposed to do next as the battle remains far from over. An explosion sends red vestiges rushing toward the group, and they realize the threat is moving straight at them. The scattered red masses rain down around the fighters, leaving everyone scrambling to understand what these things are. As the blobs begin reshaping themselves, the danger becomes clear. They are evolving in real time. The masked necromancer orders everyone to combine their strength at once, while the others demand to know the enemy's nature. He reveals that these are the doppelganger's clones and warns that they must be destroyed before they merge into one body. With no time to hesitate, the party launches a coordinated attack on the forming clones. Their first strikes tear through the red masses, proving the clones can be damaged before they stabilize. But one clone swells into a towering monster and declares that it will devour the humans to rebuild itself. The white-haired fighter is engulfed by the creature's body and screams as it tries to absorb him. The necromancer counters with Bone Spear, blasting the clone apart and freeing the trapped man. He immediately orders the injured to be evacuated, choosing to hold the line himself. Even damaged, the clone vows to kill him in a brutal way. The surrounding clones answer that command and surge in together, intent on overwhelming him by numbers. In response, the necromancer summons his skeleton knights to turn the tide. His undead soldiers crash into the clones and begin cutting them down under his command. The summoned warriors lock in and press the assault without hesitation. The armored allies join the charge as well, fighting for their lord and reinforcing the skeleton line. A clone lashes out in fury, trying to drive them back. Kai answers with a heavy slash that cleaves into the creature's body. Lady follows with a finishing strike, carving the clone apart on Kai's opening. Another clone rages that these pawns should die and tries to reassert control of the battlefield. Instead, it is blown apart again, and the necromancer calls for Kai and Chris to keep pressure on the fragments. Even while smashing skeletons aside, the clone insists the lesser fighters cannot stop it. The necromancer realizes the clones are stronger than his skeletons, and that brute attrition alone will not be enough. Even so, he declares the battle is his to win and keeps his forces engaged. He unleashes another burst of force that hammers the clone and scatters more of its body. The clone's mass is shredded again, but it still refuses to die cleanly. His skeletons reform and rise back into the fight, surrounding the remaining fragments. They slash at the clone from multiple sides, cutting its body into smaller pieces. Those pieces collapse into unstable spikes and puddles, losing cohesion. Reduced to a trembling lump, the clone can only rage in disbelief at how badly it has been cornered. The necromancer approaches and asks if it understands why he is still standing while it is failing. He explains that the doppelganger counted on exhausting a human's mana, but he prepared for that limit. To avoid running dry, he created a mana storage device and secretly kept a reserve for this exact battle. The clone dismisses the device as a trivial trick and lunges again, refusing to admit defeat. A sudden beam of power slices through the clone's attack before it can land. Kai shields the necromancer and cuts through the clone's body, buying him time to continue speaking. The necromancer reveals he understood the doppelganger's real plan: kill him, absorb him, and become complete. He says the doppelganger's careful strategy failed because he seized an unexpected opening first. The clone swells into a larger form and insists that the necromancer, not it, will be the one to die. It boasts that even with the dungeon destroyed, it still possesses overflowing mana, but the necromancer openly doubts that claim. The clone suddenly convulses, as if something inside it has gone wrong. Purple energy erupts through its body, and the necromancer begins turning its own structure against it. He calmly controls the invading mana from a distance, proving he has already found the weakness he needed. The remaining clones freeze under pressure as his skeletons close in around them. He gathers the corrupted energy into his hand, preparing to explain the trap. He reveals that the bone spear he planted earlier carried his mana into the doppelganger for the purpose of analyzing its body. From that analysis, he discovered the truth. The doppelganger's original body exists elsewhere, and these clones are powered by split pieces of its soul. The clone panics and desperately tries to reclaim those soul fragments before he can exploit them further. Realizing the real target, the necromancer orders Nidhogg to destroy the doppelganger's original body at once. The skeletal dragon rises above the battlefield as the final weapon in his plan. Nidhogg unleashes negative breath and fires a massive stream of destructive energy toward the hidden original. The blast tears through space with overwhelming force. It punches through the barrier protecting the original body and cracks it open. Inside the shattered space, the dragon reaches the exposed core of the doppelganger. The original body realizes too late that completion was only moments away before everything was ruined. Nidhogg's attack engulfs the core completely, leaving it no room to escape. The doppelganger can only curse the necromancer as the blast closes in. The hidden original explodes, ending the source of the clone's existence. Back on the battlefield, the others are startled by the distant explosion and sense that something decisive has happened. At the same time, one last clone nearly crushes the young swordsman before the others can react. The clone's body suddenly falters, its aggression replaced by a strange collapse. Instead of finishing its prey, it begins breaking down in front of the stunned survivors. A low groan passes through the remaining clones as their forms lose stability. The fighters realize the clones are melting away now that the original body has been destroyed. The necromancer finally allows himself a small breath of relief. Exhausted, he sinks down and admits the battle nearly drained all of his mana. His companions remind him that the fight is not truly over until every leftover clone is cleaned up. He agrees and steadies himself, already thinking about the work still ahead. The armored knight offers him a hand and acknowledges that he performed well. Kai echoes the praise, making it clear the familiars recognize his victory. He thanks Castle sincerely, accepting the support with quiet satisfaction. Then he orders everyone to finish clearing the battlefield and tie up the remaining loose ends. The raid concludes successfully, and the named Degrade dungeon is officially cleared after 5 days. 3 days later, he lies at home restless and empty, unable to sleep, eat, or even enjoy the hobbies that once filled his time. He wonders if surviving repeated brushes with death has made ordinary life feel dull compared to the intensity of the dungeon. He considers taking a walk, then stops himself, treating even leisure as something too precious to waste. That mood is broken when Castle bursts in with an urgent personal request. Castle begs to go out and meet his game friends, asking his master to help him do something about being a skeleton in public. The necromancer reveals he has already remodeled the doppelganger fragment into a human face and shoulders for Castle, astonishing everyone. He explains that he used mana to connect the fragment to Castle's consciousness, though only part of the body can be disguised for now. When Castle pushes for more, the necromancer yanks him back into line and reminds him not to get greedy. Lady is impressed that he could create something so advanced from the fragment. He modestly says he only reshaped what already existed, though his familiars insist the achievement is still his. Castle then worries about a more practical problem: how he is supposed to join a dinner gathering. The necromancer reassures him that the fragment can process a small amount of food, meaning Castle may at least experience taste. That single promise sends Castle, Chris, and the others into wild excitement at the thought of finally tasting food and alcohol. Chris immediately sees commercial potential and urges mass production of the idea. The necromancer laughs and calls him out for already trying to turn the invention into money. Time passes, and Castle finally leaves the house for his outing while the others send him off like an overprotected family member. When Castle returns safely, the necromancer confirms that his free time countdown does not decrease as long as he himself stays at the base. That discovery gives him a new idea. If free time can be preserved, he may avoid being forced into another dungeon for a while. He realizes he can use doppelganger fragments to let his familiars act as his representatives in the outside world. While they handle outside errands, a new update appears on the dungeon's site. He and his familiars learn that a mercenary system has been added to the platform. Castle guesses the system exists because dungeon raids across the world are not going well enough. The group quickly decides that taking mercenary jobs would suit them better than waiting to be assigned random raids. The new system allows explorers with enough remaining raid time to join other people's dungeons as support. Those who answer such requests receive extra rewards on top of normal dungeon compensation and still gain free time afterward. He notes that the system mainly benefits guilds and strong explorers, and wonders why it was introduced now. Castle explains that mana leaking from dungeons is spreading rapidly through the real world. When asked about the gap between dungeon mana and real-world mana, Castle says the difference is still large but shrinking fast. At the current rate, he warns, the mana density inside dungeons and outside them could become equal within a year or less. That means the system is trying to accelerate the growth of capable humans before the world changes completely. The necromancer agrees that this development could work in their favor. Still, he cannot ignore what it implies for the future of the real world. If dungeon monsters begin appearing outside, then dungeon explorers will also emerge as a new kind of power in society, changing everything. More urgently, he remembers the catastrophe demon dragon Gloria and realizes there is no guarantee she was the final threat. If beings on that level invade the real world, the consequences will be catastrophic. He grimly concludes that countless people would die. Castle urges him not to waste time and to seize every opportunity available. He argues that they must help the people of this world grow stronger before the coming invasion arrives. The necromancer reluctantly agrees that this responsibility cannot be ignored. A quiet smile shows he has already made up his mind. He decides they will begin taking mercenary requests immediately. Castle adds that they should also prepare for abuse of the new system, citing the kind of cruelty shown by Kim Jung-hyuk. He warns that stronger explorers will inevitably use mercenary raids to dominate or eliminate weaker ones. The necromancer answers that he is already ready for such people and will not tolerate internal enemies. His familiars enthusiastically agree, treating traitors and opportunists as threats that deserve no mercy. With that settled, he opens the mercenary listings and starts searching for suitable jobs. The map reveals far more requests than expected, spread across many regions. The sheer global scale overwhelms him for a moment, especially because he cannot handle foreign languages. Castle solves that problem by proposing translation magic to break the language barrier. Lady explains that true telepathic communication can serve as universal translation once mastered, and everyone immediately wants in. Castle even equips himself for the role, fully embracing the idea. He goes further and proposes selling translation enchanted items as a business opportunity, and the necromancer reluctantly leaves that project to him. Chris pushes to accept as many requests as possible, eager to turn the new system into profit. Kai instead points out a low-paying but urgent request that carries obvious desperation. Because they need slime cores anyway, Kai recommends taking an F-grade dungeon request tied to that need. The necromancer decides to accept the request Kai selected. His familiars praise the choice as noble, but he is puzzled that they think he is acting out of kindness. He clarifies that he has his own reason for choosing that mission. That reason is a plea from a Korean requester offering anything for survival, while a far more lucrative B-grade request sits ignored beside it. He decides it is time to recruit new contractees through this opportunity. Meanwhile, public opinion about the necromancer Wonhyo splits wildly between fear that he has become inhuman and hope that he is a savior who can end the dungeon crisis. Elsewhere, an older man reads those rumors with interest rather than panic. He decides he must meet Wonhyo soon, before the necromancer grows even stronger, so he can judge whether he is ally or enemy. He calls for the administrator, but no one answers. The silence makes him realize something is wrong. Then a door opens behind him, confirming an intruder has entered his secure space. A cloaked figure steps out of the darkness and announces that they have finally met. The stranger says he came only to deliver a warning. He tells the old man that the long-anticipated time has arrived. That warning is paired with the image of a monstrous invader, making clear that the threat is no longer theoretical. At the same time, inside a dungeon, desperate explorers are being slaughtered as they beg for rescue. Elsewhere, civilians flee in terror as a disaster approaches that no one wanted and few are ready for. Warning alarms spread through control centers as authorities scramble to respond. Even surviving adventurers can only stare in shaken disbelief at the scale of what is coming. Defenders try to barricade an entrance and hold back the flood of monsters, but the situation is already collapsing into chaos. And over it all looms a horned demon woman, hinting that while the necromancer remains inside his house, the true danger outside is only beginning. A mysterious staff marked with colored gems introduces the power tied to Wanhyo. Wanhyo sets out carrying that staff in a white mask, already moving with purpose. Elsewhere, a terrified woman lies awake, consumed by the thought that she does not want to die. Her fear deepens as she hides alone in a barricaded room, still fixated on survival. Kim Mijin trembles under her blanket, panic overwhelming every other thought. She recalls that her group had been progressing normally until they encountered the third-floor boss. The goblin commander massacred at least half of their companions. The survivors, including her, could only cower in their homes afterward. A system warning reminds everyone that only 1 month remains to clear the dungeon. Faced with that deadline, Mijin realizes how much she still wants from life and desperately rejects death. A message suddenly arrives on her phone, interrupting her despair. Still hiding, she stares at the notification as if it might decide her fate. She grabs the phone at once, desperate for any change in her situation. The notice says the dungeon has been cleared through the mercenary system. Mijin cannot believe it and suspects the message must be false. Driven by shock, she rushes to unlock her door. She opens it cautiously, needing proof with her own eyes. When she peeks outside, she is stunned into silence. The sight before her confirms that something impossible has happened. Wanhyo stands there with a giant skeleton dragon behind him, proving the dungeon truly has been conquered. The trapped survivors recognize him as the famed skeleton dragon master and erupt in relief, realizing they have been saved. Mijin is left speechless by the sudden reversal of her fate. She bows deeply and pours out her gratitude to Wanhyo. Wanhyo immediately strips the moment of sentiment, making clear he acted for payment, not charity. He reminds everyone that the request itself promised they would do whatever was necessary to stay alive. Accepting that truth, Mijin asks what he wants from her in return. Wanhyo produces a written agreement instead of making a verbal demand. He orders her to sign the contract. Without hesitation, she agrees. Mijin signs her name, binding herself before anyone can stop her. Wanhyo notes that she signed without even checking the terms, testing how far her desperation goes. She reveals that she did read it and accepted it knowingly. The contract gives Wanhyo ownership of her soul, forbids her from revealing that fact by any means, and grants him a share of her future profits, all heavily favoring him. Wanhyo points out that she still chose to accept such a one-sided deal. Mijin answers that the terms do not matter because she has no real right to refuse if she wants to live. Wanhyo is impressed that she understands the situation so quickly. She kneels and begs him to grant her strength in exchange for her service. Her plea becomes absolute, as she promises to do anything if it will let her survive. That intensity catches Wanhyo off guard. Mijin insists this is the kind of chance that comes only once in a lifetime. She sees it as an opportunity to completely change her life. Wanhyo decides he likes her resolve and offers her a path to power because she also has magical talent. He also makes clear that once something becomes his, he values and protects it. With that, he formally accepts her. Later, Wanhyo reflects on the decision from his own room. He admits that among the survivors, Mijin was the only one with notable talent. Her status confirms solid magical ability, memory, and calculation, making her a fortunate find. He further realizes she is especially suited to necromancy and curse magic, and that she can eventually help organize the others into useful forces. His skeleton subordinates return after training the rescued newcomers. They report that the close combat trainees are following instructions well and that the dungeon itself makes an excellent training ground. Wanhyo is pleased because a cleared dungeon remains stable as long as someone stays inside, giving him a permanent practice hall. One skeleton notices the file he is reviewing and asks about it. The file is Mijin's, and Wanhyo privately frames her as an investment. Mijin, now dressed properly and composed, greets Wanhyo with open respect. On the final day of training, Wanhyo gives her a necromancy tome and a method for producing spell cards. She vows that she will survive and hopes to meet him again after proving herself. Wanhyo reflects that the people who request his help become absolutely loyal to him. He regards them as supporters who can act as his hands and feet. One skeleton urges him to stop lingering in weak areas and start preparing for a real dungeon. Wanhyo agrees and begins considering their next target. Another skeleton has already prepared a list of mercenary requests, and recommends the final one. Wanhyo takes the list to review the options. One request stands out, an E+ rank dungeon seeking at least 3rd circle magic users and 5 recruits, with generous pay. The rewards are so excessive that Wanhyo immediately suspects hidden motives. His skeleton advisor agrees and believes the request was designed to attract skilled mages specifically. Wanhyo concludes the client probably wants to scout talent for their own organization. Even so, he chooses that request and decides they will prepare thoroughly before entering. He learns the client is the Golden Black Hole, a major American guild ranked among the top 10. Soon after, Wanhyo and his undead companions begin cutting through monsters as they advance. He fights alongside his skeletal knights as a coordinated unit. Their teamwork quickly overwhelms the enemy. Wanhyo orders Tia to absorb the remains of a defeated foe. The fragment responds to his command and gathers the monster's substance. That absorbed mass is transferred into a waiting vessel. The fragment settles into a humanoid form under Wanhyo's control. The transformation completes, turning the fragment into a usable ally. One knight remarks that it must feel unpleasant to turn a doppelganger fragment into a companion. Wanhyo answers that it feels surprisingly warm, and gently gives the fragment the name Tia. His robed subordinate urges him onward because they must reach the rendezvous on time. Wanhyo leads his undead escort deeper through the cave toward the meeting point. A sudden burst of light ahead signals that they have reached the client's forces. A heavily fortified camp appears, complete with barriers, shields, and disciplined guards. Wanhyo identifies himself as the mercenary who accepted the request and asks for the blinding light to be lowered. The opposing side apologizes, calling the glare a standard precaution, and orders their troops to stand down. The full scale of the guild's armed escort becomes visible. An older man approaches and formally welcomes Wanhyo. He introduces himself as Richard Leonhardt, guild master of Golden Black Hole and Wanhyo's employer. He adds that people call him the Magician President, a title that immediately shocks Wanhyo. That title carries special meaning for him. Wanhyo remembers that the Magician President was the person who once helped him when he was desperate. Back then, Richard had sent him useful materials after reading his plea on a free forum. Young Wanhyo had been stunned to learn who his anonymous benefactor really was. Richard's support became one of the key reasons Wanhyo survived long enough to reach this point. Now fate has reversed their positions into employer and employee. Richard introduces his deputy, Mark Hemington, and warmly says he looks forward to working with the Skeleton Dragon Master. Wanhyo notes that Richard speaks Korean fluently, and is relieved his mask keeps his identity hidden. When Richard switches languages, Wanhyo realizes the dungeon is automatically translating speech for everyone. Richard says he does not know how it works, but it removes the greatest obstacle to cooperation. Wanhyo agrees and keeps his composure. Richard invites him inside and promises to brief him while he rests. Wanhyo joins a meeting with the guild leaders and the other hired explorers. He sits at the table with food and drink set before him, treated as an important asset. He removes his mask enough to eat, revealing that it is more than a simple disguise. Richard notices the mask is a magic item and jokes that he is glad the refreshments will not go to waste, while Wanhyo dryly remarks that food should never be wasted. Once everyone is assembled, Richard begins the formal briefing and reasserts himself as their employer. He makes the hierarchy explicit by declaring that all mercenaries are his subordinates for the duration of the job. Wanhyo accepts the arrangement without resistance, surprising some of the others. The other recruits reluctantly follow his lead and agree as well. One of them smooths over the tension, saying their discomfort is understandable. Richard explains that Golden Black Hole clears dungeons through long-term stays, and the mercenaries will be expected to do the same. That immediately provokes protest from one recruit, who demands to know what long-term really means. Richard answers that it could take about a month, though perhaps only 3 weeks if things go well, and that everyone who can still fight must remain inside until then. Wanhyo's knight quietly approves, recognizing that this is the proper way to clear a dungeon. Wanhyo agrees that their own methods had been correct and should continue. One recruit starts mocking the arrangement, and Wanhyo internally dismisses the complaint as pointless. His knight explains that commuting in and out of a dungeon is unrealistic and recalls a time when even a D-rank dungeon trapped them due to enemy interference. That story shocks the other mercenaries, who struggle to believe it. Richard seizes on the mention of a D-rank dungeon and asks for details. Wanhyo's knight downplays the danger, saying it was an abnormal case that ended quickly because they were prepared and Wanhyo matched up well against the boss. Richard accepts the answer for now but makes clear he wants a fuller explanation later. As the briefing continues, the story shifts to their recent combat efficiency inside dungeons. Richard openly admires how valuable a skilled necromancer is in battle, and Mark agrees. They recognize that even a 2-circle increase in necromancy creates an enormous jump in practical power. Mark admits he would love to recruit Wanhyo permanently because it would greatly reduce casualties. Richard concludes that Wanhyo has no intention of joining any single guild, however regrettable that is. He orders his people not to pressure Wanhyo into joining, so their relationship does not sour. Mark obeys, then asks about the rumor surrounding Wanhyo's skeleton dragon. Richard says he is curious too, but would prefer never to witness that summon firsthand if it can be avoided. The scene shifts to the desert field inside the target dungeon, where the sand itself behaves unnaturally. Wanhyo's group surveys the area and notes that aside from the constantly shifting sand, the place seems too calm for an E+ dungeon. Wanhyo senses something is wrong and grows uneasy. His undead companions share the same dread, recognizing the pattern from a previous disaster and vowing to protect him if it repeats. Wanhyo agrees that this kind of irrational, unreadable situation is exactly what he hates most. His knight asks how he wants to proceed, and Wanhyo leans towards sharing what they know. The knight insists they must warn the others, because if an enemy on the level of the Devil Dragon appears again, everyone will die without cooperation. The rest of his undead agree that survival may depend on combining forces and using the solution they already know. Wanhyo steps forward, deciding to address Richard's side directly. He approaches the guild master and his armed escort, taking control of the conversation. Richard immediately presses him, certain that Wanhyo understands the situation better than anyone else there. Wanhyo agrees to explain. He tells them that field-type dungeons like this usually belong to higher ranks and often contain multiple wandering boss monsters. Richard instantly grasps how dire that is, since the harsh environment alone is dangerous even before adding roaming bosses. Mark adds that such a dungeon makes movement difficult leaves tracks in the sand, and demands that every fight be ended quickly. Wanhyo warns that there is still one more piece of bad news. Before speaking further, he raises a barrier to seal the sound and prevent anyone else from overhearing. Richard recognizes the purpose of the barrier, and Wanhyo begins recounting the being he once met in a similar dungeon. He says she called herself a catastrophe demon dragon, a true devil dragon of calamity. He explains that she was far beyond E-rank and required boss monsters as sacrifices merely to manifest, using at least 3 of them. Richard is horrified that 3 bosses could be consumed just to let such a creature appear. Wanhyo concludes that he survived only because the demon dragon was testing him rather than trying to kill him. When asked whether the dragon's ordeal had been a test, the young man confirms it, and explains that the monster forced them into despair before offering a fight. He clarifies that the challenge was not simple suicide, because the dragon gave them 5 minutes to endure, 3 chances to strike, and promised not to attack during that span. The older leader immediately infers they did not truly survive by endurance alone and instead found some hidden condition involving the boss monsters. The young man admits that was exactly the answer, because lasting 5 minutes or even 1 direct hit from her had been impossible, so they attacked the boss monsters instead. Once they discovered the correct rule, the dragon declared they had passed and then marked the young man as her claimed prey. From that account, the guild master concludes the devil dragon of calamity is one of the invaders behind Earth's disaster, and that she selects humans either to consume or turn into subordinates. Preparing for the worst, he offers the young man separate authority and as many people as he wants, but the young man chooses to operate alone. The guild master accepts that and hands him a rare guild-made communication artifact, warning him to return it because only 8 exist. The young man notes with interest that the guild has already developed magical communication technology. They part with an agreement to stay in contact, and the guild master pointedly says he expects to see the young man alive again. As soon as the meeting ends, the young man decides to move out, and his armored subordinate eagerly urges immediate action. To travel faster, they summon a strange blue object into the sand. The object erupts into a full-sized vehicle. The young man assigns driving duty to Kessel, who probably takes charge of the newly summoned car. The scene shifts from the dungeon to a later discussion in their base. Kessel excitedly argues that what they really need in the dungeon is a mount. He complains that too much time is wasted simply moving through the dungeon, forcing the master to ask what sudden idea he is chasing. Another undead servant agrees and proposes using a summoned creature as transportation. The master rejects relying on Nidhogg because keeping that summon active for travel would consume too much mana. Kessel demonstrates his alternative by showing that a car can function as a dungeon mount, even if his first example is recklessly violent. One companion is baffled that of all things they chose a car. The master explains that a car was the easiest machine for him to understand and reproduce because it was what he knew best. With that settled, he orders Kessel to accelerate and lets him revel in showing off his driving. The guild leaders watching from behind are left speechless by the absurd sight. They confirm in disbelief that a car has just driven through the dungeon. The guild master quickly grasps the implication that if an engine counts as a golem-like mechanism, modern vehicles can be adapted for dungeon use. Rather than dismissing it, he admits they are learning a dangerous amount from the young man and orders a temporary camp established. His people immediately begin fortifying the desert floor and building a base on the 2nd level. Elsewhere, a hidden girl notices that the humans have finally reached the 2nd floor. Pleased that the dragon's claimed prey is acting separately, she decides the situation is progressing well. Meanwhile, the car races deeper through the dunes, but the master starts sensing that something about the trip is wrong. His companions share the unease, because the silence of the dungeon feels unnatural rather than safe. After half an hour of driving, the master points out how long they have traveled without incident. The rogue mage confirms that not a single monster has attacked them the entire time. The master decides the abnormal calm cannot be trusted and orders them to stop. When he checks the communication device, he discovers it is malfunctioning, confirming that outside contact has been cut off. He immediately orders Kessel to turn the car around and head back. The vehicle reverses course across the desert. Even while returning, the master questions whether they are truly moving the right way. His companion assures him the direction is correct and says he even verified it with magic. That answer only deepens the master's suspicion, because if the route is right yet nothing changes, then some hidden force is interfering in a way they do not understand. They stop and gather outside the car to investigate the problem directly. The rogue mage offers to explain the situation as either good news or bad news. The master asks for the bad news first, preferring to clear away the worst possibilities before anything else. The mage reveals that they are trapped, and worse, the trap is created by magic beyond either of their ability to break. The master presses for proof, and the mage explains he tested the space by extending his mana outward like a thread. That probe vanished at a certain boundary instead of continuing normally. He clarifies that the mana did not simply fade from distance but was forcibly redirected elsewhere. From that, he concludes the entire area has been enclosed in a fixed teleportation trap that loops anything trying to leave. The master realizes that means whoever said it must be at least an 8th circle mage, a terrifying level of power. He then asks what possible good news could exist in a situation like that. The answer is that being trapped at all means the enemy chose restraint over direct annihilation, which implies an opening. The master reasons that if such a superior being is sparing them and using tricks instead of simply killing them, then they are being preserved for a purpose. They agree that this purpose may be their only chance, so they must search for a way out before that chance closes. Back at the camp, the second-floor monsters attack in waves, and the guild's forces struggle to hold off endless sand dolls. The soldiers cut them down efficiently, but the enemy keeps reforming and pressing in. Even after the first clash is repelled, more sand bodies continue rising from the ground around the camp. The guild master notes how suddenly the assault began, recognizing that the enemy has chosen its timing carefully. Instead of panicking, he orders triage for the injured and demands that camp construction resume at once. When questioned, he insists the base must be built immediately because survival now depends on preparation, not comfort. The hidden girl appears before the guild leaders and praises the guild master for thinking exactly as she hoped he would. Her sudden presence confirms that the true enemy has been watching them all along. She warns the bald deputy to obey the guild master, because her test is still ongoing and disobedience could get him killed instantly. The deputy starts to lash out at her. The guild master silences him before he can provoke the monster further. The girl cheerfully confirms he understood the danger in time and reminds them how close the deputy came to dying for speaking carelessly. Shaken, the deputy finally grasps that her childish appearance hides overwhelming power. The girl grants them 1 hour of rest and announces that the attack will resume after that break. As examiner, she poses a new question: should the next wave have doubled quality or doubled quantity? The guild master deliberately answers outside her expected options and asks for doubled emotions instead. His unexpected third choice genuinely surprises her. Amused, she accepts the answer as clever enough to pass and even promises to include his chosen variable. She declares that the next enemies will come with twice the emotions and gives them 1 hour to prepare. After setting the terms, she vanishes back into the sand. The guild leaders are left staring at the place she disappeared, fully aware that they are dealing with a monster that treats their lives like a game. The guild master snaps everyone back to action and orders the entire force to use the hour for maximum preparation. Privately, he realizes the worst part is not just the enemy's strength but that she is using other people's lives to measure and judge him. He gathers the exhausted soldiers and tells them to rest while listening carefully to what he has learned. He explains that the girl is likely one of the beings who invaded Earth and created the dungeons, based on what the necromancer Wanhyo previously told him. When he adds that Wanhyo identified his own encounter as a dragon, the soldiers understand that this enemy may be at least that dangerous. The guild master warns that the being testing them is likely dragon class or worse, but he also says there is one important advantage. Because she wants to test them, she will not personally intervene while the trial continues, so for now they only need to survive her chosen battles. He does not soften the truth and tells them plainly that the test will be brutal and some of them may die. He makes everyone focus on that reality so no one mistakes survival for something guaranteed. Then he gives them an order to remember forever. No matter who dies, even if he dies, the survivors must not forget the dead. He tells them to live long enough to carry a message of revenge to the one responsible for this massacre, and vows that he himself would do the same. The soldiers answer with renewed resolve. When the next wave begins, heavier sand soldiers emerge from the dunes. The guild master drives his people to fight with everything they have and survive at any cost. Their preparation pays off, and they win the second battle without any wounded. The girl immediately returns after the victory and asks what should be doubled next: quantity, quality, or emotion. Richard answers with a new variable, equipment, and she agrees to double the sand soldiers' gear before the next battle in 2 hours. 2 hours later, the third battle begins, but because they repaired the base and rested properly, they win again without casualties. The pattern continues through later rounds as Richard keeps proposing different choices, and while enduring the cycle he discovers another rule hidden in the test. He realizes the rest periods are increasing too, meaning the examiner is adjusting the trial's pacing along with its difficulty. Eventually he runs out of new answers after the 18th round, and by the end they have fought the full 20 battles she wanted. By then the soldiers are collapsing from accumulated exhaustion despite still standing. Richard and Mark observe that every aspect of the enemy has improved over time, from equipment and movement to regeneration and emotional aggression. The girl ends another round with a satisfied clap, pleased by how far the trial has progressed. At the 20th choice, she teasingly asks whether they want to keep the current break time again. Instead, Richard makes a shocking request. He wants their personnel reduced. He clarifies that he wants half of their people sent back out of the dungeon if that is within her power. The soldiers are stunned that their leader would ask for fewer hands in the middle of a death test. The girl pauses to consider the request rather than rejecting it outright. She agrees to spare half of them, but cruelly makes the trapped group choose for themselves who will be allowed to leave. She also stretches the next break to 21 days and 8 hours before vanishing, turning the decision into a prolonged burden. Richard immediately decides he will stay behind and orders Mark to return to the outside world. He insists that as guild master he must remain, while Mark, as deputy, must survive and lead what is left. Richard frames the choice as a duty to their guild, their country, and the wider world, not a personal sacrifice. He reassures Mark that succession plans already exist if he dies and formally entrusts the future to him. Mark accepts the order, though only with visible pain. Richard then apologizes to everyone else, because the remaining places will have to be decided by drawing lots. The soldiers begin volunteering to stay in each other's place, pushing those with families or more to live for toward survival. Even the young man's separate allies insist the master should leave while they remain, but he refuses to abandon them. When the gate opens, a blazing passage appears for those chosen to depart. Richard sends Mark through with a final request to take care of everyone who makes it out. He masks the farewell with a smile and claims their chances are not yet zero. Mark can only stare, unable to hide how much the parting hurts. That farewell becomes their last conversation before Mark exits, leaving 62 people behind from the original force. Once the gate closes, Richard tells the remaining survivors that they at least secured healing and medical supplies while it was open, so for now they should rest and postpone construction. Later, Richard walks away from the group alone across the dunes. A few soldiers follow and ask where he is going, but he brushes off the danger because monsters are absent during the break. One of them asks him directly whether there is truly any hope left. Richard answers that he has never been the kind of man to give up, though he admits their odds are painfully slim. He leads the small group to a distant point in the desert where he believes the key to survival lies hidden. After a long search, he finally reaches the spot he wanted. He begins digging into the sand by hand. The soldiers uncover what he was after, and Richard confirms they have found it after an exhausting search. The excavation ends with the hidden cache exposed. Richard orders the men to set up the mana crystal bombs they brought, revealing he has been planning a large-scale trap. They detonate the bombs, turning the area into a sea of fire. When questioned about wasting weapons meant for battle, Richard says this explosion itself is part of their survival strategy. He estimates only 4 or 5 battles remain, and admits they cannot endure them in their current state. He explains that his choice was driven by the small but real hope of saving at least half their people. Having done everything he can think of, he tells the others it is time to return and face what comes next. During the long final break, the remaining soldiers sit in the cold night, worn down but still listening to their leader. As the next battle approaches, Richard gathers their attention one last time. Before the fighting starts, he asks to speak plainly to them. He apologizes for what he has asked of them and thanks them for staying. Then he repeats the creed he wants them to carry into death if necessary. Never give up, because hope still exists, and they must struggle to the very end. The final wave rises, now composed of heavily armed and armored sand soldiers. Their red-eyed commander makes clear that this is the most dangerous force yet. Richard orders every remaining fighter to attack at once and survive as long as possible. The survivors charge despite knowing the odds are against them. The bombs ignite the battlefield in a massive chain of explosions. The enhanced sand soldiers are caught in the blast and scream in pain, proving that even they can be hurt. From above, the survivors watch the inferno tear through the enemy ranks. Richard wonders whether doubling the enemy's emotions may have been the crucial mistake that made this trap effective. Even so, he sees that the explosion failed to destroy even a third of the final army, and the scale of what remains crushes any easy optimism. As the smoke clears, a large force of surviving sand soldiers advances through the ruins, showing that the real final struggle is only beginning. As smoke rises over the desert battlefield, the defenders brace for another desperate clash. The enemy's sand soldiers launch a fresh volley of spears to break the human line. The barrage slams into the dunes, forcing the defenders to realize they are being overwhelmed from range. With attacks raining down from above, the humans are pinned and losing control of the field. Their commander orders an immediate retreat and announces a second phase, abandoning the current position. Privately, he concludes that only Wanhyo can save them now. Before that hope arrives, explosions tear through the battlefield and deepen the chaos. The sand soldiers keep advancing through the smoke, relentless and unshaken. Another blast throws up dust, buying only a momentary pause. The guild master urges his people not to stop moving, warning that hesitation means death. His fighters throw themselves into close combat to carve out a path through the enemy. He accepts that they cannot match the enemy's numbers, but believes his guild's skill can still create an opening. Masked and grim, he steels himself to lead the escape personally. He decides they will inflict as much damage as possible, abandon the base, and force a breakout. The cost becomes immediate as one of his men is run through in the melee. The guild master recognizes the fallen fighter as Thomas and is shaken by the loss. Thomas uses his last strength to tell the guild master to keep going and thanks him for everything. As Thomas collapses in blood, the guild master can only stare in horror. Driven by grief, he tries to draw the monsters onto himself and offers his own life instead. Around him, more of his people are cut down while Thomas's final thoughts ask the guild master to care for his cat after he is gone. Even as the guild master watches, another comrade is seized and killed before his eyes. A surviving sand soldier emits a warning signal, showing the enemy still has coordinated control. More explosions erupt nearby, threatening to wipe out what remains of the humans. The guild master endures the blasts and keeps trying to hold the line. He grimaces under the pressure, barely keeping himself together. Still, he shouts for everyone to endure a little longer because survival is all that matters now. From above, the battlefield reveals the truth. His small force is completely surrounded. One of his men admits that even after preparing for the worst, the scale of the disaster is beyond anything they expected. The exhausted fighters confront their commander, asking whether he truly means to keep sacrificing them. Their silent, strained faces make clear that morale has reached its limit. The guild master finally admits they cannot continue like this. A cruel voice presses the guild deeper, telling him that if he persists, everyone will die because of his choice. At that moment, a blonde girl in a dress approaches him through the battlefield as if entering his thoughts. She tells him he made the compassionate choice of a commander who minimizes losses and tries to save as many people as possible. But she mocks that compassion, saying he is merely a good commander, not one who can actually win. She insists he already knows the path to victory. A true commander must become cold, mechanical, and inhuman. To win, she says, he must reduce his soldiers to numbers, because once defeat begins, every noble move becomes meaningless. She drives the lesson to its bleak conclusion. After losing, only death remains, and she is right. The guild master realizes that by choosing the humane option, he has left his subordinates to die on the battlefield anyway. He accepts that his attempt to save the fewest lives may have become the worst possible decision. The vision urges him to regret being the kind commander who can do nothing but watch his people die. That accusation leaves him trembling on the edge of despair. He starts to order another charge, but someone immediately rejects the command. His surviving men refuse to throw themselves into another suicidal assault. Even as one of them begs him to stop, the enemy cuts the man down. Another soldier is killed before the guild master can do anything to save him. With his dying breath, the man begs the guild master to survive and avenge them. The monster's temptation returns, offering the guild master a power called leadership and mocking his weakness. It promises that its strength can become his if he accepts corruption. For a moment, he is drawn in by the thought that such power could turn the battle around. He begins to justify becoming a monster if that is what it takes to win. The voice pushes harder, telling him not to hesitate but to decide and act. He starts to accept the logic that sacrificing a few could save the many. Then a hand stops him and pleads with him to stop before he crosses the line. Wanhyo appears and tells him that becoming a monster may grant power, but it will never let him destroy monsters. Only a hero can do that. At the same time, a surge of purple power tears through the sand soldiers. The enemy ranks are shredded in rapid succession by that new force. Wanhyo arrives at last, apologizing for being late as he steps onto the battlefield with his staff. The battered guild master leans on him in relief and offers a heartfelt thanks. Still shaken, the guild master asks how much of his weakness Wanhyo overheard. Wanhyo answers that he heard enough to know the monster had been ridiculing and tempting him. A horned female ally explains that the being who claimed her despises the monster here, and that hatred allowed her to help Wanhyo enter. Wanhyo warns that her help may get them through this battle, but lasting safety will require even greater strength. He reflects that strength is never enough when there is much to protect, yet it does not have to belong to one person alone. The surviving humans rally around that idea, recognizing that people form groups precisely because no one can endure alone. The guild master understands that preventing another tragedy will require real power, but not necessarily monstrous power. One of his men snaps him out of his spiral with a blunt slap. The man says he understands the situation, but the guild master needed that hit to wake up. Then the others follow, each taking a turn striking him to pull him back to himself. The guild master stands there stunned, cheeks swollen, too overwhelmed to answer. His blonde subordinate tells him to remain human, because they follow a human guild master, not a monster. The group vows that they will become stronger together, because the guild master's true strength is his people. Those words finally break through his despair. He apologizes to them and thanks them as Wanhyo's power continues to hold back the enemy. Wanhyo quietly watches the exchange, letting the guild master reclaim himself. Elsewhere, armored allies report that the remaining threats have been handled and only cleanup remains. Wanhyo accepts the report and turns back to the greater danger still ahead. He reflects that, unlike Richard's method, he also survives because he has comrades he can trust completely. Suddenly, the ground erupts, signaling that the true monster is making one last move. The blonde monster rages that her plan was nearly complete and blames Wanhyo for ruining it. She sneers that prey claimed by a lizard should not dare interfere with her. Wanhyo answers simply that what he did was necessary. Furious but constrained by another monster's claim on him, she admits she cannot kill him outright and demands to know what he will choose now that he has won. Wanhyo replies that he chooses nothing, leaving her baffled. He explains that there is no need to choose between bad options anymore. She calls him insolent and threatens him with death. A violent aura spreads as she prepares to attack him directly. Wanhyo remains calm while those behind him tense up. He declares that he will not die, and she mocks him for trusting the lizard who claimed him to save him. Wanhyo corrects her. She literally cannot kill him, because soon she will be unable to do anything at all. His words strike her with sudden alarm as she senses he has understood her weakness. Her confidence cracks into anger as she realizes he is not bluffing. Both Wanhyo and the guild master react to the opening he has found. The monster abandons restraint and reveals a grotesque, muscular true form. Consumed by wounded pride, she screams that she will kill him for looking down on her. She lunges at Wanhyo with monstrous speed and claws. The attack closes in on him in an instant. Yet she suddenly passes by without landing a blow, as if her power is slipping away. Wanhyo tells her she is too strong to exist on her own and therefore must be sustained by some external source inside the dungeon. He compares her to Gloria, but notes that unlike Gloria, she was strong enough to control sand soldiers as extensions of herself. From that, he deduced that the same power maintaining her existence was also what controlled those soldiers. He concludes that although the girl-shaped monster was weaker than Gloria, she was still a major being with a hidden support system. Because her power worked differently from Gloria's, he says, he was able to find the answer through 3 strokes of luck. The first stroke was that escaping the barrier made him stronger and allowed him to ascend another level. The second was that he is a necromancer, and the third was that her power resembles necromancy. He explains that she subordinates souls into parts of herself and controls them, which is how she could project a portion of her true strength into the dungeon. Since that is close to necromancy, he was able to work out how to defeat her. The key, he says, was to extinguish the subordinated souls so she could no longer use them. As a necromancer, he had exactly such a method, the 5th circle spell Soul Explosion. By detonating the souls inside the sand doll soldiers, he severed her support and reduced her to powerlessness. He adds that even her true form must have been damaged by the backlash, though she still tries to kill him. Wanhyo tells her he does not know when she might succeed someday, but he hopes that day never comes. The monster's remaining essence flees across the sand, vowing that next time she will kill him without fail. The battlefield falls quiet as her presence finally disappears. Only a limp remnant is left behind where her power collapsed. Exhausted, Wanhyo looks down at the aftermath and catches his breath. The guild master calls out in alarm, worried for him. Then the guild's president arrives through the open gate, seeing the devastation and the end of the crisis. Overcome with relief, the guild master embraces him and admits how grateful he is to still be alive. The release of tension finally breaks him into tears. The president receives that grief in silence, understanding what the battle cost. With the gates stabilized and the wounded being treated, everyone accepts that the raid is finally over. The final tally declares the American E-rank dungeon cleared after 219 days, with 99 survivors and 25 dead. Later, the story shifts to the base camp's medical facility after the battle. Recovering in bed, Wanhyo eats steadily, already regaining his strength. A familiar voice notes with approval that he has a healthy appetite. Richard enters the room, injured but alive. He asks how Wanhyo feels, and Wanhyo answers that everything hurts, though that pain is proof he survived. Richard shares the good news that the dungeon has vanished. Wanhyo calmly accepts that he cannot return home immediately and starts considering other ways back to Korea. Richard promises that he will be fully rewarded and looked after, then suggests he stay in the United States. He goes further and offers Wanhyo a place in his guild, boasting that it is the best in America and even the world. Wanhyo politely refuses, saying he does not want to belong to any guild and would rather found his own if he ever forms one. Richard is not surprised and instead offers to help him relocate to the United States anyway. Wanhyo declines again, explaining that he has no intention of leaving Korea for now. It is not simple patriotism, he says, but attachment to everything he has built and prepared there. Richard accepts that answer for the moment, and admits there was something he should have said earlier. He sincerely thanks Wanhyo, acknowledging that they survived because of him and promising to repay the debt. Wanhyo accepts the gratitude with a joke, reminding Richard to include extra compensation since he exceeded the original request. Richard agrees to reward him generously and leaves him to rest. After he goes, Wanhyo reflects that Richard is a decent man, and his undead companion notes how close he came to becoming a monster. The undead companion adds that Richard will surely grow stronger from this ordeal. Wanhyo then returns to the enemy they fought and says the monster resembled a legion. His companion agrees and asks whether Kessel understands what that means. Wanhyo explains that a legion is one of the highest ranks among ghost-type undead monsters. It is essentially an aggregate ghost, a cluster of many ghost undead centered around a single core spirit. In battle, such a being becomes an army, and this monster resembled one because it controlled many souls as part of itself. But one detail troubles him. Unlike an undead legion, this monster seemed able to grant those souls entirely new bodies. That difference leaves Wanhyo deeply uneasy, and he admits he never wants to face such a thing again. Sensing his concern, Nidhogg asks what exactly is bothering him about that monster. The young necromancer wonders if he can grow stronger by controlling souls the way a monster once did. His skeletal dragon approves, urging him to keep experimenting because an imperfect dragon must seize every possible path to power. He decides to use their time in America to roam around collecting souls, expecting far more spirits there than back home. Confident that Richard will handle the paperwork, he commits to staying and acting on the idea. Richard eagerly welcomes the plan and promises to show him the country while they travel together. But Richard is still recovering, and the hospital staff force him to rest before doing anything else. While Richard recuperates, the necromancer and his undead companions move into Richard's magic workshop and gain a proper base of operations. With a safe place secured, he turns to organizing the insights he gained from the recent battle. He recalls that inside the monster's barrier he grasped the first step toward the 5th circle, the concept of coordinates, linking the beginning point to a wider spatial framework. That realization makes him reconsider his own talent for control from the ground up. He concludes that the true starting point of his control is himself. From there he asks whether he has ever truly controlled himself, and realizes that mastering himself should let him break past his limits. Certain this is the right path, he begins forcing his mind and body into absolute self-control. The training nearly kills him several times, but he pushes through the barrier that had been his own body and will. He reaches the 5th circle, yet even that breakthrough still leaves him trapped inside the monster's barrier. At that desperate moment, Gloria appears and mocks another woman for causing trouble again. Despite her contempt, Gloria gives him the key to escape, empower a creature under his control and fire its attack toward an external coordinate. Following that advice, he overextends himself by casting teleport and launching Nidhogg's necro breath from outside the barrier. The attack shatters the barrier, though both Master and Dragon are left completely spent from forcing beyond their limits. Gloria, amused that he succeeded, rewards him by healing them so they can rejoin the fight. Later, his skeletal companion warns him that the road ahead will be lonely and brutal, and that only greater strength will keep him from being crushed. He accepts that truth plainly, knowing that if he cannot keep growing stronger, he will simply die. Elsewhere, a blonde woman named Gloria screams in fury. A horned woman toys with her, savoring how pitiful and desperate she looks. Gloria protests that the woman broke the rules and refuses to let the offense pass. The horned woman dismisses the complaint, saying she merely rewarded the human she had claimed because his survival interested her. Gloria's anger only deepens as the insult becomes personal. The horned woman openly belittles her as a mere insect that has become far too bold. Still, she spares Gloria's life out of whim rather than mercy. She orders Gloria to remember her place and keep crawling like the bug she is. Humiliated and helpless, Gloria swears vengeance on the horned woman, her allies, and especially the human she chose. Back in America, Richard asks the necromancer what he thinks after touring Washington, D.C. The young man politely calls it a fine tourist city, and Richard is pleased at first. Richard quickly notices that the necromancer's attention is fixed on something far beyond sightseeing. The necromancer reveals that what he truly sees is an abyss hanging over Washington. As a necromancer, he can perceive what ordinary people cannot, and says Richard will understand too if they rise high enough. He takes Richard up in a helicopter to show him directly. Using Deadeye, he sharpens Richard's sight so he can perceive the hidden spiritual world. The sudden revelation leaves Richard stunned. All around the city, vast ghostly forms become visible, turning the skyline into a sea of restless dead. The necromancer explains that a visit to the National Cemetery taught him what happens to people after death. He saw that properly mourned souls depart peacefully, proving that funeral rites truly help the dead move on. By contrast, the spirits filling the city are those of people who were never properly buried. Richard is left speechless by the scale of the hidden disaster. The necromancer then asks the obvious question: if so many spirits flood the city, why has the country remained safe? Richard realizes the answer is mana. He understands that the spirits are not just lingering but feeding on ambient mana and steadily growing stronger. By consuming other spirits, they will eventually become vengeful undead capable of exerting physical force. Shaken by the implication, Richard asks what should be done. The necromancer answers that he already has a method. That warning is soon carried straight into the Oval Office. The president dismisses the report as absurd, mocking the idea that the city's ghosts could attack within a year. His aides treat the threat like a joke and answer it with equally ridiculous suggestions about holy water, crosses, and silver bullets. The president continues the mockery by saying he might as well summon exorcists. Before the laughter can continue, a violent disturbance erupts overhead. The room is blasted open before anyone can even investigate. The president and his staff recoil as the attack reaches them directly. Ghosts pour into the Oval Office, turning the dismissed warning into immediate reality. Security rushes to evacuate the president as panic takes over. The spirits lunge after them, forcing a desperate retreat. Their screams make clear that the threat is no illusion. The president's party realizes they are trapped and outmatched. Then a red spectral warrior appears and opens fire on the invading ghosts. Its attack tears through the spirits and halts their advance. The president braces for death, only to find the attack was not aimed at him. He realizes something has intervened on his behalf. The Minister of National Defense arrives with the necromancer's forces and calmly states that this is exactly why he submitted the report. The president, now terrified, demands an explanation for the chaos. The minister admits the report alone was not enough, so they staged a demonstration. He clarifies that what the president just witnessed is a preview of what the nation will face within a year if nothing changes. As the president tries to regain control, he notices two unfamiliar figures standing behind the minister. Richard is introduced as the guild master of the Golden Black Hole. The minister then presents the young necromancer as the one who carried out the demonstration and as the most exceptional necromancer among dungeon explorers. The president is rattled by the revelation that a necromancer stands at the center of this crisis briefing. The young man cuts through the shock and warns that there is no time to waste because the influence of dungeons is expanding rapidly. He adds that every other major power holder has already been convinced, leaving only the president and vice president unconvinced. He urges them to act quickly if they want any chance to prepare for the calamity coming within a year. To begin, he says they have already selected a smaller town where spirits are present and can be studied under controlled conditions. With magicians and military already positioned, he confirms that he will personally guard the area. Once everything is in place, he declares that he will begin. He summons Nidhogg in full force, bringing the skeletal dragon into the town as the ritual's core. Master and dragon formally begin the operation together. A massive magic circle unfolds beneath him, signaling a ritual on a scale far beyond ordinary necromancy. Columns of power rise through the town and turn the entire area into a ritual field. The hidden spirits react at once, shrieking as they are dragged into the process. They desperately try to seize a living body, but the ritual catches them before they can escape. The ritual's barrier crushes their resistance and forces them into containment. He explains that necromancers are always limited by mana, so he devised this large-scale ritual to overcome that weakness. The ritual extracts negative mana from undead and injects it into a target, though such mana would normally be lethal to the living. To solve that problem, he has Nidhogg absorb the negative mana in his place. The dragon begins taking in the harvested power. Watching the process, the necromancer stops Nidhogg from thinking only about absorbing as much as possible. He teaches the dragon that proper control matters more than raw quantity. Nidhogg accepts the instruction and adjusts accordingly. With that correction, the ritual stabilizes and completes cleanly. Afterward, the necromancer checks Nidhogg's condition. What he sees on his phone immediately surprises him. Nidhogg's status now identifies him as a skeleton dragon variant, with a large reserve of unspent stat points. The necromancer realizes the ritual may be pushing Nidhogg toward an entirely new race. Nidhogg gratefully thanks him for the growth. The necromancer reminds the dragon that his servant's growth strengthens him as well, then warns him to stop trying to form a heart out of energy alone. He explains that a real object should be used as a stable nucleus, and says Richard is already searching for a gem for that purpose. Nidhogg happily agrees to wait for it. Their conversation is interrupted by approaching visitors. A van arrives at the ritual site, bringing unexpected guests. Richard returns and reports that the ritual was a success. He also reveals that a priest and a nun have come to meet the necromancer. The priest introduces himself as Romeo. The nun introduces herself as Victoria. The necromancer asks directly why the church has come. Romeo says they came out of caution, but now believes their concern was unnecessary. He explains that he senses no evil from the necromancer, and has confirmed that the ritual was an act of purification rather than corruption. The necromancer clarifies that he only took the spirit's power, not their souls themselves. That answer leaves the church representatives quietly reassessing him. Romeo studies him with new seriousness. He acknowledges that the necromancer's methods are sacrilegious by church standards, yet admits the outcome is beneficial, then asks if he intends to move on to a major American city next. Romeo warns that when that happens, other members of the faith will be watching, and unlike him, some will be far less flexible. The necromancer immediately understands why the church came in person. He realizes they approached first because they have people strong enough to oppose him, and wanted to avoid a future clash where both sides might try to kill each other. He answers honestly that he will restrain himself, but if his life is threatened, he cannot promise restraint forever. Romeo accepts that as reasonable and asks him to keep working for the sake of the world. The church representatives depart, leaving the necromancer and Richard to watch them go. Richard explains that the president sent them and that they are exorcists, dungeon explorers, and wielders of holy power. The necromancer notes the mention of holy power but sets it aside, satisfied that the ritual itself succeeded. Richard adds that because of this success, the next ritual has already gained broader approval. He also brings good news. They have finally secured a gem for Nidhogg. The necromancer immediately asks which gem they obtained. Richard reveals it is the Hope Diamond, infamous as the Diamond of Misfortune. As that plan moves forward, the church rides away into the night. Inside the van, Victoria argues that the necromancer will only become more dangerous and should be eliminated while they still can. Romeo agrees she is not wrong, but insists that now is not the time. He believes humanity is approaching a great trial, and that even a blasphemous figure like this necromancer may be necessary to survive what is coming. For now, he tells her, they must endure the compromise. Even so, Romeo admits it is deeply unpleasant to rely on someone he considers a blasphemer. He resolves to use this alliance to show the world just how frightening such forbidden power can become. The church leaves with that uneasy judgment hanging over the necromancer. Their van disappears down the dark road as both sides part without trust. Later, back at the workshop, Richard finds the necromancer buried in research. The young man says he is trying to create undead that can recharge mana on their own, fight for at least 3 hours, and wield multiple weapons. Richard asks what level of undead he can currently produce, and hears that they are only around the level of basic skeleton swordsmen, axemen, and archers. When Richard suggests that sounds sufficient, the necromancer rejects the idea because the production cost is too high for such mediocre results, so he keeps researching ways to improve quality. Richard thinks over the problem and searches for a practical angle. He suggests the necromancer also study computer science and robotics. Richard explains that robotics and undead creation share similar principles, such as constructing bodies and programming actions. The necromancer accepts the advice, seeing that modern engineering may help refine his necromancy. Richard then reminds him that there is something else he still has not taken. The necromancer finally picks up the gem and recognizes what it is. Richard cheerfully urges him to make good use of it in the next ritual as well. After that, they conduct 2 more large-scale rituals and harvest the negative mana of at least 1,000 spirits to accelerate Nidhogg's growth. At last they prepare to perform the ritual in a true metropolis, choosing Las Vegas as the next city. The conspirators explain that they chose a city full of constant public activity so their ritual could be disguised as a national celebration. On the day of the staged parade, the event is openly presented as a grand undead versus human spectacle. Ordinary people gather with excitement, believing they are about to enjoy a fun public festival. The promise of huge prizes quickly turns curiosity into eager participation. The show begins with military supplies and personnel descending from the sky as if part of the entertainment. A soldier orders the crowd to arm themselves immediately and move without hesitation. He announces that the military will hand out newly developed weapons designed to capture undead enemies. The crowd starts receiving the strange weapons and reacts with startled excitement. When one man is struck by a beam, he realizes the weapon has no effect on the living. The military uses that demonstration to explain that the devices only weaken the dead and strip undead beings of their power. They add rules to the game, saying depleted weapons must be exchanged and that better performance will earn stronger equipment. The whole operation is framed as a formal contest between humans and undead. The soldiers whip the crowd into a patriotic frenzy and the civilians answer with cheers. Heavy military forces surround the city, showing that the event is backed by overwhelming firepower. Meanwhile, hidden supernatural participants wait in the city as the trap proceeds. From above, a masked man notes that the organizers have turned the operation into a massive spectacle. The gray-haired official admits that controlling the public directly would be difficult, so they are making the people assist in a large-scale spell instead. As the official hands control over to the so-called evil necromancer, another old wizard prepares his own move elsewhere. The crowd remains fooled, treating the unfolding magic as just another thrilling part of the show. When a red dragon appears with a wizard riding it, the audience mistakes the real monster for an expensive attraction. The wizard secretly drives his staff into the dragon, beginning the true ritual. Purple pillars of power rise across the city as the ritual starts feeding on the event. The wizard formally declares the beginning of a rite meant to block evil forces and urges everyone to fight together. In response, swarms of evil spirits pour into the city from the ritual's magic. The dragon and wizard unleash the spirits over the crowd while still pretending this is humanity's chance for victory. Civilians rush into battle with the supplied weapons, turning the city into a chaotic hunt. People gleefully capture spirits, believing they are scoring points in a game. Some spirits resist and try to steal strength from the humans before they vanish. The military also joins the competition, blasting spirits apart for their own tally. The spirits are driven back across the city as the ritual continues harvesting their power. Even soldiers reduce the battle to a contest, counting kills and competing with each other. As the weapons absorb more power, they begin mutating into elemental forms that delight the users. The unstable prototypes also start breaking down, but the crowd treats even that as part of the fun. Watching from above, the masked observer realizes the organizers are using the event both to test the battlefield and to field test faulty experimental weapons. The old wizard notices the ritual nearing completion as the city's pillars of power stabilize. He also sees the participants tiring, which convinces him the event is ready to be concluded. A giant magic circle forms overhead to seal the harvested energy. The wizard on the dragon praises the crowd for their efforts as if rewarding them for a successful performance. He then reveals the truth, mocking them for unknowingly stealing spirit power to complete his dead dragon. The civilians finally understand they were only tools, and that their usefulness has ended. The wizard coldly sentences them all to die. A massive destructive spell descends toward the dragon and the city below. The people stare upward in terror as they realize the show has become a massacre. Panic spreads through the crowd as death seems unavoidable. At the last moment, the dragon rider spares them once, claiming he is merciful to those who understand favor and grudge. He warns that there will be no second mercy and promises to return to ravage the world later. With that threat delivered, he turns the dragon away from the city. Satisfied that the script has ended as planned, the old wizard prepares to withdraw as well. A sudden burst of holy light interrupts him before he can escape. The wizard is shocked by the unexpected intervention. A force of Roman Catholic Knights Templar appears and denounces him as a blasphemer they have been tracking. Their leader identifies the holy arsenal they carry, making clear they came prepared specifically to kill undead and heretics. The old wizard is stunned that the Roman Catholic Knights Templar have arrived at all. The gray-haired official is equally shaken, insisting the church had promised full cooperation with the plan. He demands an explanation from the priestly intermediary, only to learn the betrayal was not authorized through official channels. The priest admits he told his people not to act rashly, but his own actions were partly independent. The official realizes the situation has slipped badly out of control. His panic deepens when he receives word that multiple helicopters and tanks have gone rogue and are heading toward the city center. The scale of the mutiny leaves him momentarily speechless. The defecting military units race toward the center under their own command. The old wizard concludes that fanatic supporters inside the armed forces have ruined the clean ending he expected. When asked if he can still escape, he admits the rogue aircraft and armor make that difficult. A soldier suddenly tells the official not to worry about the helicopters and tanks. The blonde officer reveals that Judas sold out a superstar, and orders all forces to follow the real plan while leaving the necromancer untouched. He apologizes for staying silent, explaining that he used the event to expose and purge extremists within the army. The official realizes the officer deliberately allowed the chaos to unfold in order to round up the fanatics, and the officer calmly confirms it. The official accepts the explanation once he hears the dangerous weapons of the extremists have been monitored the whole time. He relays the news to the old wizard, saying escape is now possible if he wants it. The old wizard refuses to flee. Instead, he decides to rewrite the ending himself. Facing the Templars, he argues that humans are weak and always seek strength through imperfect means. He says the methods differ, but true strength requires taking responsibility for one's own words and actions. He condemns the Templars for hiding behind God while sacrificing others in God's name. He reminds them that when they act as God's representatives, their deeds are seen as God's deeds. By that logic, he warns, their sins become stains on the very God they claim to serve. His words shake the holy force even as they maintain their formation. The Templars hesitate under the weight of his accusation. Some of their blessed weapons slip from their hands as their resolve falters. Using that opening, the old wizard withdraws into the sky on his dragon. The public display declares the first offensive battle finished, preserving the illusion of a controlled event. The crowd erupts in relief and triumph when they are told the war is not over and humanity has survived the first round. Elsewhere, the masked observer stands beside his own skeletal dragon, having weathered the crisis from afar. He admits the struggle was harder than expected. Then he notices something important about his dragon. He calls Nidhogg by name, and the dragon answers him like a loyal subordinate. Seeing Nidhogg's status, he realizes the dragon's ritual-enhanced power now exceeds his own, which should have broken his control. Nidhogg explains that their original promise still binds him to his master. The man insists that even if he is only a fake dragon maker, a fake can surpass the original, and he orders the dragon to submit to his vision. Nidhogg replies that the old promise has changed because he is no longer merely an imitation dragon, but a true one. He says their bond has become a dragon-sworn pact that obligates both servant and master to elevate each other beyond the real thing. He formally names Chris a Dragon Master. Nidhogg explains that a Dragon Master holds absolute authority over a dragon bound by such a pact. Even so, Nidhogg says he has always been a controlled being, so his loyalty remains unchanged. He adds that Chris's fortune is only beginning to rise. The others excitedly imagine what new roles and evolutions their own bonds might bring them. They boast about future titles, though still as devoted followers of their lord. A calmer companion warns them not to get carried away before anything is certain. Chris accepts the uncertainty but feels lucky, recognizing that his own strength grows alongside his followers. 45 days later, a second staged undead versus human event is also completed successfully. By absorbing large amounts of negative mana, Chris, Kessel, and Kai each form new nuclei using rare stones and evolve further. Christina's evolution turns her into a Lich variant with greatly increased magical potential. Kessel evolves into a Death Warrior variant with heavy physical growth. Kai becomes a Death Knight variant, and all three are now variants like Nidhogg. Chris himself also experiences major growth, especially in magic, and gains a large reserve of unassigned potential. After more dungeon work and a third successful event, the group heads to the airport. The gray-haired director asks Chris whether he truly has to return home now that he has adapted so well to life in America. Chris answers that his base is still in Korea, so he must go back. The director accepts that choice and tells him he will always be welcome there, and Chris thanks him sincerely for everything. Their parting is marked by Chris's departure flight. Back home, Chris immediately feels that even the air is different. He senses something unexpected before he can settle in. Kessel appears in a human form, startling Chris with how completely he has changed. Kai appears human as well, confirming that Chris is seeing their true new forms for the first time. They explain that this is not a disguise but a new ability gained from becoming stronger in America. Christina, now also human-looking, reminds Chris that they should get moving. Before leaving, they receive a final gift from the American director addressed to Chris. Inside is a charm and a letter, which Chris immediately recognizes as something unusual. The letter explains that the charm contains Lord Xuanwu's power and was made possible by Chris's help, so it rightfully belongs to him. Chris studies the gift, sensing its significance. After returning to base, his routine continues with training, research, dungeon clearing, and now serious study of charms as well. He realizes that charms are not simple folk scrolls at all, but a sophisticated field far beyond what he once assumed. The Xuanwu charm proves that a small slip of paper can contain divine power, though the negative mana inside it is almost beyond Chris's control. The temptation to kidnap the American director and force out his knowledge becomes so strong that even Chris's undead companions half-joke about doing it. Before that thought can go anywhere, Chris is told that a guest has arrived. To his surprise, the visitor is the very person they had just been talking about abducting. The blonde director calmly sits down inside Chris's base as if he belongs there. Chris is unsettled because the man looks younger and weaker than expected, with almost no mana presence at all. The visitor notices the scrutiny and asks if Chris has finished examining him. Chris confirms that the man really is the director. The director cheerfully reveals that he is both the administration director and the maker of the talisman Chris received. Chris warns that entering his territory alone is reckless unless the director understands how dangerous magicians can be. One of Chris's undead dryly notes that they have already fought plenty of crazy magicians before. Chris clarifies that he means the native magicians of Earth, who have become more troublesome now that mana is abundant again. That revelation confirms for Chris that Earth has its own magical tradition. The director says Chris was right to suspect it, because mana has always existed on Earth. He explains that even when mana was weak, Magicians adapted and preserved the study of magic. When he asks whether Chris is interested in that hidden tradition, Chris answers without hesitation that he is. The director offers all the materials he took from magicians he has killed, calling them an advance payment for a commission. Chris questions why he should accept a commission at all. He reminds the director that this is his stronghold, that the visitor is alone, and demands everything without resistance. Rather than being offended, the director praises Chris's restraint, and says he will repay that kindness by teaching his junior a special lesson. In the next instant, Chris and his companions are caught off guard by the director's move. Chris realizes he cannot move and understands that the director prepared a countermeasure before entering the base. He curses himself for lowering his guard simply because he was on home ground. The director tells him that this will be a valuable experience. He casually asks to smoke, and Chris reflexively objects even while trapped, insisting his home is family-friendly. The director restates the deal. The advance payment will be magical materials, and in return Chris must obey him for 10 days. Recognizing he has no leverage, Chris reluctantly agrees. The director promises that if Chris succeeds, he will reward him with a far better territory than his current base. He also leaves Chris a communication talisman, making clear that their uneasy partnership has already begun. After seeing off a contact, the young necromancer is left with the uneasy sense that he has just been outplayed. Back inside, he gathers with his undead aides to assess how badly they were caught off guard. They realize their enemy did not just target them directly but manipulated the entire property, exposing a major blind spot in their defenses. His subordinates admit complete defeat and apologize for failing to anticipate such a thorough trap. The necromancer tries to identify what kind of large-scale spell could have struck the whole estate and fears it may have been the worst possibility, a time freeze. Even his undead expert cannot confirm the answer, leaving the threat unresolved and ominous. By the next day, a message arrives from the director. The director sends an unexpectedly enormous advance payment and completion fee through his assistant. The delivery itself makes clear just how massive the reward is. The necromancer is stunned to learn the payment includes materials equal to several heavy trucks worth of cargo. The director also sends 3 books he specifically believed the necromancer would value most. They turn out to be exactly the beginner texts he wanted for modern magic, talisman arts, and necromancy. A few days later, the rest of the requested supplies arrive as well. At the same time, he commits to a move that severs his ties with the Vatican, accepting that there is no going back. He thanks Richard while surveying the mountain of resources now under his control. The shipment includes huge quantities of silver and iron, and the excess tells him Richard is openly endorsing his plans. He immediately orders clay golems to move the metal inside for processing. He checks on another project and is told that work is proceeding smoothly. He has begun turning selected evil spirits into living suits of armor by giving them metal bodies. Just as he once evaluated human talent, he has also screened evil spirits and brought only the most useful ones from America. He warns the armored spirits to treat the new materials carefully, establishing them as disciplined workers under his command. He reflects that controlling such spirits required satisfying their desires, though in truth the US government paid that price for him. Whatever the cost, the result is what matters to him. The evil spirits now obey him. He also secures a hidden weapons cache supplied by the US, ranging from firearms to missiles, to arm his undead in emergencies. With modern weapons in undead hands, he intends to extend his combat power beyond the dungeon itself. He goes further by acquiring American weapons blueprints and developing new battlefield tools with Chris. He visits Chris to inspect the progress personally. Chris reports only incremental gains in mana efficiency, firepower, and production costs, but the necromancer is satisfied and promises to help later. Meanwhile, his printing shop begins mass-producing spell cards and scrolls. In exchange for a large supply of mana crystals from the US, he hands over the authentic methods for making those magical items. He justifies the deal by reasoning that America would have discovered the process eventually, and the products immediately become wildly popular. As magic goods spread, ordinary people begin to sense that the world itself is shifting toward disaster. The necromancer understands that the true invasion is close and that he has prepared as much as he can. Even so, he can only pray that the coming catastrophe will not reach its worst possible form. Then the transition begins. Dungeon explorers can no longer enter the dungeon, and their homes stop connecting to it. With quests suspended and no penalties for staying out, humanity receives what feels like a final grace period to prepare. That grace period ends on January 1st. Elsewhere, an ordinary office worker starts the new year worried only about being late for work. He grumbles about the hour and his job, still trapped in normal concerns. But something about the morning feels wrong. He notices the sun has not risen and begins to suspect that the darkness is unnatural. A sudden shock interrupts his thoughts. Traffic halts in confusion as people try to understand what just happened. The answer comes immediately when a monster attacks a man beside the taxi, turning confusion into terror. Panic spreads through the street as screams erupt from every direction. A giant ogre crashes into the city, and the first moments of the invasion become open slaughter. The commuter can do nothing but scream as civilization collapses around him. This is the beginning of the disaster later remembered as the Great Cataclysm of humankind. With it begins the 4 days of utter darkness. The unnatural night settles over the city as the invasion spreads. Monsters flood the streets. hunting civilians while desperate cries for help go unanswered. Even in the middle of the massacre, people are already filming and uploading what they see. At that critical moment, the necromancer receives a call from the administration director. The director tells him the time has come, and the necromancer immediately asks where he is needed. He is ordered to head to Seoul and destroy everything hostile in the area. The instruction is clarified into a brutal mandate: kill every visible monster and ignore property damage. He confirms that his role is simple extermination and asks for the deadline. When told to be there by noon, he remarks that the client is absurd but accepts the job without complaint. He sets out at once, ready to unleash himself exactly as requested. On another road, a fleeing woman cries out to her husband as monsters close in. The husband tries to stay brave, telling her to hold on while he promises to protect her. They race away on a motorcycle, but a pack of monstrous hounds gains on them. The wife spots danger from the side just as one beast lunges to swallow them whole. The monster's jaws close in, certain of an easy kill. The couple brace for death, unable to understand how their ordinary lives vanished overnight. The husband is overwhelmed by the absurdity of monsters suddenly overrunning the world in a single morning. As despair takes over, he begs for someone to save them. A burst of golden force answers that plea. Thrown into confusion, the husband briefly thinks he may already be dead. Then he realizes something real has intervened. A huge white beast wrapped in purple power slams into the attacking hound and drives it away from the couple. The wife calls to her husband in shock as both struggle to understand the sudden rescue. A heavy armored figure steps into the road. The couple stare as a black and gold knight appears between them and the monsters. The knight calmly notes that the military line lies beyond the fog and tells them to keep moving. The white beast remains poised to continue the fight under the knight's control. The summoned grizzly-like creature faces the enemy pack without wavering. The knight acknowledges the beast's effort, revealing that these monsters are his own forces. Realizing they have been given a chance, the couple decide to run for safety immediately. They flee together, still shaken but now protected. The glow of the military barricade comes into view ahead of them. They reach the army line alive and break down in relief, laughing and crying at once because they survived. At a secret bunker on the outskirts of Seoul, the nation's leadership gathers to respond to the catastrophe. The president demands an immediate report on the situation. The defense minister explains that forces sent to the outskirts are still only trying to break in, showing how badly the front is failing. When asked about casualties, he estimates that at least 60% of civilians in each city may already be dead. That horrifying number is interrupted by a sudden clap that seizes everyone's attention. The officials turn toward the disturbance. Park Man-hye, the youngest son of the Changdae Group's CEO, mocks them for doing nothing but hiding and listening to reports. His father tries to stop him before he goes too far. Instead, Park instantly kills his own father in front of everyone. The bunker falls into stunned silence as the body drops. Park openly celebrates the murder, venting years of resentment, and showing that the disaster has freed his cruelty. The others recoil as they realize he has just killed his own father without hesitation. Shock turns to fear, but no one can stop him. He seizes another man by the throat, orders him silent, and promises to kill him later as well. The defense minister recognizes that Park's strength is superhuman and concludes he must have sided with the enemy. Park accepts the label of traitor without shame and insists he merely chose the winning side. Drunk on his new power, he boasts that his advance payment from the invaders has made him uniquely special. He declares that even hunters are useless now and that Earth cannot defeat the beings behind the invasion. The minister presses him to explain what he means. Park says that when he received his power, he saw clearly just how overwhelming the invaders truly are. In his eyes, Earth was never anything more than their game board, and humanity is only being offered mercy. He extends that mercy as an ultimatum: submit to the invaders, serve them, and hand over the world. To prove he means it, he says refusal will be answered with immediate death and kills another dissenter on the spot. Terror breaks the room, and several people instantly beg to join the invaders rather than die. The president confronts Park and demands to know whether he understands the enormity of his betrayal. Park dismisses him with contempt, mocking the president as an obsolete old man. He moves to kill the president too. A soldier intercepts the strike before it lands. The newcomer physically stops Park's empowered blow, stunning everyone in the bunker. Park realizes the man is using simple physical enhancement, yet his grip is strong enough to numb his hand. The soldier is identified as Sergeant Major Hyung, and he tells the president to leave the matter to him. The president demands to know who this unexpected protector is. The sergeant major tightens his hold, making clear that Park has finally met resistance. Park cries out as his confidence cracks for the first time. The sergeant major introduces himself modestly as an ordinary Korean Army sergeant major with some dungeon experience. Then he prepares to act. He declares that he will punish the traitors of mankind. With overwhelming force, he smashes Park away before the traitor can react. Park is driven hard into the floor, losing all control of the room. Another soldier reminds the sergeant major that Park's head should be preserved if possible, and he sheepishly admits he forgot in the heat of the moment. He then turns to the rest of the collaborators and tells them they will bear responsibility for siding with the enemy. The surviving officials and traitors alike are left frozen between fear and hope. As the first day of the 4 days of utter darkness unfolds, humanity learns not only that the enemy has arrived, but that some humans have already joined them. The blood on the bunker floor becomes proof that treachery is now part of the war. Outside, the military fights desperately, firing without restraint because hesitation means death for entire units. A giant monster charges the line, forcing the soldiers to prepare their heaviest weapon. Even the troops hesitate as the scale of the threat becomes clear. The giant seizes a civilian's car like a toy while the trapped driver begs to be saved. The soldiers realize with horror that a human life is being used as a shield. Their commander orders every tank to focus fire anyway and accepts full responsibility for the decision. The tanks lock on as the giant advances straight toward them. Just before the order to fire is completed, another voice cuts in and stops the shot. The black-armored knight arrives alone, radiating power as he steps between the army and the monster. Without hesitation, he launches himself into the fight. He slams into the giant and tears the car free from its grasp. Catching the vehicle overhead, he remarks almost casually on its weight. He then drives the giant back with a crushing kick while keeping the car safe. Seeing the opening, the commander prepares to resume fire. Instead, the knight shields the area from the barrage while still holding the car, preventing friendly fire from killing the civilian. Impressed, the commander asks who this impossible ally is. The knight answers simply that he is reinforcement. When the commander asks if he came alone, the knight says others are waiting behind them. He explains that the forces approaching from the rear are allies and must not be attacked. The commander accepts the instruction, trusting the knight's judgment. Then a new disturbance rises behind the soldiers. To their horror, the so-called reinforcements are a host of monsters under purple control, including wolves, giants, and other beasts. The knight orders the soldiers to use those controlled monsters as shields and grimly wonders whether similar reinforcements were sent to other battlefields. The answer is yes, meaning the war for humanity will now be fought with monsters on both sides. A soldier realizes something is wrong as the battlefield shifts in an unexpected way. The troops are urgently ordered to reform around the golems, treating the monsters as a coordinated threat rather than a chaotic swarm. Observers note that the monsters are moving like a herd and converging on a single destination. When they see some monsters carrying human corpses, they conclude that a mage is controlling the horde. The necromancer is jolted by that deduction and senses a more dangerous layer to the situation. He spots a bizarre summoning array and immediately recognizes it as a major threat. He realizes the circle is active, its target unspecified, and that whatever is coming cannot be stopped by simply destroying the array now. His hooded servant steadies him and asks what he intends to do next. He decides to retreat, fearing his own presence could influence the ritual and draw forth an even higher being. Elsewhere in the city, a desperate prayer rises from someone with no one left to rely on. A young woman hides among trash bags, no longer caring who answers as long as someone saves her. Terrified and trapped, she begs for rescue. She thinks bitterly about how an ordinary workday turned into a nightmare overnight. A monster wolf catches her scent and closes in on her hiding place. The beast peers through the gap, confirming she has been found. She realizes the hiding place has failed and braces for death. The predator fixes on her with killing intent. It lunges, and her fear finally breaks into a scream. The attack drives her out into the open, straight into greater danger. With death closing in, she cries out one last time to be saved. Surrounded by monsters on all sides, she can no longer see any path to survival. Shock gives way to a numb stillness as she reaches the end of her hope. She lowers herself and pleads sincerely for help from anything that will answer. A mysterious voice responds, inviting her to state her wish if she truly wants salvation. A red glow gathers beneath her as the monsters hesitate around an unseen presence. The voice tempts her, asking whether she will really surrender her life so easily. When she asks who is speaking, the answer comes that it is one of the defeated evils cast down by the gods. The being claims demons are not passive like gods but enemies of heaven capable of acting directly in the world. It offers to grant her desire in place of the god who did nothing for her. She accepts without hesitation, deciding that even a devil is worth trusting if it means living. Her agreement seals the pact, and the unseen speaker praises her choice. Dark power erupts around her as the contract takes effect. The wolves are instantly torn apart by newly summoned demonic guardians. Shaking with fear, she is told she should agree faster next time if she wants to survive. A blonde demon appears and introduces himself as both a demon and the protector who will guard her from now on. She struggles to process the idea that her savior is now her guardian. Without warning, he lifts her into his arms and takes control of the situation completely. He tells her they should leave for somewhere safe while she recovers. Still overwhelmed, she can only accept his lead. The demon carries her away as if her safety now belongs to him. Pleased by her response, he judges her more impressive than he expected. Back near the summoning site, the demon notices the necromancer and is intrigued to find such a capable practitioner in the modern age. The necromancer arrives beside his skeletal dragon, ready for a confrontation. He casually explains that hunting monsters has provided him with plenty of useful materials. Then he senses another powerful presence and turns wary. He sees the blonde stranger carrying the unconscious woman and immediately understands this is no ordinary being. Even before his servant warns him, he has already concluded the newcomer is not human. The stranger politely introduces himself to the necromancer as a fellow rare talent and asks to talk. The necromancer agrees on the condition that the stranger is not hostile. The stranger reveals his name as Andromalius. That name shocks the necromancer, who recognizes it as one of Solomon's 72 demon gods, the Count of Justice. Andromalius confirms he is an archdemon and notes that the necromancer is taking the revelation with unusual composure. He praises the necromancer for being broad-minded enough to accept demons as naturally as monsters, undead, and dragons. The necromancer quietly steadies himself rather than provoking a fight he may not survive. He calms his dragon companion, Nidhogg, and keeps the meeting from turning violent. Privately, he admits that even a lower-ranked archdemon is beyond what he can defeat right now. Andromalius observes that Nidhogg is newly born and is impressed that the necromancer raised it so quickly. When asked how he knows that, Andromalius explains that demons can perceive the timing of a life's birth and death. He abruptly shifts to fussing over the unconscious woman's dirty clothes, revealing a possessive concern for her condition. The necromancer realizes she is some kind of treasured existence to demons, and Andromalius confirms she is extraordinarily rare. The necromancer senses there is more to her importance than Andromalius is saying. Andromalius proposes they continue this conversation over tea, as if this were a social visit instead of a crisis. Once seated, the necromancer asks how an archdemon can remain in the human world and whether the woman is his contractor. Andromalius says she is not his formal contractor because she only asked for help at the moment of death, yet that alone was enough to call him. The necromancer realizes she summoned and bound an archdemon simply by pleading for salvation, then demands to know why this is being revealed to him. Andromalius answers that the reason is obvious to him. He wants to build a good relationship with the necromancer despite the difference in their stations. He insists the necromancer should not belittle himself, because his talent is valuable and attractive. Andromalius explains that he acted on advice from Visago. The necromancer presses him on what that means. Andromalius recounts Visago's prophecy that the first skilled person he met above ground would bring him great benefit, and that person turned out to be the necromancer. The necromancer outwardly accepts the compliment, while inwardly taking comfort that Visago's knowledge implies he survives the near future. He then asks the more important question of what the demons intend to do next. Andromalius says the demons plan to work for humanity for now, and the necromancer accepts that answer surprisingly easily. He explains that after meeting even greater enemy executives, he no longer sees demons as the ultimate threat and can believe they would side with humans. That answer catches Andromalius's full attention. He eagerly asks for details about those enemy beings, convinced Visago's advice has proven correct. The necromancer tells him about Gloria and the strange being he encountered in the desert. Andromalius identifies the desert foe as an agglomeration of souls and values the information, especially the fact that one enemy is a dragon. In gratitude, he decides to reward the necromancer. He gives him a monocle empowered by Visago that can locate what he seeks up to 3 times. He also promises to personally aid him once in a future life-threatening situation. The necromancer protests that the reward is excessive. Andromalius dismisses the concern and frames it as a fair exchange and a gesture of friendship. The necromancer accepts and promises to remember the favor. Their talk continues, with each side trading knowledge about the modern world, demon affairs, and black magic. Andromalius explains that demons were cut off from the surface for centuries and only recently regained influence after dungeons appeared. The necromancer concludes that this is why the woman is so precious, since she lets demons manifest without paying the usual price. He adds that black mages were once extremely rare in modern times and asks how many there are now. Andromalius says their numbers have already exploded past 10,000 and will keep growing because desperate times make power irresistible. He offers another gift, a black magic tome covering the first through 6 circles. The necromancer eagerly asks to study it later, and Andromalius readily agrees. A glowing talisman suddenly activates, interrupting the meeting. The message praises the necromancer for reaching Soul and asks what he should do next, making him realize the talisman is functioning like a communicator. It directs him to come to a marked location where the sender will be waiting. The message also warns the General of Hell that the beings above have begun moving and urges him to take care of himself. Andromalius recognizes the sender's neutrality and the necromancer is startled that this person knows him as well. Andromalius explains that the sender has long been a special existence able to communicate with both heaven and hell. With business settled, Andromalius prepares to leave. Before going, he turns back with one last question. He bluntly asks the necromancer whether he is married. Relieved to hear the answer is no, Andromalius departs in high spirits, clearly pleased for reasons he does not explain. The necromancer is left feeling as though he has just been toyed with in the most absurd way possible. The scene shifts as the night deepens and the next move begins. The necromancer arrives at the designated meeting place and is formally welcomed by a gaunt man waiting there. Seeing the man's worn face, he immediately notices that something is seriously wrong with him. He asks after the man's condition, and the man brushes it off while the necromancer insists he is genuinely concerned. The man is surprised by that concern, having expected hostility instead. He explains that he has burned away his own life force trying to look into the future and offers the necromancer something in return. He gives him more talismans like the one from before, saying the group will need them. Then he orders the necromancer to rest for 2 days and go to Yodo afterward. When asked why the delay matters, he says the reason will become clear tomorrow and insists that going later is the better choice. His body suddenly rebels, and he coughs up blood from the strain of his foresight. Even so, he insists he will recover in time. The necromancer asks why he is sacrificing himself to this extent. The man rejects any noble interpretation and says he is acting for himself, not for some abstract greater good. He reveals he was born into a family that has long supported the nation, though he once hated living for that duty. In the end, however, he accepted that he is still part of that family, and cannot ignore what it has carried. He declares that he will not allow the country to collapse on his watch, and that preserving it is his own selfish desire. The necromancer accepts that explanation without argument. He asks whether he alone will be sent to Uedo, and is told there will be helpers but he should prepare to fight as if alone. The exhausted seer leaves to handle his own urgent tasks. As the necromancer departs, he reflects that they are ultimately returning to the summoning site they abandoned. Meanwhile, soldiers are ordered to pile monster corpses into makeshift barricades. Almost immediately, the order is reversed and the troops are told to withdraw in panic. At the military camp, rumors begin spreading among the soldiers. Some talk greedily about selling monster corpses for money and hiding a few for themselves. They reassure each other that corruption is already happening at the top, only to be cut off by sudden terror. On the second day of the 4 days of utter darkness, the next disaster begins. The piled corpses reanimate, and the day of the living dead starts with the dead monsters rising again. As soldiers flee, they curse the officer who told them to use monster bodies as a barrier, realizing too late that he led them into disaster. One soldier can only stare as death rushes toward him. A golem suddenly surges into motion, intervening at the critical moment. A glowing core appears in the golem's back, revealing an external power source or control point. The core detonates in a massive blast that wipes out the immediate threat. Watching the explosion from afar, the necromancer realizes this undead outbreak is exactly why he was told to rest and wait. He reasons that undead will naturally target him as a necromancer, making this a useful chance to test another force against them. He decides to use the crisis to evaluate the new allies he recently contracted. He recalls that while staying at his stronghold, he made a contract with a new transcendent race, the genies. He summons one of them, and the fiery being arrives delighted that his contractor has finally called. The genie introduces himself as Agni, a flame genie who exists to answer his summoner's wishes and is eager to unleash destruction. The necromancer gives strict limits: burn everything except people, and leave anything connected to him untouched. Agni is thrilled, convinced he has finally found the perfect contractor. The necromancer adds one more condition, asking that any survivors be guided out of the city if possible. Agni takes off in ecstasy and begins setting the city ablaze with reckless enthusiasm. When his servant worries that the entire city may burn, the necromancer coldly answers that Soul was already beyond saving. The servant suggests warning the others, since they will surely try to extinguish the flames. The necromancer agrees to notify the army leadership so civilians can be evacuated, then plans to head to Uedo the next day as instructed. Amid the inferno, a two-headed giant lumbers toward the still-active summoning array. Its foot reaches the edge of the glowing circle, signaling that the ritual's next stage is about to begin. A monstrous maw closes over two figures as the battle reaches a brutal, immediate crisis. The attack lands with overwhelming force, ending the clash in a burst of blood and impact. By the next day in Uedo, the undead have turned the tide and are now overpowering the monsters. Watching from above, the contractor wonders whether the decisive day has finally arrived and confirms that the necromancers reach Uedo safely. He is told Kim Mijin has brought the necromancers in and they are awaiting his command, so he chooses to keep observing for now. Agni returns to report in, and the contractor acknowledges his work. Agni dismisses the praise as too mild and urgently reveals he discovered something important about the magic circle below. He explains that although the circle is crudely drawn, it is still functional enough to summon something. Agni admits he cannot identify what will emerge, but he can tell the summoning is about to happen. The contractor presses him for the exact moment. The circle suddenly flares, answering the question itself. Multiple summoning circles across the city ignite at once, flooding the streets with pillars of light. From one of those lights, a massive beast begins to descend. Its arrival slams into the city with enough force to shake the surroundings. The summoned creature fully emerges as a colossal mammoth-like monster radiating red menace. Agni bursts into delighted laughter, having correctly guessed what kind of monster would appear. The contractor, alarmed, demands to know what they are facing. Agni identifies it as the king of earth and beasts, one of the great chaos monsters sent to land. He names the creature Behemoth. The contractor recognizes the name from scripture and realizes it is treated as a being on the level of a god or devil. Agni tries to calm him by saying this behemoth is only a fragment and far weaker than the original. Behemoth immediately disproves that reassurance with open contempt. As more pillars continue to erupt around the city, Agni realizes the beast is enraged. Nidhogg is forced to dodge through the blazing columns as the battlefield becomes even more dangerous. The contractor watches the city fill with destructive light, while Nidhogg struggles to maneuver. Realizing the pressure is too great, he orders everyone to activate their talismans. The group surrounds itself with protective purple power as they prepare to endure the strain. Nidhogg weaves between the descending blasts, buying time in the air. The contractor tells Chris to hold Behemoth off while he prepares something else. Chris remembers the monocle Andromalius entrusted to him and decides to use it. The contractor leaves the task to Chris, who accepts without hesitation. Nidhogg gathers a dense sphere of negative energy in its jaws. It unleashes negative breath straight at Behemoth. The blast crashes into the mammoth head-on with crackling force. Behemoth remains standing through the hit. To their shock, the attack leaves it completely unharmed. Behemoth charges after Nidhogg with crushing speed despite its size. Nidhogg repeatedly blinks through space to avoid being caught. It continues teleporting in rapid succession just to stay alive. The contractor realizes the talisman is easing the burden, but Blink is still draining enormous mana. Seeing that the dragon cannot keep this up, he calls on Kai and Kessel. The two armored undead blink directly into Behemoth's path to intercept it. They launch their strongest sword techniques together in a coordinated strike. Their blades carve across Behemoth, but the damage is shallow against its monstrous body. They immediately understand the problem. This so-called fragment is absurdly durable. Before they can reposition, Behemoth's massive limbs and tusks bear down on them. Agni joins the melee at last, smashing a flaming punch into Behemoth's face. The impact only starts a close-range struggle, with Agni forced to push against the beast's overwhelming mass. Instead of fear, Agni feels exhilaration and revels in the challenge. He openly invites Behemoth to a proper duel between the two of them. Agni lunges in with a grin, fully committing to the fight. He drives burning force directly into Behemoth's body. Flames engulf the clash as Agni batters the giant beast at point-blank range. Even his allies are baffled that Agni's attacks are having any effect at all. Agni explains that Behemoth is blessed by the earth, so nothing born of earth can truly harm it. He urges the non-human fighters to go beyond their limits, because they are the only ones who can challenge that protection. The contractor answers with a barrage of bone spears. The spears hammer into Behemoth's side in a concentrated volley. He follows with bone explosion to detonate the attack from within. Even that combination fails to shake Behemoth, confirming how absolute its defense is. Behemoth counters by seizing Agni in its grasp. Agni's confidence falters for the first time as he realizes he has been caught. Behemoth hurls him away with brutal force. Agni is blasted across the city skyline like a projectile. Behemoth immediately turns its attention back to Nidhogg, threatening the contractor's position again. The beast swings upward, forcing the dragon into another desperate evasive maneuver. The contractor feels Nidhogg falter under the pressure and calls out to it in alarm. From below, he shouts at Agni to regain focus and return to the fight. Agni answers that he needs more fire, and not just a little more but vastly more. The contractor decides to grant that request. He coldly offers up his undead as fuel, ordering them to die for him with grace. The sacrificed undead descend onto Agni and begin feeding his flames. Agni surges back to life with renewed power, thrilled by the offering. His allies are stunned that this is what surpassing human limits looks like for a non-human fighter. Inspired, Kai asks for another talisman because he wants to attempt something new. More undead are sent into the air around him as raw material. Kai demands even more, gathering enough bodies and energy for a reckless experiment. He declares that he will attempt something only non-humans can do, fuse with the undead. Dark energy wraps around him as the fusion begins. When it succeeds, Kai laughs in disbelief and triumph. The new fused form is powerful enough to fight Behemoth, but still awkward and difficult to control. To solve that, Kai orders Kessel to absorb him as well. Kessel hesitates, but the process begins before he can fully object. The Golden Crown ally steps in and promises to stabilize the fusion and its inner aura while Kai focuses on combat. Kai accepts, realizing someone else will have to act as the control center for the merged body. With the stabilization in place, the fused warrior finds movement suddenly much easier. Agni praises the result as the right way to fight, while the contractor snaps at him to stop admiring it and help Kessel. Nidhogg rises again, preparing to support the assault from above. The contractor calls on Nidhogg to attack in coordination with the others. Behemoth braces itself and drives forward through the ruined street, still refusing to yield. Nidhogg answers with necro breath and a simultaneous bombardment from multiple angles. The barrage slams into Behemoth's face and body, finally forcing it to absorb sustained pressure. Kai charges in at the same time, sword raised for close combat. Agni dives from the opposite side, turning the assault into a pincer attack. The fused knight and the fire spirit synchronize their strike as they close in together. Their combined blows punch into Behemoth's torso from both sides at once. Kai's blade finally bites into the beast, proving its defense can be breached under the right conditions. Even so, Kai warns that the body is still incredibly tough, and they cannot hold this opening for long. Agni tells him to endure the resistance no matter what. The contractor seizes the moment and casts reverse gravity. The spell lifts Behemoth into the air, stripping it of its footing and exposing it. Below, the contractor's contracted followers raise their hands and pour power into the spell. Kim Mijin urges everyone to gather all their strength into Hyunbok's necropolis. The contractor calls out to Agni and Kessel, signaling the final phase. Suspended upside down and enraged, Behemoth is held in place while its enemies converge. The contractor reflects that his greatest weakness has always been lacking a decisive finishing blow. He remembers asking whether negative mana could ever be amplified enough to solve that problem. Hyunbok had answered that his bestowal spell could do it by giving curse and death attributes to a suitable medium. The contractor realizes the needed ingredients are already in his hands: Visego's monocle and the negative mana stored in Lord Xuanwu's talisman. Added to that is the mana of everyone bound to him by contract, all feeding into the same attack. With all of those sources combined, he concludes they can kill Behemoth in a single blow. He releases that accumulated power as the execution spell judgment. A blinding eruption of purple-white force engulfs the battlefield. When the light clears, the city is left with a vast crater where the final strike landed. Agni exults that his contractor has created an attack capable of toppling even higher beings. But the hooded ally, now badly damaged, weakly asks for help with his ruined limbs. Agni immediately shifts from battle lust to shameless opportunism and declares it is time for the victors to claim a reward. Golden light and aftermath settle over the surviving summons as the battle finally ends. A system message announces the contractor's summoning skill has risen from B to B+, allowing him to summon Class A monsters. He also realizes his vitality has increased, confirming the victory strengthened him directly. Agni cheerfully announces he will be gone for a while, not because he is satisfied but because he still wants more fun elsewhere. Watching the fiery streak vanish into the sky, the contractor can only dismiss him as a fight-addicted lunatic. He decides the crisis is over and suggests they finally rest, until the hooded ally reminds him he has been left in miserable condition. The story then widens, explaining that while people fought behemoths, humanity as a whole kept resisting the apocalypse. Yet humanity learned that monsters were not their only enemy. As survivors huddled in the cold and dark, the world itself became another force trying to kill them. That merciless enemy was simply nature. People endured among corpses and ruins, trapped between disaster, monsters, and the elements. At the height of that desperation, new powers finally descended into the world, gods and demons. Abandoned by hope, people cried out to every higher power they could name and begged for salvation. After 4 days of darkness, many lost faith in the gods and became willing to bargain with devils if it meant survival. The demons appeared at that exact moment and offered a simple exchange: survival in return for their souls. A red-haired demon accepted the bargain and promised to grant humanity the strength to live. He clarified that he did not need their souls outright, only a binding contract. Desperate survivors accepted, becoming the first human contractors. In return, the demons granted black magic, marking their contractors with a black stain on the backs of their hands. Only after that did the sun return, and with it the gods finally descend before humanity. The gods healed the wounded and restored the ruined cities, winning immediate reverence. They warned that an invasion from another world was coming and urged humanity to survive and defend Earth. They also bestowed holy power, leaving a white mark on those chosen to wield it, and promising to watch over mankind. With dungeon seekers and divine grace, humanity managed to avoid total collapse. The day the gods descended became known as the Day of Miracles, marking the start of a new era. Back in the present, someone asks the contractor to reconsider a major decision. He calmly repeats that he has no intention of becoming a guardian. The Guardians are explained as an international organization created to protect Earth from the coming otherworldly threat. The offer remains open if he ever changes his mind. He refuses because he does not want to be tied down by any organization, and he also questions why the operations director vanished at such a critical time. It is revealed that the director left after teaching him how to use the amulet and unlocking its activation method. Another force has also emerged after the god's departure: the Grey Market, a neutral group from another world that follows only Eichmann. They announce that a full-scale war has begun and offer access to almost any item in exchange for money and valuables, signaling the next phase of the story. A mass of red substance appears, signaling the return of something not fully human. The red mass stretches upward and begins taking shape as it reforms into a body. Tia returns to Wanhyo and reports back to her master, having now become an intelligent being separate from her former duplicate state. Tia dismisses ordinary humans as fools and explains that ignorant authorities still see Wanhyo as a threat that should be eliminated. When Wanhyo confirms the government and military are involved, Tia assures him their planted cloned objects can be removed whenever needed, easing the immediate danger. With that settled, Wanhyo decides it is time for everyone to return to the home they now share. The story shifts back to Wanhyo's new residence, which has become the center of his growing faction. The group arrives through a portal, and Tia immediately relaxes, delighted to be back in the safety of their home. Wanhyo asks Chris to inspect the surroundings while telling Kei to rest, showing he is still cautious even after returning. As Wanhyo lies down to recover, Kei asks about dinner, and he answers that any food will do because comfort matters most right now. The household settles into domestic routine as Wanhyo delegates meal preparation and lets the others enjoy themselves. While resting, Wanhyo starts dwelling on the warning a mysterious man gave him before leaving. He recalls the man's prediction that another invasion is coming and that he must prepare for it. Wanhyo realizes the warning may be true because it came from someone who could see the future, but his thoughts are interrupted by news from Tia. Tia announces that visitors have arrived, forcing Wanhyo out of reflection and into a new meeting. A blonde demon greets Wanhyo warmly, making it clear they already know each other well. Wanhyo recognizes him as Andromalius, confirming the guest is an archdemon from his past dealings. Andromalius tells Wanhyo to drop the formal distance between them because their relationship has changed and he wants familiarity restored. He introduces another noble demon named Seer, expanding the circle of powerful demons now connected to Wanhyo. Seer, eager to make a good impression, offers Wanhyo a housewarming gift after hearing Andromalius praise him. The gift turns out to be a Baphomet horn, which Seer specifically chose because he believes it will be useful to Wanhyo. Andromalius adds a mithril cape meant for healing, making the visit both diplomatic and practical. Wanhyo is genuinely surprised by the generosity, and wonders if he is really being handed all of this for free. Before he can settle into gratitude, he notices there is still someone else with the visitors. A black-haired woman reluctantly steps out from behind Andromalius when he tells her to stop hiding. Wanhyo realizes she is the famed demon treasure, a woman of great value among demons. The woman demands to know why she was brought there, showing she was not fully informed. Andromalius reveals he came for another purpose entirely and asks Wanhyo to look after Baek's son Su for a while. He goes further and unexpectedly asks Wanhyo to become her teacher. Wanhyo is caught off guard by the idea of being asked to teach someone like her. Baek's son Su is equally unsettled, clearly not expecting to be handed over this way. When Wanhyo asks why, Andromalius presses the matter instead of backing down. He explains that they must soon travel through the Asian Union and the fractured Chinese states because many forces are searching for them. The Asian Union is introduced as the alliance formed after China split into several countries, making the political landscape unstable. Andromalius says the war has driven many people to seek deals with demons, increasing danger and attention around them. Because Dantalion must stay in Korea to handle yokai-related problems, Andromalius cannot personally watch over Baek's son Su, so he formally asks Wanhyo, as someone he trusts, to take responsibility for her. Wanhyo correctly interprets the request as teaching her to control her power while also protecting her, and Andromalius confirms it. Wanhyo agrees in principle but makes it clear that he will only do it under several conditions. His first condition is blunt honesty. Baek's son Su may get hurt, because mastering her power will require harsh training. Andromalius accepts that immediately, though Baek's son Su is alarmed by how casually he agrees. He reminds her that strength never comes for free and asks whether she is willing to abandon her chance to grow stronger. Faced with that challenge, Baek's son Su swallows her fear and accepts the pain that may come. Wanhyo's second condition is that he be allowed to examine her directly, since understanding her condition is necessary for training. Baek's son Su agrees because she also wants answers about the changes happening inside her. Wanhyo's third condition is stranger and more unsettling. He wants samples of her hair, blood, and flesh for magical study. That demand shocks Baek's son Su, who had not expected to be treated like a magical resource. Wanhyo warns her that magicians are greedy and that anyone with manrich traits like hers will always be hunted. His warning lands hard, and she begins to understand how dangerous her existence has become. Andromalius thanks Wanhyo for the advice and accepts even that disturbing condition, prioritizing her survival over comfort. Wanhyo's final condition is financial. They must cover every expense incurred during her training, aside from his commissions. Andromalius agrees without hesitation and even offers an upfront payment, showing how serious he is about the arrangement. Wanhyo is ready to refuse out of principle, but the speed and scale of the payment shake his resolve. In the end, the sheer amount offered is too much to turn down, and the deal is sealed. 3 days pass after the contract, and the new arrangement begins to take effect. Wanhyo prepares to meet Baek's son Su again, with Chris close by as support. He finds her lounging comfortably and eating junk food, so transformed in attitude that he can barely believe she is the same person. Wanhyo calls out how at ease she has become under his roof. Baek's son Su insists that she is anxious too, even if she no longer looks as tense as before. She notes that Wanhyo stayed away for 3 days and asks whether the preparations Chris mentioned are finally complete. When Wanhyo says they need to talk about her first, she is startled by the seriousness of his tone. He explains that parts of her body can dramatically amplify magical power, making her existence comparable to an elixir of immortality. He goes further and says that even consuming her own blood and flesh could strengthen someone. Wanhyo compares the effect to absorbing the life force of a behemoth, and says complete assimilation of her DNA could make someone overwhelmingly powerful. He warns that every mana user will covet her for that reason, confirming that she will be hunted as long as she lives. Wanhyo promises that he and his people will protect her, trying to steady her after revealing the truth. He asks whether she is afraid and whether she wants to run from this fate. She admits she is terrified, but refuses to choose escape. Wanhyo tells her fear is useless unless it becomes strength, and she responds by entrusting herself to him as her teacher. The title catches Wanhyo off guard, making the new bond between them suddenly feel real. Training begins in a sealed room as Baek's son Su releases a massive surge of purple mana that shocks everyone present. Even the observers are stunned, because her mana output is more than 10 times greater than Wanhyo's. Wanhyo is forced to admit that her natural talent far exceeds even his own rapid growth. She demonstrates absurd aptitude by lifting coins with black magic in seconds, a feat that once took Wanhyo far longer to achieve. Seeing her raw potential, Wanhyo recognizes that her gift is as dangerous as it is extraordinary. Unable to hide his frustration at the unfair gap in talent, he abruptly calls for a break. Chris checks on him, but Wanhyo is in no mood to pretend he is fine. He vents bitterly that the world is unfair, because he struggled desperately for power while she was born with overwhelming ability. Chris coldly suggests that if her existence torments him so much, he could simply get rid of her. Wanhyo rejects that thought immediately, insisting she has done nothing wrong and that giving in to jealousy would make him contemptible. Chris answers that this realization alone is enough to prove Wanhyo truly is her teacher. Wanhyo pauses, forced to confront what that role actually demands of him. Chris confesses that he once felt the same resentment toward Wanhyo when his master surpassed him with frightening speed. He admits he even carried the same murderous impulse that Wanhyo is struggling with now. Chris explains that he overcame that urge only after realizing he himself could still continue growing stronger. He praises Wanhyo for enduring the pain of envy without being consumed by it. Chris urges him to use those ugly feelings as fuel for growth instead of shame. Back in training, Baek Sun-soo continues trying to shape and control the violent mana overflowing from her body. When Wanhyo asks if she is ready to give up, she stubbornly refuses and vows to find the right magic for herself. Wanhyo corrects her focus, saying she is not there to chase magic for its own sake but to gain the power to protect herself. She reluctantly accepts the rebuke and listens. Wanhyo tells her they will stop forcing magic for now and shift to another kind of training instead. Her mood instantly brightens when he promises they will return to magic later, and she demands that promise clearly. Privately, Wanhyo resolves not to be ruled by emotion and vows to find his own path to greater strength as well. Elsewhere, the black magic users of Abyss begin moving behind the scenes. At Abyss headquarters, Dantalion is asked for an update on the situation. He reports that everything is proceeding smoothly and that he is ready to move to the second stage of his plan. That next step is to leak information that great demons visited Wanhyo together with Baek Sun-soo. Dantalion eagerly anticipates the chaos this revelation will cause and wants to see how Wanhyo handles the crisis. The coming conflict is framed as a collision between multiple major powers, including the Guardian and Hunter associations, Abyss, and others. The Necropolis are also drawn in, having claimed Gangnam as their territory and regarding Wanhyo as their supreme overlord. Attention then shifts to the headquarters of the Chosen Ones, another faction preparing to act. A report reaches them that the archdemons Andromalius and Seer have been captured within the Asian Federation. They also learn through an informant in Abyss that the witch connected to them has gone into hiding. At the same time, Dantalion is said to be controlling demon followers across Korea and Japan, widening the threat. The leadership asks whether there is any information yet on the Necropolis. The answer is no, meaning one of the most dangerous variables remains unaccounted for. Even so, the leaders remain calm and demand useful intelligence as soon as possible. They conclude that this may be the long-awaited chance to wipe out the archdemons and their followers for good. One zealot agrees fervently, declaring that all servants of the unclean must die. When the necromancer is mentioned, they admit they still cannot locate him. Their superior orders an intensified search and warns them not to underestimate Wanhyo and the forces gathering around him. The subordinate accepts the command and withdraws to carry it out. Back at Wanhyo's home, training resumes under a clear sky that contrasts with the danger closing in. Wanhyo now tests Baek Sun-soo in combat, attacking with summoned blades while forcing her to respond under pressure. She counters with a crude but powerful mana blast and throws his earlier advice back at him, showing she is learning while still defiant. Wanhyo calmly offers another lesson, shifting from raw power to practical combat sense. He tells her not to forget actual spell structure, because instinct alone will not save her in battle. He slips past her attack with ease, proving that brute force without control is still easy to read. Baek Sun-soo is startled when she realizes he has maneuvered her into a bad position. She hurriedly throws up a barrier to stop the next strike and barely manages to defend herself. Wanhyo declares the exchange over, having made his point. He follows with a shock attack that slams into her and overwhelms her body. The blast drops her hard to the floor, ending the round decisively. After 9 days of training, Wanhyo reflects on how quickly she has improved. He admits to himself that her progress in such a short time is extraordinary. Baek Sun-soo demands another chance and boasts that she will win the next round, but Wanhyo instead announces a harsher phase of training. She is confused when he calls it special training rather than another spar. Chris appears with a bound goblin, revealing that the next lesson will involve real killing. The goblin snarls for her death, making the threat immediate and personal. Wanhyo orders her to kill it without using black magic or mana, forcing her to rely only on her body and will. She is horrified by the demand and cannot believe he is serious. When she asks if he truly wants her to kill the creature, the answer is effectively yes. Chris reminds her that they went to great lengths to bring this monster here, so hesitation is no longer acceptable. Wanhyo presses her to act, making it clear that mercy or delay has no place in this lesson. Breathing hard, Baek Sun-soo stands frozen between fear and obedience. The goblin lunges at her with murderous intent, forcing the decision on her. In the instant before impact, she seizes the weapon and turns the situation around. Her hand closes around the blade, committing her to violence. She drives the knife into the goblin in a burst of panic and rage, screaming for it to die. Once she starts, she keeps stabbing over and over, unable to stop after crossing the line. The goblin chokes and collapses under the relentless assault. Baek Sun-soo stands over the corpse drenched in blood, stunned by what she has just done. She can only stare and breathe, trying to process the fact that she has killed with her own hands. Wanhyo coldly moves on to the next lesson, while Chris is disturbed that he is pushing her this far. Wanhyo confirms it, and announces that the next fight will begin in 10 seconds. He starts the countdown to a new round before she has even recovered emotionally. Still bloodied and shaken, Baek Sun-soo charges anyway, driven by anger and confusion. She rushes at Wanhyo screaming for him to die, turning her trauma directly against her teacher. As she unleashes a furious blast, she calls him trash and demands to know why he forced her to become a killer. Her teacher forces Sunsu to face the horror of killing and tells her this brutal training is necessary if she wants to survive. He insists that people like them were never allowed innocence and must live as killers in a world that already despises necromancers and demon contractors. He reminds her that divine magic users see the woman who summoned the archdemons, Sunsu Peak, as a threat that must be erased. The pressure of that truth finally breaks through to her. Sunsu erupts in despair, crying that she never wanted any of this and only wanted help so she could keep living. She bitterly says that when no god came to save her, turning to demons was the only choice left, and now she cannot accept being punished for it. Her teacher answers coldly that fairness does not exist, and that only two paths remain. He reduces her future to a single law: fight to live, or surrender and die. Overwhelmed, Sunsu collapses in the training room while he stands over her without softening. Her breakdown leaves her sobbing and unable to continue. After exhausting herself, she falls asleep, and her teacher quietly acknowledges how much strain she has been under. He ends the day's training, while his undead aide silently agrees. A small subordinate named Castle suddenly appears to report in. Castle warns that suspicious people have been lurking nearby and that they no longer seem like ordinary civilians. She explains that mana users and divine magic users have started gathering, and predicts an ambush within a few days. She even overheard a commander ordering troops to mobilize, confirming that fanatics have infiltrated the military. Pleased with the intelligence, he orders Castle to keep watching them, and she eagerly accepts the task. He then asks Chris for an update on equipment being prepared for Sunsu. Satisfied that the final adjustments are nearly done, he decides it is time to test what her training has produced. Outside, the city remains unaware that forces are already closing in around their base. When Sunsu wakes, her first response is to demand food, as if trying to bury her fear under appetite. She keeps piling on requests for more and more food, and her teacher realizes she is stress eating. In the middle of that binge, she reaches a decision. Sunsu declares that she will live, and if the world insists on kill or be killed, then she will choose to kill. Her teacher is relieved she accepted the lesson so quickly and tells her to rest because the real fight is coming soon. Night falls over the city as the promised confrontation approaches. Later, he checks with Chris and learns that the decomposition process on Sunsu's power was successful. Chris explains that demon contractors normally fuse mana and black magic into one inseparable force, but Sunsu is different. Her body can separate those energies at will, as if emptying a cup and dividing its contents. Her teacher agrees with the conclusion, though he sees her less as a vessel and more as a blank canvas whose fate was still undecided. He admits he has been watching closely to see whether she would be ruined like other demon contractors once they were stained by that power. He reflects that if someone with her extraordinary potential had been found by the devout instead, she might have become a saint. He recalls that this is already his third encounter with Sunsu, after first finding her lost and later seeing her broken in his custody. When he learned there had been two others like her, he sought answers from an ancient spirit. He confirms to Chris that the spirit was Agni and that he questioned him about Sunsu. Agni refused to speak directly about the girl, which only deepened the mystery around her. Still, the spirit's reaction to samples of her blood and hair convinced him that Sunsu is a force of immense value and danger. Chris concludes that if the archdemons entrusted someone so important to them, they must be pursuing a hidden agenda through her. He presses his master to decide what to do with that knowledge. Before an answer comes, both of them sense a sudden disturbance. He realizes the attack has already begun, and calls out to Sunsu. Sunsu is struck by the shock of it before she even understands what is happening. He orders her toward the basement, while she panics in confusion. Their base is rocked by explosions, revealing that the enemy chose overwhelming bombardment instead of a simple ambush. He is caught off guard by the scale of the assault but immediately drags Sunsu to safety. In the control room, they see that divine magic users and soldiers have completely surrounded the base. Their surveillance confirms that numerous divine casters are stationed outside, turning the building into a trap. He identifies them as fanatics and understands that this is no ordinary raid. He makes sure Sunsu understands how serious the situation has become. Then he tells her plainly that from this point on, she must be ready to fight. Sunsu appears again in the black dress that marks her new role. She stands transformed, no longer just a frightened civilian but someone being prepared for war. He hands her a custom-made staff built specifically to suit her unusual power. She accepts the weapon with quiet gratitude, still tense but committed. He lays out the immediate goal: break the siege first, because he already has a plan. With a grim confidence, he refuses to let the attackers dictate the outcome. Outside, the enemy commander warns his troops that they are facing a necromancer and an archdemon's witch, and orders them not to relax. The first clash begins when undead forces surge into view, shocking the besiegers. A full undead army crashes into the fanatics, proving the defenders were ready to answer violence with violence. The holy side braces itself, and tries to hold formation against the oncoming dead. Monstrous undead push forward, turning the battlefield into chaos. The military answers with more explosives, blasting apart large numbers of undead. Even as the dead are destroyed, more keep appearing, and the attackers realize they cannot kill them fast enough. Chris mockingly calls on the enemy's god to save them, taunting the limits of divine protection. The The fanatics respond with a collective prayer for heavenly intervention. Their divine power flares outward in a wave of golden light. That holy surge tears through the undead ranks and wipes out the front line. When the smoke clears, the attackers stand illuminated while the dead lie shattered before them. The military commander orders a retreating unit to fall back because they are escalating to a bunker-busting strike. A missile is launched toward the already ruined base to finish what the bombardment started. The weapon descends from the night sky with lethal precision. It detonates in a massive blast that engulfs the area. Believing the strike has broken resistance, the commander orders his forces to advance carefully and watch for anyone trying to flee. Inside the chaos, Sun Tzu and her teacher run through the wreckage, trying to slip away before the net closes. He realizes he misjudged one thing: Sun Tzu's body is still too weak to keep up for long. He switches to stealth and warns her that he cannot throw away his own life just to shield her. Terrified, Sun Tzu asks if he is going to abandon her. He says he will protect her as much as he can, but reminds her that his life also has limits. Her fear spills out again as she begs not to be left behind and admits she is still desperate not to die. He forces her to stop drowning in panic and face the truth of the moment. He tells her bluntly that he cannot be the one to save her. Only Sun Tzu herself can decide whether she lives. He repeats the lesson one last time: fight for your life, or die. He reminds her that there is no undoing what happened and that the world already knows her as the summoner of the archdemon. Sun Tzu quietly admits she understands that much. He explains that their allies' disguises can delay pursuit, but the fanatics ultimately want her above all others. If they ever discover the full truth of her body's unique nature, they will never stop hunting her, and he lays out her grim choices. To them she can only be a specimen, a killer, a corpse, or someone who ends herself before they can claim her. Sun Tzu confesses that she hates both this reality and the life it has forced on her. She even says she hates him for making her see it clearly, but hates the world most of all. He tells her to keep moving and repeats that in the end, saving herself is her own responsibility. They continue their escape through the ruined streets, trying to stay ahead of the hunt. Their stealth fails when enemy scouts spot them and call for reinforcements. He blasts the pursuers back with magic, buying a few seconds and ordering them to run. When he sees Sun Tzu freeze again, he demands that she stop waiting to be saved and strike back. His command finally jolts her out of paralysis. The fanatics close in, screaming that the witch and devil worshipper must die. Even aerial fire joins the assault, showing that the entire operation is focused on exterminating them. Heavy weapons continue to pour fire into the battlefield without hesitation. Watching the relentless attack, Sun Tzu realizes with horror that they truly mean to kill her no matter what she says. Her teacher shields them with layered necromancy, blocking the barrage while preparing a counterattack. But when they break through into another street, a fresh wall of holy soldiers is already waiting. The enemy leader declares that this place will become the grave of the witch and the fallen gravekeeper. Her teacher cuts off the speech, refusing to let them control the scene any longer. The fanatics formally announce that the witch and gravekeeper are trapped in the crematorium and await execution. He immediately understands the symbolism. They intend to burn them as part of the sentence. Sun Tzu finally confronts them directly and demands to know why they are so obsessed with killing her. She insists she has harmed no one and only wanted to live, and that demons answered her because no one else would. Her words briefly unsettle the commander, forcing him to hesitate. She presses on, acknowledging the many deaths of the disaster while reminding him that she too is one of its surviving victims. Instead of compassion, he offers only the mercy of execution. He tells her to repent, surrender her life to God, and accept a painless death so heaven might forgive her. That answer finally snaps something inside Sun Tzu. The commander coldly says she should have died the night everything began, and that dying now is her chance at redemption. Her teacher tells her not to expect reason from zealots, because fanaticism itself rejects logic. The enemy answers with a mass invocation, calling down divine judgment in God's name. Sun Tzu refuses that fate outright and screams that she does not want to die. Her power erupts into a giant black and purple hand that crushes one of the holy warriors in front of everyone. For a moment she stares at what she has done, stunned by the ease of it. The fanatics only become more frenzied, condemning her as a witch and demanding she stand trial before God. In response, Sun Tzu unleashes a sweeping wave of dark power that tears through their ranks. Even while attacking, she pleads for them to leave her alone, showing that rage and desperation are now fused together. As bodies fall, she cannot understand why they are trying so hard to kill her when they are all human in the end. That thought curdles into contempt as she begins to question whether these people deserve to be called human at all. Then she breaks into manic laughter, crossing a line inside herself. Her teacher is alarmed as he realizes her mind is shifting in a dangerous direction. Sun Tzu thanks the fanatics for helping her decide, concluding that they are not abandoned people but beasts pretending to be righteous. The enemy is left stunned by the cold certainty in her new conviction. She declares that the purpose of the living is simply to live, and accuses them of denying that basic truth. She condemns them for calling her life sinful just because she made a contract with a demon, and for forcing that belief onto others. With all guilt gone, she decides they are evil in their own right, and no better than monsters. Acting on that judgment, she releases a far deadlier storm of dark magic that rips through the holy ranks. The attack mutilates and kills multiple enemies at once, turning the street into a slaughter. Even divine defenses fail as her power cuts through armor and flesh alike. The commander denounces her for finally revealing herself as a true witch. Sun Tzu answers that she has only formed a clear opinion of them and, at last, accepted what she herself is. With chilling calm, she tells her teacher that she will handle their enemies from here, and he can only agree uneasily. She raises a finger, as if beginning a simple lesson. Then she closes her hand, turning that gesture into an act of execution. The fanatics around her are seized and crushed by her power as she stands in the center of their formation. Her teacher recognizes the move with alarm. He realizes she is using the devastating technique he taught her for overwhelming weaker opponents. The intensity in her eyes shows she has fully embraced it. She points toward the remaining enemies and decides to end the battle completely. But before she can finish them, the commander drops to the ground in sudden prayer. Sun Tzu pauses, confused by the abrupt change. The commander offers his life to God without reservation, invoking total surrender. Golden power floods through him as that vow transforms into divine force. Her teacher instantly recognizes the danger and curses the fanatics for resorting to this. He identifies the miracle as sacrificial magic, a power gained when zealots hand their will and lives over to God through sacrifice. The enemy mastermind reveals that he pushed events toward this moment, expecting Sun Tzu Peak to awaken her full power through the zealot's willingness to die. As the cult unleashes a massive divine assault, Hyenbok and Sun Tzu face the blast behind a failing barrier. Hyenbok snaps Sun Tzu out of her panic and forces her to focus on his instructions. He realizes the attack is self-sacrificial magic, meaning the fanatics are pouring their lives and intent directly into the strike. He understands their true objective is not victory in battle but Sun Tzu's death. With no time left, he tells her the only way to survive is to take the attack into herself. Sun Tzu is stunned by the idea and asks what exactly he expects her to take in. Hyenbok urges her to absorb the incoming power, convinced she can do it. He reminds her that because she commands both mana and black magic, she can wield power beyond normal limits. As the barrier nears collapse, he tells her to endure the impact while he supports her. The divine blast finally breaks through and crashes into them. Sun Tzu is overwhelmed by the force and cries out as the energy tears into her. Even while suffering, Hyenbok keeps her attention on him and refuses to let her lose control. He binds himself directly to her so they will share the burden together. He makes the cost clear by telling her that if she dies, he dies as well. That shared fate steadies her, and she forces herself to hold on. Hyenbok explains that black magic naturally counters divine magic, so she must devour the holy power and turn it into her own strength. The story shifts to the blonde schemer, who frames the conflict as a contest between light and darkness. He dismisses the naive belief that light must always defeat darkness simply because it dispels it. Instead, he insists that whichever side is stronger will be the one that survives. He drives the lesson home by declaring that power, not morality, decides who prevails. Back in the battle, divine and black power collide violently as Sun Tzu begins converting the attack. The strain ravages Hyenbok's body as he continues sharing the load with her. Despite the pain, he realizes the process is unfolding exactly as intended. Still, he knows his body is being pushed beyond its limits. Sun Tzu also reaches the edge, and both of them risk breaking before the transformation is complete. The linked pair scream together as the power remakes them under unbearable pressure. A blinding eruption bursts over the city, signaling the end of the clash. When the light fades, Hyenbok and Sun Tzu are still standing, barely held upright by each other. The surviving soldiers, terrified by what they have witnessed, order both of them executed before they can escape. Gunfire hammers into a dark barrier instead of reaching the pair. A calm voice notes that the soldiers came prepared, but not enough. The troops freeze as a new and colder presence enters the battlefield. Hyenbok recognizes how close they came to dying just before reinforcements arrive. The blonde schemer reveals in retrospect that he had planted false intelligence through Tia to force the fanatics into a desperate sacrificial move. He admits he never expected all 200 zealots to sacrifice themselves at once. But he got the result he wanted when they targeted Sun Tzu. According to his plan, Sun Tzu converted that divine power into black magic and claimed it as her own, while her body underwent a complete transformation to contain it. He also synchronized himself with Sun Tzu beforehand, allowing him to siphon part of her newly awakened power for himself. Satisfied that his gamble succeeded, he prepares to finish the remaining enemies. His side unleashes a brutal counterattack, and the battlefield fills with screams. Just as the slaughter begins, another group arrives and apologizes for being late. The blonde leader tells Hyenbok and Sun Tzu to leave the cleanup to them and praises their effort. The newcomers stand over the broken fanatics and seize control of the field. The blonde man thanks Hyenbok for going so far to protect their Sun Tzu, making clear that she belongs with his faction. He politely offers compensation for the damage to Hyenbok's home and invites him to come away with them. Hyenbok refuses, deciding it is too dangerous to place himself in their hands now. The blonde man accepts the refusal without hostility and leaves with Sun Tzu, promising they will meet again. Once they are gone, Hyenbok summons Nidhogg to deal with what remains. The skeletal dragon answers his call and looms over the ruined street. Hyenbok orders Nidhogg to finish the rest of the enemies. The dragon immediately dives into the remaining opposition. Hyenbok's undead servants secure him, while the battlefield is fully brought under his control. Nidhogg takes to the sky after carrying out the order. One of the blonde man's subordinates questions whether letting Hyenbok go violates their agreement. Another suggests simply killing Hyenbach now to remove the problem. The blonde leader refuses, arguing that Hyenbach is the reason Sunsa gained divine power at all, despite earlier doubts that such an outcome was possible. He decides it is too early to eliminate Hyenbach and believes continued cooperation may eventually draw him to their side. Though unconvinced, the subordinate yields to that decision. Elsewhere, several impacts strike the ground as the aftermath spreads. The scene shifts to an empty area where something has just fallen. A pool of strange red substance begins to gather and move on its own. From that liquid, a pink-haired girl reforms, revealing that she survived by reconstructing herself. She opens her eyes with renewed awareness, clearly changed by what happened. The narration confirms that the attempt to kill Sunsa ended in total failure, while the fanatics and many cooperating soldiers died in the operation. Recorded evidence from that night is preserved and prepared for release. While Hyenbach lies comatose, the footage is distributed widely to authorities and institutions. Each recipient receives both the video and a list identifying the survivors who escaped. Wanhyo's message is then delivered to the remaining fanatics, declaring that his ultimate goal is survival. He says that survival now means protecting Earth itself, so he will cooperate with anyone willing to resist the coming invaders. Public opinion quickly turns against the fanatics once their actions become known. Major powers, including the government, military, Hunters Association, and Guardians, unite against the so-called Chosen Ones. A coordinated purge begins to suppress the fanatics and break their organization. As they are hunted down, some fanatics choose death over capture and vow revenge with their final breaths. 30 days later, Hyenbach wakes from his coma and is immediately told to review what happened while he was unconscious. After reading the reports, he is impressed by how drastically the situation changed in his absence. He learns that the Grey Market solved prison overcrowding by taking custody of 1,000 captured fanatics. The explanation follows that the Grey Market builds its own facilities and accepts payment only in rare materials, monster byproducts, and precious resources. That system means ordinary Earth currency is useless to them, which to Hyenbach proves how much weaker Earth is than Edia. The skull-faced necromancer explains that Edia's strength comes from its mana-rich atmosphere and the abundance of extraordinary life it supports. He illustrates that point with examples of beings like fairies that Earth can barely imagine. He adds that Edia is also home to dragons, making the other world even more formidable. Hyenbach finally understands why dragons inspire such awe, since Earth has none. He asks whether dragons could ever return to Earth, but is told they left long ago and found another home. The necromancer recounts the old belief that after dragons departed Earth, gods and devils began meddling openly, creating the age of mythology. Hyenbach concludes that Edia sounds dangerous for humans, but the necromancer insists it remains livable. The necromancer then says the time has come for Hyenbach to move on to the next matter. Reflecting on his coma, Hyenbach realizes that linking with Sunsa caused two major changes in his body. The necromancer confirms the first change is extraordinary. Hyenbach can now wield both divine magic and black magic. He warns that this new state may also create two serious problems. Hyenbach says he already has a plan to deal with them, but first intends to collect compensation from the abyss. The story then moves to a large estate where his allies are waiting. A woman warmly welcomes Hyenbach back and greets him as her teacher. His friends immediately worry that he is now too recognizable and vulnerable to move around openly. The woman solves that problem by revealing an ectoplasm mask she can use as a disguise. With that settled, the group heads out together in civilian form. Hyenbach privately notes how confident she sounds about staying by his side. When he asks if she is certain, she answers that she owes him her life and has no intention of backing out. He accepts her decision, while another ally jokes that their mage has already started an ambitious shopping spree. She cheerfully admits she is spending freely because the money is not hers anyway and tells Castle to ask if he needs anything. The group arrives at the Grey Market, which looks ordinary from the outside. Their surprise vanishes the moment they step inside and see what lies beyond the facade. Inside, the market is a hidden world staffed by many different races, confirming it is far more than a normal store. The woman excitedly calls it a truly otherworldly place, and Hyenbach agrees. An elven employee begins to welcome them, then abruptly freezes when she notices Hyenbach. Hyenbach realizes she has sensed that he is a necromancer and remembers that elves despise the undead. The store manager rushes in to apologize profusely for the employee's reaction. He orders the employee to apologize properly, and she does so at once. Hyenbach accepts the apology but reminds them that paying customers deserve better treatment. To make amends, the manager offers a special voucher and personally takes charge of serving them. He introduces himself as Valoran, the Korean branch manager of the Grey Market. He addresses Hyenbach by his real name, revealing that the market already knows exactly who he is. Valoran laughs that Hyenbach has become famous. He also hints that one of Hyenbach's companions is especially noteworthy and promises they will appreciate what the market offers. Hyenbach is drawn to a mana crystal of exceptional quality. Valoran explains that it is one of the market's most prized items and that only 5 such crystals exist on Earth. When Hyenbach asks about the broader supply, Valoran boasts that the Grey Market holds more than 10,000 top-grade mana crystals. Castle adds that in Edia such crystals are treated as strategic national assets, with even great powers possessing only a few thousand. Hyenbach asks the price, and Valoran demands 100 pounds of refined mithril for the set. Before Hyenbach can answer, since his disguised companion immediately agrees and produces the payment herself. Valoran is shaken by the realization that they can casually spend more mithril than almost anyone in Korea could even obtain. Emboldened, the woman keeps buying additional items without hesitation. Valoran struggles to maintain his composure as the purchases continue piling up. Hyenbach calmly remarks that the market's goods justify the cost. Privately, he suspects Valoran intentionally tried to hide the best merchandise from them, and decides not to let the manager control the exchange. Once the shopping ends, Valoran thanks them and offers a final gift in appreciation. He hands over sealed letters and advises Hyenbach to read them later in private. Outside, the group laughs about how badly each purchase seemed to wound Valoran's pride. Curious, Hyenbach opens one of the letters anyway. The woman beside him instantly goes pale at what she sees. Hyenbach notices her reaction and asks what is wrong. The letter warns that the invasion will begin tomorrow and that its first stage will resemble Earth's earlier 4 days of darkness. Hyenbach grimly accepts that the invasion is now imminent. He immediately orders Chris, Castle, and Kai to head straight back to base. Before leaving, the woman asks one last time whether he will join the other faction after all. Hyenbach refuses again, saying he still does not trust them and intends to act on his own terms. She accepts the answer with regret and parts from him, promising they will meet again. As she departs, Hyenbach's undead dragon carries him and his servants away from the market. He reflects that the grey market has provided intelligence before, which makes him suspect they have deeper motives in this crisis. He arrives at his destination with his undead attendants. That destination is the ruined, monster-infested land of North Korea. Studying the ground, Hyenbach explains that mana runs through ley lines and that their intersections create points of energy. He recalls learning from former President Young Guk-woon that by reading terrain and energy flow, one can locate dragon veins and dragon blood. After finding such a dragon vein, he built his hidden base directly above it. Now deep underground, he checks whether everything remained stable during his absence. The necromancer reports that nothing unusual happened except for his own condition. Hyenbach asks what he means by that condition. The answer comes as Nidhogg emerges and warns that Hyenbach is about to be surprised. Nidhogg reveals that scales have begun growing across his undead body, just as the dragon vein was expected to affect him. The dragon proudly confirms that the experiment worked exactly as hoped. Hyenbach recognizes the significance at once. An undead body is developing dragon scales, and Nidhogg's power has already increased. Wanhyo is startled when the dead dragon asks to see its own strength. The dragon confirms that its evolution has raised its stats dramatically and left it with a huge reserve of unused growth points. Wanhyo is impressed and immediately asks what else has changed. The dragon says it can now sleep, leaving Wanhyo baffled that an undead creature could even do that. It explains that sleep brings disturbing visions it cannot remember after waking, hinting at buried memories or instincts. Wanhyo notes the strangeness but turns back to the larger crisis, reminding everyone that the war will resume once the dungeons connect again. The dragon postpones examining Wanhyo further and warns him not to peel away the scales spreading across his body until the transformation finishes. Chris obeys that warning, and Wanhyo shifts their attention to activating the magic circle. He begins the ritual to draw power from the dragon's new state. A surge of mana erupts from the circle as Wanhyo and his cloaked ally channel the spell. The released energy condenses into a massive sphere of liquid mana. Wanhyo calls Chris over, ready to claim the reward of the ritual. The mana sphere stabilizes in front of them like a suspended reservoir. Its surface churns violently, but the spell holds it together. Exhausted by the casting, Wanhyo still recognizes the sphere as a priceless resource. He reaches toward it despite his fatigue. Wanhyo realizes that drinking the mana liquid will not just refill his current reserves but permanently raise his maximum mana. Already thinking ahead, he jokes that next time they should prepare a larger container for such a reward. Nearby, the dead dragon lies still, continuing its mysterious metamorphosis. Its body remains quiet, but the change is clearly not over. The dragon itself wonders what kind of transformation is overtaking it. The scene shifts to a calm morning, briefly contrasting with the chaos to come. A gray market device boots up, signaling a new development in the global campaign. A new C+ rank quest appears, revealing that humanity must subdue former humans now called the Fallen before hell opens on Earth, and that only 25 selected fighters have been assigned with 150 days remaining. Wanhyo understands at once that a new enemy faction has officially entered the war. He frames the Fallen as corrupted ex-humans who have betrayed their own kind, making this conflict morally and strategically different from ordinary monster hunts. One of his armored undead followers reacts to that label, sensing the implication behind calling transformed humans traitors. Wanhyo warns his group that this battle will depend on strategy more than brute force and orders everyone to prepare. The quest status updates to show Hyenbach Kim has joined the expedition and is now preparing for battle. Wanhyo reflects that dungeon entrances can now appear as ordinary doors, but the old rules no longer apply. Even a household door can lead into a dungeon now, though people can still escape through a second exit if they react quickly. Unlike before, there is no punishment for delaying exploration, so entering a dungeon is no longer forced on a timer. The real danger is worse. Once a door opens, monsters are free to leave the dungeon and invade the outside world. Humanity, still recovering from the 4 days of darkness, is thrown straight into another war before it can recover. Wanhyo arrives at a Plains-type C-rank dungeon and immediately judges the terrain as unfavorable. With little cover and enemies likely to be intelligent, he knows a frontal approach would be dangerous. His black-armored knight brings more bad news. The dungeon door is not disappearing, meaning the entrance will remain as a fixed landmark. Wanhyo realizes that while monsters cannot break out by destroying the door, the permanent entrance gives the enemy a perfect place to predict human movements. If there are no alternate doors nearby, any retreat could become a deadly ambush on the return route. He decides to withdraw for now and revise their plans based on this new information. Gray market data confirms the scale of the crisis worldwide, with tens of thousands of low-rank dungeons and only 36 C-rank dungeons across the globe. Nations mobilize combined military and superhuman forces to clear the D and C-rank dungeons in a coordinated first phase. Korea establishes an expedition air base as one of the staging grounds for the campaign. The first Korean team moves to enter a dungeon through a hangar door. As the doors open, the team expects to advance into the unknown. Instead, an explosion erupts immediately from inside, proving the enemy was waiting at the entrance. The monsters celebrate the successful trap, mock the humans, and order a full massacre. Korea's expedition force consists of 1,500 Guardian-affiliated superhumans alongside 1,500 military and police personnel. Another 1,000 Hunters and Abyss members join them, along with Heaven's Guard, creating a massive coalition. Even so, the Necropolis are late to the operation, a delay noted by the expedition commander Hyunchil Kong. The Hunters Association reports that the Necropolis, accompanied by Wanhyo, are still on the move. Because they are only a small part of the total force, the commander decides to proceed without waiting for them. He then addresses the assembled troops. The commander tells them they are the nation's elite and must face unknown enemies on foreign ground. He urges them to survive at all costs, arguing that a nation's strength will be judged by how many of its soldiers return alive. He authorizes full use of ammunition and supplies and even promises leniency for desertion if it means living to fight again. The speech rallies the troops, who answer with patriotic cheers. That confidence is shattered almost immediately as bodies begin to litter the battlefield outside the hangar. The commander is horrified that the monsters were intelligent enough to stage a coordinated surprise attack. The attackers are not simple beasts but organized insected monsters and other creatures acting with purpose. Human forces scramble to deploy barrier magic in an attempt to contain the assault. The insects cut through the defense and mock the effort as useless. Their attacks tear through soldiers at close range before the line can stabilize. Heavy weapons and magic finally begin striking back, blasting some of the monsters apart. Even while fighting back, the soldiers realize they are badly outmatched and caught off guard. A larger insected creature descends under a purple aura, escalating the panic. Its arrival brings a new wave of oppressive energy over the battlefield. The allied troops freeze for a moment under the pressure of the enemy's power. At that moment, Wanhyo's dead dragon arrives overhead carrying him and his undead companions. The commander recognizes both the dead dragon and Wanhyo, the overlord of the Necropolis, and realizes reinforcements have finally come. Wanhyo's undead army appears in formation, confronting the monsters from the opposite side. The Necropolis bring a disciplined host of skeletons, undead giants, and other horrors to the field. Mijin Kim arrives as well, apologizing for being late. The Necropolis formally present themselves to the battered defenders. Their members gather behind Mijin, ready to intervene. Wanhyo's undead lieutenants refuse to be sidelined and demand to join the fight as he orders all units forward. From above, Wanhyo surveys the battlefield and takes command of the counterattack. He casts Ground Hill, reshaping the terrain with large-scale earth magic. The spell lifts and shelters wounded soldiers, giving medics a chance to reach them. Priests and healers rush to move the injured before the restoration magic fades. The quest timer drops to 135 days, and the expedition's personnel count falls sharply to 4,537 after only 15 days. The cost of the ambush becomes clear. 463 people died in just 10 minutes. Twice that number were wounded, leaving the camp shaken and overwhelmed. At a war council, the acting general publicly thanks Wanhyo and Mijin Kim for saving the survivors. Mijin downplays the praise and apologizes for their delayed arrival. The general immediately presses them to explain that delay. Mijin hesitates, unsure how much to reveal. Wanhyo answers for her, admitting that he ordered the Necropolis to wait for further instructions instead of joining the first assault. The general realizes Wanhyo deliberately held back to observe events unfold. Wanhyo says he did not know the exact enemy composition, but he expected an ambush at the door. The general is furious that such a critical warning was withheld when it might have prevented the slaughter. Wanhyo remains cold and calls the omission a necessary evil. The general condemns that logic as treason, accusing Wanhyo of withholding life-saving intelligence during a government operation. Wanhyo rejects the accusation and insists he simply did what was required to force everyone to understand the seriousness of the war. He challenges the room by asking whether any of them have endured days trapped in a dungeon. He pushes further, asking whether any of them have ever been driven to eat monster flesh to survive, and the room falls uneasy. Wanhyo argues that war destroys ordinary morality and that leaders must first accept that brutal reality. He warns that if they cling to normal logic, the greater disaster ahead will dwarf their current losses. The general still insists that Wanhyo should have tried to persuade them instead of sacrificing lives to make his point. Wanhyo answers that they would never have listened to him because they dismiss him as someone without military legitimacy. He bluntly says their careless judgment cost nearly 500 lives and that the lesson was bought as cheaply as possible. In his view, saving the remaining 49,500 matters more than the 500 lost, so the decision was justified. The general can only grind his teeth at Wanhyo's ruthless arithmetic. The room falls into tense silence as everyone weighs his logic against the dead. Mijin finally speaks up, addressing Wanhyo directly. She openly rejects his reasoning and reminds him that a necromancer, of all people, should understand the value of life. Wanhyo answers that efficiency matters more, and Mijin warns that the necropolis will stop trusting him if he continues this way. She invokes the necropolis' first law, which forbids abandoning life when hope still exists. Wanhyo dismisses that principle, saying it is not his law and that he never asked to lead the necropolis anyway. Mijin accepts what that means. She declares that the necropolis will formally part ways with Wanhyo from this point onward. The acting general immediately transfers operational control of the combined forces to Wanhyo despite the split. He explains that details of their confrontation have already spread through the ranks. Many soldiers now see Wanhyo as a villain because they lost comrades and loved ones in the ambush he anticipated. Wanhyo warns that if anyone acts against him, he will respond without restraint. The general accepts the threat for now and says the necropolis will become the majority of the force in the next wave. Wanhyo changes the subject and reveals he has obtained useful intelligence. He produces a map of the dungeon entrance area, saying he has secured information on the layout. The general praises the result, and Wanhyo leaves before the discussion can turn hostile again. Outside, the wounded recover around the camp while the survivors absorb the cost of the first disaster. Wanhyo's knight reports that events are unfolding exactly as planned. Wanhyo notes that the news of his lateness and clash with Mijin has spread, which conveniently gives him permission to operate independently. He tells his followers that the main army will attack tomorrow while they spend today scouting on their own. With that decision made, Wanhyo leads his small party deeper into the dungeon. As they travel, he compares a C-rank dungeon to a great estate in scale, emphasizing how vast the terrain is. He explains that higher ranks expand from kingdom to empire to world scale, then asks how his undead companions ever navigated such labyrinths in life. The golden-armored undead admits he died before ever exploring a C-rank dungeon. The others confess they were no more experienced than he is. Wanhyo can only conclude that the future looks grim. Flying over the forest on the dead dragon, he notes that even a C-rank dungeon covers a landmass enormous enough to make travel itself a major obstacle. Still, he refuses to remain passive and begins searching for any sign that could shift the odds. He casts Detect Life Force to scan the region for living beings. The spell picks up a distant concentration of life. Wanhyo identifies more than 500 living signatures gathered in one place. He assumes that if those are enemies, a direct clash would be costly, but at least it would provide a manageable retreat point. Then he realizes something about the reading does not fit that assumption. The source turns out to be a prosperous medieval-style city existing inside the same dungeon realm. Wanhyo is baffled that two completely different worlds can coexist within one dungeon. He finds ordinary townspeople living normal lives rather than monsters lying in wait. In a poor nearby settlement, he sees villagers laboring in the fields under harsh conditions. Wanhyo concludes these are not monsters disguised as humans but actual people with their own society. His cloaked companion notices something else is wrong. Only children and the elderly seem to be doing the farm work. Wanhyo wonders why anyone would remain in such poverty when a richer settlement exists nearby, and decides to keep watching. The answer comes quickly when insect monsters attack and the villagers immediately focus on evacuating women and children while others hold the line. The monsters complain that the villagers are poor prey and reveal that they need the humans alive for some larger purpose. One insect claims a specific child as its own target, treating the villagers like livestock rather than enemies. The monsters try to lure the villagers away with promises of food, medicine, and comfort, while accusing the elders of lying to them. An elder warns everyone not to listen, insisting the insects intend to turn humans into monsters and begging them to hold out until their savior arrives. Before that rescue comes, the insects launch another brutal strike at the fleeing villagers. A monstrous captor mocks the trapped humans for bringing this fate on themselves. It decides to make do with an older victim, lamenting that younger prey would have been better. As it prepares to devour the man, the victim seems moments from death. Before it can feed, two armored servants strike and interrupt the attack. The rescuers immediately apologize to their superior for acting ahead of him. Their master dismisses the mistake and reveals he was ready to intervene anyway. He summons Nidhogg and orders it to exterminate the monsters threatening the villagers. A massive blast descends from above, announcing overwhelming power. The insect monsters lash out in desperation, convinced their victims will die quickly. The nearby villagers hear the commotion and realize something extraordinary is happening. A huge skeletal beast lands, proving a powerful new force has entered the scene. Green restorative energy spreads over the survivors as the newcomer stands above them. The villagers discover their injuries have vanished, and their bodies have been restored. Seeing miraculous healing and salvation, they fall to their knees and proclaim him the savior foretold by prophecy. Though he has no idea why they believe that, he decides to exploit their faith to gather information. He adopts a divine tone, invites the worthy to follow him, and the desperate villagers accept at once. As he leaves with them, the rescued elder gleefully abandons the people who had tormented him. Those left behind panic and beg the supposed savior to rescue them too, promising repentance if spared from becoming monsters. Elsewhere, the remaining villagers huddle in misery, living in fear and scarcity. Later, the elder who leads the rescued group is brought before the masked mage. The elder greets him with reverence, still treating him as the chosen savior. The mage secretly paralyzes him and reads his memories to uncover the truth. From the elder's mind, he learns that monsters are actually fallen humans, that the village survives under a protective shield, and that the prophecy of a savior was invented to keep people enduring their suffering. The elder snaps back in confusion, horrified that he has been manipulated. The mage bluntly tells him to stop using the savior title because he knows the prophecy was fabricated. Shaken, the elder can only conclude that the stranger truly used magic to know that. He asks why a mage, a kind feared for cruelty, would help them at all. The mage admits he is helping only because it benefits him. He introduces himself as Hyunbok Kim, a mage who intends to become a god. The elder is stunned by the sheer ambition of that declaration. Hyunbok offers the elder and his people the strength their false prophecy promised. When the elder asks the price, Hyunbok says he can grant power to those who desire it. The cost is absolute faith in him and ownership of their souls after death. The elder recoils at the demand, and Hyunbok calmly confirms that there will be no salvation beyond death because their souls will belong to him. He sweetens the bargain by promising comfort and survival in exchange for devotion. Faced with protecting his people, the elder is offered power directly. He accepts without hesitation and begs for the strength to defend the villagers. The contract begins to take hold around Hyunbok. Hyunbok senses the elder's unwavering resolve and feels divine and black magic within himself respond to that sincerity. He instructs the elder to place his hand on the magic circle and formalize the pact. The elder obeys despite his fear. The ritual surges through him painfully as the transformation starts. When the light settles, Hyunbok declares the contract complete. He reflects that black magic can be replenished in many ways, but divine magic, he realizes, has only one true source of recovery. That source is faith, the fuel of gods, which grows stronger as believers deepen their devotion. Thinking of Buddhist teachings that enlightenment and godhood are one path, he meditates on the possibility of becoming divine himself. A revelation strikes him that nothing truly prevents him from becoming a godlike being. He recognizes the trapped villager's prophecy, desperation, and longing for salvation as the perfect chance to build that path. Back in the present, his hooded subordinate checks whether the contract changed anything in him. The subordinate senses something and tells him to wait. A new current of power gathers in Hyunbok's hand. The subordinate confirms that a bond has formed and that more such links may now be possible. He identifies the elder as the first strong bond created by the contract. He also senses weaker bonds beginning to form as the townspeople start believing in Hyunbok. Amazed, the subordinate realizes he is witnessing a human on the road to godhood, though the network of faith is still fragile. Hyunbok concludes he needs many more followers to strengthen himself. He justifies the term by deciding that those who receive his power deserve a distinct status. The subordinate notes that the elder, Alan, has already become exceptionally devoted. Alan's fanaticism is understandable, since the contract not only restored his youth but transformed him completely. He has advanced to a two-circle mage and can now wield mana, divine magic, and black magic. Hyunbok explains that this impossible leap happened because the village's curse was broken through the contract. He then recalls what he learned of the dungeon's history when Alan was first captured. Originally there was only one village, where food, wine, and medicine were abundant, but consuming that bounty slowly turned people into monsters. Those who indulged eventually became the very creatures haunting the place. When the clergy discovered the truth, they fled and founded a second village apart from the first. Yet for 32 years no one has truly escaped the dungeon, and the transformed monsters remained trapped within it. As time passed, monster attacks increased along with the number of former humans who had changed. Hyunbok realizes the dungeon satisfies every condition for a rare mutated curse. The curse required an enclosed village, survival food, conscious choice, weak spirits, erosion of humanity, and enough time for corruption to mature. He notes that no one in the dungeon ever developed mana naturally, which now makes sense under that curse. Their latent mana had been twisted into extended lifespan instead, and once they contracted with him, that stolen lifespan reverted into magical power. Seeing the opportunity, Hyunbok asks for an elderly villager, knowing the oldest survivors will yield the most power when freed. The story shifts to the military camp established in the dungeon. A commander laments that their current campaign has gone so badly they should have stuck to simpler tactics. He asks his officers for a full report on the situation. One officer says there is no immediate crisis, but food and water are becoming serious concerns. Another admits their plan to gather supplies from the dungeon has failed because the land offers almost nothing useful. When the commander asks about Wanhyo, he learns there has still been no contact from him. The room sinks into uneasy silence. That tension breaks when a soldier bursts in with urgent news. He reports that they have found a village inhabited by humans inside the dungeon. The hooded subordinate relays the same discovery to Hyunbok, who notes the expedition took 4 weeks to find it. By then, Hyunbok has already converted more than half of his own villagers into followers. Among them, many want revenge and are eager to fight after years of being hunted. Hyenbach counts 215 followers ready for battle, while 1,237 others still long only for peace. He decides they cannot leave their new allies at the mercy of the enemy and prepares to move. The soldiers enter the newly discovered settlement. A villager offers food and water freely, but bitterly warns that the prophecy has abandoned them all. The commander seizes on the mention of prophecy and demands an explanation. An officer realizes the prophet they mean must be Wanhyle and that he has already passed through this place. As the troops prepare to enter deeper, the commander orders strict caution and forbids anyone from eating the village's food without testing it. Once they have the information they need, he orders an immediate withdrawal. The force begins to pull back in formation. The commander senses something wrong just as they start leaving. The villagers behind them suddenly react with shock. Their resentment erupts as they rage that outsiders can come and go while they remain trapped forever. That envy turns murderous, and they call for the soldiers to be slaughtered. The transformed villagers blame both the humans before them and the savior who abandoned them. Monsters surge into the streets and close in on the retreating troops. The soldiers recognize one of the creatures as the same monster they encountered before and freeze. At that moment, Hyenbach arrives with the rescued villagers and calmly greets everyone. The commander is stunned to see him appear here. He realizes these people with Hyenbach are the dungeon's inhabitants, and Hyenbach confirms it while postponing explanations. With monsters and soldiers about to clash, Hyenbach orders everyone to take battle positions. He raises his hand, taking command of the field. The commander protests, asking if Hyenbach truly intends to make the villagers fight. Hyenbach tells him to watch and judge their abilities for himself. Purple power spreads through the villagers, and the soldiers realize he is using black magic. He summons fire imps to his followers, turning ordinary villagers into channels for demonic power. He explains that summoning is the fastest way for a black mage to gain a sudden burst of energy. The summoned creatures pour onto the battlefield in a wave of fire. At the same time, divine magic expands as a holy field over the area. The soldiers are left speechless that he can wield black magic and divine magic simultaneously. Hyenbach declares that he will now reveal the power he has accumulated in the dungeon from the god of life and death. He unleashes Chaos Strike, fusing both forces into one devastating attack. The combined blast detonates with overwhelming force. When the light clears, the enemy line has been obliterated and the battlefield is left shattered. The commander thanks him for the rescue but immediately demands to know what kind of power that was. Instead of answering directly, Hyenbach hands over a new map showing the dungeon's terrain, the village, and the monster's hideout. The commander accepts it, unsettled but grateful. He then presses the real question of how Hyenbach can use black magic and divine magic together. He also asks who this god of life and death really is. Hyenbach explains that this god rules both life and death, and that he can use every kind of power because he was chosen as that god's disciple. He adds that his villagers can do the same because he has turned them into living temples for that god. Privately, Hyenbach knows the commander has little choice but to believe after witnessing all three powers firsthand. The commander follows the logic and asks whether he too could become such a vessel. Hyenbach confirms that he can. The commander immediately asks if the same transformation is possible for him as well. The request catches Hyenbach off guard despite all his planning. He hides his surprise behind the mask and realizes how valuable this unexpected opening could be. Seeing the commander and his armed followers before him, he recognizes a chance he never anticipated. He says there are conditions to receiving such power. The first condition is belief in Hyenbach's god and obedience to that god's path. The second is surrendering one's soul to that god after death. That grim price unsettles the soldiers, and murmurs of doubt spread through the ranks. When one man bluntly asks whether this god is really just the devil, Hyenbach sidesteps the accusation and insists that survival is what matters most. The commander decides the terms are still acceptable if they lead to power and asks to be made a living temple. Hyenbach agrees but says trust must be proven first through a contract. He downplays the pact as a simple formality even though it binds far more than trust. The commander signs in blood. Hyenbach formally invokes the oath, naming Hyenchul Kong and demanding faith in life and his soul in death in exchange for strength. Hyenchul accepts eagerly, offering his soul if it means gaining divine power. The contract's power floods into him at once. Hyenbach seals the pact and claims Hyenchul's eternal faith. Though shaken by the transformation, Hyenchul steadies himself and marvels at the power now inside him. Hyenbach notes to himself that he only granted temporary power, but that is enough. The contract's unavoidable side effect takes hold as Hyenchul's mind turns toward devotion. Hyenbach reflects that all his contractees instinctively begin to see him as a higher being, letting him pass himself off as a god. With that revelation in hand, he prepares to push the deception even further. A masked necromancer makes his exit in overwhelming fashion, departing atop an undead dragon while taking 1,000 people with him. A terrified soldier begs him not to leave, desperate to stop whatever has just happened. The necromancer dismisses them and promises they will meet again before flying off. Those left behind can only stare upward as their enemy escapes with his prize. The dragon carries the stolen captives away at high speed, putting immediate pursuit out of reach. Back with his own side, the necromancer nearly collapses from overexertion, and his companions steady him while praising the mission's success. They warn him that he pushed himself too far, and he accepts the rebuke before ordering everyone back to base. Elsewhere, a hidden monster observer realizes the sudden appearance of 1,000 soldiers was caused by this group. Unable to report the discovery in person, the creature decides to send the message another way. It launches a fleshy messenger toward a crack in the ground. The message slips into the opening and disappears underground. The surface is left quiet again, but the warning has already been sent below. In the forest, the necromancer gathers power with his elite followers and begins opening a portal. He reveals that this base bends time and space, giving them a week of rest inside for every day that passes outside. He grants the rescue people a day to recover, then announces that training will begin immediately after. Once the orders are given, he finally allows himself to sit and breathe. Alone, he counts the remaining days of the expedition and worries that they still have not found the enemy's base. He gets up with renewed purpose and heads to investigate another lead. He seeks out Chris for an update on a separate project. Chris shows him a colossal humanoid robot still under construction, calling it a work in progress. The necromancer immediately sees its military value and is thrilled that Chris may finally realize his lifelong dream. He reflects on Richard's original vision, recognizing that completing the machine would create a revolutionary weapon. Before they go further, the Lich asks whether he has checked his own status lately. His updated stats reveal that divine magic and black magic have been added, along with strange bonus values tied to them. He realizes his powers have expanded and starts wondering what the bracketed numbers represent. The Lich explains that those numbers reflect the count of his followers. That confirms his suspicion that his strength rises with the size of his following, but also falls when followers are lost. The Lich compares him to a true god whose power is directly sustained by his believers, then suddenly senses something alarming. Deep underground, a furious blonde commander berates his subordinates for losing track of 1,000 bodies. He rages that they cannot even explain how the enemy appeared so suddenly, treating their incompetence as intolerable. His contempt only grows as he concludes that nothing has changed and he is still surrounded by fools. Resigned to enduring them for another 100 days, he retreats deeper into the cave and wishes he could handle everything himself. He impatiently urges time itself to move faster as he stalks away. A sound from behind makes him stop and turn. He realizes someone has finally reached this far and prepares to greet the intruders. Back at the base, Tia returns from scouting and is warmly praised for her work. She reports that the enemy stronghold is an underground fortress, with the boss monster waiting at the deepest level. When asked about the internal layout, she admits she could not map it because too many monsters were roaming inside. The necromancer tells her that is enough and asks her to show them what the boss looked like. She begins reconstructing the face from memory. The Lich studies the result and judges the enemy as the type to be quick-witted, manipulative, and fundamentally untrustworthy. He asks the Death Knight Castle if he agrees with that reading. The name Castle unexpectedly jolts another armored follower. The necromancer notices the reaction and asks for silence while he listens more carefully. Tia repeats the enemy's exact words, including his furious complaint about how the 1,000 bodies appeared. That line confirms the connection, and everyone turns toward the shaken armored knight. The necromancer checks on Castle, sensing that the memory has struck a nerve. Castle loses control and declares that he will kill that man whether his master approves or not. He insists the enemy is his prey and that no one will stand between him and his revenge. The necromancer tries to calm him, but Castle's fury is still burning. Seeing how unstable he is, the necromancer forbids Castle from fighting until he regains his composure. Castle answers with a shocking threat, saying he would even kill his own master to win back his freedom if forced. The necromancer responds coldly, warning that even madness does not excuse crossing certain lines. The Lich steps in and orders both armored knights to stop before they do something irreparable. Castle regains enough control to apologize, admitting he completely lost himself for a moment. The necromancer tells him to calm down and begin again from the start. Another knight demands the real reason Castle reacted so violently. Castle explains that most of his old life is gone, with only faint traces of family and home remaining. But one memory survived perfectly: the moment he was murdered by a traitor who stole his life and kept living afterward. That same traitor also slaughtered Castle's family and comrades simply because they were loyal to him. Castle admits he had nearly abandoned all hope of revenge. Now that the killer has reappeared, that hope has returned all at once. The necromancer points out that this is why Castle was about to rush the enemy base blindly, and Castle shamefully agrees he acted like a fool. Rather than dismissing him, the necromancer promises to help and asks for everything Castle knows about the man who killed him. Castle accepts the offer and begins laying out the enemy's strength. He is first asked how many troops the enemy has gathered. Castle reports more than 15,000 soldiers, several times larger than the human expedition force. He adds that the real danger is the necromancer riding the undead dragon, backed by a Death Knight and a Lich. Most troubling of all, that necromancer is already a six-circle mage and the greatest threat on the field. Before he can continue, a subordinate bursts in with urgent news and warns everyone to prepare. The humans from the expedition team have vanished, and the guards watching them have been wiped out. The enemy commander realizes too late that the situation is already collapsing around him. A violent tremor begins shaking the underground fortress. Outside, the masked necromancer casts a massive earthquake spell and commands the fortress and dungeon to fall together. He coldly orders the buried enemy to crawl their way back out if they can survive it. As the ground breaks apart, he remarks that magic can force nature itself to obey. He names the spell as 8-Circle Great Magic Earthquake. The earth fractures in widening rings as the underground structure starts to collapse. Dust and debris erupt across the battlefield, while the buried base caves in. A soldier praises the spell's effect, and the necromancer tells the assembled force that now it is their turn. The collapse drives monsters to the surface in chaos, screaming as they are forced into the open. The human commander reminds everyone that their only job is to kill the monsters and survive doing it. The enemy horde surges out of the broken ground and charges the waiting army. Humans and summoned allies meet the rush head-on, turning the opening clash into a full battle. Explosions tear through the field as the two sides collide in earnest. A new presence lands heavily enough to make nearby fighters freeze. The dungeon's boss monster emerges at last, a towering hydra-like creature with multiple heads and blades in hand. The soldiers recognize with dread that the true boss has joined the battle. The hydra vows to slaughter every human present. It opens with a barrage of corrosive breath from all its heads. The torrent pours down like a deadly waterfall toward the human line. The necromancer steps forward and summons Venometer to counter the attack. A huge purple mass rises to intercept the poison before it reaches the army. The summoned creature spreads wide and engulfs the incoming venom. The soldiers watch in disbelief as the poison is swallowed instead of resisted. The entire toxic wave is absorbed harmlessly around the necromancer. Within the poison, his summoned creatures move freely, turning the enemy's own attack into cover. Another threat appears as a blazing fire spirit arrives on the field. The necromancer calls Agni to join the battle. Agni answers by devouring flame and manifesting in full power. He mocks the hydra's fire as weak and tasteless. Pleased that he was summoned so quickly, Agni notes that his master has grown stronger, and jokes that this gives him more time for mischief. He immediately unleashes burning spirits and fireballs into the monster ranks. The hydra switches to ice in outrage, furious that its attacks are being treated so lightly. The necromancer calmly notes the change and adjusts without hesitation. A wall of ice erupts toward him, but it is stopped before it can break through. The gold-armored knight steps in and declares the attack useless. The hydra is stunned that its strike was blocked so cleanly, as if its move had been predicted. The necromancer answers that the reason is simple. He already knows everything about this enemy. That claim visibly unsettles the hydra. He presses the psychological attack, saying someone still alive knows the hydra's existence despite its belief that all such witnesses are gone. He punctuates the revelation by blasting one of the hydra's heads with lightning at point-blank range. The strike tears through the head and leaves the monster reeling. He follows through with another crushing blow before the hydra can recover. The impact detonates across the battlefield and further destabilizes the boss. Then he reveals the truth he came to confirm. This hydra is only a body double, not the real boss. He explains that the creature is too weak to be the true C-class boss monster. Based on his intelligence, the real enemy avoids direct confrontation unless absolutely necessary, and this battlefield is too small and too limited in monster variety to suit its style. A nearby soldier realizes the logic immediately, and sees that the necromancer has been reading the battle from the start. The necromancer adds one final clue. He watched one of the hydra's heads act independently, exposing the trick. The body double laughs and admits his deduction is impressive, but insists it no longer matters. According to the decoy, the real body is already heading for the dungeon entrance to escape. The necromancer smiles instead of panicking, as if this outcome is exactly what he wanted. The hydra senses too late that its objective is slipping beyond reach. The necromancer reveals the trap. The gatekeeper standing between the real enemy and the exit is the one person it fears most. Before the hydra can finish reacting, a surge of blue power erupts from below and hurls it upward. The necromancer asks if that answer is sufficient and leaves the rest to the one waiting for this moment. At the exit, Castle receives his master's signal and answers with gratitude. The real enemy finally recognizes who is standing before him, the man who regained his memories after dying by his hand. Castle confirms it and declares that he will not die a second time. The necromancer's summoned dolls pour through the portal to support him and seal the battlefield. The blonde commander laughs off the reinforcements, convinced they cannot stop his army. Castle rejects that arrogance and says the enemy has misunderstood everything. The summoned constructs and monsters crash into the enemy troops, locking them in place while Castle advances alone. Castle states his true purpose plainly. He came here to kill the man who betrayed him. The enemy tries to laugh it off, but his soldiers are already being blown apart by the necromancer's ruthless tactics. Watching his own side get used up so casually, he realizes with horror that his opponent is willing to spend resources without restraint to guarantee victory. The necromancer confirms that efficiency means nothing if it costs the win. The enemy begins to grasp what that really means for him. Castle then speaks the name he has finally remembered, forcing the traitor to recognize him completely. Power surges through Castle as his lost identity returns. With that awakening, he recovers his name, his past, and the memories stolen from him. The return of those memories leaves him shaken but certain. He thanks Galen for remembering his name too, and Galen is stunned to realize Castle is truly Glanz. A flashback confirms Galen once killed him, and he can barely comprehend that Glanz has returned. Galen's old resentment spills out as he admits he wanted Glanz gone so that everyone would follow him instead. Glanz dismisses the excuse as pathetic and vows to kill him again if necessary. One of Galen's draconic soldiers crouches to attack, trying to interrupt the confrontation. Glanz cuts deeper with words, saying Galen spent his human life trying to imitate a true dragon and still falls short, reduced now to nothing more than a wyvern. Enraged by the insult, Galen lashes out while the summoned forces continue tearing through his army around them. An armored undead knight raises his sword before a dungeon gate as if beginning a ritual or challenge. A beam of power answers his call from the sky, confirming that something immense has been invoked. Golden divine energy descends onto the battlefield and transforms the situation at once. The dragon boss realizes in alarm that the undead knight is wielding divine magic, something that should be impossible. Wanhyo reveals that this holy power is a gift from his master and names the spell Judgment. Under that radiance, the monsters are scorched and forced into a disadvantage. Galen rages that Glanz has gone mad by using himself as bait just to draw him in. The dragon lunges in close, trying to crush the knight before the holy power can finish him. Even as lesser creatures beg for mercy, Galen attacks savagely, and the battlefield descends into chaos. Glanz coldly notes that Galen has only become more monstrous over time. Galen cannot understand how an undead like Glanz can endure divine power that should destroy him. The holy magic keeps detonating across Galen's body, forcing him to suffer what he thought impossible. Glanz answers with absolute faith in Wanhyo, explaining that his master made the impossible real by allowing an undead to use divine magic. Galen refuses to yield and charges, vowing to kill Glanz no matter the cost. He unleashes another explosive strike, trying to overwhelm the knight through brute force. Glanz meets the attack head-on and holds his ground instead of being crushed. Galen thinks he has finally cornered Glanz and starts to savor victory, but Glanz deflects the assault with precise counters, turning Galen's momentum against him. Galen grows frustrated that Glanz still refuses to break under pressure. Glanz mocks him as a disappointing boss monster and demands that he fight like one. Humiliated, Galen insists the battle is not over and reaches for another source of power. A sinister red force rises around the forest, signaling that Galen is drawing on something beyond himself. Glanz immediately identifies it as Galen feeding on the life force of the dungeon's villagers, exactly the kind of cruelty he expected. Galen prepares a desperate counterattack empowered by stolen lives. The next clash shatters Glanz's body, leaving only his helmeted head intact. Even reduced to that state, Glanz refuses to accept defeat. Purple cursed energy erupts from the severed head, revealing that this apparent loss was part of the plan. Galen attacks again, but the detached head keeps moving and fighting independently. Glanz's curse lashes out in violent bursts, striking back from an angle Galen did not anticipate. The barrage continues, battering the dragon while the head remains active. Though cracked and damaged, Glanz endures long enough for the trap to take hold. Galen notices too late that the cursed head has positioned itself exactly where it needs to be. Believing he has won, Galen boasts that victory is finally his. He taunts Glanz to savor defeat and die a second time. Then the curse suddenly detonates against Galen's body instead of fading away. The dragon panics as multiple cursed explosions spread through him and his body begins to fail. Glanz declares checkmate, revealing that Galen has already lost. A flashback explains that Wanhyo had trusted Glanz to handle Galen alone while he secretly prepared one decisive intervention. Wanhyo had cast the curse of birth and death on Galen, a curse that explodes when new life force touches the life force already inside him. Because Galen was sustaining himself by absorbing villagers' life force, Wanhyo knew the curse would eventually kill him. Back in the present, Galen realizes the truth only as the curse consumes him. Reduced to a terrified humanoid form, he begs Glanz to save him and calls him captain. Glanz agrees with chilling calm, offering forgiveness instead of rescue. Galen mistakes that answer for mercy and clings to hope. Glanz clarifies that the forgiveness is for Galen's former self, not for the monster he became. He finishes Galen with a final curse blast. As Galen dies, Glanz remarks that even a severed head can still fight if used properly. The battle ends and Glanz dismisses Galen with contempt. Yet his thoughts immediately turn away from victory and back to his master. He apologizes to Wanhyo, believing he has failed him despite winning. Wanhyo is shaken by the sight of Glanz's condition and refuses to let him give up. He remembers the people who urged Castle to survive no matter what, and that memory steels his resolve. A spark of determination returns to the broken undead head. Castle decides he cannot die here and forces himself to keep going. The cursed energy around him surges again as he struggles to survive. That power erupts outward in a violent transformation. The explosion completes a rebirth rather than a death. Elsewhere, Nidhogg rushes through the sky carrying reinforcements toward the battlefield. Wanhyo and his companions feel the disturbance and fear the worst for their ally. Wanhyo senses that something extraordinary is happening to Castle. He confirms that Castle's presence has changed, but not vanished. Realizing Castle is alive, Wanhyo tells Nidhogg there is no longer any need to hurry. They arrive to find a red-haired human standing where the undead knight once fought. The group can hardly believe that this man is really Castle. Wanhyo confirms that despite the new appearance, Castle is indeed the same loyal servant. The others are stunned that an undead has somehow become human. Wanhyo is fascinated and immediately starts thinking of the implications. Castle wakes fully and complains that the first thing he hears is talk of experimenting on him. He thanks Wanhyo for answering his cry and reminds him that a servant is not allowed to die without permission. Castle protests that being treated as a test subject would violate his human rights, only to be reminded that he was undead until moments ago. The dungeon The Fallen Humans, Descent into Hell is officially declared cleared. A wider narration explains that although many C+ dungeons had been explored worldwide, humanity was paying a devastating price. South Korea's successful clear becomes global news and sends shockwaves through the world. At the press conference, Hyunchul Kong becomes the face of that historic achievement. He publicly reveals that the necromancer Wanhyo was chosen by God and possesses divine magic, black magic, and mana together. As the world learns more about dungeon natives, governments begin loosening restrictions on movement between dungeons and human society. Following Korea's example, the United States also clears a C-rank dungeon, marking another historic breakthrough. Wanhyo congratulates Richard by phone, and the two speak as peers rather than rivals. Richard reveals that the Americans mass-produced Goliath units, and Wanhyo is surprised by how quickly they moved. Richard admits the machines are still expensive and slow to activate, making them weak in close combat for now. Instead of criticizing the leak, Wanhyo proposes technical cooperation, seeing a chance to strengthen both sides. He explains that his colossal doll soldier is fundamentally different from Goliath because it was built to mirror an operator's movements. By contrast, Goliaths are easier for ordinary people to command, so Wanhyo sees value in combining both approaches. Richard is impressed by Wanhyo's synchronization technology, and openly asks to exchange trade secrets. Wanhyo asks whether the United States would really permit such sensitive knowledge to be shared with a foreigner, then hints that he wants something in return. Richard answers that America is willing to do whatever it takes to win the war and accepts Wanhyo's terms. Soon after, Wanhyo meets an official American representative, and the US government follows with a public announcement. America declares that international refugees will be welcomed if they accept national obligations, which means Wanhyo's conditions have been accepted. Wanhyo reflects that he saved more than 15,000 people from the C+ dungeon and that they are temporarily being housed in former North Korean territory. He judges South Korea's response to those survivors as shamefully negligent. That neglect is why he sought American cooperation, and the United States publicly welcomes him. Richard personally greets Wanhyo and asks about the giant doll he brought, learning that it is only a prototype. Wanhyo agrees to let them transport it but warns them very clearly not to touch it. When they arrive at the facility, Richard already senses that something has gone wrong. The staff ignored the warning and touched the doll, leaving several of them collapsed around it. Wanhyo explains that they will recover if they approached it with mere curiosity, because the curse reacts to intent. He casually lists the possible effects of such curses, ranging from nightmares to life force drain and humiliating side effects. Richard suddenly finds those consequences worse than death, especially when hair loss becomes a real concern. A furious scientist dismisses the idea of curses as nonsense and lashes out at Wanhyo. Wanhyo notices the man's accent and realizes he is Korean. Richard introduces him as Dr. Alex, the genius who designed Goliath and whom America recruited from abroad. Wanhyo immediately understands that Alex escaped the curse by using his own talent, and Alex angrily confirms it. Alex reveals that his ability is reorientation, a power centered on restructuring patterns. Wanhyo deduces that this ability let Alex rewrite the curse's structure and free himself. Alex confirms it, and then demands a demonstration of the doll, eager to judge it for himself. Wanhyo agrees because he has no reason to hide how it works. The prototype is unveiled before the gathered Americans. Wanhyo hands Alex a control bracelet and explains that it serves as both ignition key and steering mechanism. Once Alex channels mana into it, the system responds immediately. Alex commands a flurry of martial movements, and the doll mirrors him successfully. Even while impressed, Alex criticizes the machine as clumsy and inefficient. Chris, offended on Wanhyo's behalf, appears and refuses to let that insult pass. Alex tears into the bracelet and the entire design, criticizing mana use, synchronization, defenses, and curse integration. He boasts that with enough time and resources he could make the whole system both stronger and more elegant. Wanhyo recognizes that Alex's criticisms are valid and decides he needs a serious conversation with him. Alex is delighted to be challenged and takes Wanhyo's interest as proof that he is right. Richard can only stare blankly as the two geniuses lock into their own wavelength. Wanhyo then names the phenomenon troubling him as dimensional disintegration. Castle admits that his memories are fragmented, especially around that term, as if something is blocking his mind. He decides that his old identity as Glanz matters less now because he is Castle, and Wanhyo accepts him as his eternal servant. Their attention is suddenly drawn back to the dungeon gate as something changes again. A new disturbance rises from the portal, catching everyone off guard. The gate surges with power, signaling that the crisis is expanding rather than ending. Wanhyo's Gray app activates on its own, warning him that a new stage has begun. The app announces a second C+ dungeon exploration against the Overlord of the Great Barren Lands, with 15,000 personnel available and a 300-day limit before disintegration advances to Phase 2. Wanhyo realizes with dread that dimensional disintegration has already started. An urgent call comes in from America, demanding Richard and Hyenbach's attention. Richard asks what happened, sensing the scale of the emergency from the caller's panic alone. The answer is that a new terrain has appeared in Nevada. The crisis is localized in Nevada, confirming that the disintegration is manifesting in the real world. Wanhyo immediately understands the danger and begins connecting it to what he learned from the app. At an emergency briefing, Richard explains that in disintegration zones machines become useless just as they do inside dungeons. He adds that people with talents suffer a 5% drop in power there as well. More alarmingly, dungeon entrances have appeared throughout the affected area, especially where C-rank dungeons had never been cleared. Their target dungeon is packed with undead, golems, and living armor, and even the American Heaven's Guard has already been wiped out twice trying to clear it. Wanhyo suspects there is a deeper connection behind all of this and asks to inspect the site personally. Richard grants permission, trusting Wanhyo's instincts. The team enters a frozen wasteland, and Wanhyo asks whether this new dungeon is connected to Edea, the homeland of the dungeon natives. He recalls that both his first dungeon and the battle against Galen trace back to Edea, so this new place likely does too. The hooded mage notes that this sounds like fate, even if Wanhyo dislikes the idea. Wanhyo admits he does not believe in fate, yet the pattern feels impossible to ignore. As they advance through the blizzard on Nidhogg, they confirm the reports and rely on cold resistance magic just to endure the environment. The mage remarks that it is no surprise Heaven's Guard was destroyed in such a place. He explains that the entire region is saturated with negative mana, hidden beneath the cold and snow. Wanhyo realizes that for a necromancer, this hostile wasteland is actually ideal territory. Even so, he decides they should withdraw for now rather than rush in blindly. Kai interrupts with concern over the map they are using. He says the terrain looks strangely familiar, though he cannot place why. Castle asks whether this is Kai's turn to remember something important. Kai cannot recover the memory, but he knows with certainty that this place was once deeply precious to him. An older official tries to make sense of the crisis by concluding that the dungeon may belong to another world, or at least be an imitation of one. He decides that this possibility makes Kai's lost memories even more important, and urges the group to recover them while there is still time. Kai accepts the burden without protest. Soon after, the official stands before a gathered force at the dungeon gate to launch the operation. He warns everyone that the mission will be brutal, reminding them that this dungeon has already killed more than 10,000 people, yet insists they cannot back down. He presses the point that failure to clear the dungeon will only deepen the disaster. He turns that fear into resolve, declaring that more loved ones will die if they fail and demanding that everyone fight to survive and keep resisting. His speech is met with a surge of morale as the assembled fighters are strengthened by a golden effect. The official recognizes the new ability Richard gained after fighting Njit and identifies it as Link. He explains that Link lets Richard establish a mental connection with nearby allies, making battlefield coordination vastly easier. Noticing one person left out, he realizes the masked mage has refused the connection. The masked mage explains that accepting Link could interfere with his own talent, so the official reluctantly lets him remain independent and wishes him luck. With preparations finished, the official orders the raid to begin. The strike force enters the dungeon and emerges into a frozen, snow-covered realm. They are immediately met by a horde of monstrous undead and abominations rushing to tear them apart. Rather than flinch, the official treats the ambush as a greeting and prepares to answer it with overwhelming force. Heavy weapons are brought online at his command. He unveils his combat ability, Juggernaut, turning the battlefield into a mechanized artillery platform under his control. The guns open fire. The first shell detonates in the middle of the charging monsters. The official coldly remarks that the enemy's warm welcome will be repaid in full. At the same time, the masked mage raises his staff and gathers divine power overhead. He invokes Inferno. A pillar of holy fire crashes down and obliterates a swath of enemies. The nearby soldiers are stunned that his reputation did not prepare them for power on this scale. One observer realizes they are witnessing the destructive force of a seven-circle mage and sees him as a living weapon. A lich ally adds wind magic, calling for a storm to grind the enemy apart. The flames are whipped into a blazing tornado that devours the battlefield. Even while impressed by the lich's spellcraft, the official barks at the others not to stand around admiring it and to keep killing. The bombardment and magic together tear through the enemy ranks in a chain of explosions. From above, a mounted black-armored commander and his spectral retinue watch the slaughter and admit the invaders are stronger than expected. He notes with interest that the seven-circle mage commands not only black magic but divine magic as well. Seeing such a rare vessel, he becomes convinced that with that mage's status, body, and soul, he can finally truly live again. He decides the long wait has been worth it. After the opening clash, the official asks whether Kai's liege has learned anything from the terrain, and hears that the place feels painfully familiar to him. The masked mage concludes that the frozen land was likely Kai's hometown, and the answer confirms it. That realization hits hard enough to make the masked mage visibly falter. He reveals the real source of his alarm. He has just lost his connection to Kai. At that same moment, Kai breaks away at high speed. As memories return, Kai realizes he had once been the lord of a powerful aristocratic family, and that this land had been his domain. The familiar homeland fills him with nostalgia, but also confusion over how it became a mere rank C dungeon. Remembering that many dungeon bosses had betrayed their own worlds, he begins to fear that someone from his own family may have done the same. He refuses to accept that suspicion without proof, even as it torments him. Following his instincts, Kai finds a hidden section of cliff marked by his family's crest. He reasons that if this truly is his homeland, the family's secret safe should be here and should open only to his bloodline, yet he is shaken that he has found it at all. The hidden chamber opens to reveal a cache of treasure and heirlooms untouched inside. Kai steps into the vault, confronted by the remains of his family's wealth. The sight overwhelms him with pain. He cannot understand how his homeland and its sacred refuge were reduced to this. Then he hears his name spoken from behind. A kneeling armored figure addresses him with the old title of Lord. Kai offers forgiveness for the apparent betrayal if the man still truly recognizes him, then immediately orders a retreat. Before he can leave, a mounted black knight blocks the exit and denies him that freedom. The knight accuses Kai of violating the sanctity of the family's secret safe. Kai answers the accusation with a sudden sword strike. The black knight's mounted guards intercept the blow. Kai faces them alone without hesitation. He cuts through the first wave with practiced precision. His swordsmanship remains sharp enough to overwhelm armored foes instantly. He then launches himself toward the mounted commander and the hovering casters behind him. Their blades meet in a violent clash. The duel escalates into an aerial exchange as both riders and retainers close in. The Black Knight is shocked that Kai still knows the family's swordsmanship. Kai, hearing that style from his enemy, demands to know why his own brother would do this. That accusation cracks the Black Knight's composure. He recoils and asks if Kai truly just called him brother. When his helmet comes away, he reveals himself as Kairos, the youngest of Count Kiona's 3 sons. Kai is left reeling by the revelation. Kairos confirms the truth and names himself openly as the family's secret weapon and the youngest Kiona son. He fully identifies himself as Kairos Kiona. His older brother can only stare, having believed Kairos died long ago. Kairos explains that he did die once, but fortune let him return to the Lord who gave him a name, and in doing so he recovered some of his lost memories. He is equally stunned that his brother survived as well. The brother immediately demands to know how Kairos became the master of this dungeon. Kairos answers the question with silence and a tightening ring of soldiers. Instead of explaining, he orders his men to seize the intruders, ignoring his brother's plea. The encirclement closes, and his brother can only shout after him in frustration. Richard warns that words are useless now because Kairos is no longer listening. The masked mage raises his staff to intervene. He begins a divine spell meant to grant life and purge darkness. Holy radiance spreads over the battlefield and pins the undead forces in place. He completes the spell with rising sun. The blast of sacred light tears through the enemy formation and clears a path. Kai's brother stands in the aftermath, still focused on Kairos rather than the battle around him. He demands to know what cause could justify sacrificing the family's loyal subjects, and admits he cannot understand his brother at all. Kairos tries to calm him by insisting those people will not truly die. To prove he still controls the field, he has his servants bind himself in place as part of a larger plan. The masked mage realizes Kairos is doing something dangerous and calls out to him. Kairos announces that he must give up on taking the invaders prisoner, and instead prepares to move to a harsher measure. His brother desperately calls to him again. Kairos says his brother must come with him and promises that once he hears the full truth, he will understand. Before he can be stopped, a mass teleport spell carries Kairos and his forces away. The others curse the escape and realize Kai has been taken from them. The Lich immediately reports that Kai's position is moving and waits for orders. The tracking points toward the Overlord's estate. As they regroup, the Lich asks how their master thinks Kai will respond to what awaits him there. The masked mage chooses hope, saying he wants to believe Kai will come through for them. Richard is less trusting, reminding him that he once died because he believed in the wrong person. The Lich agrees with the concern and advises preparing for the worst in case Kai turns against them. The masked mage accepts that precaution but privately begs Kai to stay safe and not betray them. Elsewhere, Kairos recalls that he never wanted to lose Kai as a comrade. That memory leads into the ruined city at the heart of the dungeon. Inside the estate, Kai recognizes the sword at his brother's side as their family heirloom. Kairos confirms it and unexpectedly offers the heirloom back to its rightful owner. Kai refuses to take comfort in the gesture, saying he no longer feels worthy to bear the family sword. Kairos insists the sword is still his by right whether he chooses to wield it or not, leaving Kai to ask why he is being treated this way. Kairos cuts to the heart of the matter by asking whether Kai's self-loathing is tied to the fact that he became the dungeon master. He admits that this is exactly what he intends to explain, along with the reason he betrayed their family. The strain of that confession shows even in his clenched hand. Then something in the chamber draws both brothers' attention. Kairos leads Kai deeper inside the estate. He brings him before a sealed chamber marked by a powerful magic circle. With a snap, he releases the seal. A huge crimson crystal rises into view, and Kai is stunned by what is preserved inside it. The figure within is their second eldest brother, suspended in magical stasis. Kai can only shout in disbelief that another brother is trapped inside this dungeon as well. Kairos tells him the truth at last. Their family and their vassals are still alive. Kai is too shocked to process the claim. Kairos explains that he placed them all into a deep sleep for the sake of his wife. He introduces the sleeping woman in the crystal as his wife Beatrice, and reveals that she is carrying his third child. To preserve them, he says he needed the life force of the Kiona bloodline. More specifically, he needed that power to save his wife and unborn child. He begins recounting how, after failing to clear the dungeon, he had nearly given up until a female vampire rescued him. That vampire fought beside him in a brutal arena where he was forced to battle like an animal, and over time he fell in love with her. Unable to escape with her, he chose instead to seize control of the dungeon itself. But just before the previous dungeon master died, everything changed. The dying master cursed them so that as long as Kairos lived, he would never be able to bring a child into the world. In trying to break that curse, Kairos discovered a way for a human and vampire to conceive a child, confirming Kai's worst suspicion. He admits that to make that solution work he needed the life force of a powerful bloodline, especially that of their parents, so he captured everyone descended from Count Kiona. He insists this was not only for himself but also to save the Kiona family from extinction, because by the time he escaped the dungeon their father was already dead. He explains that after Idia fell to invaders, the surviving families were spared but slandered as traitors to serve the conqueror's agenda. Even though the accusation was false, the nobles turned on the Kiona family first, and when Kairos learned their destruction was coming, he secretly sought out their brother Leonis. To his surprise, Leonis was simply glad Kairos was alive and did not condemn him. Kai recognizes that response as exactly the kind of man Leonis always was. Kairos says Leonis urged him to leave and, when the time was right, rebuild the family while Leonis himself remained behind with the rest of their dead kin. Determined to preserve the family legacy at any cost, Kairos put the bloodline to sleep and sustained them with the life force of others. Now he reveals the final step of his plan. If he sacrifices Kai's comrades, the sleeping family, Beatrice, and their child can all awaken. He begs his brother to help him do it. For Kai, the request immediately becomes a demand to hand over the necromancer. He realizes that agreeing would mean betraying the lord he serves now. And with that betrayal, everyone precious to him in the present might be saved. Elsewhere, the masked mage finally reaches Kairos's hidden location and exhales in relief at finding it. He pauses alone, weighing what he is about to do. Kai suddenly appears before him through the fog, accompanied by Kairos and a group of vampire attendants. Kai greets him with formal loyalty, but also with the unsettling calm of someone who has already made a difficult choice. The masked mage says he was worried and asks why Kai approached undercover instead of openly. Seeing Kairos and the attendants, he immediately understands that Kai did not come alone. Kai admits that although he swore loyalty, the truth is that he is deeply conflicted. The masked mage accepts that answer quietly, but the moment turns dangerous as Kai moves. As Kai reaches for his mask, he begins to answer with a grave warning meant only for Kai. Kai is warned that every choice before him will end in regret, so he should at least choose the path that benefits him most. He turns that advice over and is told that self-interest will be the only comfort left when remorse finally comes. Taking the lesson to heart, Kai reaches for his sword and commits himself to greed. He openly declares that, guided by that selfish logic, he will act for his own gain. Hayenbach accepts the betrayal without hesitation and makes clear that he shows enemies no mercy. He immediately launches his attack, flooding the area with dark magic. The camp erupts in alarm as Kai and his people realize they are under sudden assault. Hayenbach follows with a devastating blast that tears through the position. When the smoke clears, he stands at the head of a summoned undead host and monstrous allies, revealing the ambush in full. Kai's side is engulfed in fire and chaos before they can regroup. Facing the assault, Hayenbach asks whether Kai arranged this trap, and Kai insists his older brother was the real architect. Hayenbach mocks the brother's ambition, but his taunt is cut short by a sudden disturbance. He senses something wrong and realizes a new threat has slipped into the battlefield. Hayenbach discovers that his own shadow has been overrun by vampires, compromising his position. Even his dragon Nidhogg is being swarmed, showing the attack was layered to isolate him. Kai uses that opening to strike Hayenbach down while apologizing to him like a servant betraying his lord. As Hayenbach falls, Kai closes in from behind and secures the advantage. Around them, the battlefield devolves into a melee between undead, beasts, and Kai's forces. Castle fights desperately through the vampires and realizes his master has been taken. He spots Kai carrying Hayenbach away and rushes after them. Kai hears Castle calling after him and offers a quiet apology. Castle is left staring after him, stunned by the betrayal. Before he can catch up, a blade crashes down in his path and stops him. Castle turns on Nidhogg in fury, blaming the dragon for failing to protect Hayenbach. A hooded ally cuts in, arguing that blaming Nidhogg is pointless, and that they should focus on the enemy and on rescuing their master. The advisor insists that planning ahead is the only way to save Hayenbach now. Castle reluctantly redirects his rage toward retaliation, swearing to annihilate the attackers. The scene shifts to the enemy stronghold where Kai has brought Hayenbach. Kai arrives before his brother, who welcomes him back as if the betrayal were expected. His brother frames Kai's choice as painful but necessary and pretends sympathy for forcing him into it. When ordered to abandon Hayenbach to the guards, Kai hesitates. He stops the soldiers from handling Hayenbach roughly. Kai explains that although he ultimately sided with his brother, Hayenbach is still his master, so the guards may only secure the magic item and must avoid needless harm. His brother agrees on the surface but still insists Hayenbach must be restrained because he remains dangerous. Kai reluctantly hands the unconscious Hayenbach over to the guards. Later, his brother tests Kai's mood by asking whether he can still appreciate a celebratory drink. Kai answers yes, and his brother proposes they honor the day's success with wine. They move into a wine cellar prepared for the private meeting. Kai watches as his brother drinks himself into a vulnerable stupor. Once the man collapses drunk, Kai quietly excuses himself and leaves. He slips out of the room without revealing his thoughts. Left alone, the brother reflects that Kai had a perfect chance to kill him and did not, convincing himself Kai's loyalty is absolute. Outside, a coalition force gathers in the snow to assault the castle. Their leaders steel themselves for the coming battle. An older commander judges that everyone is ready and at peak condition. Castle, still burning with anger, notes that the enemy side looks just as bloodthirsty. He tries to reassure Nidhogg that Hyenbach is probably still alive and that guilt will not help. The dragon silently accepts that reassurance. Inside the throne room, Hyenbach is brought before Kai's brother as a prisoner. The ruler introduces himself as Uranus Kiona and confirms that Hyenbach is the master who claimed his brother. Hyenbach demands to know why he has been summoned. Uranus says the meeting was Kai's idea and claims Kai wanted them to part on good terms. Hyenbach dismisses that sentiment as hypocrisy from a traitor. Kai reminds Hyenbach of the oath he swore when he was given a name. He formally declares that the conditions of that oath have now been fulfilled. Kai reveals the oath's true limit. His loyalty lasted only until he reclaimed his family heirloom. Uranus realizes that means Kai is no longer bound to obey him and asks for one final favor anyway. Kai agrees to hear that last request. Hyenbach suddenly lunges and drives a hidden strike into Kai's neck. The blow lands hard enough to spray blood and stagger him. The guards react in shock as the room erupts. Even while wounded, Kai apologizes and vows he will not die here. Uranus calmly orders Hyenbach subdued and taken away to recover. The guards close in to seize the prisoner. Kai, bleeding, quietly apologizes to Kairos as if burdened by what he has done. Uranus casually invites him to stay for a drink, but Kai refuses and withdraws for the night. As he leaves, he spits out his contempt for his brother. Uranus, still oblivious, decides there is no need to monitor Kai any longer. Alone at last, Kai breaks down under the weight of guilt and conflict. Outside, the invading force reaches the castle and begins its assault. Flying undead and spectral cavalry descend as the attackers arrive at the walls. The coalition charges forward under their commander's orders. They throw themselves into the attack despite the danger. A swarm of dragons rises over the fortress to meet them. The sky fills with winged monsters and falling ice as the defenders answer the siege. The attackers unleash the castle breaker, sending a storm of projectiles into the walls. Explosions rip through the defenses and blast open the stronghold. Watching remotely, Uranus is impressed that 20,000 soldiers have breached the inner walls in only 20 minutes. He assures Hyenbach that the end is near, while Hyenbach impatiently demands results. Uranus reveals his true aim. He intends to use Hyenbach, his body, soul, and followers as sacrifices for himself. He begins a ritual circle in the throne room to claim that power. Across the battlefield, red pillars of energy rise from the ruined castle as the ritual activates. The invading mages realize in horror that their mana is being drained away. Even while the energy siphon spreads through the army, the commanders urge everyone to endure. They insist that if they hold on a little longer, the battle can still turn. Uranus mocks that hope and sneers that luck will not save them. Hyenbach answers that perhaps it will, and abruptly moves. A blue shockwave tears through the breached hall, signaling reinforcements, or a counterattack. Uranus whirls on Hyenbach, furious that his plan is being disrupted. Hyenbach reveals the trap. Uranus thought he was draining the living, but he had actually been made to absorb the dead. Enraged, Uranus raises his sword to kill him. Kai intercepts the strike and blocks his brother's blade. Uranus is stunned to see Kai standing against him. He demands to know why Kai refused to remain at his side. Kai answers by repeating the lesson that started it all. He chose what served him best. He admits that he allowed himself one selfish moment to reclaim what he wanted. Now he tells his brother to betray the enemy and stand with Earth instead. Uranus is shaken that Kai would even suggest such a thing. Kai presses harder, pointing out that all Uranus truly needs to save his wife is mana and life force. When Uranus asks how Kai learned that secret, Kai reveals there was an informant. A pink-haired girl appears and boasts that she gave them everything they needed, even testing the magic item to measure Uranus's aptitude. Kai argues that Earth can provide all the life force Uranus seeks, and that he already knows this world well enough to choose it. But Uranus refuses, saying he cannot betray the beings behind him. He confesses that those higher powers are so overwhelming that he is nothing more than an insect before them, and betraying them would mean death. Kai addresses him as brother and tries to make him face that fear. He explains that they once encountered two members of that terrifying order before. At the mention of the catastrophe demon dragon Gloria, Uranus immediately understands who Kai means. Kai recalls the other being as an unnamed ruler of the desolate realm who harvests the souls of the dead into her own army. Uranus realizes Kai is speaking of the king of the desolate realm, and admits he fears such monsters too. Kai answers that this is exactly why he intends to confront them directly, and make them pay for what they did to him. Uranus can only call that resolve foolish. He insists Kai is still too weak to challenge such beings. Then he decides to shatter Kai's delusion by force. A blast tears open the hall as outside forces break through at last. The coalition enters the throne room. arriving just in time to interrupt the confrontation. Their commander offers Uranus one final chance to abandon this path and return with them to their homeland. Uranus rejects the appeal outright. The commander leaves the final cleanup to the others and withdraws, trusting them to finish the matter. Hyenbach rises again in a surge of dark power and orders his forces to guard the flanks. Uranus scoffs at the idea of facing both Kai and Hyenbach, but Hyenbach coolly says Kai no longer needs his help. Hyenbach begins empowering Kai and tells him it is time to perform. Uranus dismisses the boost as insufficient and knocks Kai aside. Kai answers that Uranus may be in for a surprise and re-engages. As Kai and Uranus clash, Hyenbach stays back and focuses on strengthening Kai further. He commits himself entirely to making Kai strong enough to win. The brothers exchange a furious storm of sword strikes across the hall. Kai drives down with a heavy blow that forces Uranus to defend. Uranus is pushed back and begins to lose control of the exchange. Kai lands another hit and makes him grunt in pain. Sensing momentum, Kai presses harder with a savage roar. Uranus, frustrated, calls the performance disappointing. He lashes out with a contemptuous strike, mocking Kai for asking him to switch sides while still failing to dominate the fight. Kai is driven back by the blow but refuses to yield. Uranus follows with another crushing attack that sends Kai sprawling. With his blade at Kai's throat, Uranus offers one last ultimatum to stand with the victor. Kai refuses, declaring that he has come too far to stop now and will win no matter the cost. For a moment Uranus falls silent, weighing that answer. He coldly says no one will remember Kai's heroism once he is dead and prepares to finish him. Before he can, Hyenbach's magic lashes out and disrupts the killing blow. Kai rises again and reminds Uranus that being undead makes him far harder to put down. He taunts his brother for underestimating him. Uranus answers with brute force, hammering Kai with another vicious strike. Kai is knocked away, but the exchange creates just enough opening for a counter. Uranus remembers that Kai was once raised from death and adjusts his thinking. He decides to stop holding back. Kai meets that escalation with a grim, knowing smile. Uranus reveals a monstrous transformation, exposing the inhuman power he has been hiding. He promises to show Kai a fraction of the monster's strength, and apologizes for failing to kill him sooner as a brother should. At that instant, Kai drives his sword clean through Uranus from behind, shocking him mid-speech. The betrayal finishes in a spray of blood as Uranus's body finally gives way. A black-armored knight realizes too late that the red abomination before him is far more dangerous than expected. The creature surges up in a towering mass of flesh and blood, forcing him to face its overwhelming presence head-on. Its body whips across the floor like a living tide, gathering force for another attack. As it roars and floods the hall with blood-red matter, the knight is left standing against a monster that is consuming the battlefield itself. The creature slams into him with brutal force and nearly crushes him in the exchange. Reeling from the hit, he realizes he is dealing with something beyond ordinary combat. He answers with sweeping sword strikes, trying to keep the monster at range before it can engulf him. The blows land, but the creature barely seems hindered, confirming how absurdly durable it is. Watching its resilience, he understands this is only a fraction of the enemy's true power, which makes the situation even worse. The monster erupts again in pain and fury, spreading more of its body across the chamber. It swells into an even larger mass and looms over him like a living sea of flesh. The knight is driven back and nearly swallowed by the expanding body. Desperate, he refuses to accept dying here and forces himself to keep fighting. He throws up an ice barrier at the last second, buying himself a narrow moment of survival. Breathing hard behind the frozen wall, he tries to steady himself before the next assault. He admits to Kai that they cannot win by fighting normally, but his tone suggests he has already found another path. He confirms that the only reason he can still speak so calmly is because he has a plan. When the monster asks whether Kai trusts him, Kai answers without hesitation that he does. The red mass churns ominously as the plan is set in motion. The knight tells Kai to let the creature consume him, then seize control from within, because that is their only chance to kill it. Kai recognizes the plan as a gamble, but he understands there is no safer alternative left. He commits to it, and even casts aside his weapon, accepting that this fight must be won another way. The monster lashes out again, tearing through the space with violent force. Its strike smashes through the knight's defenses and leaves him exposed. The creature howls triumphantly, believing it has broken its prey. Blue blasts from the rear ranks hammer into the monster, trying to stop it before it can finish the job. The supporting forces are ordered to keep the creature away from Kai at all costs, but the monster ignores the warning and lunges straight toward the group, forcing them to scatter. Its attention shifts toward a smaller protected cluster, sensing a more valuable target. A hooded mage and his allies raise a purple barrier around the vulnerable people just before impact. The monster crashes into the shield with full force, but the barrier holds for the moment. Inside the barrier, the red-haired guard warns his master that he cannot maintain this defense much longer. As the shield strains under repeated blows, the hooded mage orders Chris to take over the next phase. The mage admits the resistance is harder than expected, but commands his side to endure a little longer. Another heavy strike batters the barrier and pushes it closer to collapse. The defenders realize they are reaching their limit and may not survive another sustained assault. The monster keeps raging outside, trying to break through by sheer violence. Its body reshapes into clawed extensions, preparing to tear the shield apart. The hooded mage calmly announces that the operation is nearing completion, because Kai's will has been strengthened enough to finish the job. He explains that Kai is a master death knight, far beyond the souls the creature has absorbed before. Because Kai is linked to the mage's followers and to Richard, the mage is certain Kai will stay conscious inside the monster and destroy it from within. Purple cracks spread through the creature as Kai begins tearing it apart from the inside. The monster screams in agony as its control starts to fail. Seeing the creature collapse, the mage declares victory. The red body starts to unravel and lose cohesion, as if its life is being ripped away from the core. It bursts apart in a final spray, signaling the end of the abomination. The masked necromancer praises Kai for carrying out the impossible. Kai stands stunned, still processing that he survived and won. Then he notices his brother nearby and rushes to him in alarm. His brother is already crumbling away, and even as Kai begs for help, death is visibly overtaking him. Kai is told it is too late, and he is horrified by the thought that his own actions may have caused this. His dying brother reassures him and calls him by his full name, Kairos, trying to calm him one last time. He explains that immortality and invincibility were never blessings but a curse with a terrible price. Every victory strengthened that curse and preserved him, because his soul's fate depended on never being defeated. Now that he has finally lost, extinction has come for him. Kai refuses to accept losing him, insisting he cannot be happy without his brother beside him. As his body continues to disintegrate, the brother asks for one final favor. He tells Kai to devour him and absorb both his flesh and soul. He wants Kai to inherit his strength and carry it forward as his own. He adds that in this way, part of him may remain in the world long enough to witness his daughter's future through Kai. With his last strength, he pleads for Kai to grant that wish. Through tears and clenched resolve, Kai agrees. Red energy rises around Kai as he begins absorbing his brother's remains. While fading away, the brother entrusts his happiness to Kai and asks that it live on in him. The others can only watch in silence as the last traces of him vanish into Kai. Before anyone can recover, the entire realm begins shaking violently, as if the dungeon itself is collapsing. Outside, a blazing object streaks across the sky, heralding a catastrophic change. More fiery bodies cross the heavens, suggesting the disturbance is spreading beyond the chamber. The masked necromancer realizes the dungeon's interior itself has transformed. He falls silent as the scale of the change becomes clear. When the dust settles, a pregnant woman appears before the group, drawing everyone's attention at once. She stares ahead in shock, as if awakening into a reality she was never meant to see. Kai recognizes her as his brother's wife and rushes to her side in concern. He apologizes awkwardly, but she stops him by revealing that she witnessed everything. She confirms she knows exactly what happened to her husband. Kai helps her stand, still unsure how to face her grief. He asks if she is all right, while the necromancer moves closer to examine her condition. Without warning, she lashes out and seemingly kills the necromancer with a sudden strike. Kai is splattered by the attack and left stunned by how fast she turned violent. She mocks the fallen man and reveals that she had been waiting for a chance to remove him. She calls him a hindrance, making it clear her loyalties were never what they seemed. When Kai assumes this is about her unborn child, she coldly rejects even that bond. She declares she has no need for such a child at all. She admits Uranus had been useful to her, and that killing him was a mistake, then vows Kai will die for it. Her body convulses as something inside her begins to move violently. Terrified, she realizes the child she tried to suppress is forcing its way out. She insists this was never supposed to happen and that the child should have remained unborn forever. At that moment, the necromancer reappears alive, exposing that her earlier kill was only an illusion. He reveals he was never truly caught and that he had prepared for deception from the start. He thanks Tia, a pink-haired ally, for helping him expose the truth and says he had long suspected someone so powerful should have overcome the curse of unbirthing if she truly wanted to. He concludes that Uranus had only been a tool in her scheme to drain his strength and raise her own standing. She attacks him in fury, but he remains composed under the assault. Drawing on his necromancy, he senses the child's soul and realizes it is desperate to be born. He strikes her with soul-based magic to force the birth she tried to prevent. She collapses, unable to stop what is happening inside her any longer. The necromancer reaches into the darkness around her and carefully lifts out the newborn. He greets the infant warmly, welcoming the child into the world. At the same time, the dungeon structure outside begins collapsing on a massive scale. The survivors realize the whole place is coming apart and order an immediate evacuation. A skeletal dragon carries them out as the dungeon city crumbles behind them. Kai senses another threat even as they escape the collapse. A dragon emerges amid the ruin, shocking the group with a new enemy. The dragon announces murderous intent toward all of them. Kai asks what comes next, and the necromancer tells him to leave this final battle to him. Kai warns that facing a dragon alone will be difficult, but the necromancer is already moving. He answers that he is not alone and summons a host of elite spectral warriors to his side. The red-haired ally recognizes them as the elite ghosts Kai has gathered. The necromancer identifies them as the independent undead army, phantom undead of many talents. He names that force legion as it descends around Kai like a personal army. Empowered and resolute, Kai vows to show the demonists no mercy even in death. The dragon unleashes a devastating purple blast to annihilate them all. Legion meets the attack head-on, turning the battlefield into a clash of spectral blue and violent purple power. Kai presses the counterattack and declares that this ends now. The spectral army pierces through the dragon's assault and tears into its body. The dragon panics and begs not to die, revealing fear beneath all its threats. Kai refuses to grant it a pointless death and instead chooses a harsher fate. He orders Legion to devour the dragon alive, and its screams are swallowed with it. Kai condemns the demoness to suffer to her last breath, and says her death will only become the seed of what comes next. Her final resistance is erased in a blinding burst of blue power. When the light fades, the necromancer and his companions stand over the remains in silence. With the dragon overhead and the battlefield cleared, the expedition is officially declared complete. 15 days later, the story shifts to a hospital where the survivors are recovering. An older man checks on the necromancer's condition after his injuries. Though heavily bandaged, he says he is recovering. The older man reminds him how badly he was hurt, and asks what he plans to do next. He decides to return to Korea because there are matters at his base that need his attention. The older man offers to help him relocate to the United States with government support if he wants a fresh start there. He says he does intend to work with them, but he will not abandon the base he built back home. The older man is delighted to hear that and clearly sees long-term value in keeping him close. Their conversation is interrupted by a visitor arriving at the room. A silver-haired man enters with a little blonde girl and formally introduces Iris Kiona to Kai. The child is told to greet the Lord, and she does so with bright, eager respect. It is revealed that in just 15 days Iris has grown physically and mentally to the level of a 5-year-old, as if making up for the years she spent trapped in her mother's womb. As evening comes, she is gently told it is bedtime and obediently agrees. The silver-haired man leads Iris away, leaving Kai and the older man watching them go. The older man pities the child's fate, and Kai quietly promises to raise her as his own. Kai reflects on the wider world and learns that there are 36 known rank C dungeons globally, with only a few cleared so far. He had thought slow progress was natural given the danger, until new information changed that view. He discovers that 12 more rank C dungeons have already been cleared elsewhere, especially across Europe. Asia has also produced multiple successful clears, showing that powerful groups are emerging all over the world. He learns the United States was not alone in clearing its dungeon, because another government-backed team called the Golden Black Hole also succeeded, creating a new rival. When he asks for details, he is told the group is highly secretive and little is publicly known. What is known is enough to unsettle him. They have existed since the very beginning. He presses for more, sensing that this hidden group may matter greatly to what comes next. Then he realizes the group's leader is tied to the Korean division of the Dungeon Management Department. Soon after, he boards a plane and heads back toward Korea. He arrives at the airport, returning home after everything that happened in the dungeon. No sooner has he landed than someone greets him like an old acquaintance. He is surprised to find a retired former president waiting for him in person. The man reminds him that they parted before he ever revealed his real name, hinting that an important new conversation is about to begin. A mysterious man introduces himself as Yun Bukyuk and approaches with deliberate confidence. After noting his unusual name, Wonhyo asks what business brought him here. Yun reveals he has a commission, explaining that the higher-ups' newly empowered chosen people have become a serious problem. Wonhyo realizes this likely concerns the key figures from the Rank C dungeon incident, and Yun asks him to train the rookies. To secure his cooperation, Yun offers rare books on the world's strongest factions and geomantic data on the United States, correctly guessing Wonhyo's interest in American ley lines. Wonhyo studies the offer in silence, recognizing how valuable it is. Yun insists the American data will be useful, but Wonhyo presses him, sensing that this is not the full price. Yun confirms that the real offer goes beyond books and information. He promises a one-time glimpse into the worst possible version of Wonhyo's future. That promise shocks Wonhyo, who immediately fixates on what such a vision could mean. Yun admits using that power would cost him a significant portion of his lifespan, and Wonhyo is startled that he would still put it on the table. Yun says the sacrifice is necessary for both of them, making clear that he sees this deal as urgent and mutually important. Before the conversation can continue, Yun notices hostile pursuers approaching and calmly predicts they will meet again. He vanishes in a burst of talismans, leaving Wonhyo alone with the encounter unresolved. Wonhyo summons Nidhogg and decides it is time for his own side to withdraw as well. The arriving men try to stop him, but they are already too late. Wonhyo departs overhead, leaving the onlookers staring after him. The story shifts to a later scene at a new location. Wonhyo gathers his companions, including Iris, for the training he has decided to begin. He tells Iris to start, while the others react with a mix of support and concern. Wonhyo reassures Kai that Iris is stronger than he thinks, and Iris eagerly agrees with him. Kai reluctantly admits that learning to control her powers is in Iris's best interest, even if he still worries. With Kai's consent finally secured, Iris happily accepts the chance to train. The group stands before a massive vessel of swirling water as Iris prepares to use her ability. Iris places her hand against the water and concentrates. Her power surges outward, violently reshaping the water into a portal-like phenomenon. The others watch closely as the transformation stabilizes. Wonhyo is visibly surprised by the scale of what Iris produces. Iris gleefully welcomes everyone into the dungeon she has just manifested. One of Wanhyo's allies marvels at her talent and asks how he knew she could do something this extraordinary. Wanhyo explains that Kai first witnessed Iris's strange disappearing act when she was only 20 days old. From that early incident, they learned that Iris can manifest dungeons, create random entrances, alter their size, and reshape their terrain. Wanhyo realizes that with Iris's gift, an entire dungeon can be converted into a secure base for their faction. Iris excitedly offers to expand the dungeon further, and Wanhyo agrees while warning her to monitor her mana carefully. The dungeon's frozen city begins to grow under her control. She then changes the environment again, replacing the icy setting with a dense forest. Wanhyo notes that the forest now functions like a labyrinth and asks whether she has considered what monsters should inhabit it. Iris laughs proudly, pleased that her work is being taken seriously. Kai then asks Wanhyo for permission to take Iris sightseeing in Seoul once they return to Korea. Wanhyo agrees, seeing it as a good chance for Iris to experience the city. Iris lights up with gratitude at being promised that outing. Later, while waiting in a quiet street, Wanhyo wonders whether Kai and Iris are enjoying themselves. Over coffee with his companions, he reflects on how drastically the world has changed. A familiar voice interrupts and addresses him by his former military contact's rank. The man reveals he already knew Wanhyo was there and corrects him that he is no longer a colonel but now a general. The general says he has heard about Wanhyo's achievements in the United States. Wanhyo downplays his role, crediting his comrades and American government support for the success. The general responds with envy, hinting that such foreign backing has political consequences. He explains that Wanhyo's growing reputation, loyal following, and recent promotion have placed him under intense scrutiny. After acknowledging how much pressure that creates, the general formally asks whether Wanhyo would consider serving his country. Wanhyo refuses immediately, and the general admits he expected that answer. One of Wanhyo's allies presses the general, pointing out that he was clearly sent to recruit them. The general insists he does not support his superior's manipulative approach and refuses to hide behind patriotism. Wanhyo notes that honesty makes the situation less unpleasant and softens slightly toward him. As a practical gesture, Wanhyo gives the general a pouch enchanted with spatial expansion magic and suggests it will be useful if studied properly. The general accepts the gift gratefully and promises to repay the favor someday. As he leaves, a sharply dressed woman arrives, replacing him in the conversation. She directly asks whether Wanhyo is the disciple of the god of life and death, the necromancer Wanhyo. Wanhyo confirms the identity, but waits for her true purpose. The woman introduces herself as Helena Scarlet, 9th-ranked mage of the Magic Association and a member of the Scarlet Witches under the Crimson Lord. The mention of the Magic Association catches Wanhyo off guard, since he did not expect them to approach him personally. Helena presents a formal invitation to a grand banquet hosted by the Magic Association's supreme ranks, the 6 members of the High Road. She explains that it will be held at Buckingham Palace in 1 week and that the new generation of heroes is expected to attend. Wanhyo's ally immediately recognizes the significance of that phrase and the scale of the gathering. Wanhyo recalls Yun's warning that the higher-ups' recent picks had become troublesome, and begins to see a larger pattern forming. He politely accepts the invitation and says he would be glad to attend. Helena departs once her message has been delivered. After she leaves, one ally concludes that the banquet is the perfect chance to crush the troublesome rookies, though he is even more interested in meeting the other mages. Wanhyo cuts off the bloodthirsty enthusiasm and tells his group it is time to head back. The narrative explains that England is hosting the banquet to honor the teams who successfully cleared Rank C dungeons around the world. Buckingham Palace becomes the chosen stage for the gathering. At the event, Iris is thrilled by the idea of attending her first real party. Wanhyo warns her not to expect a carefree celebration from this particular gathering. He tells her to stay close because he expects the situation to become chaotic. Even so, the group reassures Iris that she looks wonderful and acknowledges how much effort she put into preparing. Encouraged, Iris hurries forward with the others into the palace. Inside, Wanhyo is greeted by Hyunam, a former teacher figure he has not seen in a long time. She confirms that she was invited too, proof that the mages are taking their side seriously. Another familiar figure, Andromalius, greets Wanhyo warmly and praises how much stronger he has become. Andromalius quickly excuses himself but asks Wanhyo to escort Sunsu for old time's sake. As they walk together, Hyunam asks about Wanhyo's recent feat of clearing 2 Rank C dungeons, and he admits he'd barely expected to survive. Hyunam is baffled by that claim because her own Rank C dungeon felt surprisingly easy. She explains that her dungeon in China was filled with giant creatures and a storm giant boss, yet aside from the boss she found the whole ordeal manageable. Wanhyo is stunned because his expedition involved none of the monster hordes or traps she describes. Hyunam adds that navigation was trivial in her case, since there was only one path leading directly to the boss's castle. Wanhyo realizes their Rank C dungeon experiences were completely different, and begins to suspect something is deeply off. He turns to Richard for confirmation, asking whether traps, ambushes, and monsters are not supposed to be standard in every dungeon. Richard can only say that Wanhyo's experience was personal, while Wanhyo wonders if the dungeon his team cleared was some kind of anomaly. Richard dismisses that possibility and suggests Hyunam was probably just lucky, and Wanhyo awkwardly lets the matter drop. Their discussion is interrupted when the host's arrival is announced. Aleister Crowley introduces himself grandly as Aleister of Space, the first-ranked member of the Magic Association. He tells the guests that the other members of the High Road will appear one by one over the course of the event. He demonstrates his power with a sudden spatial display that stuns the crowd. Wanhyo and Richard both recognize from that display that the Magic Association is an overwhelming force. The spectacle frightens Iris so badly that Kai scoops her up protectively. Richard remarks that even a child as unusual as Iris was shaken by the demonstration, and Kai agrees completely. Aleister approaches and lightly excuses the overwhelming display as too much for a young child to process. The group is caught off guard by how directly he addresses them. As an apology, Aleister deliberately offers a drop of his own blood. He lets the blood touch Iris, making the gesture intensely personal and risky. Iris immediately becomes dizzy and euphoric from the contact. Aleister casually explains that Iris has become intoxicated by his blood, while Kai responds with stiff courtesy rather than gratitude. Wanhyo instantly realizes Aleister identified Iris as a damper on sight, and Aleister jokes away the significance of what he just proved. He withdraws with a smile, leaving the group to process the implication that he saw through Iris immediately. Aleister vanishes just as abruptly as he appeared. Wanhyo is left impressed and unsettled by the sheer level of power on display. Iris, still affected, lets out another dazed hiccup while Kai keeps holding her. The tension breaks into uneasy laughter among the surrounding guests. Wanhyo decides they have seen enough for one day and starts leading his group out. The banquet is revealed to be a 6-day affair, with a different member of the High Road appearing each day. The next announced figures include Tesla of Lightning, Mach of Earth, Gaia of the Woods, and Arya of Healing. At a later point, Aleister resumes addressing the assembled guests and asks whether they have enjoyed the banquet so far. He then shifts from hospitality to policy, announcing that he now intends to discuss the real purpose behind the gathering. Aleister explains that the Magic Association's influence spans Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, but claims Africa has long been neglected under foreign occupation, and declares that the association has reached a major decision. The audience begins murmuring as they sense a political announcement rather than a celebration. Aleister admits the problem is difficult because the human realm is protected by many dungeons that act as frontline defenses against invading forces. He says the association has therefore decided those dungeons must be cleared first to ensure the success of its campaign in Africa, and asks for active cooperation. He pressures the gathered heroes by warning them not to let rivals surge ahead, then reveals that the association has prepared a gift for humanity's strongest fighters. That gift is unveiled as the association's newest creation, a set of magical armor. The crowd erupts in excitement at the promise of such a prize. Aleister immediately adds that there is a condition attached. Anyone who wants the armor must first prove their worth. He announces a public showcase of abilities 15 days later, stressing that participation is technically optional but will be broadcast to the world. He frames the event as a way to reassure humanity by displaying the strength of its protectors. As a final gift, he prepares one more demonstration for the guests. He unveils a massive construct enhanced with subspace, anti-gravity, and sustaining magic, urging everyone to use it wisely. The construct activates in a violent burst of spatial power. Wanhyo's ally realizes the association has effectively created the perfect stage for the confrontation they were already planning. Wanhyo agrees to take part, seeing both a formal commission and a valuable opportunity for his side. Around them, the other participants silently size each other up, already treating the coming event like a contest. Wanhyo decides they should return and begin preparing immediately. News of the banquet's revelation spreads rapidly, exposing the existence of mages, elementalists, alchemists, psychics, and exorcists to the wider world. The entire world becomes obsessed with the coming clash between superpowered factions and waits for the showdown in suspense. Applications flood in from around the globe for a chance to witness the event, while the participants themselves focus on using it to display their strength. A month passes as anticipation builds. When the time comes, the association transports attendees by plane and ship, while others are guided by coordinates to the hidden venue. As the travelers reach the destination, they are confused to find nothing but open ocean. The gathered fighters and spectators begin murmuring in confusion. That confusion turns into astonishment as something impossible starts to happen beneath the sea. An entire hidden metropolis rises from the ocean, leaving the onlookers overwhelmed by the scale of the revelation. Wanhyo and his companions watch with calm focus, already treating the spectacle as the beginning of a larger game. Aleister appears above the city through magic and thanks everyone for making the journey. He formally welcomes them to Atlantis, a city where magic and science coexist. The newly revealed city stands as proof of the association's staggering resources and ambition. The visitors are then shown the luxurious accommodations prepared for them. Wanhyo is impressed but notes that this still does not look like a proper arena, while his ally jokes that the city itself might transform like something out of a movie. Almost immediately, that prediction comes true as part of the city begins to shift. A colossal stadium rises into view from within Atlantis. Wanhyo can only stare in amazement at the scale of the venue. As the city continues rising under anti-gravity magic and a protective shield forms around it, the group heads down for a closer look, with Wanhyo already thinking ahead to how they will move through this new battlefield. A calm subordinate reins his master back in, reminding him that a mage who loses composure only becomes inefficient. The search for answers continues from a VIP room in Atlantis. As the group debates whether to investigate further or cut their losses, news arrives that Aleister Crowley has sent for them. When asked his purpose, the invitation turns out to be a dinner summons for that very night. Wanhyo immediately suspects the invitation is not courtesy but a move to take Iris away from him. That night, the gates to Crowley's estate open for them. Crowley receives them warmly, presenting the meeting as a gracious welcome rather than a confrontation. The lavish garden-like dining hall lowers their guard, and Crowley frames the setting as the taste of an old man who values nature. He takes pride in the room he built and invites everyone to sit as honored guests. Crowley further softens the atmosphere by serving his own favorite dishes and hoping they will enjoy them. The meal wins over the younger men at once, making the gathering feel disarmingly pleasant. Once everyone is settled, Crowley drops the pleasantries and turns to the real reason he called them. Without warning, he offers to take Wanhyo on as his pupil. The proposal becomes more unsettling when Crowley slips and calls him by his real name, Hyunbok Kim. Wanhyo is shaken by how thoroughly Crowley has investigated him. Crowley apologizes for prying, but makes clear that learning Wanhyo's identity was simply part of his serious interest in him. Still wary, Wanhyo asks why someone of Crowley's stature would choose him over countless other candidates. Crowley answers that what drew him in was Wanhyo's rare natural talent for magic. Wanhyo struggles to understand what Crowley means by that. When Wanhyo guesses that Crowley is talking about his extraordinary luck, Crowley confirms it immediately. Crowley then presses him to define what fortune really is. The table falls silent as Crowley takes control of the conversation. He explains fortune as an elusive but terrifying force, and points out that Wanhyo has survived this far only because it has favored him. Wanhyo cannot deny the truth of that assessment. He reflects that meeting allies like Chris, Kai, and Castle, and even surviving by winning over Nidhogg, all came down to improbable luck. His memories of near death make Crowley's words impossible to dismiss. Crowley argues that every time danger closed in, fortune intervened to keep Wanhyo alive. He goes further and declares Wanhyo to be fortune made flesh. Then he reveals just how rare that kind of power is, leaving Wanhyo stunned. According to the Magic Association, among billions of people only 1,021 possess fortune-related magical talents at all. And among them, only 4, including Wanhyo, have reached the highest rank in fortune-based magic. When Wanhyo reacts to that number, Crowley adds that the other 3 were all directly chosen by gods. He begins listing those divine lineages, starting with a misfortune-ranked mage selected by Surya. Another belongs to the luck rank and was chosen by the supreme deity of humanity's most powerful faith, eventually becoming a saint. A third, ranked ill-fated, was chosen by a Valkyrie tied to Odin's line. Even after laying out that exalted company, Crowley insists his offer is neither coercion nor threat and that Wanhyo is free to refuse. Wanhyo answers that if Crowley truly wants to win people over, force is the worst possible method. Crowley accepts that and says his interest is not only in Wanhyo's gift, but in guiding a promising junior, giving him time to decide. With that, the meeting ends as abruptly as it began. Left alone with his thoughts, Wanhyo starts weighing the offer in earnest. He reminds himself that Crowley is no ordinary mage but the top-ranked figure in the Magic Association. Becoming Crowley's student would mean unmatched training and the full backing of the association. The temptation is strong enough that he hesitates. Even so, he concludes that he has to reject the offer. He admits the benefits would be enormous, including access to the association's knowledge and influence. But he identifies 2 reasons for refusing, beginning with his certainty that he is already on the right path. Uranus's earlier display taught him that the enemies ahead are far stronger than he once believed. Remembering Kai's warning, he realizes true power only comes from brutal growth under real pressure. He also recalls that shortcuts exist, but they distort the path to genuine strength. What he seeks now is the power to change, control, and shape the world itself. That ambition hardens into a vow that one day he will surpass the terrifying power he has witnessed. So rather than detour into Crowley's tutelage, he resolves to stay focused and keep advancing on his own course. His second reason is simpler and more personal. He refuses to let the association claim ownership over everything he has built. When he finally gives his answer, Crowley reveals he had expected this rejection all along. Crowley accepts the refusal with grace and thanks Wanhyo for being straightforward. Instead of pressing further, he offers a gift he had prepared in case Wanhyo accepted. The gift is a foundational text on the school of necromancy. Wanhyo's disappointment vanishes the moment he sees it, and he gratefully accepts. Crowley is pleased that the gift hit its mark and casually invites them to stay for dinner anyway. The mood lightens again as the invitation is accepted and Crowley promises the meal will be worth it. Soon after, attention shifts to the Magic Association's Battle Championship, where the rules are introduced. The tournament will include individual matches, team battles, and power exhibitions, with almost no restrictions once a match begins. Competitors are required to agree to harsh terms before participating. Those terms make it explicit that the organizers bear no responsibility even if contestants are maimed or killed. The only safeguard is a damage cover system meant to absorb harm during combat. If a fighter exceeds that system's threshold, they are automatically retired and lose the match. Rather than being intimidated, Wanhyo's side treats the tournament as a chance to dominate every category. Castle vows to fight with everything he has and warns that he will show no mercy even to allies in the individual rounds. The announcement for the opening preliminary group sends the first contestants toward the arena. Castle takes the call as his cue and heads out with obvious excitement. Wanhyo reminds him that the individual preliminaries are a chaotic free-for-all where anything can happen. Castle answers that thriving in chaos is exactly what he does best. The first individual preliminary begins before a roaring crowd. Almost immediately, the arena erupts into smoke, noise, and violence. Castle throws himself into the melee, eager to wipe out the field in one charge. Commentary hypes him as Wanhyo's holy knight, though his blood-soaked fighting style is anything but holy. Watching from the lounge, Wanhyo dryly notes that Castle being called holy is news to him. A companion explains that Castle gained that title automatically when Wanhyo became an apostle, though his public image has drifted into something more modern and unruly. Castle's reputation now resembles that of a reckless tech-age celebrity more than a sacred warrior. In the arena, that reputation proves justified as he stands over a field of broken opponents. Castle revels in the carnage with a grin. Wanhyo praises the swift victory, and Castle dismisses it as effortless. Their attention then turns to the next group about to begin. A new contestant named Hercules enters, boasting that anyone who challenges him will suffer for it. His name alone is meant to intimidate the field. Wanhyo's side is told that Hercules is protected by divine power. More specifically, he has been blessed by the gods in a way that makes him effectively immune to attacks. Wanhyo compares his performance to Castle's and notes that this round may not end nearly as quickly. As more groups cycle through, the announcement finally calls Group 9. Wanhyo realizes it is his turn and rises to enter the arena, while his companions see him off. They wish him luck, and he reassures them that he will return safely. When he steps into the stadium, the announcer introduces him as the Skeleton Dragon Master, an apostle of the god of life and death. The other contestants immediately size him up as the greatest threat in the group. The moment the match begins, the entire field converges on him at once. They try to erase him before he can act, unleashing a barrage of attacks from every direction. Wanhyo calmly answers by raising a bone prison that blocks the assault. The attackers are rattled when his defense holds far better than expected and begin complaining that the match is unfair. Wanhyo ignores them and starts another spell while they rush him. He follows with a spreading necromantic smog. Then he escalates instantly, summoning a full-bone army and a corpse parade around himself. The sight of an undead legion appearing in the arena leaves the other contestants frozen in terror. Wanhyo adds contract demons to the field, turning the battle into a nightmare swarm. The arena is suddenly dominated by his summoned forces, with Wanhyo standing at the center like a commander of death. Spectators can hardly believe that he has conjured an undead army 1,000 strong in an instant. The announcer hails the overwhelming display as the work of challenger Wanhyo alone. Wanhyo's eyes blaze with power as he takes full control of the battlefield. The remaining contestants try to rally by convincing themselves he must have exhausted his mana on the summons. Wanhyo simply watches them with cold confidence. He closes his eyes, already certain of the outcome. As expected, the undead army crushes the field and secures a one-sided victory. By the end of the day, 30 groups have fought through the individual preliminaries. The tournament becomes a public spectacle as the matches are broadcast to the wider world every few hours. Wanhyo worries that while publicity has benefits, it also hands valuable intelligence to their enemies. He can only wonder what those enemies will do with the information they are gathering. Before long, someone unexpected enters the lounge. A blue-haired woman remarks that mixed-range battles naturally punish long-range fighters, as if she has been studying the tournament herself. Wanhyo turns in surprise at the unfamiliar voice. The newcomer greets him like an old acquaintance returning after a long absence. The entire group recognizes her at once and reacts in shock. Even with a changed appearance, her predatory aura is unmistakable. Wanhyo identifies her as Gloria, and she is amused that he still remembers her. A furious blonde man accuses her of being a disgraced former road doll maker and vows to kill everyone present. Another sinister presence welcomes the idea of revenge with obvious delight. That hidden speaker promises to carry out the blonde man's revenge personally while keeping all the glory for himself, leaving the man terrified. The blonde man realizes too late that he has invited something far worse into the situation. Elsewhere, he watches Wanhyo's broadcast in bitter fixation. He declares that he has finally found the human he has been seeking. Back in the lounge, Gloria's arrival leaves both sides in a tense silence. She notices the blonde man's reaction and glances toward him, sensing something odd. Iris concludes that Gloria resembles the vampire they encountered before, but does not seem to be allied with him. Gloria catches the mention and asks what vampire they are talking about. She identifies him as the Vampire Emperor and reveals that his dungeon was among the earliest to appear. Kairos immediately jumps to the possibility that this emperor might be Gloria's father, nearly provoking a scene. Wanhyo cuts him off before he can push the question further. Kairos reluctantly backs down, promising that if Gloria turns hostile he will protect Iris at any cost. Wanhyo accepts the warning but chooses to keep the conversation going. He asks Gloria directly why she came to see him. Gloria claims she was simply bored, and adds with a smirk that she had already reserved him for herself. Wanhyo answers her provocation without flinching. Gloria admits she never expected him to survive this long, and is impressed by how much stronger he has become. She encourages him to keep crushing lesser opponents until he is ready to face her as a true enemy. When Wanhyo asks whether she really sees him as an enemy, Gloria says yes, because almost no one else is strong enough to challenge her. She boasts that her own power has left her without rivals and therefore without anyone who can push her higher. Wanhyo shifts the topic and asks how she managed to leave her dungeon at all. Gloria reveals the trick by showing a stone hand and says she found a loophole. She explains that her true body remains trapped in the dungeon, so she linked her mind to a golem and came out through that vessel. Wanhyo realizes there is no point attacking her current body, since harming the golem would barely inconvenience her real self. A waitress interrupts the standoff by asking for their order. Gloria immediately decides to order nearly everything on the menu, bullying the server into accepting it. As the tension turns absurdly domestic, Gloria admits that the one thing she truly likes about this world is its variety of food. A ravenous demon woman makes Wanhyo pay for the meal and offers information in return. When he agrees, she hints that what she knows could change how he prepares for what is coming. She reveals that another being escaped the dungeon as well, and that the one Wanhyo once marked is still active. She warns him that this enemy's hatred for him is intense, and he quietly accepts the warning. Before leaving, she says she will be watching the tournament and expects him not to disappoint her. After she departs, Wanhyo is left alone to think over the threat she just confirmed. He realizes he will have to postpone his promised outing with Iris because more urgent matters have surfaced. Iris is stunned by the sudden cancellation and the seriousness behind it. The scene shifts to Alistair's office, where Wanhyo reports what he has learned. Alistair is taken aback to hear that the enemy has a commander operating nearby. Wanhyo identifies her as Gloria, the catastrophe demon dragon, and says she is leading the enemy forces. Alistair turns to magic to verify the claim rather than relying on rumor alone. The scrying confirms Gloria's identity, though she is currently inhabiting a golem body. Alistair admits that an enemy commander breaching Atlantis is alarming and raises troubling questions about their defenses. He explains that everyone entering Atlantis is sampled and tracked through magical mediums that also expose unregistered intruders. Yet Gloria somehow slipped through that system without being detected at all. Alistair presses Wanhyo for any other information that might matter. Wanhyo adds that Gloria warned him another high-ranking enemy with a personal grudge is also moving. Alistair is shaken that Wanhyo survived contact with two major enemies, while Wanhyo credits luck. Wanting to prepare properly, Wanhyo asks for a fuller briefing, and Alistair sends Chris off to ready himself for his match. Elsewhere, the tournament begins with a match featuring Mutra, a warrior introduced as lacking divine backing or special power. Mutra immediately attacks, refusing to wait through the formalities. His opponent effortlessly stops the assault and rebukes him for abandoning a warrior's decorum. Mutra is struck by magic and forced back despite his aggression. Watching the broadcast, one observer admires Mutra's refusal to accept defeat and compares that stubbornness to Wanhyo's. The red-haired knight becomes interested in Mutra and asks permission to take him on as a disciple. He gets approval as long as he remembers their true priority, then cheerfully leaves to spend time with Iris. Wanhyo remains behind with his allies, still burdened by the larger crisis. That calm breaks when an urgent warning arrives that something has gone wrong at the castle. Wanhyo and his companions rush out, passing the aftermath of a violent encounter in the corridor. They find Mutra collapsed and demand to know what happened. The red-haired knight explains that he found Mutra being attacked by two mages on his way to meet him. Wanhyo is shocked that members of the Magic Association could have been the attackers. The knight says he collected physical evidence from the scene in case it became important. Wanhyo struggles to understand why association mages would target a tournament fighter. Before they can sort it out, officials arrive and accuse Wanhyo's group of murdering the mages. Wanhyo is stunned as the situation is instantly turned against them. He tries to piece together how the accusation was constructed so quickly. Mutra is moved to a room where the group begins untangling the trap around them. Alistair intervenes personally and buys Wanhyo time by vouching for his innocence. Even so, he warns that the matter is politically dangerous. Two important association mages were found dead at a place Wanhyo was seen passing through. The red-haired knight concludes that the men who ambushed them must have been the dead mages. Alistair confirms that this is only the start of the problem, because the victims were former pupils of Rode. That means the dead were not ordinary members but highly distinguished figures within the association. Mutra insists that whatever else is true, he really was attacked. Alistair says he confirmed that by reviewing memories, but he could not summon the victim's spirits afterward. He suspects a powerful necromancer may have intercepted the spirit summoning, though he sees no reason Wanhyo would do that. Alistair believes Wanhyo had nothing to gain, but he also knows the association will need someone to blame for its failure. Wanhyo bitterly realizes Alistair is the only reason he has not already been branded a criminal. As he starts to thank him, he suddenly senses something far more disturbing. Wanhyo realizes that a contractee's soul is being dragged away against its will somewhere nearby. He immediately asks Alistair to cooperate in finding the real culprit. Elsewhere, the true mastermind boasts that corrupting Atlantis' security guard has helped her gather a growing collection of dolls. She fixates on Wanhyo and vows to tear apart his body and imprison his soul forever. Her superior notices the murderous outburst and is startled by her intensity. Alistair then appears before him in private, making clear this visit is deliberate. He remarks that the man looks worn down and diminished by recent events. The man admits a younger person once warned him that bodies shaped by a low mana age would not endure the new world. After the deaths of his pupils, he finally accepts that warning and regrets not understanding sooner. Alistair offers condolences but urges him to remain strong for the students he still has. He brings 2 updates, first revealing that Wanhyo has been cleared of all charges. Then he says he has found clues that may point to the real murderer. The man is shocked because he believed no evidence had been left behind. Alistair invites him to come see the lead for himself. The two head deeper into Atlantis together. As they walk, the man explains that the city center contains a place of immense power he has never been able to breach. Alistair's reaction tells him he is finally being shown something long hidden. He is brought before a colossal artifact and told it is an ancient inheritance of Atlantis. Alistair identifies it as the magic stone. He explains that the stone converts many forms of power into mana and steadily feeds Atlantis, serving as the city's core. Outwardly the visitor follows along, but inwardly he covets the stone for himself. They arrive before a large gathering assembled beneath the artifact, with the victims' bodies laid out at the center. The crowd includes many powerful figures, all waiting for the investigation to begin. Wanhyo stands among them with his allies, ready to force the hidden enemy into the open. Alistair thanks everyone for gathering and takes command of the proceedings. He announces that Atlantis has indeed been infiltrated and that the trespasser is believed to be a high-ranking enemy commander. The hidden culprit is surprised by how much they know, but decides it no longer matters as long as she gets the stone. Alistair introduces the former roadmaster, whose murdered pupils give him a personal stake in the case. He explains that the victims' souls were sealed and that the culprit may have absorbed them. That revelation rattles the disguised mastermind, who cannot understand how they reached it. Alistair unveils a magic circle designed to draw the victims' spirits back out. He adds that extracting those spirits should also injure the one holding them, and assigns Wanhyo to perform the ritual. The disguised enemy is caught off guard that Wanhyo has been placed at the center of the trap. Watching the gathered elites, she mocks their method as crude despite all their power. Privately, she decides that if Wanhyo is exposed in the process, she will simply seize his soul too. Alistair gives the order to begin. The assembly braces itself for whatever the ritual might reveal. Mages and attendants channel power into the circle in coordinated support. The victims' bodies rise within the spell as the extraction starts. Wanhyo warns everyone to be ready for retaliation. He enters the circle and focuses himself for the dangerous spiritual confrontation. The hidden enemy decides to let them think they are succeeding so she can strike when their guard drops. Wanhyo senses the hostile will moving against him. The enemy commits to the attack, trying to seize him inside the mental realm. She reaches for Wanhyo's spirit and declares that she will turn him into her doll. But the soul she grabs is not helpless, and her confidence turns into shock. Wanhyo reveals that he has kept his distance on purpose and has been reading her moves. Forced to act directly, she lunges at him herself. The onlookers sense that something extraordinary is happening beyond the visible ritual. Inside the mental realm, Wanhyo finds himself in a desolate wasteland shaped by his enemy's mind. He recognizes it as a barren inner world built for domination and isolation. The enemy appears before him, delighted that she has dragged him into her territory. She boasts that because he is inside her head, this world makes her invincible. She unleashes an army of dolls and enslaved creatures to overwhelm him at once. Wanhyo stays calm and asks her name instead of reacting with fear. She grandly identifies herself as Enjit, a commander obsessed with dolls and eternal ownership of souls. Wanhyo dismisses her theatrics and answers by summoning his own forces. His undead and monstrous servants crash into her army, turning the battlefield into chaos. The clash immediately becomes brutal as both sides tear through each other. Enjit drives her dolls forward with murderous commands, trying to erase him through sheer pressure. Wanhyo realizes her soldiers are dangerous because they are strengthened by the enslaved souls bound into them. One of his stronger undead smashes through a doll, proving her forces can be broken. Wanhyo arms himself and prepares to intervene directly rather than only command from behind. He gathers power and studies the flow of the battle for an opening. His presence hardens as he takes control of the field around him. He tells the trapped souls that once the battle ends, he will free them from Enjit. He orders them to fight for that chance at liberation. The enslaved souls respond and begin turning their strength toward his cause. Enjit rages that the dolls belong to her alone and cannot bear losing control. Wanhyo explains that in a battle of minds, victory belongs to the stronger will. He realizes that if he can seize the souls before Enjit reclaims them, he can overturn the whole realm. As one of his undead tears into a doll, he sees that chance opening. Enjit senses the shift and decides she must end the struggle immediately. She drives more dolls up from the ground to bury him under numbers. Then she raises a towering giant from the wasteland to crush his resistance outright. The giant looms over the battlefield as the centerpiece of her power. Through it, Enjit declares that Wanhyo and his side are doomed. Wanhyo answers that the situation is sealed, but not in the way she thinks. The giant detonates in a violent burst of sand and force. The explosion tears open the mental landscape itself. When the dust clears, Wanhyo stands with a larger host behind him, and Enjit realizes he has changed the battlefield. Wanhyo remains composed, already certain the advantage is his. He explains that in the mental realm, whoever holds the advantage controls the world, and that control has shifted to him. The shattered wasteland transforms into a realm shaped by Wanhyo's own consciousness. Back in the real world, the red-haired knight sees that the plan is unfolding as intended. Enjit's human vessel suddenly finds herself in an unfamiliar place and realizes death did not free her. Wanhyo identifies the figures around her as souls Enjit had stolen and bound. She erupts in fury, demanding to know what he has done to her. Wanhyo tells her he has released both the souls of her victims and the many souls she kept enslaved. He explains that he used himself as bait and exploited her connection to the murdered pupils. Then Kai infiltrated her soul and hijacked the spirits she possessed, crippling her control from within. Wanhyo's allies reveal that Kai alone could do this because he is a legion made of many souls. Wanhyo asks Kai how many of Enjit's stolen souls he managed to recover. Kai answers that even this is only a fraction, but he has already taken back 300 million souls. Enjit explodes with hatred and vows revenge despite the scale of her loss. For the first time, Wanhyo is visibly shaken by just how vast her crimes were. Back in Atlantis, a burst of light signals Wanhyo's return from the mental struggle. Alistair wakes him and says there is no time to rest because the enemy is now lashing out in the real world. As a monstrous hand tears into Atlantis, Alistair warns that Enjit is trying to force her way across into their world while screaming for Wanhyo. A monstrous severed hand still rampages inside Atlantis while human fighters struggle to contain the aftermath. As some prepare to intervene, the old man decides their help is unnecessary. Instead, a blue-haired enemy woman calmly steps forward as if she already owns the battlefield. Her arrival shocks the survivors, who recognize Gloria and immediately suspect betrayal. Gloria makes it clear she has not defected on a whim but is acting under direct orders. That explanation only deepens the others' alarm. Gloria coldly blames their suffering on their own weakness and unleashes a punishing attack to teach them their place. Her power detonates through the hall with overwhelming force. Afterward, she tells them to remember this pain and use it to prepare for the next time they must fight. Before leaving, she warns that humanity only won this round because the enemy allowed it, and that complacency will lead to defeat. With that warning delivered, she vanishes from the scene. The battle is over, but Wanhyo is left unsettled by what her message implies. He realizes their enemies may have been holding back all along. Soon the world is told that the enemy commander who invaded Atlantis has been defeated, though the witnesses remain haunted by what they saw. Even so, the crisis ends better than expected, because the souls stolen by Enjit are restored to their original bodies and revived. The only bitter note is that Wanhyo's side is blamed for the deaths and loses the next round by default without even entering the team battles. The red-haired swordsman fumes that they would have crushed the team event if they had been allowed to compete. Wanhyo reassures him that he can still go all out in the coming power struggle, then asks his master whether they truly intend to enter with only their tiny group. The master admits the participant cap is 500, but insists their 5 are worth far more than their numbers suggest. The red-haired fighter agrees, adding that Kai's control over hundreds of souls also counts as part of their strength. Wanhyo reflects that he had hoped to keep Iris out of danger, but she is already listening in. Iris angrily rejects being treated like a helpless child and threatens to run away if they keep overprotecting her. Wanhyo relents internally, deciding her involvement is acceptable as long as she stays away from the front lines. The master still warns that raw power is not enough against overwhelming numbers and strongly recommends recruiting more allies, but Wanhyo reveals winning is not his only goal. That answer makes the others realize he entered the tournament for something beyond simple victory. The master understands that Wanhyo wants to test their limits while the match's safety rules still protect them. Satisfied with that explanation, the master leaves to make preparations. The others also excuse themselves one by one, determined to get ready in their own ways. Left alone at last, Wanhyo sits in silence and begins to meditate. He settles his breathing and clears his mind. Then he closes his eyes completely and sinks deeper into concentration. Time passes in stillness. When he opens his eyes again, he finds an unexpected guest waiting with a drink and joking about how long he has been meditating. Wanhyo recognizes the visitor as young Bukyuk. Bukyuk praises the Magic Association's lavish hospitality while making it obvious he has come for business, not pleasure. He teases Wanhyo for arriving late, and Wanhyo answers that he has been occupied. Wanhyo immediately asks whether Bukyuk brought the contract. Bukyuk proudly presents a contract he wrote himself and boasts that even he cannot find a loophole in it. The terms are simple. If Bukyuk humiliates the rookies, he gets to see the bleakest part of his future, and the targets are 4 major factions. Wanhyo notices one faction is missing and asks why the cult of sky demons was excluded. Bukyuk explains that the cult only respects veterans and has no interest in bullying rookies, so Wanhyo only needs him to put the other 4 groups in their place. They finalize the deal, and Bukyuk says he will come to collect his reward at the end of the year once the commission is complete. Not long after, the Magic Association announces a dramatic change. The power struggle will be a 5-way battle royale with all teams fighting at once. As the competitors enter the arena, the crowd's excitement surges. The first team introduced is the Warriors League, represented by the schools of Ancient Dragon and Phoenix. Next come the Asgards, champions of the North. Then the Yin-Yang Masters of Japan are presented as Asia's great magical force. After them arrive the Argonauts, whose grandstanding entrance plays to the crowd. Their supporters loudly chant for Alexandros. Finally, the smallest team of all enters, Wanhyo, the necromancer and disciple of the god of life and death, with his 4 companions. Wanhyo plants his staff as if claiming the arena for himself. Behind his team, a colossal skeletal dragon manifests, instantly announcing the scale of his power. The rookies watching from the stands are thrilled and expect chaos. An association elder appears on a floating screen to address the arena. He explains that this match has been highly anticipated, so a special arena has been prepared for it. Before the battle begins, however, he notes that one competitor wants to say something. Wanhyo takes the microphone and says he has only one message for the other teams. His blunt opening silences the rookies at once. He directly addresses the 4 major factions gathered against him. Then he gives them a warning: if they do not form an alliance, they have no chance of winning. To prove how little he fears them, he offers to stand still for the first 30 minutes so they can at least have a fighting chance. The announcer tries to spin the insult as confidence, but the provocation is unmistakable. The officials move on and formally start the match. A massive barrier seals the arena and activates the battlefield. The space inside begins to distort and expand far beyond its original size. The arena transforms into a vast wilderness of forests, cliffs, rivers, and open ground. The elder declares that there is no time limit and the battle will continue until only one team remains. Wanhyo's 5 immediately set out through the new terrain. Elsewhere, a Yin-Yang commander receives word that Wanhyo's team is approaching. She acknowledges the report and prepares to intercept them. Her force gathers with a host of yokai and summoned creatures, turning the forest into a killing ground. Confident in their numbers, the commander dares anyone to attack them. Wanhyo answers by addressing the rookies as if he were their instructor rather than their opponent. He tells them to proceed with a clear understanding of both their own abilities and those of their enemies. To make the lesson practical, he floods the area with a marching army of undead. He remarks that even low-ranking undead alone could give him 5,000 troops, and reminds them that the dead are not his only summons. Stronger monsters and constructs join the horde, proving he has barely begun. The Yin-Yang commander realizes too late that enemies are descending from above as well. Wanhyo singles her out as the first unlucky team and mockingly offers a rematch if they can survive 10 minutes. His undead surge forward and crash into the Yin-Yang formation from every side. Their frontline fighters cut down some of the attackers, but the pressure only grows. The defenders quickly realize the undead are endless and impossible to exhaust. Wanhyo's own companions hold position behind the horde, noting that his summons and subordinates leave no opening to reach him. The Yin-Yang side keeps fighting, but they are being steadily overwhelmed. Their commander finally breaks composure and shouts in frustration. Wanhyo checks the time and casually apologizes for letting the fight run long, praising them for lasting 15 minutes instead of 10. He even congratulates the exhausted survivors as though grading a test. Then he offers compensation for exceeding the promised time by casting a restorative spell. To the Yin-Yang team's shock, their wounds close and their fatigue disappears. Wanhyo tells them they fought well and promises that next time he will not go easy on them. His skeletal dragon lifts away, signaling his withdrawal from the encounter. The Yin-Yang commander immediately orders Suzuki to respond. She commands her team to search the area and find another target instead. Meanwhile, Wanhyo's suggestion of an alliance reaches the Asgards and Argonauts, and Magni reacts with disbelief. Alexandros mocks the idea, calling it cowardice for veteran teams to seek protection from a group of 5. Magni rejects the insult and tells Alexandros to back off. But Magni's bloodlust rises, and he admits he would gladly crush Alexandros if not for the lion pelt that reminds him of a hero he respects. One of the Argonauts senses the hostility and tenses for battle. Before the argument can explode, another voice calls out to them from a distance. The red-haired swordsman arrives, taunts their failure to form an alliance, and asks permission to deal with them alone while the rest of Wanhyo's team moves on. Magni immediately realizes what that means and is stunned. He cannot believe one subordinate intends to challenge both factions by himself. The swordsman lands before them without hesitation. At once, thorny vines erupt from the ground and try to bind him in place. Magni declares that the match no longer matters because he intends to kill this fool outright. The swordsman answers by igniting himself in flame and burning through the trap. He dismisses the attack as weak and taunts Magni for needing better roots and sharper thorns. Magni swings in close, but the swordsman slips under the blow. The red-haired fighter laughs that Magni and Alexandros together might have been dangerous, but separately they are manageable. He unveils triple threat fury, splitting himself into 3 simultaneous forms of smoke, fire, and solid steel. The 3 versions dive on the enemy line, eager to turn the fight into a game. The assault leaves the Asgard Argonaut force scorched and scattered across a burning battlefield. Defeated and singed, Magni reluctantly calls out to Alexandros. Swallowing his pride, he asks whether the alliance offer still stands, and Alexandros accepts. The Asgards and Argonauts formally join forces. Their new alliance advances together until a lone skeleton blocks their path. The skeleton delivers Wanhyo's final warning that anyone who goes farther will be treated as an enemy, while promising a reward to whoever reaches him. Magni is enraged by the taunt and vows to blow Wanhyo's head off if he sees him again. Atlanta steps in with a calmer assessment. She reveals that the route ahead is packed with magical and mechanical traps and offers to clear a safe path. One of the Argonauts kneels and begins a divine invocation. He calls on Poseidon and requests permission to use the sacred vessel blessed by Hera. His prayer summons Argo, the ship of the gods. The divine ship materializes above the desert, and the Argonauts order it forward at full speed. The Alliance rushes after the airborne vessel, using it as their spearhead through the trap field. Wanhyo's gun-armed skeletons spot the incoming ship and prepare to respond. They open fire in disciplined volleys. The bullets tear into the advancing Alliance, dropping fighters before they can close the distance. The survivors are thrown back to the recovery area and realize they were eliminated almost before the battle truly began. Wanhyo escalates further by sending titanic constructs after the divine ship. The Argonauts recognize them as the titans of the deities and charge anyway, determined to reenact the old myths of heroes slaying giants. They hurl themselves into the clash despite the overwhelming size of their opponents. Elsewhere, Wanhyo catches his breath while keeping control of the battlefield. He notes that the Alliance's original 1,000-man force has already been reduced to roughly 900. Though tired, he judges the exchange of victory for his side. Then he raises the stakes again, proposing that if the enemy can knock him down, his team will surrender on the spot. To make himself easy to find, he stands alone atop a rising wave of sand. On the ship, Sharon is told it is his turn to act, and he accepts without hesitation. Sharon leaps from the vessel with his pole, descending toward the desert below. He lands and sends a rolling surge of sand across the battlefield. As monsters converge on him, Sharon cuts through them while threatening to erase them completely. A small orb draws the monsters in, baiting them into a trap. The red-haired swordsman bursts in laughing, refusing to be left out of the fight. He finds himself facing Magni and Alexandros together again. Still arrogant, he insists the rookies cannot beat him and assumes they should have learned that by now. But Magni and Alexandros charge together, determined to prove this time will be different. Their combined assault collides in a violent explosion of fire and blue power. Back with Wanhyo's side, the hooded master rebukes the others for taking their freedom too far. At that same moment, enemy assassins launch a surprise attack toward him. Without even turning, the master uses blink and makes the strike miss in an instant. A sudden disturbance makes the gathered group realize something has gone wrong. Dark power surges up before them, confirming the threat is already manifesting. A blonde girl is seized by that darkness, and someone immediately suspects foul play. Elsewhere, a female archer drops into battle as arrows rain down around a ship. A hooded mage calmly avoids the barrage with effortless precision. The archer curses how close she came to hitting him and prepares to press the attack. The hooded figure identifies the newcomers as a force from above the clouds and narrows the culprit to one possibility. The heroes are recognized as Perseus and his ally, and Perseus dryly accepts that his fame has exposed him. Their opponent reveals he knows Perseus by the harp sword tied to the slaying of the Gorgon. Perseus answers that such knowledge should make it obvious he will not submit easily. A red-armored warrior charges in to strike before the enemy can settle the field. He commits to a full power slash, trying to end the fight in one blow. A man floating overhead applauds the attempt, showing he has been watching the clash from above. He praises the challengers for reaching him, making clear he is the true power behind the trial. One of the defenders responds by invoking Charon's prayer, calling on a force from hell. The summoning brings forth Cerberus, who is offended at being called for something beneath its dignity. Once told the enemy serves one who meddles with life and death, Cerberus decides the matter deserves serious attention. Before the beast can act, it is abruptly trapped in ice. The enemy explains he has frozen the summon for the rest of the battle, instantly neutralizing that advantage. With the defender's strongest summon removed, he invites them to finish things if they still can. He activates a spell called Death Dread, spreading a field of supernatural terror over the battlefield. He explains that the spell forces everyone who sees it to confront overwhelming fear of their own mortality. Though he has reduced it enough not to kill them, he openly reveals that the spell needs 3 minutes to complete and that he will be defenseless while casting, daring them to stop him through his army. Ezen volunteers to break through and strike the caster himself. He orders the fleet to split apart, creating room for an attack line. A soldier on the ship readies a massive spear launcher for the opening. At Ezen's command, the weapon fires with tremendous force toward the caster. The projectile smashes into one of the giant stone guardians protecting him. The caster catches the impact through his defenses, stopping the attack before it can reach him. The attackers briefly celebrate the apparent hit, believing they found their mark. Instead, the caster warns them that this is their final mistake. He dismisses their trust in his earlier honesty, arguing that enemies have no obligation to fight honorably. The fear spell completes, and the battlefield is swallowed by its effect. Seeing no point in further resistance, an official calls for the match to end. The power struggle is declared over, and Team Wanhyo is named the victor. The spectators are stunned that a mere 5-person team crushed such overwhelming opposition, and they begin to grasp the scale of a superhuman's power. Wanhyo's team leaves the arena in quiet command of the aftermath. Attention shifts to the next stage of the tournament, where the Holy See is expected to dominate the team match. Observers note that the absent bard and poet from the Asgards could have changed the earlier result if they had participated. They add that the Holy See's choir was also held back as a bluff that could have altered the balance. Wanhyo reflects that if all those hidden pieces had entered the power struggle, victory would not have been guaranteed. The tournament's rewards are distributed according to each participant's contribution. turning the contest into a test against the world's strongest. Afterward, Wanhyo visits the workshop of Wonian of tools to obtain what he needs next. When offered crafted items, he insists he would rather make what he needs himself, and the smith correctly guesses he is really there for materials. The smith hands him an enchanted bag expanded by spatial magic to carry those materials. Then he addresses Wanhyo by his real name, Hyenbok, startling him. The smith invites him to sit and talk, making clear he knows far more than he should. Over coffee and cake, he asks whether Hyenbok knows about dragon veins. Hyenbok admits he does not understand what the smith is referring to. The smith explains that in the West such places are hidden sanctuaries of immense power, with Stonehenge being one example. He says a dragon vein is priceless, and wants to know how Hyenbok has been using the one he found. Hyenbok lies that he merely stores its mana in a device and draws on it when needed. The smith laughs, unconvinced that someone with such a treasure would use it so simply. Hyenbok avoids going deeper, promising only that they can discuss it another time if needed. After leaving, Hyenbok concludes the old craftsman was probing for information. His floating scout confirms it detected an eavesdropping device nearby and notes that Wonian built something impressively subtle. Hyenbok orders the materials checked for further enchantments, relying on his companion to verify they are clean. The hidden listening device is destroyed before it can follow them any farther. Back in the workshop, the smith clicks his tongue and grudgingly admits the young man is sharper than expected. After the successful tournament, the group returns to their base. Hyenbok finally lets himself relax now that the urgent matters are settled. That peace is broken when he notices Chris engrossed in something on the screen. Chris is still fixated on the word castle, unable to let it go. He explains he is reviewing footage from other Rank C dungeon expeditions, and is amazed anyone bothered recording them. Hyenbok dismisses those dungeons as trivial compared with the one their team cleared. Chris agrees the ordeal still paid off because he and Kai achieved their goals, leaving only the skeleton's unfinished business. The skeleton admits that in his previous life he was only an ordinary mage and had no personal vendetta driving him. His only regret, he says, was never reaching a higher level of magical mastery. Chris presses him on why that ambition mattered so much. The skeleton can no longer remember the reason, which surprises the others. He can only trust that there must have been a meaningful cause behind that lost desire. Chris suggests the skeleton may simply have found his true calling now, and promises they will eventually uncover the root of his urge to ascend. The skeleton accepts that answer for the moment. Their conversation is interrupted by an urgent report that a visitor has arrived. The visitor is identified as a representative of Straggler, the dwindling alliance of non-human creatures. Hyenbok immediately suspects the visit concerns Iris. He voices the fear that they may have come to claim her. The messenger confirms that suspicion and adds that the visitor has revealed ties to the Noblesse organization. Chris recognizes Noblesse as vampires pretending to be aristocrats, and concludes the matter is exactly what it seems. The skeleton agrees and warns that Iris is almost certainly their target. He turns the decision over to Iris herself rather than deciding for her. Hyenbok assures her that whatever she chooses, they will stand with her. Iris silently weighs the burden of that choice. She decides she wants to meet the other vampires directly. The story shifts to explain that Noblesse, the vampire force, ranked third in the global power hierarchy. It is further revealed that Straggler itself was founded by a dragon who once united Earth's creatures and now sleeps in seclusion. Among the three factions that form Noblesse, the delegation arriving today belongs to the ancient bloodline clan. Their leader appears with attendants, representing that ancient lineage. Hyenbok introduces himself to them as Wanhyo, Iris's guardian and godfather. The ancient vampire leader immediately rebukes him for making them wait without apology. Wanhyo answers that they are unwelcome guests, and only gained entry because Iris wished it. He calls Iris forward to face them directly. The old vampire softens at once when he sees her, apologizing for his outburst and revealing intense excitement. Wanhyo cuts through the theatrics and demands to know what they want from Iris. Iris answers for them herself, stating that they came seeking her blood. That blunt admission nearly triggers violence from her protectors. The old vampire hurriedly clarifies that they need only a portion of her vital fluid because their true goal is survival. He introduces himself as Galleon, the sole awakened survivor of the ancient bloodline, and explains that dwindling mana has pushed his kind toward extinction. As the world's mana faded, even the mana in human blood thinned generation after generation, leaving vampires weaker and weaker. He pauses before revealing the desperate hope that remains to them. Their recent discovery is that a transfusion from a high-ranking vampire of another lineage could restore their lost strength and former glory. Kai rejects the plea outright, insisting Iris owes them nothing and should not be sacrificed for their survival. Chris goes further, saying their bloodline would be better off ending with Galleon than demanding anything from Iris. Iris stops the argument, believing the vampires would not have come this far if they had any other option. Wanhyo decides they should at least hear the full proposal before judging it. Galleon offers another path. One of his own people can be sacrificed in Iris's place. He kneels and begs Iris to devour him and make him her kin instead. Wanhyo asks Iris whether such a transformation is even possible. Iris explains that devouring a stronger vampire would place a crushing burden on her and force her into a long sleep, though a weaker target would be easier. Galleon insists there is no time for caution and that only the strongest of his bloodline will suffice if they are to avoid extinction. Kai protests that Iris should not have to give herself up for anyone, but Iris answers that the matter is more complicated than that. She reveals that devouring another vampire would let her absorb their memories and experience and become stronger, but the price would be a deep slumber. Kai argues that asking this of someone already forced into centuries of sleep is intolerable. Wanhyo refuses to decide for her and leaves the choice entirely in Iris's hands. Iris realizes from his tone that he already understands what she intends to do. She thanks her godfather for trusting her judgment, and apologizes to Kai for the pain her choice will cause him. Then she bites Galleon, taking his blood and beginning the transformation. Kai can only watch in shock and anguish as it happens. Afterward, Iris commands her first new subordinate to rescue the rest of his former clan and obey Wanhyo while she sleeps. She enters a suspended state inside a chamber, beginning the long slumber that will accompany her growth. Her newly made kin remains behind, and Chris questions why he is not rushing off to save his people. He explains that Iris gave him more than one order, and he intends to fulfill them all. Chris remarks that changing kin has made him seem like an entirely different person, and the transformed vampire agrees that the rebirth is profound. Wanhyo accepts him as one of theirs and immediately orders him to save his former kindred and assume control of Noblesse. The new subordinate gratefully accepts that first command and departs under Wanhyo's authority. Chris questions whether sending him alone against Noblesse is really wise. Wanhyo answers by asking how strong Galleon truly is and notes that he stands on the level of the Magic Association's top figures. He adds that when Iris wakes, this ordeal will have tempered her into someone far stronger and more formidable. Wanhyo expects her to awaken around the time the operation to restore Africa begins, but before that there is other work to do. He accepts a new Rank C dungeon expedition request, signaling that the team is moving straight back into action. Across the world, humanity launches simultaneous campaigns to eliminate the last remaining Rank C dungeons, leaving only 6 in Africa untouched. Wanhyo joins the Gold and Black Hole Guild for one such expedition and finds the dungeon disappointingly weak. Others agree that ordinary Rank C dungeons are trivial by comparison, and within 4 months everyone outside Africa is cleared. Later, Wanhyo receives another visitor and politely invites him to sit. The newcomer apologizes for arriving without warning. He quickly states that the SNU wants Wanhyo's cooperation. Wanhyo asks what kind of cooperation they mean. The man explains that his SNU faction seeks to make body modification through genetic engineering a reality. But they have concluded that changing the body alone is insufficient, and now need a necromancer to alter the soul as well. He presents records of their genetic experiments and failed body modification attempts, including catastrophic side effects like brain death and loss of consciousness or speech. Wanhyo is interested but refuses to become publicly entangled in such a dangerous and visible project. He declines direct involvement, to the envoy's disappointment. Still, Wanhyo offers to help recover the patients they have already damaged. The envoy eagerly accepts that narrower form of assistance. Wanhyo decides this limited cooperation is the best way to keep good relations with the SNU without provoking the other powers. Attention turns to Operation Restore Africa, a campaign named as a restoration because the continent has effectively fallen outside humanity's control. To reclaim it, humanity prepares to enter the African dungeons directly, with Atlantis already sailing toward the continent as the operation's base. 4 days after the global Rank C clearances, the war to restore Africa begins in earnest. Human forces clash at sea with monstrous creatures from the dungeons, turning the campaign into a full-scale war. The opening battle erupts in explosions as aircraft and warships engage flying and aquatic monsters on every side. A hostile dragon dives straight into the battle. A young archer answers immediately, loosing an arrow at the incoming beast. Her shot only grazes the dragon as it sweeps past the ship, leaving the threat unresolved. Elsewhere, a necromancer calls for hidden prey to emerge and be devoured. He declares himself a seeker who studies life by passing through death and begins a summoning ritual. Standing inside a magic circle, he commands the dead who long for life to rise. Undead horrors gather around him as he announces that the war has begun. The scene shifts to the African continent, where the Allied expedition has established a major encampment. The coalition is so broad and varied that Supreme Commander General Hyun Woo-kang is expected to struggle to keep everyone aligned. Wanhyo notices a blonde woman beside him and feels guilty that she has been dragged into action so soon after awakening. He nearly treats her with old familiarity before catching himself, and wondering if her vampiric allure is affecting him. He warns her to use that seductive power carefully, and she teasingly accepts the warning while calling him her godfather. Night falls over the continent. In the darkness, a lone blonde vampire is surrounded by hulking monsters. One of the brutes charges her, expecting an easy kill. She tears through the attacker with dark power before it can touch her. Instead of fear, the bloodshed excites her. She whirls through the pack, carving the monsters apart in a frenzy. Watching from hiding, vampire agents admire their blood lord's beauty and ferocity. They decide it is time to move as well, planning to gather only the finest victims for her first feast in their queen's honor. Back at the Allied camp, transport aircraft begin deploying heavy assets. Massive mechanized soldiers descend from the sky to reinforce the expedition. The Allies unveil these giant soldiers as a key part of their war effort. Wanhyo questions why they were deployed early when they were supposed to join only after the dungeon assault began, and a soldier explains that Allied forces have been under monster attacks all night. Because of those widespread attacks, command pushed the giant soldiers into service ahead of schedule. Wanhyo then asks whether the reason their own brigade has avoided ambushes is connected to him. The officer realizes he means straggler and confirms it. The vampire woman, still reveling in battle elsewhere, admits that having straggler on their side gives her peace of mind, at least for the night. Wanhyo receives a rare mental call from Nidhogg. The dead dragon asks for permission to fight on Earth and test his power there. Because Nidhogg is troubled by something he senses, Wanhyo grants him 4 hours and full use of his mana. Nidhogg gratefully promises to return soon. Wanhyo reflects that this is Nidhogg's turn to grow stronger through hardship. Nidhogg takes flight. He rises into a sky crowded with flying monsters. Without hesitation, he unleashes a devastating blast through the swarm. The attack tears apart the airborne creatures and scatters the rest. Annoyed by the clutter, Nidhogg orders everything out of his way. He surges onward at even greater speed. A winged humanoid suddenly intercepts his path. Nidhogg realizes the source of his irritation is real and concludes that a dragon's presence exists on this continent. He declares that this dragon is now his true target and vows to hunt it down. Landing near Wanhyo, Nidhogg urgently reports that the dragon is indeed somewhere on the same continent. The revelation shocks the nearby soldiers and allies. Nidhogg insists that Africa is home to a dragon that stands against them. Wanhyo absorbs the news while the camp murmurs in alarm. One officer exhales heavily, recognizing how serious this has become. Wanhyo is brought before the allied representatives and accused of stirring up another crisis. He answers carefully that nothing is confirmed, only that Nidhogg's suspicion cannot yet be proven. Others counter that the instincts of a being as powerful as Nidhogg cannot be dismissed, especially by Wanhyo. A mage adds that even a dead dragon may perceive truths beyond ordinary human senses. Wanhyo realizes the room is ready to treat Nidhogg's warning as credible. He presses them to admit that openly. Several representatives silently agree. The military side decides the information must be relayed to headquarters immediately. Outside, Castle hurries after Wanhyo to ask what happened. Wanhyo explains that they are informing higher command about Nidhogg's claim, though he doubts how seriously it will be taken. Their hooded ally argues that belief is secondary because even the possibility should force precautions. Chris agrees that headquarters cannot ignore a warning coming directly from Nidhogg. Wanhyo concludes they must prepare quickly for a dragon war on an enormous scale. He reflects on what dragons are: ancient magical beings with immense mana, limitless memory, and bodies built for overwhelming force. Castle, hearing that, wonders how anyone is supposed to fight such a monster, and loses his appetite for battle. Wanhyo admits he feels the same, but reminds himself he swore an oath to Nidhogg. He promised to turn the dead dragon into a worthy imitation of the real thing, and now he finally has the chance to keep that promise. Wanhyo adds that if a dragon is present, then its attendants must be nearby as well. He identifies those attendants as the guardians who protect a dragon's lair. Far away, a white-haired guardian named Sierra asks the Great Eyes whether their master truly opened his eyes. Eyes confirms the awakening was brief, which means the new enemies are formidable enough to draw the master's notice. Eyes begins to say that the master is drawn to the strong in every world. Sierra cuts that thought off, insisting their master has no such desire and that any such impulse is only a passing weakness. She vows to persist in her duty as the first guardian personally chosen to defend the domain. Eyes answers that this unwavering devotion is exactly why they follow her as the first guardian. Sierra states her sole directive is to destroy the master's enemies and secure victory. Meanwhile, the Allied forces fortify their Egyptian base with 3 defensive barriers and enough infrastructure to sustain a prolonged campaign. Watching the construction, Castle remarks that the Allies are clearly trying to profit from war through advanced technology. Wanhyo replies bluntly that money wins wars. Castle agrees, noting just how much money is being poured into the operation. Their conversation is interrupted by a sudden disturbance. Realizing something is wrong, they rush toward the source. They arrive to find a convenience store entrance glowing with unnatural light, while soldiers and Allied members gather around it. Someone identifies the phenomenon as a dungeon that has connected itself to the convenience store. Worse, another newly discovered dungeon has been classified as rank F, beyond the previously known maximum of rank E. Wanhyo orders the troops to await headquarters instructions but authorizes decisive action in any emergency and accepts responsibility for the consequences. Nidhogg carries Wanhyo and his companions into the air above the base. From above, Wanhyo notices multiple pillars of light appearing across the city and suspects the sudden outbreak may actually help them. Their hooded ally explains that dungeon entrances in Africa once had to be hunted down, but if one has linked itself here, then the others across the continent may now be connected as well. Wanhyo sees the strategic implication immediately. He decides they should return to headquarters first and reassess. At the representatives' meeting, the same warning about dragons sparks debate, with some wanting caution and others insisting the expedition continue. The final compromise is to proceed with the expedition while keeping Wanhyo's unit in reserve. Castle argues that no other force could respond as effectively as their own in a sudden strike. Wanhyo agrees, pointing out that their unit alone rivals the combined strength of the rest of the Allied forces. Castle wants to vent his frustration by charging out, but Wanhyo orders him to hold position and wait for the signal. Castle urges the group to stay together for safety and asks if that caution comes from Wanhyo's instincts. Wanhyo confirms that it does. Night deepens over the camp. The dungeon entrance suddenly flares brighter. Its light erupts violently as something begins to emerge. A wave of monsters pours out of the portal. The invading horde includes ogres, warbeasts, goblins, and other creatures in overwhelming numbers. They flood through the connected structure like a living stampede. Wanhyo immediately orders Pattern 2 and begins activating magic defenses. A massive purple summoning circle opens in response. An undead army materializes, led by towering skeletal giants, to meet the invasion head-on. As explosions rip through the streets, soldiers are ordered to ignore collapsing buildings and answer with full force. When an urgent report arrives from Barrier 3, the commander insists the operation is still on track and tells them to continue. At Barrier 3, Wanhyo asks whether the enemy is advancing toward their position. A blinding light answers before anyone can respond. Wanhyo recognizes the attack as dragon breath. He quickly realizes the attackers are not true dragons but dragonkin monsters. He identifies the pair as a drake and a draken. Wanhyo throws up a reflect shield and catches the incoming blast before it can wipe out the barrier. He follows by opening another dark portal to reinforce the defense. The smoke clears, but the threat is far from over. Castle hopes the danger ended with that exchange, yet Wanhyo can already tell it did not. Stone golems march forward through the haze, proving the assault is only escalating. Wanhyo orders their strength raised and prepares to deliver punishment in return. At the same time, priests invoke a god who rules life and death alike, asking for divine protection. Their prayer manifests as a golden magic circle over the golems. Holy power crashes down and smashes many of the stone monsters to pieces. The hooded ally praises the unexpected power created by combining human will with divine magic. Wanhyo barely has time to acknowledge the compliment. Sierra suddenly lunges into the battlefield, forcing Castle to intercept her. Castle gleefully claims the duel for himself before Wanhyo can react. Sierra sizes him up and admits his scars make him exactly her type. Castle flirts back with a threat, promising her a date that may cost her a hand. Before they can clash properly, two skeletal commanders descend onto the battlements. Sierra is stunned to see Duran and Henry appear here. They tell her the original plan has failed and order an immediate retreat. They explain that the enemy side now fields both a vampire and a full legion, making the situation untenable. Aiz backs the order and commands everyone to fall back. The Great Eye then darts toward Wanhyo, drawing his full attention. Wanhyo is unsettled by the Eye's sudden movement and scrutiny. A barrage of projectiles rains down around the defenders, forcing everyone to brace. Castle curses the interruption, frustrated that Sierra slipped away before he could finish the fight. Wanhyo pushes that aside and orders the remaining monsters cleaned up first. Later, at another meeting, a representative introduces someone some of them may already know. A bearded man bows and identifies himself as a vampire from the Straggler, offering his service. The commander bluntly asks whether the Stragglers are truly on humanity's side. Another official argues that monsters cannot be trusted, citing soldiers killed by vampires as proof of their disloyalty. The vampire denies responsibility for those deaths and reminds them that his kind has also saved countless human lives. When a man angrily insists monsters have no right to judge humanity, the vampire turns the accusation back on him by asking whether he owes his own life to those same monsters. Wanhyo intervenes, acknowledging the distrust but reminding everyone that the Stragglers have existed since ancient times. He personally vouches for them and insists the real issue is the enemy now facing them. To make that threat undeniable, he shows battlefield footage of Aiz, Sierra, and the skeletal commanders. He explains that every one of those enemies is as dangerous as a rank C dungeon boss. The commander realizes that even this advanced force would make for a brutal battle. Someone voices the terrifying implication that if these are merely the attendants, then the dragon itself must be the true boss. Before the discussion can go further, there is a knock at the door. The interruption brings urgent news for Hyenbach. An emissary from Nest has arrived to see the Blood Lord. A stern envoy confronts the group and asks whether they belong to the Necromancer and company. Hyenbach confirms the affiliation without hesitation. His side immediately realizes the envoy is no human at all, but an immensely powerful artificial being. The automaton explains that she has come with an invitation from Nest's master, who wishes to meet them. Hyenbach agrees to hear more before deciding. He first secures a promise that the meeting will be brief, and the envoy guarantees his return within a day. Satisfied enough with that assurance, he accepts the invitation and prepares to go. The envoy casually reveals her mechanical nature by exposing machinery beneath her torn sleeve. What had seemed merely inhuman is confirmed to be a true automaton. She then activates a hidden mechanism to open the way forward. A portal blooms into existence, and she calmly directs them through it. The group follows her into the gate, while the others remain behind to watch. On the other side, they find Nest's master in the middle of a game, loudly lamenting yet another defeat. The room itself reveals his strange tastes, filled with carefully displayed figures and collectibles. The automaton, called Otto, immediately scolds him for breaking their agreement on gaming time and cuts his allowance in half. The boy protests like a spoiled child, then suddenly notices the visitors and recognizes the silver dragon among them. Remembering he had guests, he drops the tantrum and turns his attention to them. With a snap of his fingers, he shifts the mood of the room in an instant. A burst of destructive power erupts, making it clear that his childish act had concealed something dangerous. Hyenbach is caught off guard by the sudden display. The pressure forces the group to brace themselves as they realize they are facing a monster in human form. The boy praises them for reading his strength so quickly, confirming that the display was a deliberate test. His companions begin to suspect that if this dragon is so strong, Gloria may have hidden far more power than she ever showed them. Even the veteran knight concludes that the boy's power is far beyond what a mere rank C boss should possess. The boy reveals the truth directly. There is another dragon in Africa, and as a fellow dragon he expects the silver dragon to believe him. The hooded mage confirms the implication, and the boy admits he truly is a dragon, though not yet an adult one. The boy boasts that child or not, he is still the only dragon currently active on Earth. When asked whether all dragons are as strong as he dismisses the idea and insists he is exceptional. He explains that he alone stayed behind when the other dragons fled Earth. But Otto cuts through his pride by reminding him he is still just a child. He warns them that the enemies they recently faced are merely dragon guardians, and that the group is not yet strong enough to defeat such opponents. Using that weakness as leverage, he offers them a path to greater power if they become his guardians. The proposal shocks Hyenbach, who had not expected to be recruited rather than threatened. He tests the offer by asking what would happen if they refused. The dragon insists he is not forcing them and frames the arrangement as a friendly opportunity. He begins listing the benefits, starting with vastly extended lifespans for anyone who serves a dragon. His second promise is a 5-fold increase in power, which immediately captures Kai's interest. Hyenbach guesses the third reward before it is spoken: access to the knowledge left behind by the dragons who abandon Earth. The dragon confirms that such knowledge could indeed be shared, but only with those who join him. He adds a fourth reward that sounds grotesque at first: the corpse of a dragon. He explains that dragon flesh, blood, and bones are priceless resources for nourishment, equipment, and future use. Finally, he offers direct access to his immense reserve of mana. Faced with such overwhelming incentives, Hyenbach asks for time so his group can discuss the matter privately. The dragon agrees, leaving the 4 companions to weigh the offer among themselves. Kai immediately sees the proposal as an unbelievable windfall. Chris also judges it to be a rare and tempting opportunity. But Hyenbach surprises them by admitting he is leaning toward refusal. The others cannot understand why he would reject what looks like a once-in-a-lifetime chance for a mage. Hyenbach explains that his pursuit of strength was never about comfort or privilege, but about surviving impossible battles. Chris argues that this is exactly why he should accept help from a dragon. Hyenbach counters that living under a dragon's protection would make him complacent. He reflects that every time he thought he had become strong enough, a stronger enemy proved him wrong. To him, abandoning hardship would mean giving up the very pressure that might one day let him defeat the final boss. Chris respects that conviction and, despite his own fearfulness, refuses to pressure Hyenbach into betraying his path. He even turns that support into a command, insisting the others honor Hyenbach's choice. Kai follows by reaffirming that he will not break the contract that binds him to Hyenbach. The knight goes further, declaring that Hyenbach is the one lord he chose and will always serve. Their loyalty softens Hyenbach, who quietly thanks them. The dragon returns and tells them to decide in whatever way suits them best. Before the group answers, the dragon's companions begin considering their own choices. Kai asks what Hyenbach would do if the other 3 accepted the dragon's offer, and Hyenbach says he would simply focus on regaining his own strength. That answer leaves the matter hanging in tense uncertainty. Iris, Otto, and the dragon wait to hear the final decisions. At that moment, Nidhogg asks Hyenbach for permission to speak first. He reminds Hyenbach that he once promised to make him stronger than a true dragon, and says his goal is to surpass dragons, not serve one. Even so, he chooses Hyenbach as the master he truly wishes to follow, hoping they can continue growing as mages together. Hyenbach gratefully accepts that declaration of loyalty. He then turns to Iris and asks what she intends to do. Iris smiles and announces that she will become the dragon's guardian. Though surprised, Hyenbach accepts her choice and asks what led her there. She answers simply that the dragon is a child like her, and that kinship matters to her. She adds that staying with Hyenbach and her uncle would keep her trapped as a little girl in their eyes, while she still has much growing to do. The dragon protests being called a kid, and Iris teasingly offers to call him Appa instead. That playful remark completely flusters him and leaves him reeling with unfamiliar feelings. Otto dryly warns everyone not to encourage Iris's obsession with games and comics. Recovering himself, the dragon decides that if Iris is joining him, he cannot ignore the danger facing Hyenbach's remaining companions and offers them help anyway. He says he has 3 gifts for them. The first is his blood, freely given and guaranteed to be free of the deadly curses normally attached to dragon blood. That mention of curses immediately catches Hyenbach's attention. The dragon explains that ordinary dragon blood grants immense power but also carries a curse that can bring agony and death, unlike the blood he is offering them. He concludes that they have everything to gain and nothing to fear from accepting it. Hyenbach then asks for a sample of the cursed version as well, and the dragon casually agrees to provide an extra bottle. The second gift appears next as a tray of dragon bones overflowing with mana. The sheer magical density of the bones stuns Hyenbach and confirms they are genuine dragon remains. When Hyenbach asks if the dragon is truly giving them away, The boy says this is only a small taste of what service to him could have earned. His final gift is even more shocking, a pair of preserved dragon hearts. Hyunbak is overwhelmed by the value of what he has just received. The dragon tells them to use the gifts well and survive until he reaches adulthood. Asked how long that will take, he admits he has no idea and says it could happen today or 5 years from now. Hyunbak decides that 5 years is a manageable deadline to work with. With the exchange complete, he prepares to leave, though the dragon seems reluctant to end the meeting so soon. Hyunbak says the gifts are too valuable to leave idle and that he wants to begin researching them immediately. The dragon jokes that mages are all alike, then reassures him that Iris will be safe. Hyunbak parts from Iris warmly, and she answers by calling him her godfather. Even while leaving, he can barely contain his excitement over obtaining a dragon heart. Kai says his farewells and heads out with the others. Back with Hyunbak, Chris promises to use every dragon bone they possess to make Nidhogg stronger. Nidhogg is thrilled by the promise, and vows to become stronger than ever. As Hyunbak's group throws itself into research, the wider world begins to shift around them. The monster offensive is eventually contained, but rumors spread through the military in its aftermath. Public anger at the military gradually turns into anger at the war itself, and many begin demanding a decisive end to the conflict. At the same time, another faction argues that monster power should be harnessed for humanity's benefit, deepening the divide among humans. That growing split is exactly what the enemy had wanted all along. Elsewhere, Hyunbak checks on Nidhogg after the experiments begin. Nidhogg, now moving in a massive dragon body, marvels at what it feels like to truly move again. Hyunbak explains that Nidhogg now exists in a paradoxical state, both undead and alive. As long as mana remains, his body can regenerate endlessly, making him a being of extraordinary potential. Hyunbak concludes that Nidhogg is now on the path to becoming a real dragon. The idea leaves Nidhogg stunned. Hyunbak admits that this outcome was only possible because of a mistake he once made. He reveals that he originally named Nidhogg after a mythic dragon because he wanted him to possess the ferocity and power to rival a true one. But he now believes that names carry real power, and that this naming shaped Nidhogg's fate. He recalls asking the silver dragon whether any dragons still remained in the world. The answer had been that most dragons abandoned Earth, though some may still exist in altered forms. Those that remained would either have fused with natural landscapes or dissolved into the dragon veins. From that clue, Hyunbak deduced that the true Nidhogg was one of the dragons left behind on Earth. The realization shocks Nidhogg. Hyunbak explains that the spirit of that dragon, now fused with the veins, will eventually try to seize Nidhogg's body unless he overpowers it. So he tells Nidhogg that there is only one answer: become stronger and dominate the dragon's spirit instead. Nidhogg swears he will not lose. Pleased, Hyunbak decides to test that new power and push him even further. Reviewing his own status, Hyunbak notes that reaching 8th Circle remains extraordinarily rare, with fewer than 30 known territories in all of Edia's history. The dragon blood has raised his level by 1, and his other companions have also grown dramatically, yet Nidhogg's potential still surpasses all of them. Even without drinking the silver dragon's blood, Nidhogg now possesses the highest ceiling in the group. Chris asks again whether self-knowledge is truly the key to reaching 8th Circle, and Hyunbak confirms it. When Chris keeps pressing the point, Hyunbak snaps that he has already answered the same question dozens of times, and Chris sheepishly apologizes for getting carried away by his dream. Kai interrupts to say they are nearly at their destination. Traveling by a flying palanquin, Hyunbak wonders what their mysterious host meant when he said it would take them to where he was staying. The answer comes as the vehicle suddenly rises higher still. Hyunbak realizes with surprise that they have been flying the entire time. The palanquin continues through the night sky toward its hidden destination. At last they arrive, and the group steps out together. A green-haired man greets Hyunbak as an old acquaintance, and Hyunbak recognizes him after a long absence. The man reveals that Hyunbak truly did reach 8th Circle, though he had only given him a slim chance of surviving long enough to do so. He leads Hyunbak and the others up toward a grand inner sanctuary. As they approach the final chamber, he tells Hyunbak that he has made it, and that the end is close. He congratulates Hyunbak on taking his first step into the Supreme Realm, and Hyunbak accepts the praise calmly. The man then asks what future Hyunbak believes awaits Earth. Hyunbak answers honestly that he expects things to grow worse. He points to the spreading conflicts among nations, allies, and ordinary people, yet argues that democracy at least gives everyone a chance to live with dignity. The green-haired man rejects that view, insisting the world now needs rule by a powerful minority strong enough to impose order. Hyunbak agrees that such harsh rule might be effective, but warns that modern society would erupt in unrest under it. The man accepts that resistance is inevitable, since people always fight change. He ends the debate by saying the time has come. Hyunbak realizes they have reached an altar where sacrifices are offered, and understands that his host intends to climb it personally. The man produces a rope and explains that glimpsing the future demands a terrible price. When Hyunbak asks if he is being told to hold on for dear life, the man does not deny it. He says that by himself he may not be a worthy enough sacrifice, but promises Hyunbak will not be harmed. With no better option, Hyunbak grips the rope and accepts the risk. The ritual begins. Bound together by the rope, Hyunbak and the man stand facing one another as the sacrifice is set in motion. The vision begins with him jolting in alarm as he is thrown into a disastrous future. In that future, a monstrous dragon bears down on his group, making clear they are already on the verge of being overwhelmed. One of his red-haired allies struggles to hold the line despite being battered and exhausted. The rest of the team is likewise bloodied and cornered, with even the civilians beside them unable to escape the danger. The dragon unleashes a horrifying power meant to consume them all and absorb them into itself. That attack sweeps forward like a devouring tide, erasing everything in its path. Watching it, he realizes this is not simple destruction but an all-consuming force that swallows whatever it touches. As the vision expands, he sees his companions and even a hooded figure caught within the same doomed battlefield. He understands the future's warning. After their battle with Nidhogg, every one of them is fated to die once that body is fully overtaken. The revelation hits him hard as he grasps that this is the worst possible outcome awaiting him. Even in despair, he refuses to accept that all their efforts were meaningless, and concludes they must become stronger. The foresight ends with the green-haired man before him visibly injured from the strain. Their companions rush in, relieved that their master has finally moved after standing motionless long enough to frighten them. Still disoriented, he asks if he had truly been frozen the entire time. The green-haired seer explains that his soul left his body while peering into the future, and admits the process badly damaged his own internal organs. He agrees to receive treatment, and is immediately enveloped in healing magic. Before leaving, the seer reminds him that the future he witnessed is not fixed and can still be changed. He accepts that hope, asks Castle to help the injured man, and promises to explain everything once they return. The scene shifts away from the battlefield to the quiet of their home base later that night. Lying awake, he bitterly reflects on the vision and the possibility that they could all die so easily. He steadies himself by treating it as only the worst-case scenario and decides they must prepare completely to avoid it. His undead companion dryly agrees that their lives are about to become much busier. He decides to stop delaying and finally spend the points they have been saving to strengthen the group. Chris immediately volunteers to go first, eager not to remain the burden of the team. Chris admits that unlike Kai and Castle, he has not received any dramatic leap in power and fears he can only hold them back. The leader bluntly agrees that Chris is currently the weakest link, but accepts his request without hesitation. Chris undergoes the upgrade as magic gathers around him. His status reveals that Christina, a lich still evolving, has reached a high level and still has a large reserve of points to spend. The upgrade pushes Chris into the 7th circle, earning immediate praise from the others. Though Chris remains humble about still trailing the strongest two, the others stress that reaching 7th circle is an extraordinary achievement. Chris gratefully accepts the praise and the chance to keep growing. With Chris improved, the red-haired ally impatiently demands that his own stats be raised next. When asked what he wants, he chooses to boost everything except divine magic and black magic. Power floods into him as his body adjusts to the increase. His status identifies him as Castle, a gray spirit with already formidable physical and magical attributes. Seeing those numbers, the leader notes that Castle was impressive even before the upgrade. Kai goes next and asks for all remaining investment to be focused solely on his magic power. He too is strengthened as the same energy surrounds him. Kai's status shows why he made that choice. As a legion, he already surpasses Castle in nearly every category, and now pushes his magic to an overwhelming level. Castle reacts with comic frustration at losing the comparison once Kai's numbers are revealed. Kai calmly points out that his edge, especially in magic, comes from the power of his legion. Once the upgrades are done, their leader warns that even with all this strength, they still may not be enough against what is coming. He urges them to stay ready, survive the coming battle, and win instead of surrendering to the future he saw. His 3 companions silently accept that resolve and stand with him. Alone with his thoughts, he reflects that humans often waste time and destroy themselves by turning on one another. He wonders whether choosing a safer path under greater masters might have changed the outcome ahead. But he reminds himself that he chose his comrades of his own will, and that decision was never forced on him. Even so, he admits he constantly doubts himself despite already knowing what answer he wants to believe. He thinks that people survive in this dangerous world only by believing they are moving along the right path. So he resolves that the only way forward is to trust himself, and keep fighting for what he believes is right. With that conviction, he vows to face whatever horrors the future holds without retreating. His resolve is tested at once as he stands before the red dragon itself. Rather than fear it, he declares that he will confront the threat head-on and prevail.